Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Look at my new shirt. It's so cute. It's so cute. It's so cute, Lolo. You're so cute. Very cute. I have 0. You're very cute. All right. Good morning, everyone. Well, it's time for court. It's time to go back to Jurassic Park. Hold on, let me find our court case. Where's our court case? Darlings, I can't find it. Where is Emily? Emily, where are you? Where are you, darling? Where are you, darling? I can't find you. There you are. Here we go. All right. Like, share, and subscribe. That is all you have to do. Yeah, dinosaurs. We're going back to Jurassic Park. Badger. I love you. I really love you. Good morning. I'm just pulling up. I'm moving a little slow this morning, but sometimes we move slow. I think I have like bags under my eyes. I don't know what's going on there. What's going on with my little eyes? Time to pack and take a trip. You gonna pack and take a trip, lady? Well, yes, I am. Well, yes, I'm taking a trip. Yes, I am. There's a cat. Hi. He's like, no. Somebody's pooping. I gotta go find out who's pooping. Who's pooping? Wait, I think my garage band is really upset with me right now. Do you want to use this? No. Thanks, garage band. But I'm going to tell you to quit because I don't need you right now. I love you. I don't need you. Anyway. All right. So let me find this. I need a vacation. I don't know from what, but I need a vacation. Well, she's
70 million.
Dude, she is
of the Alex Murdaugh double homicide trial. It is going into the 6th week.
I can't believe
we
we've been doing
started
this
as a 3-week trial, all of us collectively.
How did this happen?
And so into week 4, we were like, okay, we're ready. And now it's starting week 6.
Badger.
On Friday, the defendant finished up testifying. The defense indicated they had 4 more witnesses, and they would probably be done at some point today. The prosecution indicated a few rebuttal witnesses. They're allowed rebuttal witnesses, and then we'll get to closing arguments and charging.
This is never going to happen. We're never going to get through this case.
That's what's left in this case. Hopefully, this will get to the jury this week, possibly as early as Wednesday. So just hold on. We're almost there. I think the defense is going to bring in a pathologist. I think the defense is going to bring in someone, a toolmark expert, who's going to debate
us in front of the
whether these were family guns
I
or
don't
not.
have
I
any
think that's
coffee.
a big point for a lot of people, but there's a lot of discrepancy within toolmarking and toolmarking experts,
so
and whether you can really say that these all came from the same gun or not when guns are manufactured by machine.
I'm so sorry.
So there's going to be that. I've got a few qualms with the end of the week. Yesterday, I think you know that I always do. We're going to get into what I'm thinking about this case. We're going to get into what you're thinking about this case. I basically brought out a blanket to wear today because I just need it. Oh,
thank God, Mrs. James.
I just needed it. So let's go. We will begin rolling and see who the next defense experts are when the court resumes. But for us, it's time to roll the intro, and I've got some thoughts. We're going to share them, and then we'll wait for the court.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not
fun.
Let's get into it.
It's a fun.
I've definitely gone through 3 notepads in this trial and 2 pens that run out of ink. I am now just wearing a
Oh, you guys are
blanket and a
fine.
bun, and that's
Okay.
where we're at.
I'm
Coffee
sorry.
and Cursey Words
What was
mug
going on?
is what I'm rocking this morning. Let me know where you're coming in from and what you're drinking. It is very, very dark outside here in Middle Tennessee, so we'll see how stormy it gets as we get going. But with all of that,
Today's gonna be okay.
good morning, Emily.
Made it.
How were the Krispy Kremes? I missed it. For those of you that missed my live stream trying Krispy Kreme for the first time to celebrate 700,000, if you are on lawnerdalert.com, if you have signed up to our Law Nerd Alert, you will get the link. So that video, unfortunately,
Where's
is
my
outside of the realm of my normal content, which is not something that YouTube is super friendly to. And so I
Fuck you.
decided we would do video and then set out on the Law Nerd Alert. For those of you that are just here for the trial stuff, that's perfectly fine. For those of you that actually want to see that, you just need to go to lawnerdalert.com and sign up, and then it will get sent out to you. Some other stuff. We've had to upgrade our account times because Law Nerds like to break things. So Law Nerds, I invite you to continue breaking things. I am here for it. And thank you for constantly not just breaking internet, but like when people look at this channel and look at how many of you are here and the conversations we have, they either are like, we don't understand, which is fine. Please don't. We're not for you if you don't get it. Or are like, this is actually pretty incredible.
Bonjour,
You've got,
bonjour, madame.
30, 40, 50, 60,000
Bonjour, ma
people
chérie.
having a
Comment ça
conversation
va?
without,
Je regrette, je ne
threatening the
parle pas
defendant harm
français.
or diagnosing him with
Now you've
everything you
reached
could
the
think
end
of
of my
in or
French. I'm
without a
so
DSM.
sorry. Bonjour. What's
And that we're able to just
work
have
until I'm
conversations
not
about, do I
telling
believe
Jen.
this? Do I believe that? Without piling on, and there shouldn't be piling on. The chat is just as split
You won't
as
disturb
everybody
me.
else is
We won't disturb you.
because there are really kind of three options in here.
I'm trying to figure out coffee and weed right now.
Yvette, you can watch it on YouTube. You just need the link.
I don't know if this
You'll
works.
be able to watch it on YouTube. You just need the link. And we're sending out the link via email.
Okay, little bit to start.
It's incredible just watching.
We're gonna
You'll
get
be
there.
able to have a
Yeah, we're
conversation
gonna get
because
there.
there's a lot of people with this case who are like, I think he's involved, but I don't know if they can
Work
convict
coffee
beyond a reasonable
first,
doubt. Or
then I'll work
I
on
think
the
this
weed
evidence
stuff.
shows that they can convict him. Or I think that he's not involved.
I should have
think
known
that
that I
this
was gonna
is
need more weed
steamrolling over
for this
someone,
one.
and I think the prosecution has gone way too far, and this is an acquittal. Or I have so many questions, I don't even know what to think. And all of those things are opinions that we have in this chat and are having conversations about. And that is a really incredible thing. So thank you. I think I'm a hung jury independently, personally, in myself. And here's why. I have
They're the only ones that
questions
are
about
open.
the tool marks, but I'm more inclined that these are family guns.
The
It
flat
seems
earther and the
too coincidental for me. Remember, the jurors get to decide what the facts are. They get to decide. And I want to see the defense experts on this. Maggie's phone is a big question for me. And the prosecution hasn't closed that loop. Well, I could maybe close that loop in my brain. The prosecution hasn't closed that loop for me. Maggie's phone is a big one. And again, the motive. They don't have to prove motive. I think they've done better if they didn't prove motive. If they had let it go and said, we don't know why people snap when they snap, but this is not a financial motive. And I think the defendant's own words in the third person when he is talking about whoever did this hated Paul, had hate in their heart. This is about the boat case. I just wonder, he's protecting family legacy more than this financial stuff is at all, if you think that he did it. Because he said to Maggie's sister, whoever did this has been thinking about it for a long time. Does the homicide clear Paul's name in the boat case? Does that even make sense? Well, homicide doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Solving things by killing somebody never makes sense. Or killing someone, depending on the particular case, because you just murder people like a serial killer, it doesn't make a lot of logical sense. And so I don't know if we can apply logic to it. But he also said the dogs weren't going crazy because no one was there. He also didn't indicate that he felt like maybe he could have stopped if he had been at the kennels longer. That's not what he said. The language he said when he was on the stand was, and then I got out of there. No regret. And then he lies about the kennel video, which is a huge question because he says he lied about the kennel video. We're hearing court is now in session. They're calling court to order. He lies about the kennel video, But why lie about that particular period of time if you don't know that that's when they're murdered? So there are questions both ways in this case. But again, phone, 2 guns, no blood, covered in blood.
Mom, you're so on
Close
it.
timing.
What is my?
I don't know.
So slow. I'm trying to
I
catch
want to
up.
remind everyone in the courtroom
I'm trying to
that
catch
the
up.
courtroom
You got it right.
quorum must be maintained at all times.
Okay. My hair is like
You're not
really
allowed
in
to
my head.
react
Right?
to
And
any
my
testimony,
skin is out of control.
cheer,
She's
jeer,
angrily making coffee over there.
nor
Marie,
speak in the
Marie.
courtroom
Marie puts up with
Yeah,
my
it's
work.
gonna get real
unless
lax.
it's
We need good
during the
friends,
time I
don't we,
say,
Jen?
let's
We
take
need
a
good friends like
stretch
Marie in
break.
our lives.
Speak at that time, but otherwise we need to maintain.
I know. Bubba should be on the stand.
Anything before the jury comes.
All right, I'm just ordering coffee.
From state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a couple of sort of housekeeping matters. One is, we expect to rest today. We've got 3 witnesses.
Oh, I thought 4.
I don't know how they could go all day, but
Creighton could find a way.
Quick. We're going to rest today, I believe, and then the state is going to call several somewhere. I mean, we've been told up to 4. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 6, but whatever. I think there's a high likelihood that they will rest on their reply case by tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday morning.
Tomorrow afternoon, I believe we can get done and be on track to close and charge on Wednesday.
With this caveat, we believe it would be useful for the jury
Okay.
to visit Moselle.
Oh,
Coffee ordered.
Both the,
No, there were not kennel cams. I have not
the
seen any kennel
kennels
cam
and
footage
the house,
from actual
just to get
cameras
some
in the kennels.
understanding of spatial relationships.
okay.
Yeah, coffee's on the way.
And so, what we would ask is that you ask the jury if they want to
Thank
do
God
that.
for Los
Oh.
Angeles.
Ask
Thank
them if they
God
want
all
to
of
jury
us in
you.
Los Angeles
If
are
they
so
don't want to do it,
huge.
I don't want them to do it. If they want to do it,
Thank
that'd be fine with me, and it needs to be done in an expeditious way. And
That's what we like,
obviously,
is pop
Your
it.
Honor's dealt with this before. I don't know what, I mean, we're not going with them, but I don't know who does go with them. No one's obviously going to be able to answer questions. They can see it. And I don't know whether that should take any more than, Moselle's about 30 minutes from here.
I don't know. Are they going to go to Moselle?
40 minutes.
Why
from
would
here.
they?
Oh, no,
So
he said
that's,
45,
40
Poot.
there, 40
When
back.
Dick says 45, you
And
don't
all
go to
I'm seeing
4,
maybe
40.
3 hours. And I just throw that into the mix, not wanting to get this case closed.
It's not in the
but
same condition it was
we
at the
believe
time of
that
the
ought to be given
murders.
the opportunity to ask
Come
to see
on,
it
come
if
over
they
here,
wanna see it.
please.
And I don't know whether that's done by majority vote. I don't know how all that's done. but,
It's
we're
not in the
asking
same
that you
condition.
do
I don't
that
like this
if they want to do
I
it.
don't like this Monday.
Your Honor, I don't know that I've heard of just asking the jury and having them take a vote on that.
I've not.
You know, I am not, the state is not asking for there to be a jury view of the scene. And if anything, I think that that would require additional testimony because the scene is different than it existed
Yep.
on the night of June 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And a big factor, which I think is very relevant to some of the issues here, is that the trees
grown.
that were planted
Good point.
that separate the kennels and the house
Point.
are markedly taller and thicker than they were on June the 7th. The state is not asking that there be a jury view, and I don't think the defense is either, and I'm not aware of any.
The defense is
procedure.
asking
We're
for a
just
jury
now throwing
view.
into the
That's what they just
jury's,
asked.
Hands to take a vote.
They just asked for a
So
jury
we would
view.
object to that proposal.
Creighton, they literally
Your
just
Honor, I
asked for it,
instruct them they're
dude.
only there to see the kennels. There's
No.
no issues. They should be viewing the house. We concede that's changed. But the kennels.
It is. It's
the
probably
spatial,
different. It's probably way too different.
How small the kennel room is.
The feed room is, the spatial between where, and they've seen the pictures, where the
Well,
feed
here's
room
a
is
gummy.
compared to where
Found
Maggie's
a
body
gummy.
was, compared to where the quail pens
Who's going to
are,
walk
where
them
the
around and tell them
doghouse
that,
is.
though?
Found a whole
I mean, you
half
just can't
thing.
really appreciate
really
the
actually
spatial
quite lazy when it
issues
comes to weed.
without
Which is a fair
actually
point.
I'm really
seeing
quite
it. And if
lazy
you want
when
to
it
limit
comes
it to
to
just the
weed.
kennels and them not being allowed to in any way
gonna
deal
put
with
up a poll.
the relationship between the house and the, and we actually do have some photos from that night
Guys,
and the next
come
day.
on. Oh my God. What is going on?
I mean, I think you can put pictures on it that would assist the jury if they want.
I'm asking the chat if you
I
want
don't
to
know
go.
whether
If
they vote
you
or
were a
whether you ask the
juror,
poor lady, I mean,
would you want to go?
I've seen it done where the judge asked the jury, "Do you want to go to the scene?"
I've not
Now,
seen that,
I
but
can't-
okay.
It's been a while. I can't remember whether it was a vote, but he did ask the jury. It was sometime in the dark ages of the early 80s.
I appreciate the self-awareness.
Okay, hi, Wani.
Object
Because
to
here's the
bring any sort of
deal,
vote to
all
the jury
right?
at this point in time.
The
I've
cat
never heard
is
of
like
any such
a
thing.
police
Generally,
detective
jury
rifling
views are
through
at
my
the
stuff
request of a
looking for
party,
drugs
Yep.
and,
The defense is
in my
requesting it.
bathroom. He's knocking
Great, you
everything
knew he was
off of
requesting
my,
it. Come on.
every little
that
cup that
it's
has something in
necessary,
it.
in this particular instance, or that it would be a particular help or aid to the jury, and if anything, it may confuse the issues again because
They
the
can go
property has
view
changed since the night of
Oh,
June.
Mrs.
depending
James is mom, nice.
on whether or not it
Ooh,
would
how
help.
beautiful. I bet that's
Okay.
gorgeous, Mrs. James's mom.
Upon request
Hey,
of either
Sable.
side, the court will allow a jury view. I will not ask the jury to decide whether or not they want to view. I think that would
Yep.
could invite premature deliberations
I
in
think
the
the judge
case.
is right.
So just the mere fact that they would have to
Decide.
discuss that issue, I think, would invite premature discussions.
Here we go.
Because then they'd have to be like, would this even help
Relevant
us?
facts, what might be relevant
Yep.
facts. If either side wants a jury view, the court will
Grant.
a jury view. And the
All right, we're getting things together. Oh my
court will
God,
go,
cat detective. No,
lawyers
no,
may
just a cat
go,
pain in the ass.
if you want go.
The judge
Don't talk
has to
about
go.
that.
There are
Do
so
not
many
talk about
lawyers,
that. I'm going to remove that. Don't,
Mammoth team in of itself.
don't. Remove that, Sable. Remove
And I
that
can
comment
advise the
right now,
jury,
please.
Part of the going
Remove.
to the
Cameras
scene,
will
Remove.
not go.
the
Remove.
certain things may not be the same as they were 2 years
Please.
ago, whenever the period of time was.
I think that's reasonable.
I'm not doing that here.
If the defense
Don't
wants
even
a
bring that
jury
shit
view,
over
then
here.
the court will arrange a jury view.
Don't.
Your Honor, thank you. And
So
I just bring this to the court's attention.
figure
There
out
were
how to
literally
remove your comment.
dozens of people at Moselle last weekend trespassing to get
Thank you.
selfie in front of the feed room. I mean, most
Oh,
of the state's
God.
No time for that
kinds of things I've ever seen.
shit to do.
So
I like looked at Jim like,
perhaps
really?
Real friends.
before they head out there,
Oh,
some
that's
of the
fucking horrific.
security could be in place, and so they
Have
don't.
law
not
enforcement
working.
security saying ensure no,
Woo. The edible is
no
delicious.
Members of the public going to the crime scene for what?
Uh,
Clout?
John Marvin, his brother, is maintaining that property. He had to call the sheriff's department.
I don't know how to remove
That
the comment.
sucks.
And it seems
But people are
they have
doing
a
that in
more-
Idaho too.
I don't care. I don't want to know.
Sort of a
I don't
calmer
want to know.
attitude about this case
I don't wanna
than,
know.
than what we have to deal with. So
In
I
fact,
don't want
we're
the
done.
jury influenced by,
I can't.
you know, crazy paparazzi. I
Can't
don't
do
think
it.
there's really any.
How dare you?
Be
How dare you
Randos
bring
on
that
the
shit
internet.
here?
secure.
That's what I
Say
say.
randos
How dare you bring
from
that
the
shit over
internet.
here?
That's
I'm
do
gonna
you
do
want a
this
jury
because I need to do
Does
that.
the defense want a jury view?
I do. I just want to ensure that the security
You can
is not
just say
caught
yes.
unawares about what a circus is going to be outside the
Come here.
property. And they might,
I'll
they've got the
drag
authority
you
to close off the road.
I'm trying to drag you.
So, I mean, I'm not telling them how to do their job.
Really?
But I am suggesting these are things that
Where's
we
my
became aware of over the
coffee?
weekend.
That's awful.
I knew that was going to happen.
We'll arrange for
was
a
hoping
jury
it
view
wouldn't.
with law enforcement.
I was hoping people who know me
All
me
right.
better.
Anything else?
That's going to push back closing. That's going to push
Hey,
back
you may
closing
bring the
argument
jury.
more than half a day. The judge has said you can bring the jury. That's going to push back closing till probably Thursday. All right.
I don't really believe that.
These cases aren't a circus. I mean, or shouldn't be a circus, but
Boop, boop.
my goodness, I guess I shouldn't be surprised by anything internet anymore. But breaking into Moselle, it's such a large property. Breaking into Moselle and going out there to take selfies at the kennels. 2 people were murdered
I got a
just.
new shirt.
But then again, people
Etsy.
doing that at the house in Idaho before it's
I'm not sure I love it.
demolished,
It's
which
too
is
big,
what's
first
going to
of all.
happen with the house
I ordered too
in the
big a
Idaho
size.
murders case. Who arranges the trip? The court does. The
Dick.
court arranges for the
That's
bus, for the
a
sheriffs, for all
mistake.
that.
I love
Gotta
you. I love you. I love you. I love you,
Thank you.
Mrs. James. That's
Appreciate
wrong.
It just
I love you. I love you. I love.
that makes me sad.
Where's
The
that
OJ
coffee?
jurors had a field
Where's
trip
that
as well. They
coffee?
did. Their scene wasn't as dynamic as this one, but Poot's point was we want them to see how close things are, and that could go both ways, right? It could be, oh, now I can more easily
All right, thank
visualize
you.
how
Good
one person
morning.
could do this, or oh,
Oh,
now I can
let's
more
go.
easily visualize they can't.
Oh yeah,
Day
Mrs.
number
James's mom. How's
25.
your husband? How's the ribs?
The defense's case, you may proceed.
Court, Your Honor.
How's the ribs?
The defense would call Dr. Jonathan Jonathan Eisenstadt to the
Probably
to the
pathology.
stand, please. And while he's coming around,
Ugh.
Dr. Eisenstadt, the pathologist.
Oh, I'm really
we're gonna
excited
be,
about this coffee, I'll tell you.
First of all, showing some pretty graphic photos.
The judge needs a better cup. Yes, right?
This is a
Mrs. James's
rebuttal
mom, he could use some of your
pathologist.
And
vintage
secondly,
wear.
We're going to be talking about some pretty graphic details. So
I
we will
just
be
cannot get
offering
any weed
exhibits.
today.
We should, we don't have to do it out of the gate.
No
Certainly
weed is
10 minutes of his
coming.
testimony. We're going to be showing some pictures and discussing matters that
Actually,
are going to be pretty graphic. So
I'm
a number of these
shorter,
exhibits, not all of them, but 90%
Thanks for the
of them
warning.
we moved to introduce under seal. Some of them are already introduced under seal. And we've warned the family that if it gets too graphic.
oh
they
yeah,
can
please
leave. So
do,
we're gonna
Badger.
see
Thank you. I would really
some of the
appreciate
murder
that.
dogs
I think as many more people as we can get watching. What I'd like
They
to
already
go
sat through
over
the
my
other
channel right now.
pathologist.
Good morning, Ted. My goal for this channel
Is it going to be more
get,
graphic than the other pathologist?
more
I appreciate the content
subscribers
warning, though.
and also think about what is next to cover during the days.
Dr. Einstadt.
Good morning, my darling.
I'm gonna try to catch
And
the
then go
question
from there.
or the
So
spelling.
yeah, I would love you to repost this. Let's get
That's
some
early for
followers,
this.
and then we'll do lots of fun.
Please state your name again for the record.
But yeah,
Spell your last
let's
name.
just chill.
Jonathan
This is
Eisenstadt,
Bill Blaze.
Eisenstadt.
I need to get my nails. I need to do my nails.
I am
actually.
a medical doctor who specializes in forensic pathology.
So this is to rebut the other pathologist we saw,
And where do you practice medicine?
the cheery
in the
one.
state of Georgia.
Here
Tell
in
the
the
jury, please, what
state
forensic
of Georgia.
pathology
I
is?
don't need my
Sure.
glasses.
Forensic
Boys don't
pathology
make passes
is a
at work,
subset
girls
of
that wear
pathology,
glasses.
It
which
is early.
really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history. So if
Background
and I'm
training
looking at this,
experience.
You smell like icy hot.
Background training
you
and
went
experience.
to the same
You know what
medical
they should
school
do,
as Dr. Reamer?
Mrs. James's
I did.
mom?
And
I wonder if
then
that's why they
after,
picked him.
I think you went
They
to
should make
University of California,
icy
Davis
hot smell
undergraduate.
like,
That's
you know,
correct. I grew up in
Graduated,
lavender and
graduated from there in
chamomile.
'93.
I mean, as so many
Right?
of us did.
Sacra School of Medicine, as did Dr. Reamer,
Let's
and
see.
you
Hi, Maria. I
graduated in
retweeted your
'98.
Lolo
Yes,
post.
sir.
I'm writing a
And
letter.
then you
The
did a
homeowner did
residency
repairs
where?
for his tenants. They're trying
Well,
to sue him.
when I came out of medical school, I initially wanted to be a surgeon.
Oh, Ted.
So I started out in general
Yeah.
surgery in Staten Island, New York, and quickly realized it was not the
Oh,
profession I wanted.
I'm sorry.
Beautiful
Surgery's a
profession,
whole
but
lot.
not for me. So I transferred into a
No, I don't
pathology
know.
program.
I hope we
It was all
understand
up
each other
in New
fairly.
York,
No, it's
out in
resolved
Long Island.
situation.
And to become a forensic
always
pathologist,
talk
you
over
first have
every
to do
witness.
what's
Well,
called
word.
anatomic pathology, which
I
hospital-based
twisted the movie
pathology.
theater.
If you've ever had anything taken in your body, surgery or blood or anything,
They test
that
it.
goes to the pathology department. We look at it, we diagnose it, we tell your doctor, and your doctor will tell you what the diagnosis is. After doing all of that training, I did a year of pediatric pathology at New York University to study diseases of childhood. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City, and then stayed on one more year in New York City as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist while doing more training in forensic neuro and cardiac pathology.
Not every case has competing pathologists, especially cause of death isn't really at issue.
And that's really
Very clear that he shot and
Correct.
killed.
My forensic pathology training started in 2004 to
I wonder what he
2005.
takes issue with.
These
And
are
then from
easier when I say
2005 to
no.
2006, I did my forensic neuro and forensic cardiac training.
So would that have been with the
No, you
office
can't
of the
take
Chief
gifts,
Medical
Mrs.
Examiner
James's
of the
mom.
city
You can't take gifts.
Oh,
Candle
would
wax
that
on
have been?
every wall.
With the Office of the
Holy
Chief Medical
moly.
Examiner in New York City.
It is leading.
And how long
Yeah,
did you do
that's-
that?
I'm a
Well, the
messy
forensic
girl.
pathologist
My
1
goodness
year, the
gracious, I keep
forensic
my
neuro and
candle
cardiac
wax
He
where it's
can't,
supposed to
I
be.
don't think
So
he
that's
can
two
do time of death.
How did it get on the
At
wall?
some point,
Maybe.
did you leave New York?
How so much?
Yes, after I completed those
What are they, throwing
forensic
candles?
subspecialties,
What the hell?
I was offered a
Hundreds of
job at the
matches.
Georgia Bureau
Oh
of
my God.
Investigation in Atlanta. I accepted the job
GBI?
and moved to Atlanta in July of
That's
2006.
Did the Georgia, what if, I mean.
I mean,
The
what is
California
going on
GBI
here?
generally
It's
stands
like
for great bodily injury,
sacrificial
but does
rites
it
or
also
Yeah,
stand
so
for
the
the
state
Bureau
of
of
Georgia,
Investigation?
It's all over the wall.
there are Metro
Badly
Atlanta
placed
has its
sconces?
own medical examiner
Yeah.
offices.
We'll
So
see.
there's Fulton County, Cobb,
guaranteed.
DeKalb, and Gwinnett.
Yeah,
So
was it,
4 of
you
the
know,
159
have they
counties
heard of
in the
flameless
state of Georgia
candles?
has their own
I have
medical
a lot of
examiner.
questions.
Per county or total?
Per county, so one for each of those counties.
Okay.
And then the GBI.
It's what
for
you guys,
short,
I'm gonna
This
figure
should
out
be
what we're gonna
about-
watch
the
together.
other
I'm just gonna
150
show up
Should
on
be
your
about
counties in the
bullet
state.
trajectories.
And when I
This
first started
is
there were, I believe,
I'm just
5
gonna
or
Should
show
be
6
up
about bullet
offices.
trajectories.
every
mostly.
morning
Over
at
time,
6:30.
it
You're
sort
gonna
of
be like,
shrunk
oh my
down
God, she's
to
on.
3
What is she showing?
offices, and I was at the headquarters office in Atlanta.
What is she
So
doing?
when you initially started with a medical examiner's office.
And we
in
lost power this
Georgia, who
weekend.
did you
No, it's
start with?
okay, actually. Yeah, we
So
had-
I was with the GBI
I had a
as my full-time
full
job,
power bank that
but
really
I did
kept me
do
through the
some
entire
moonlighting.
night. It was kind of amazing.
pretty much at at the Fulton County office,
It's kind of
the Cobb
impressed.
County office, and the DeKalb
And we
County
can boil
office.
water.
So those
we
three
made one.
counties they comprise the metropolitan
Easy.
area.
And we
of
kept the
what
freezer
city?
closed. This is
Atlanta.
according to
So
according to my
is
daughter.
that a rather large metropolitan area?
You're supposed
Yes,
to
that's
keep
why
your
each one of
freezer
those
closed
counties
after
have
a
their own freestanding medical
power outage, and it will
And you
stay.
did part-time work for all three.
Yes, and I
The-
actually still do now.
The
for
freeway has
Fulton
like
County and hopefully
17,000
soon.
lanes.
Okay,
It's so many lanes.
After power.
Driving
Tell
through
me
Atlanta
about your work
is
with the Georgia Bureau of
special.
Investigation, and how did that
I love
differ
Atlanta.
from what you were doing for these other counties?
but the
I love
traffic.
Atlanta too.
So at the GBI, that was my full-time job.
They hung stuff in
What
every
did you-
wall
what
handle
was
holder.
your
So
job?
you-
Oh, my job was
Oh my God.
as one of the workhorse pathologists.
I'm sorry, I like
doing-
candles, but
When I first started, I believe
What
it was
are
about
you doing?
250
No,
autopsies
no,
each
no,
year.
no.
And as time went on, the caseloads increased. And
We
so
had
I would say I was
something
doing
else
anywhere
in a window
between
box in a
250
bedroom, and it was
to maybe
just a-
350 autopsies per
Oh
year.
God.
I would be testifying in
Ted.
court.
Oh Ted.
We had residents that
terrible.
would rotate, so the hospital pathology residents
terrible.
would rotate in our
Sorry.
office. We would lecture.
I didn't
And
know it was
then
called Spaghetti Junction. That
that
makes so
went
much
until
sense. That's an exact
2014.
accurate.
When
It's
I was
exactly
promoted
accurate.
to deputy chief medical examiner.
Does sound exhausting.
Okay, now,
A small
the
solar bank.
autopsies
I,
you were
you
doing.
know what,
and
Musty Ball, I'm
generate
gonna
reports for employment.
definitely
Absolutely.
get
And
something.
were
I know
these, you
Tom
indicated
had also
early in your
put on.
career
Tom,
you were
he's here,
doing
he's
general
here.
pathology,
Yeah,
that
hey
is,
Tom.
You had a
Tom had
polyp
sent
taken
or
out during
posted
your,
on a
colonoscopy,
comment
you'd be doing
some
those.
really good models.
Yes, that's a
of the
requirement
power
to
banks,
be
I think.
able
Atlanta
to
is
take
great.
the
I love
forensic
Atlanta.
pathology
On,
fellowship awards.
So at this stage
Well,
in
where
your
did I
career,
put
when
that?
you're doing autopsies,
Did I post
typically,
that?
how did those folks
I
expire?
think they did.
So those are sudden,
I think I posted
unexpected
on
deaths.
Mastodon.
Whether they are just, we don't know what happened. You know, a 45-year-old individual found dead in their residence.
When I walked in the door.
No one knows why they died.
That's too bad.
We would get those
Teak walls.
cases. But
Valerie,
then,
I'll talk about this at a break. when I can talk
obviously,
about
all of the traumatic and
too.
non-natural deaths
They're just a bunch
would
of
be
kids.
investigated by the medical examiner.
I got
So
out.
anything
It's
from
when the
car
teeth goes
accidents
That's what happened,
to
Ted.
gunshot wounds,
teeth
stab
goes wrong.
wounds, fights and somebody died, things of that sort.
I don't know. We'll see if
So
he
you did
examined
autopsies on
them.
people who.
He had the
died of
opportunity to.
traumatic-
Well, you gotta
traumatic
try.
circumstances?
You can't fault them.
But he might have relied on reports and
Yes.
photos.
Um,
So I don't know.
And now you were,
We'll see.
you
Well, they
indicated
sacrificed
promoted
their
to deputy
appreciation.
chief medical
Just
examiner for the
there.
GBI. How did that change your duties?
So that added a
Blue-
little
blue
bit
team?
of
I'll
Is it
switch to you so we
administrative
get a free
duties.
split in a little bit.
Thus, I
We
sort of
LGBTQ
dropped back a little bit in the
great
number
for
of
camping
cases.
too. Excellent.
So I
Because
probably at that time I would be
I
doing about
am going
200
camping this
autopsies.
spring.
That was just for 1
I
year
am
until
going to the mountains. I am going to
2015.
put a tent.
So maybe about 100 autopsies,
little
but
cot in
now
it.
I was
I'm going to
overseeing other
put a little
doctors,
sleeping bag on top.
investigators,
100%.
and then we have a unit at the GBI,
You want
which
5K?
is called the
Wow.
Child Abuse
That's quite a
Investigative
deposit.
Support Center.
It's like,
And
okay.
so we would actually do,
So-
I oversaw it, but I wasn't the doctor
Doing
in
the
it.
testing.
So I know that sounds a little weird, but the
No,
person who did
that
most
sounds
of the work
not
in
weird
that
at all.
was a doctor and an investigator. But as I moved up, that sort
Kid
of became
autopsies
under
are
the
the
umbrella
worst.
of what I would oversee.
Damn
Were
coffee.
those child deaths?
Worst.
Isn't it?
They were living consults and deaths. So district
investigations.
attorneys
The worst.
or CFR, I'm sorry, the Child Protective Services from around
Not
the
relevant
state
to this
Now
case
you're
at all.
come and ask
People in this
if it's an
chat that know
accidental
so much
injury,
about
child have fallen off a bike, or is this
Power
abuse?
resources
And did
and
you review
solar
those?
and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, a few of them.
So,
But really, the
listen
vast
up, 'cause
majority was
these
done by
guys
one
are
of the other
amazing.
doctors.
Were
Not
you still
relevant.
reviewing
Mom and
death
Musty
cases?
Devil,
Oh,
they
absolutely.
know.
Okay, so if
These
somebody who did an
folks know.
autopsy on somebody who died of trauma, would you review their findings?
Yep,
and the
Tom's really
evidence?
good.
Well, I was doing plenty of autopsies still myself, and what we had started doing was we would do rounds on all of the bodies that were in the morgue in the morning and would discuss them all.
This is still going to
It really
background
wasn't-
training and expense.
Excuse me,
Like
and
your
then in the
moral
afternoon,
toil.
Not highly
we
relevant to
would
this case.
revisit all of those in a meeting and discuss, hey, does this look?
They're
if we're
trying to
focusing on gunshots.
They're trying
Do
to
you think
explain
this
that
is a
he's more
contact, a
qualified
close
than
range, a
Dr.
distant
Reamer.
range? If we're not sure about the direction
What is
now,
it?
we would discuss that.
That's why.
That wasn't specifically
Tom's a
me,
living
that was all
doll.
the doctors. But then when I became chief, all of that
Okay.
became,
Your problem.
the
did we
scheduling
do?
meetings would become my responsibility.
So,
That's how that goes.
and did you, after you were the deputy, what happened?
So then in November of 2015, I became the chief medical examiner for the state.
For the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And were you continuing to do autopsies?
I did because I wanted to, I didn't want to lose my skills. So I did continue doing autopsies. At that time, I dropped down
Yes.
to about 100 autopsies
He's an expert.
that I
Per
personally
year, per
performed
year,
per year. But I was now involved in more policy writing, administrative duties, going down to the legislature and lecturing, it was during the opioid epidemic. So there were a lot of things going on.
I didn't realize that was over.
But
I
if
thought
there
we were
was a
still
case that was
involved, but okay.
very difficult, it's written in the policy of the GBI Medical Examiner's Office that the chief medical examiner was the final arbiter of those cases.
Okay. Now, you did that, you said, until January 22,
That's correct.
which would have been last year.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you been doing other things during that period of time in addition to being chief medical examiner?
Well, yes, I was doing some consulting work.
right, we're gonna
I would do
switch
that at
feeds
night and on the weekends,
To
unless I
look at things other
was
than
in
this man's
deposition,
face.
then I'd take
He seems eminently qualified. We'll just,
consulting case.
we need to look at other
was in
things. This is
2008.
going to be
It was a
slogging
cardiac death in New York. and,
until we get through
the
his
ME's office in
credentials.
New York referred the attorney to me.
I know, eminently qualified.
But I don't believe I started my
But Dr.
actual,
Reamer had done so many autopsies.
business probably
He has not done as
until
many
about
hands-on
2013 or
autopsies. He's done a
14.
lot of
Okay.
administrative
I
work
just read this.
and investigative
So,
work. But this, they
Tell
want
us
him
what
to do
that is
investigative
called
work.
And what you do.
So investigative work
So that's
matters.
called
cleared the
Eisenstadt
decks.
forensic pathology. It's nothing fancy.
Yeah.
And really what I do
like-
is
like
an
those
attorney or a
movies,
family may
like
call
those
me,
movies.
ask
Like
me
you.
to review a case
where-
or to perform a private autopsy.
That'd be real hard to
And
do
if I have
after
the
an
time, I'll
autopsy's
accept
done.
that. I'll look over
Where
the
the- where the
documents.
cops come in and
I
they
may
just, like,
do an autopsy
take
if that's what the
everything off
family's
the
requested.
tables,
And
like
then
they're
if it's an
searching, they
autopsy,
just,
I'll
like,
tell the family
ruin
what
the
my
place.
findings
That's
were
what
and,
Gus was on this
I
morning.
recently
Gus
had
thought
one
he was a
where I referred the
narcotics
family
detective looking for
to
something in the bathroom.
I told them to go to their cardiologist
Yeah, I
and
can't
get
with
tested
kids.
because I believe
I
the person had a
cannot.
genetic disease that
Oh my
could be
god!
transmitted
The initial
to,
deposit was only
to
1.5K.
their
Then how is
offspring.
it $5,000?
If it's just
dumb.
a record review, I'll review the records and I
What
will
did
tell
you
the
do
attorney
here?
what my
Pretty and
opinions are.
unrealistic. I mean,
If
come on now. Be real.
my
Be reasonable.
opinions support what they
If
are
this- if
hoping,
people were
then
more
I may
reasonable
hear
and
back
less
from them.
greedy, then we'd
If
have
my
a better
opinions
world.
don't,
I'm gonna
I
guarantee
probably
you
don't ever hear
that.
back from
We
them.
just can't fucking figure
So-
it out because there's still assholes in this
Did you
world.
have
It's
permission
really
from the
shocking
GBI
to me
to do
that
that?
there's so
I
many
did
assholes
every
in this
single,
world.
while I was at the GBI, every single concert case
Unfucking
that I did,
believable.
I
And they
got
think they're
written
the
approval
shit.
So this is
but
what he
they're
by
does.
my superior,
Which is
who
fine.
was the
Again,
deputy director of the agency.
Now, have you
There
ever been
you go.
qualified to
Heading
testify
off.
as an
injury,
expert,
moral
the
injury.
things that the
in the area
prosecution
of
will bring up.
forensic pathology,
Where's my
especially in
copy?
gunshot wounds, in any state or courts?
Yes, so throughout the state of Georgia, obviously. As far as gunshot wounds in other states, I've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in a number of states.
How many states have you been qualified to testify?
Oh,
in as
don't eat
forensic
that.
pathologist?
Don't eat that. Don't.
Probably in the area of 20, 25.
Okay. And you've been qualified in the state of Georgia by
Like,
both
okay.
state and federal
Okay,
courts to
boomer.
testify about gunshot wounds specifically.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
boomer.
And have you done
Oh my god,
autopsies
they're picking up
on
my order.
people who are the victims of a shotgun wound?
Yes, sir.
The opportunity
Have any idea
here
how many
will be
occasions you've done that?
Oh, I'm sure
they'll
myself,
qualify him as
I've
an expert.
probably done,
Wow, this doesn't work.
oh, 75 to 100 or something to that effect, and been involved in many more.
Okay.
That's
Tell me what the
been involved in, meaning he's
National
not doing the
Association of
autopsy,
Medical
but he's reviewing records.
So that's actually the primary national organization that, every profession has their own national organization. And for us, for short, we call it NAME. NAME is really the main national organization for forensic pathologists. And they write position papers, we have annual meetings, there's a journal that comes through that organization. So it's the prime organization for forensic pathology.
And
Dr.
you
Baker says he
enjoy any
prefers to do
position
hands-on work
they-
than record review,
do.
though he gets asked to do
What-
record
what
review a lot.
position or
I forgot to put my
So
earrings
I'm
on, chat.
currently
You
on
didn't
the
tell
board of
me.
directors.
I forgot this morning.
And I sit on a few committees for NAME.
Okay.
DK asked if Dr. B
Now,
works from. He is
you're licensed
mostly
in the
retired. He
state
still
and New
teaches
York?
at a local dental
Not
school.
New York anymore. When I left New York,
The
I let
whole
my
other-
license lapse because I had
It's
a feeling I
expensive.
wasn't going back for quite a while. So currently I'm licensed in Georgia.
Are you board certified
Yes, sir.
in forensic pathology?
Yes, sir.
At the break, we'll
and
talk about
you've
Alec
got
Murdoch's new charges.
A
I
number
saw
of
them.
Yeah.
articles and books and you enjoy it. You teach at
But I wanted
what
to wait till the
schools?
break.
So I was teaching at Augusta University. And that's the medical
There we go.
school. That's the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Training Program.
Thanks, chat. You're
that
like,
I
no, we
started
respect
at
you. It's
GBI.
okay. You don't have to wear
They were the
earrings every day.
sponsoring agency. But I've lectured at St. Louis University,
Thanks,
at
Chad.
their master's course in death investigation. I've lectured all over the state of Georgia to law enforcement, to coroners.
How about Emory School of Medicine?
Yes, well, at Emory, we had resident and fellows that would rotate through the medical examiner's office in Fulton County, as well as actually GBI. So we would teach them as well.
You got to learn somehow.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to have Dr. Eisenstadt qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
As a state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I imagine there wouldn't be. He's a
Okay, let me
qualified
talk to
forensic
you.
pathologist.
Well, let's get to this before they get to it. Are you being paid for your testimony? When I say paid for your testimony, are you being compensated to evaluate?
Is that the way you would ask the question,
Yes, I'm being
Poot?
compensated for my work.
Are you being
How much
paid
you
for
being
your
paid?
testimony?
So up until this point, I've been paid $3,000.
They wouldn't ask it that way.
And then I have another invoice that will come out after trial.
God, that's terrible.
which
It's
will
raining here, everyone, and I'm not
probably
sure how long my
be
internet will
another
stay
$1,000
on.
Are
Seems
you
like
compensated by the
something
hour
is
or by the
broken.
task or what?
Oh, it has
by
been
the
freezing
hour.
rain?
So when I review
Yikes, Ted.
documents,
I know you've had a
charge
lot of internet
$600 an
problems in the
hour,
last few days.
And then for testimony, I
with this
charge
weather. I'm
per
so
day,
sorry,
so
honey.
24 hours, and that's $5,500 per the day.
Okay. So,
mean,
and is that
reasonable for an expert.
unusual for
Well,
doctors who
I'll
testify,
I'll
consult,
sing
testify? Is that the normal
as long
practice?
as you have
In my field of forensic pathology, I've been told I actually undercharge, but,
It is
there's
low.
some that charge less than me, there's some that charge more than me.
Okay, I've got a number of topics I want to talk to you about today, but some testimony we had last week. I was going to say earlier this week, but we should be getting to together.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm an old guy, I forget things. I'm not sure what week it was. I apologize to the court and the state for my faulty memory.
That's it. May proceed.
The snark.
So,
You're so sorry.
sometime I
The
believe
snark,
last
he's like,
week,
I'll
we
answer
heard
your
from the
comment with a
coroner of
comment.
Carlton County. Did you
She's
watch
not
that
gonna let him
testimony?
do it, though.
Testimony?
Not the coroner. I saw Dr. Reimers, the medical examiners, but I did not see the coroner.
Oh, the coroner
Okay,
just
tell
put his
me,
hands in
please,
the
if
armpits.
a
Don't
medical
worry about the
examiner or
coroner.
coroner comes on the scene.
Just ignore the
of a
coroner.
Suspected homicide.
Who's
How
trying to
would
do
one,
the, ladies and gentlemen, the
as a
jury?
physician or medical examiner, how would one determine time of death? What procedure would you follow?
Oh, well, whether it be a homicide or not, any death scene, you want to try to get an idea. It's not an exact science, but you want to try to get an idea of what the body temperature is as compared to the ambient temperature.
Why?
Why? Because it can give you an idea of how long the body has been there.
How do you do
But
that?
there's a lot of factors. So the way that I always taught,
liver
the
temperature?
investigators and coroners is if you walk into a room or you walk into an environment where there's a dead body, the first thing you do is put a thermometer down. Don't look at the thermostat on the wall. Don't, look at the computer to see what it says. Put the thermostat down, look in the
Thermometer.
area,
That's
start
smart.
your investigation. Come back and look at the
Listen,
thermometer.
Mr. Off to
That will
work.
be your
Oh my
ambient
God,
temperature.
he's going with his
Ambient temperature means
ribs.
what?
The
Well, we're all
temperature
sending
of the
big
air in
healing
that
vibes to
area.
Mr. James,
And obviously you want to put it near where the body is.
Mr.
We
Mom.
all know
We're
that you can
sending
go
healing
quickly
vibes to
through
Mr. Mom. I want to
armpit,
hold
dude,
his
is
back
not the
Do a
way.
rectal
warm,
temperature, you put it
loving
in the rectum,
kindness.
but you leave it there and you
Good for
start
this guy.
doing more of your
His
scene
back,
investigation.
his rib cage and
Then
all.
you come back, you take it out, and then you have the closest to what
That
we
sucks.
can get for a core body temperature.
Sucks.
And you document those two. And then there's other things you look at. You look at blood settling, and you look at what's called rigidity, so stiffening of the muscles.
So why would
Not
you want
Riger
the core temperature
Targaryen,
and
you
egg
get
temperature? What do
Riger.
you do with that?
Well, then you can, the body
I think he's
will
trying to make it in
equilibrate,
normal language.
Well, what?
will
Equilibrate.
sort of even out with the ambient, so the outside temperature, between 1 to 1.5
I want Friday's
degrees
Lounge again.
per hour. I will say it's not an exact science, because
Friday's
obviously,
lounging about. Oh my God!
right now, I'm sure my body temperature
This
is a
J-Lo.
little higher because
That you've ever
I'm
heard.
on the stand. So I may not be 98.6 degrees right now, which is normal.
He's like, I'm not in the
Right
hotter.
now,
J-Rian's
the
nailed that
appropriate-
impression.
I mean, I'm not
And
saying
she's
it's
from
not right now, but,
Queens.
So
She's
your
from
temperature's up a
fucking
little bit.
Queens.
Not tempting,
Does
Poot?
that mean that you would
Like
start
she's not
at a,
even
in
southern.
your
But
calculations?
she nailed
of
that
temperature, what would
Alabama.
you do?
Right, so that's the problem,
Lord.
is that, let's say I'm 99.5
That's really good.
right
That was some
now,
good
so
stuff.
that's 1
On
degree
for
higher.
3 weeks.
That already
Oh,
moved,
no,
we're starting to
I
move that
want
time
you.
frame out to it could have an hour
Husky devil, don't
faultiness
say that.
to
Don't say
what you're
that.
going to do. So it's
Oh, 2
100
hours
degrees
in, that's
outside.
funny.
My
That's
core
funny.
body temperature
Oh my
is
God.
99
3 weeks. What are you
degrees.
gonna do,
So we
Mr.
have 1
Devil?
degree difference.
You're gonna be
So you
missing
may
her in
say
about
it's been
24
about an
hours.
hour,
What you're gonna be doing.
but, unfortunately, television
Try
shows have made it
something.
seem like you can say it happened at this time.
And
But
you can't.
in all honesty, you
Make a
can't,
mess.
but by far the best
Such a sweet
methodology
answer.
It's not
do a
Oh
core
God,
body
you're
putting your hands
And an ambient.
in somebody's
and ambient temperature,
armpits.
yes.
So tell me what you would learn by sticking your hand under the armpit of a deceased.
Mommy's not here.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Yes!
Really?
Well, you may learn that the arm
This
can't
one
come
should
down because of
pay attention,
rigidity,
sorry.
but as far as temperature, you have your own body temperature. You have.
That's why the defense called,
you're
that's why the
sticking it
defense called the
in an
coroner so they could
armpit,
roast the coroner.
Which is exposed to the ambient
I'm not mad
temperature.
about it.
So.
I'm not mad about it at all.
That it's just
I'm
not a
mad
valid
about it.
method to try to make a determination of time of death.
Just a guess.
Almost
The
here.
defense called the witness because the state didn't. The state wasn't going to
So-
call coroner armpits.
Let's talk a little bit about.
It's a disastrous clown show that he's like, well, I didn't want to use a rectal thermometer. I didn't want to take a rectal temperature and do my job. So instead I put my hands in the armpits. It was such a disaster. But defense's theory of the case is that SLED did an appallingly bad
Do not
job,
cry.
and the coroner shows it. I think that's why coroner armpits was
Roasted
their first
coroner.
witness, and the state just called the pathologist,
Oh.
and the state didn't really give a time of death.
The clean
in their
ones.
case.
Our request,
They used the phone,
Mr. Murdaugh's lawyer, did you
You're
examine?
gonna. You're so funny.
Material.
Of course you miss her.
so
I'm
he
sorry.
did not examine
Yes, sir, I
the
did.
bodies.
Everything's like a TV show
let me
sometimes.
first of
Mr.
all
Devil. I
ask you if you
apologize. I know
examined-
that
No, the coroner's not SLED, but that's
real people
their.
have real lives that don't
Let
act
me be more
I see.
general. The
These
case
two
is that the investigation botched. So corner armpits is not SLED. Corner armpits is elected for what, Colton County?
Married for 40
So
years.
they are putting that in because they want to show
I
that
don't even think I
the
have 40 years left.
state
177,
investigation,
178.
law enforcement's
So if we're gonna
investigation
give
was done
40 years
poorly.
Anybody, we gotta get married
So-
right now because I.
But also, I never thought I would see that in a case. I didn't think to have a Doofenshmirtz type character in this trial. And then coroner armpits came in, and we were
promise
like,
you, I
"Oh
will
shit!"
do my best for you.
There that is. There that is. So he was
So
called by the defense because the
178, yes.
prosecution wouldn't call him.
Tell us what that is.
That is the Medical University of South Carolina's autopsy file. So it's more than just the report. It's essentially the file for the medical examiner.
Okay.
Oh no,
Can you
was you
examine that?
sure?
Yes, sir, I did.
Go ahead, what's the next one?
Because they talk over
Oh, I'm so glad I'm in my blanket today. So this is, I can only imagine that they're going to ask him more about
2 minutes away.
pathology, the
2
shot
minutes.
trajectory, and all of the rest of it,
So 177 I did examine, and
and
this
then
is
challenge the time of death because they want to push the time of death back
MUSC
later.
file, for Maggie.
This being 177.
Yes, sir.
So Maggie's 177 and Paul is 178.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would offer these into evidence.
So-
Your Honor, the state would object to these documents coming in.
They're not evidence.
Dr. Reamer testified to her reports.
And the testimony's here.
By Dr. Reamer.
The testimony's
These are not
evidence.
Reports generated by Dr. Eisenstadt. He has reviewed those reports. He testified to the substance of those reports.
Can't
but
tether
we
them
would
in.
object to the reports themselves.
A
coming
good
in.
objection by the state. It took 25 days.
Your Honor, these are business records.
No, you haven't
They're kept in the
established
ordinary
that.
course of business, according to Dr. Reamer. And
I don't remember him asking about that. Maybe he
there's
did.
certainly nothing in here other than her findings, basically. So we'd object, I mean,
Those reports never come in, by the way.
these are what Dr. Reamer relied on. This
No, her
these
testimony.
documents, certainly.
She didn't rely on
under the
it.
business
She relied on her
records
memory.
exception, They would be admissible. I quite understand
These never
why
come in.
the state would not want this jury.
Oh, now he's arguing to the jury.
I'm sorry.
The state has objected, so the argument is not why they would not want them.
Business records exception, I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the exhibit, I can't rule without seeing what they are.
Oh, he didn't walk to her. He made her walk to him. It's the little things in the courtroom that bug me about Poot, and that's one of them. Instead of walking over and handing them to the other court reporter so she could hand them up, he stood there and waited for someone to come get them from him. It is those types of things in court that are absolutely a power struggle. So the prosecution is arguing that the records don't come in. The defense is trying to admit all of the records in. They should have done this objection when they asked Dr. Reamer to allow a page from a freaking textbook in, but they didn't. Normally, you just get the testimony, not the report. On occasion, you will get the page that has the diagram of where the bullet trajectories were. And so you will absolutely get those coming in, but that's it from the report. It is rare that they try to put these records in court because the testimony stands on its own. So we'll see what the court means. I don't think that Dr. Reamer testified to everything in those reports, I would imagine. And I think in cross, he probably did establish business records knowing he would try to get them in. I just don't remember it because my brain zoned out. So we'll see. But it is a power. Look, commanding a courtroom is a power struggle. And Poot takes I think it's just ingrained in him, and we see it happening constantly. Is the prosecutor rocking a side bang? Do I need side bangs? Kind of is a side bang. Wonder if they're intentional, growing out. I've got questions. Excuse me, Madam Prosecutor, can we talk about your bangs? Yes, I also love the all black suit. I have questions about your bangs. Can we chat? Is it a curtain bang that chat? Look, here's the thing. We need to chat about other things. The court's reviewing the record. I'm going to answer some questions. I saw a lot of you ask, can the prosecution call Alec back to the witness stand now that he's testified? No, his testimony is done. Why not get the report? No notes. I would want the info. Yes, it's just not appropriate. There's probably things in the report that haven't been testified to. It is also an anomaly. Like, I've never even considered it. It's just a strange thing to go and put the reports in. So digital records are more valid than body temp. No, I don't think digital records are more valid than body temp. I think the state doesn't have an actual body temp, so they are arguing the digital records show the pattern of life better than what was taken in this case. So the court reviewed the records and is admitting them over the prosecution's objection.
Primarily interested in her determinations some
And these are what the
Okay.
these are what the
So,
experts relying on to rebut.
examined
Can body language
her,
be used in court? No.
Her report, correct?
Yes,
Yes,
we're
sir.
all back together again.
And-
We live here now.
Elmo, please.
Thank you, Christy.
Can I have those reports? Let's talk about
So the reports
Maggie
are evidence
again,
now.
Okay.
Okay.
Emily, I finally get to watch live because I'm on jury duty. The irony. Well, you're on jury duty here and there, Stephanie. Double duty today.
And I'm going to put this on the Elmo.
I don't know about that. We'll see.
Can you tell me what this is, please?
That's a standard body diagram for a female.
And you do this?
Oh, we'll
Yes,
talk
sir.
about that. It was the upstairs.
And could I have the easel?
Holy moly.
What?
Yeah, right?
Oh, you can? Okay. So
Jesus Christ on a cracker.
Thank you, Sess. Congrats to Ian.
Yes.
I hear that Ian won Breakout Creator at the Gundy's Award Show this weekend. Very excited. Saw some pictures. They had a lot of fun. If there's a hung jury, can they retry under different charges? No. They can charge different charges. No. They can charge different charges, yes. Can they retry under different charges? They would have to charge the different charges first. So they can charge different charges. It looks like they're pulling out the boards that Dr. Reamer created as exhibits, I think, unless
This
they're
is
pulling out their
mommy's.
own. Somebody should. Oh, they're pulling out their own blackboards. To draw on. Aviation Fanatic said, bought an I Have Questions shirt this weekend because I have questions. Same. This
No,
trial's
I
all
don't
over the
know,
place.
Marie.
Same, but you've made it easier to watch. I sure I
Short
have.
answer no?
What do you see on the
Okay.
screen?
I see the
Good.
female body diagram from the autopsy of Maggie Murdoch.
Good.
Okay. So
Most of the female body diagrams are more Barbied than this one. This one's a little bit less neutral. I'm just gonna leave it there. This one is less neutral than most that I have seen, but here we are. Isn't she the same prosecutor who wore all white? Yes. She's the only female prosecutor on the team that has been questioning witnesses. I have not watched the Netflix documentary yet, but I'm pretty solidified on how this defense team acts. There's ones that I like more
okay,
than others.
Okay.
by way of, let's walk through the wounds on Maggie, okay?
Okay.
So look
It's a
at
very
the
fair
sketch
point,
in front of
Christy.
you, and walk the jury through. If you need to come down here with a pointer, or can you do it?
China doesn't want to take its eye on. Yeah, you're
We'll
right.
get to the cell phone
There's
stuff.
a lot of
Right.
writing, so it may be easier for me to point it out.
I
don't know
don't
if
think
this is a
Ukraine. I
touchscreen
think
or
we
not.
need to. I don't know.
Kristen,
I don't
the
know.
amount of times this,
Let's shut it
this,
down. Let's
why is no one ready,
wrap it
in the
up.
Miranda Priestley voice goes through my head during this trial, is excessive.
Step down here, please.
Why isn't anybody
I'd like you
ready?
to stand
All day, day. And it's a Monday after a weekend. He knows what's coming.
so that those jurors over there can see, so you probably need to stand over there.
Sure.
Aquarius, yes, we ship to Germany.
Okay, so how about walk them? Yeah, okay. Walk them through.
I don't think this person contacted the
the
defense. I
easiest
think the
way
defense
to
contacted
go
them
from
to hire them.
So we have, these are all rifle wounds.
These are going to be
They're
trajectory.
all caused by a rifle. We have an
Hello,
entrance
much needed
wound
precipitation
on the
today.
left thigh.
Oh yeah,
And
Tom,
the
please.
entrance wound on the
No,
left
let's
thigh
do outside.
has, on the diagram, little dots, which is stippling.
Wouldn't need to find
which
open
makes it
window.
a
Yes,
intermediate range rifle wound.
What does that mean,
Window
intermediate
fall
range?
out.
We're talking up to,
Pass out.
1 to 3 feet.
Oh,
Spray
The end of the barrel to the
thanks,
access
y'all.
skin
We
region.
binged.
Pass due time for Vladimir.
And I agree with
Fine.
what's
Me.
Dr. Reamer put
When they
here.
pulled his
That's the
mother out.
radial left
It's
thigh.
fair. They take their
Now
sweet
we
tea
flip
time.
the
Nobody
body
seems
over,
annoyed.
And we have the
It's just the jury's on
the
week
diagram,
6.
so this is now the left side. And we
Send
have the
him
corresponding
back.
exit
Send him
wound
back.
on the back of the
That
left
file
thigh.
that his mother.
So I agree with the range of fire,
Let's put them back to his mother's
directionality.
death file.
What do you
that it's
disagree
an
with?
Intermediate range rifle wound.
So you and Dr. Reamer
That's his
agree?
real evil guy.
Yes, we agree on this one.
Okay, next.
He has done worse.
Moving up,
Instead. So there.
we can go here to
Why?
the torso.
Guilt to-
Why the diagram if they're dealing with the
Another
Elmo,
entrance
though?
rifle wound on the upper right
That's what I say to Vladimir.
torso.
Vladimir.
Okay.
Ёб твою мать.
It
Go fuck
as
your
per,
mother.
I obviously can't see the inside,
In the dead
but
body
as per
file,
the
they pulled
autopsy,
her
it
out
goes
of the court.
through
I had
a number of
I had
organs, goes across, and comes out the bottom left
to. Let the mom
back of the torso. And I agree with that, with her finding on that as well.
Let me interrupt you one second.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement, did you look at the autopsy photos?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you look at her report and her notes?
Absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement.
All right, I'm
did you look
switching
at the
just
autopsy photos?
to get slightly better audio.
Did you look at
Go
her
through all the
report and
Russian
her notes?
idioms I
Anything else you looked
authorized in
at?
window.
I looked at some scene photos.
They're much more dangerous, even the
I
ground floor.
believe
I'll switch back if we need to.
But you're relying on her photos.
Yes, the most important
That's the word
for
in
me
Russian. It's
is the
осторожно.
autopsy report, the
Осторожно,
autopsy
Windows-sill.
diagram,
That's very
and the
slippery, and
autopsy
there's a lot of
photos.
cancer on
Okay.
it.
Okay, I'm sorry, go to the next one.
Don't drink
Okay,
the tea.
so we now have, we've talked
Don't
about
drink the
one
chai.
gunshot wound, a rifle wound, 2 rifle wounds. Now we have a rifle wound on the left wrist and forearm.
International intrigue.
We have an entrance
with Lolo.
on the back of the left
Before 8
wrist,
a.m. in the
which is
morning,
the
Lolo.
dorsal surface, and this is the ventral volar surface. And the exit is on the volar left forearm. I agree with that as well. On the, oh, I'm sorry, I also looked at x-rays.
Get down off of there.
On the x-ray, there are
Are you trying to kill me
some
today? Is
little
that what you're gonna
fragments
do?
of, you can tell,
It's
the
working.
rifle round in the left wrist.
And it went through?
It went through,
And entrance on which side?
on the back of the left wrist.
So we were talking about Maggie
Oxnell.
Murdoch's
Thank you. Sorry,
injuries.
Oxnell.
So we now talked about 3 of them. Now we have 2. I'll start with the first one, which I agree with her findings, and then the second one is where I have, there's a discrepancy. So if we now look at rifle wound E, which is the one that's here on the back of the head,
For our Russian viewers.
the directionality is correct, and I can explain why I believe the one on the left breast, the directionality is
Yeah,
wrong.
I know, cats are definitely, cats always.
But we have a almost tangential, meaning that it doesn't go super deep into the brain. It comes here, but a rifle has a lot of kinetic energy and so it has a lot of force to it, and it can cause severe disruption. And it's coming along here,
Disruption
goes through the brain, and when this one goes through the brain, it causes an injury to the brain stem. That would make her die immediately.
Carry man of coffee.
So this one came here,
There's not-
and then which is
Why
the
it's-
entrance on the back.
Oh my
right of the
God,
head.
Marie!
That's labeled what?
Oh
That's
my
labeled,
God! Oh
E.
my God! Marie.
And then you
The
can see
mom
the
has
X-ray, there's a
this,
little
though.
fragment, or a few little
Двери,
fragments in the
двери
head.
закрываются.
And so a rifle round little
Следующая
fragment, we call it a lead
Фрузенская.
snowstorm.
Have
It
you ever
sort of
been
like
on the-
X-ray looks
the
like a
Moscow
snowstorm, a
Metro?
bunch of little
That's a
white
band name.
pieces. It
Осторожно.
breaks up,
Двери закрываются.
pieces of projectile come through,
Frozen.
down into the back, and continue down into the
I've
right
never
chest.
forgotten that. I heard that from
So
Canadian
they're
this
police
talking about the
in
damage
Moscow.
Now
done.
remember, we're talking about directionality. This is top, this is bottom.
I'll
And
never
so
forget that.
on the body, it's going downwards.
Двери закрываются.
But obviously, we have a moving situation.
Come
So if she's
on,
like this, it may have been
yes. Oh
coming
my
straight.
God. I don't, my
But
Russian
on the body,
is normal.
directionality is downwards.
He did a very good job of
And-
explaining that. Here's my
No, I-
There are
question.
some up arrows here.
I don't
on
know
the
what these
injuries
photos
to
look
the
like.
upper
I don't
back.
want
I
to.
don't know why.
But
Because
when he's
in
talking
the
about it
report, they
raising
go
the back
down.
of the skull and
So
damaging
that's
the
all
brain
part
stem,
of gunshot
that
or
might not have been
rifle
readily
wound.
apparent.
That's actually a lethal.
So
rifle.
Love Russia.
how
Russia.
is Alec able to say
And
Maggie was shot in the head?
I studied
I don't know
history
if that would have been
and
apparent.
literature.
Coroner had to shave her
I
head to better
went
look at
there-
that.
I went there
And
So I have
then
questions
the,
about that too, and the jury might as well
Union
depend on
fell.
the
I went
photos.
there after the Soviet Union fell. I fucking
graze
love
wound to the
Moscow.
abdomen.
It might have been more
And
readily
this is
apparent than
where
it's been
I
described,
differ
but
in opinion of directionality.
it
So you
doesn't
agree
seem
with
readily
her,
apparent
everything
to me.
except this
Something
one.
romantic.
On Maggie, that's
I
correct.
will never
Okay,
get out of my soul.
Okay. So, if we look at the
I'll
autopsy
never forget
photos, that's
standing
gonna be
on Red
extremely
Square
important.
We will in a minute.
as the sun was rising. and
So we do have a wound on the left breast,
I can still
we do have a wound on the
standing on
left
Red
chin,
Square looking at
and we do have this abrasion under the left.
and just
breast.
being and
And
the-
sometimes there are characteristics
I was just
that
like
we look
overwhelmed.
for to try to give us directionality of a superficial gunshot or rifle wound.
So he agrees with most
And-
of the directionality of the wounds to
What
Maggie.
you're looking for
Very
when it's a
preached, but we
tangential
understood.
wound is you're looking for skin tags. So,
Tell me what a skin
That just
tag is.
overwhelms me.
sure. So if you think about it, if a bullet is coming
Why we're here.
and it hits the skin, and you can see how it's pushing the skin like this, so you're gonna get these tears in the skin. And the tears in the skin are going to be in the direction that the
Well,
bullet's
I'm gonna listen to
coming.
him while I drink coffee and try.
But if you
For those new to the
let
case,
that
Maggie was shot
go,
4 to 5 times.
between those two tears
There
is a
were
triangular
7
piece of
casings.
tissue left, right? So we have a tear over here, we have a tear over here, and then you let it go and you have a skin tag. You have a piece of tissue
Oh,
pointing
let it
in the direction
go.
that the bullet
Blah
came
blah.
from.
Hoo, hoo, ho,
And
ho.
so when I look at the picture of the rifle wound to the back of the head, you can see all of those skin tags are pointing up this way, so the bullet came here. When I look at the left breast and I look at the wound to the left side of the head, or excuse me, the left chin or jaw, I see skin tags pointing this way. So that would make this rifle wound come from here. It would be superficial, but remember we have all of that kinetic energy.
So they're
So
arguing the
that's why we get the
trajectory.
splitting of the skin, the fracture of the chin, then it comes down through the breast,
And
then
goes
it
down the body that
grazes,
way and then out.
the upper left chest. And it sort of
That actually makes more
when you
sense
think about it.
if somebody
If a
stooped over,
person is
yeah.
leaning forward and you've got one going down
That the
this
other
way,
one goes this way.
you've got another one going
her haircut.
essentially in the same exact direction.
Yeah, one,
So there's the
1,
scientific
2.
aspect by looking at
Because this one
the
would have to be
actual,
first, because this one, there wouldn't
Oh my
be
God,
anybody
I
up
love
after
you.
that.
I can't wait till we meet in real life.
And then you also have two wounds
I'll come
from
there.
a rifle that are right next to each other.
Go in the same
going in the
directionality.
direction.
Okay,
And you indicate that both of the directions of both of
that
those,
makes sense.
one that goes down.
Yeah, that makes a lot
this
more
way
sense.
and severs the brain.
To me.
And then the other one that goes down and through her breast.
Yeah, this makes way more
Unless
sense.
somebody were very, very tall, is there an explanation of how those wounds would have come about?
Yes, so I mean,
Other stories.
really, we know
Oh
it's
my
coming from the
God.
top of the head
This is
down,
James's
right?
mom.
So unless someone is,
You wanna hear
is
something cray-cray?
standing in an elevated position,
For me, this
Hi.
doesn't,
or
Used to work
someone is
for-
lying down
This
on their
makes more
stomach,
sense in the
and then you have a
order of the
sniper
shots
who's on the ground going this way.
Groups.
and where somebody
Really,
was.
and we see this in people who are going to open the door because someone's knocking on the door.
I think that's a great
And
idea.
a shot comes through.
Never wanted any
If
resources.
you're leaning, as I was saying earlier, if you're leaning forward,
Free.
let's say the first
You
shot
know,
here
you're gonna
gives her
think about doing
significant
that.
pain. I agree with Dr.
Absolutely.
Reno. And
Utilize
she's leaning over like
you have
this,
to have access to,
then
and that includes
if
people.
I
They're
have
so amazing. I don't know what they
I
do.
have a
Oh
gunshot
my
coming
God,
like
he's
this.
looking at the
Right
jurors to
now,
not hit them with the
I look at
ruler.
the body lying flat on the table, you
Around
can see
walls,
how it goes straight down. So the
I
explanation that I think is probably most
I
feasible
would be
is
delighted
that
to
she's
help
leaning
support you
forward.
in any way.
Because of
Most
the other
likely probably
shots.
in pain from the
Because the
abdominal.
You know?
shots,
And the second
Well,
shot,
the leg and the abdominal one.
so she's leaning forward, one back here, and where does the second shot come?
The
No, no.
second shot goes right next to the left ear, and on the autopsy photos, you can see a ring of a contusion or a bruise, and it looks
That one would have
very,
happened
very
first.
similar to her earring that was found there. And again, that's from the energy would push the earring up. It comes, the bullet comes down, goes through the breast.
I don't think people
That
understand.
makes more
what
sense that
it's doing for a lot of people in
Pretty
terms
much,
of
yes.
Who-
their
Ring goes, they
parasocial.
find at the scene, right?
Correct.
The earring with hair was
Okay,
found at the
so
scene,
let's
but that makes
walk
more sense that the
Twitter really
energy
became a
that it took to
huge
break
part of
the
their
jaw is because
situation.
that's where the entry wound was.
Especially over the last
Maybe
3
have
years.
The
crossed
other
over
ME
there.
said she was leaning forward, but said that the shot came from behind and up instead of
The
in
officer
front
has
and
been,
down.
it has a huge mental
So it's a shift.
put that as a big part of their
Um,
communication and a big part of their social
Remind
structure.
everyone.
So,
It's a
yeah,
shift.
which is dangerous in and of itself. Totally understand. But
So no, I think she was. I agree. She had leg shots and then a shot to the abdomen and was bent over from the injuries, and then the shot
I'm
that went
sorry,
cheek down.
159.
He's saying
Not your
the
fault.
shot that went cheek down and then the shot that went head down, but I still don't understand because of the
Right, and
superficiality of the head
again, I apologize
shot
for
how
the
he
graphic
could
nature.
say without checking the bodies, she was shot in the head. Because I don't think it would have been visually
I
apparent
broke it.
like it
I
was with
broke
Paul.
mine.
So this depicts Maggie's body
I
on
pulled
the
it and
autopsy
I
table.
broke
Does it make a big difference?
I have to
No,
feel
it shows that
When we're doing our
Dr.
measurements
Reamer
on
might have
the
been
body,
wrong
that's
about
how we're
Maggie.
looking at the body, lying on
And
her
then we're going to
back
look at Paul,
or
and I
on the
think
person's
they've got a
back
big
on the
argument with Paul.
autopsy table. And we're looking at the left side. Here is that wound with the left ear and the
Poot does
left
use
chin.
graphic
and here's
language.
her left breast. And then right above this wound here, we have that semicircle, which is consistent with the earring.
So this is the shot you would disagree with Dr. Reamer about.
Yes, this is the only shot I disagree with.
And her explanation of this was what?
I say
mean,
we
what
do
was
a
the-
potluck
I mean, it was going
Thanksgiving.
up?
Yeah, she stated that it was going up.
I think we just do a
Entered the
potluck.
breast
I'll
and then
host.
gone
We
up.
just do a potluck.
Right.
And the reason you disagree with that is?
Well, number one, there's skin tags. When we look closer at the breast and we look closer at the left side of the chin, skin tags are pointing upwards, showing that
Your
that's where the
groups are
bullet
great.
came from.
I'm the Center for
And
Human
the
Children.
other is,
Very effective.
there's also
what it did, what it
part
provided.
of our job where just sort of common sense, and it just seems very odd that when you have one going this way, you have to be in a very bizarre position to be able to get it to go up. But from the scientific standpoint, it's how the wound looks.
And you believe those wounds
Starting one may
those
be
wounds are
different. Some
caused
of the
by
groups,
bullets fired in succession?
Oh, I wouldn't be
Well, like,
surprised.
some of the groups I actively seek
be.
to
Could we go to?
Everything in this case could be.
Oh, yes, you're right, Ted. You're right. They do. They do. I know the real deal.
I'll
I
warn
did
Dr. B
well,
about
in my
the crowds
peer
for
support
Thanksgiving.
program in New England, so that's what
We
I'm
might
talking
travel
about.
Thanksgiving this year.
And those are the materials I
So
have,
this
which
is the left
really just
side,
around how to
of
host
her,
those
That's a
conversations.
lot of attorneys
And-
taking a
On how
look,
to
but
have
that
that
makes sense.
conversation.
pulled
The
forward, but
Really
you can
not.
see
There's no real
here,
proof stuff.
those
I know what you
that
mean.
cluster of
you see the
shots.
skin tag is pointing this
Kind of
way,
like the yoga,
right? The
the
laceration
yoga
is
kind of
coming
path
down
to
here.
front instead of coming
radicalization.
If I
from
were to
There's
behind.
flip
also a
this
grief
back up,
path to
these skin tags
radicalization.
point up as well.
Point out a skin
There's
tag again.
vulnerable.
This is a great example of a
You have
skin
to
tag
keep
that's
around
like
that,
this.
Could you
but,
pull that up a little bit for me, please? Right
All the
around.
prosecutors have chairs.
Right
They
It's
just
more-
all want to
it-
see what this
right.
witness is
If you can
testifying
come
to.
together in an intuitive way
Okay, show me the
and
skin
just some
tag.
guardrails
Well,
around
there's,
making sure the
if we were
space
to,
is
you
safe.
see here that this
That's
is
all.
sort of in a
That's what I
triangular
can
shape.
provide.
And if I flipped it back up,
Mom, it's
it
just
would
three
fit
forces around
right
that.
into here.
You can decide.
And so the
Jesse
skin
Lynn,
tag
no.
is pointing upwards.
I
in the
know,
tried
it's
doing
not
directionality of
anything
where the
nice
bullet
because
comes.
everybody
It
tries
will
to
be
take
easier to
advantage
see
of
on the
us
breast,
and be vulnerable.
Okay.
I have a lot more control
So
over
could
my
we go
time
They really
and my
have.
life and my
So
energy
right though,
doing
Ted.
this
Thank you for bringing
than
that
I did when I was in court.
It's really
And I
important.
still get to go back into
Yes.
court when I
Because
Okay,
we're
now
all
go home and
vulnerable right now,
defendants
especially
visit
after
161.
I get to
So
go
it's
visit my friends who are judges. but
easy to
do I miss practicing in
be
court every
taken
single day?
advantage
No.
of and then being
I love doing
radicalized
Tell me.
and kind of
Is that the area you want? Does that help?
operationalized.
Yes, but I think before we blow it up, I
it's a
think
long
what's
career.
important
It's
is
time for a
for
change.
orientation purposes, you can see that her head is up
Weird.
here. So this would be up, this would be
This
down.
makes sense to me.
And now if we need to blow
Oh, it's
that
based
up,
on Jill's disability.
The question I still have is
you can see the
I
skin
didn't-
tags
see
I
photos.
didn't know either.
how readily
Are
apparent was it that
pointing-
Maggie had a head
Spend
wound?
time in it.
up.
That's my biggest question.
Ooh,
The
ooh, drink that water.
lacerations,
Drink
the
it, drink,
splitting in the
drink, drink.
skin is pointing down. So that indicates an up
Well, I
to
guess this is
down
kind of tough for him. isn't it?
directionality.
Okay.
He's like, no, actually,
And
Damn it.
see States Exhibit 498.
you're inherently vulnerable. God damn. Fuck people. Fuck people trying to
Tell
take
me
it.
what this depicts.
This is a beautiful depiction. I don't mean to use that word, I'm sorry.
Beautiful.
Hey,
I didn't
stop
mean that.
it.
That's from a forensic
it.
pathologist. It's a classic book example of
I appreciate that he kind of went,
lacerations-
wait, let me explain.
coming and pointing downwards. The skin tags are pointing upwards. So skin tag,
Dr. Reamer disagreed.
skin tag.
Oh,
all
I saw the
pointing
comments
up,
that
where the bullet's coming from
the fire chief
The
said they could see
lacerations
inside
are pointing
of Maggie's skull
down,
cavity.
which is
I need to
the
go back and
direction
look
the
at
bullet's
that.
going in.
Now, did you and
You off?
Dr. Reamer agree or disagree on that?
Enjoy.
We agreed on this.
Okay.
Bye.
Now, the other thing is, it appears her head was shaved. Why is that?
Right, so any gunshot wound to the head if you're trying to make a determination of entrance or exit, or trying to get a
Yes,
better
I appreciate
idea
that he
of
went
what it
clinical and then
looks
was like, wait,
you
wait,
also
wait,
want to
this-
look for,
let me tell you what I mean by that.
if there's any gunshot residue, you shade that area. So most of the time is to look at the actual outline of it. Sometimes it's to preserve
I hope
evidence
he
for
settles, but I don't know.
Could I
We'll
have
see.
168, please?
We'll see if we keep a kitty cam.
I don't think they'll recall Dr. Reamer.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know how much this matters for the jury.
What is this an X-ray of?
So this is an
I-
X-ray of her head and neck.
At this point in the
And
trial,
it might be hard to see, but we have
at this point
right
of the
here in
trial, the
center,
pathology doesn't
we
put a
have
weapon in anyone's
fragment
hand. The
of
defense is trying to
possible
argue
jacketing
that Alec is
or
too
a
tall.
fragment of a projectile, right here in the
But it will
midline,
matter with
a few
Paul, I
smaller
think.
pieces. We have nothing over on the left side where this injury is. So nothing went in here and stayed.
For all of you
of the
asking about
projectiles,
what
and
they're
then
seeing in
we'll
court,
continue down to the chest. It's one rifle that went down, and then you'll see that lead snowstorm.
Bodies
which is
are naked
consistent with it going back
in all of these photos,
to the back and down to the chest.
in every murder
Okay,
case.
and could you go to 169, please?
Once you get to the autopsy photos, everybody's naked.
So you can see here how it
Autopsy
continues
photos are-
down into the right chest. And it sort of
whole
looks
thing.
like a snowstorm. That's a rifle round.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and take,
Stephanie, thank you. I'm going to go back and watch that. Stephanie said in one of the body cam videos, the police officer mentioned seeing hair fragments.
This is James's mom. If you send me an
around Maggie's
email or
body, and he
something, I
mentioned
can
it was
just
where
send
she
you
hit the head. I'll go
these
back and look at that.
links
is to
and
look at the photos.
You can go from there. They're all pretty standard.
Because
and
truly,
determine
I'd
whether or
forgotten.
And
not
it's not actually anything you
the
don't know, but
original
just puts it in one.
6 weeks of
pathologist
trial.
was correct or incorrect.
We're also
That's what we hired you to do, right?
something.
Well, really, what you asked me to do was look at the autopsy report, look at the photos, and give my opinion on the gunshot wounds. That was it. I wasn't even asked to say, I wasn't even asked, is she right or wrong? You just asked me to look at them and give you my opinion.
Oh, I
And
see.
how many bullets holes do we have here? How many shots?
Well, we have 5 shots.
And of the 5, you agree with her on 4?
I don't
Yes, sir.
remember
And
where
disagree
he
with her
said
on
he
one.
teaches.
Okay.
That's dumb.
So let's move on for just a moment.
The
and let's
pathologist
look
Reamer
at,
was looking at the body. He's going with pictures. He just disagrees.
Paul's, autopsy report.
I
and we'll go to his
suspect,
sketch. Let me
and
get this
again,
material away.
there are the sketches behind Poot, which is not a problem. Hopefully they'll change angle when they put the photos back up, but they're going with Poot with the sketches. And the sketches will, after this is over, be made available to the public. Those
there it
aren't
is.
going to be
Yeah.
sealed forever. Some of the others will be, but he's
Yeah,
going based
Tom,
on pictures
I
and
put a
reports,
post
which
on
is fine because the
Mastodon,
pictures
Tom,
will
with
tell you a
your
lot.
recommendations for the
Maggie
power
and Paul were
supply,
released
the
pretty
out-home
quickly after
power
this
supplies.
to be
So
buried.
if you go to my Mastodon, you guys,
So-
which is in my links,
Yep, he disagrees.
can-
Exact. He
can
disagrees
check
with
that out as
one
well.
of
So how about detail what she indicates are the wounds to Paul? And we'll start at, I guess, at the
Right.
But
bottom and go up.
why are your suit sleeves too long? You
So
testify a lot.
there's 2 shotgun wounds to Paul.
I mean, all of my jackets
One is
are
on
too
the
long,
chest,
'cause I have short arms.
and one
but
is on the
That
head.
is
Okay, let's talk about the chest wound first.
don't
They're
you guys
looking
have
at
those
So the
the-
chest wound is
They're
also
looking
an
at the
intermediate range.
billboards like
so 1
Poot
to
has
3
put up here
feet.
in court. Is one of the most graphic
Shotgun
ones I've ever
wound
seen.
that goes across
Most of them don't have nipples.
the chest, does
John
not enter
Waters.
into the chest cavity.
How are you?
It leaves near the armpit,
have
and
things
then
YouTube
the
is
pellets
thrilled with us today.
themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm. I agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
I
So we
didn't think
moved
I
on to
would
Paul.
want to
So
call it
the
first.
other shot
For amphibian
resulted
person.
in his head exploding.
I imagine he doesn't
No.
agree with this
Explain
one.
to the jury what she said, and then what you believe, and we'll talk about why the difference is in just a minute. Okay?
Sure. So, in her autopsy report, she stated that she believed the entrance was coming from the left side, went up, and then it exited.
All right, we're switching.
Although I realize that they do
Extreme
have a-
pressure buildup in the head
Don't wanna,
from
like-
it being contact,
Because I realize
leading
that.
to these types of fractures.
I know they didn't use the board, they
And
just
that
put it
the
up there.
pellets, so the shotgun wound comes in, the wadding will start to open up. All of that pressure basically, for lack of a better term, will explode what's there because the pressure needs to get out somehow.
The
And
monitors are
then
low,
the
so
head
Alec can see the
would have been
jury.
down like this, and the pellets lodged here and went into the left shoulder, and then you can see that the
He's really
pellets are going
blubbery.
down into the tissues of the left
He's
shoulder.
blubber boy.
So you believe.
So that's why they're so low to the ground, so Alec and the defense team can see the jury and the monitors don't block their view. It's a small,
Resulted in his head exploding
awkward
was where?
courtroom. It's
Where would
hundreds
the
of years
shotgun have
old.
been?
Well, it would have been to the top back of his head.
And how far away from
You
the
would
head?
think they then if
Oh,
it's
no, it would've
100
been
years
pressed
old, they
against
would have like time
Be
to.
a contact wound to the back of the head,
He
Correct.
thinks
and that would result in, and we're going to talk about this in a little more detail in a minute.
he
But
thinks
if it
somebody
in the
was
back of the
above
head,
Paul.
Tell me how we have a hole here and then a
He
wound
thinks
here.
somebody
How
was
does that
above.
work?
Well,
Paul-
you're shooting.
Paul's
it's
wound
different than
goes this
shooting
way,
into,
like that way,
a
not
space where
this
it can
way.
expand. It's not up against a firm
Sir?
surface. So shooting into the abdomen is different. The
have
pressure will
questions.
still go in.
It's not-
if it's a contact to the abdomen.
you don't
but the
end up
abdomen
with
can stretch.
your body going that
pressure
way
and the
if the
gas
shot
can
is coming
disperse,
this way.
'cause it's sort of an open space with skin that can stretch out and back.
I have a
The
question.
skull really only has one hole at the very bottom. So if I were to take a shotgun and press it against this pile of paper here, and I were to shoot it, this paper would blow up because the pressure has nowhere to go, so it's got to blow everything up that's right there. If I were to take that shotgun and shoot it from here, the pressure is open. It's open to the free atmosphere, right? So it's going to come out of the barrel and it's going to spread out. It'll go a little distance, and that's why we get soot in close range shotgun wounds. It'll go a little distance, but then it'll disperse. So if I were here and I were to shoot down at this paper, the paper is going to get a whole bunch of holes in it, but it's not going to completely explode.
And this is birdshot, correct?
In the head, it's birdshot.
In the chest, it was?
It appears that it was buckshot.
Okay. Now, so her.
Did they determine that the gun was loaded with both kinds of
And tell me the
shot?
path.
Or is that still at contention?
Unfortunately,
But
the
the
top
question
of
you
the
want
head
is,
wasn't shaved.
what was
so
your
I
opinion?
can't tell you the exact entrance, but it absolutely is a contact range shotgun wound to the head.
How do you know
And
that?
from the way it was described by Dr. Reamer, what she described as the exit wound was that it was near the top of the head and a little bit back on the right. So probably right about here.
Okay.
Now.
That's what she determined was the exit.
Didn't know if they had actually,
Let me talk to you a
you know,
little
like,
bit. If you take a
Who's
look
her?
at this
Her
thing.
is Dr. Reamer. Her is the state's pathologist, Dr. Reamer. So they're saying that, I thought they said that the shooters had to be short, but now they are saying
Yeah.
that the shooter is behind Paul with a shotgun on the back of their head. This is why they want a jury view, because they want to argue that space in the
Defense exhibit.
very
116.
small quarters in the feed room. I am confusion.
Okay, so, yeah, if you can blow that up.
what's going on?
Rebecca asked
is
in the
an
chat
evidence.
difference
Where
between
did this,
birdshot and buckshot. I'll let the chat answer. The chatter
come from?
weapons experts at this point.
Yes, this is from
Yes, the
The
pellets
main
broke the window
textbook.
behind him.
On Gunshot Wounds by
Yep.
Vincent DeMeo.
Described as the Bible, shot wounds, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the book? Okay. I'm gonna
And
just
that's, I
stop.
think we asked Dr. Reamer about this book and she agreed, right?
Yes, sir.
And this
Well,
sketch
that's not
or this
exactly what
50
Dr.
pictures
Reamer said.
are from that book.
Kind of
Yes, it is.
mischaracterizes it.
So this depicts a shotgun shell being fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, please, this is the initial firing, correct?
The very top image, correct.
And what is that coming out?
No.
What's coming out are actually flames
you.
and gas. So sometimes you'll see a little bit of burning because
If this
the
camera
gunpowder
starts to
is
drift
ignited.
back, I will
So you
shift
have
it.
a little bit of flame and then gas.
Now, if they had shaved Paul's head, which they did not, correct?
Correct.
This is not consistent with the way
seen,
that the
some,
blood was.
evidence of that gas and
Because it was
flame?
directional.
I would say most likely yes. You don't always see it, but yeah, most likely there would be some soot or what we call searing, burning.
Okay, the next one down.
Because
B,
the
what is
way that
showing?
the
So
pellets went
now
out
what we're
and then
seeing is
the
at the front,
flood
you can see
went
all the
up.
pellets that are still sort of in a cylindrical form because the wadding itself has not completely opened up yet. So you know the pellets are all, you have a plastic tube in essence, and then the pellets are all at the top, and then there's a piece of wadding, so like a plastic disc or something, and
What are you
then
doing?
underneath
No,
it you have the
no,
gunpowder.
no. Christopher
So the
Gustafferson.
gunpowder gets ignited.
Oh my goodness
The
gracious.
heat builds up the pressure. It pushes out the
I gotta
plastic
get something to
tube
fix
through
this.
the barrel of the weapon.
And I have to-
And that's when, that first image, you see that. The second image, you see that we still have all of the shot, or the pellets are still within the plastic tube.
Come on.
And so that's going to go for a little distance. Behind it, we see the cloud of gas. We see the pressure from the cloud of gas. And this is still very early on in the
release
shot.
of the shot.
Okay,
Why
and
is
what's
there
the
cardboard
next,
hiding Alex
scene?
monitor
What is
from the
that?
gallery?
Right, so now we're a little bit further out.
The photos being
a little bit
showed
later
are sealed?
after the weapon's been
So
fired.
they don't want the gallery
We
to see
still
them.
see that the pellets are in sort of a cylindrical
The states are covered
form,
with paper.
and you can see that the cloud of gas is getting bigger, right? The reason the cloud of gas is getting bigger here
Yep, he
is
can't
because
see the
it's going to
monitor.
go where? Via the path of least resistance. So it's going out into the atmosphere. This is not pressed against anything. This is just if I were shooting in the air and the gas is coming out.
And the last one, D?
A little further on, you can now see the pellets are just starting to separate. And we see this big cloud of gas.
This is
So
the
pressure is
anatomy of a
dispersing
shotgun
outwards
blast.
into the atmosphere.
So
And if we cut
how a
another
shotgun
shot,
blast works.
3
is what
feet
they're going
down,
through.
4 feet down, what would be happening with those pellets?
So now you're starting to get individual pellets the pellets would be opening up. So
And
they
again,
wouldn't still
the
be in
jury
that
gets to
cylinder.
decide
If we're talking 3,
who they
4
agree with.
feet or further. So on the skin, we would start seeing a little outline of individual holes from individual pellets. It's not like they all have separated yet, but we would see some.
10 feet, would they be separated?
Oh, yes,
Okay, and so you see a pattern of shot,
correct,
individual pellets,
correct.
okay. So let's follow this back.
Okay, let's run this
If,
back. Run it back one more time.
Let's go with her scenario first.
Okay.
And the testimony, I think, has been
No, ask
3
him.
feet. The muzzle of the
You a-
shotgun was 3 feet from, and let me maybe.
That's not what she said. She said 2 to 3. Why don't you have him restate it? He should have been watching the testimony. Not with me, I talk. He should have been watching the testimony somewhere, if not in the courtroom, streaming. Which is great. It costs them less money they don't have to fly their expert in to watch the other expert when the expert can just watch it live. Is going through a transcript?
Let me have State's Exhibit 478, please.
But she did not say 4 feet. You said 4 feet.
Now,
I mean, it's just true, sir.
the wound.
He
in the
misstates
center
her
of his
testimony
chest,
constantly.
You and she agree on directionality. It came out under his arm. Pellets penetrated his arm and then went on, I think we've heard, out the back window.
Right, so directionality and range of fire, I agree with her on that one.
Okay, so when you look at the wound in his shoulder and his neck, and of course, his head, tell us where Dr. Reamer got it wrong.
Well, I think she has it reversed. And the reason being is, now that you've seen where all the pressure would go, if the entrance wound is here on the left shoulder, and we're saying that we're at least 3 to 4 feet away from there because we have no soot, we have no stippling on the skin, then by the time it gets to the left side of the chin, or over here at the angle of the mandible, the jaw, we've lost a lot of energy.
Okay, we're gonna have
And
to.
so, yes, you can get some pellets still going up into the head. You're not going to have the top of the head completely blown off. And if you look at the photograph here, you can see, for all of us, it curves over and goes around because the top of our skull's there. If you look here,
Don't do that.
goes flat.
These will
He's
not be
missing the
posted.
top of his skull. That would not have happened from a 3 to 4 foot, 3 or 4, I should say 3
Get away
feet
from there.
or further shotgun wound
She said
coming in on the left side.
to
And the wound on his shoulder, let's
Um,
look at that real quick.
but different media outlets have them posted on their websites. Court
Shoulder
TV
wounds.
has a lot of them, but most of these are sealed.
That's a pretty big wound, is it not?
It is, and there's pellets
Oh, man.
that are going down into the tissue.
Don't mess with it.
And what is the evidence of that?
Don't mess with it.
Well, there's photographs that are taken looking down into
Yeah,
the
that's
wound.
true. Everybody
and you can
knows
see
probably
pellets
how a
there,
shotgun
and there
works.
are x-rays that are taken that you can see there's pellets down into the left shoulder.
Okay, if you go to
Oh, you do?
Defendant's Exhibit 162.
Oh, Jim, I didn't know that. Does that? Oh, I didn't know that. So that's not unusual.
Okay, step down here.
Not
please.
unusual to load two.
I'm going to answer some questions
You're
while
on me,
they're
step down.
in a
stepping
gun.
around.
It's not unusual to
Um,
put two types of shot.
Stand over
It's
there.
just a
If his
small
new charges are
Please.
drugs they smuggled to the jail and he claims that have been clean, can they charge?
This is
Use the
probably
charge to
the
impeach his
easiest one to
testimony?
see.
No. They can't
Brown
impeach
and
that
silver.
testimony.
You're gonna have to come
I don't
around
know
from
if they
there.
drug tested him. We'll talk about additional charges. Contraband can just be, and I've heard it
There's one
reported
here.
that it is a book.
Stop eating my
There's
food.
one here. It's not projecting well, but I know that I saw a few down here, but then on x-ray, it'll become more clear.
Evil
Okay, well, let
kitties.
me do this. Let's go ahead and put the x-ray up while we're talking about this, which
It's
would
not
be,
unusual to put two kinds of shot in your gun. Do, 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 do. It's not unusual to put two kinds
one
of
of
shot
these
in
is
your gun. Do, 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 do.
Sheila Green
I'm
said
cold.
they did
Cold.
say that Paul's face was still intact. It was. If shot from up close from the back, it would not still be intact in this way. I agree. I think that's going to be the main point of
Your
cross-examination.
Honor, I would offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 112 and ask it be put under seal.
I submit it.
Two kinds of shot in your gun.
Tell us what exhibit you got. You have that.
Unusual to have.
112.
Don't eat my food. Don't. Do not eat my bagel.
My kid's personal Uber driver, I sent you a Twitter DM. I'll go look. I haven't, I generally take the weekends mostly off of socials. So I was on the stream on Saturday and then on Instagram a bit. I'll go look. I'll absolutely go look. But
It's
the
cold here
prosecution can't
in
use
Los
anything
Angeles.
imposing that they have
It's
not already
cold. It's
introduced.
cold. It's
So
cold.
they would have need to introduce.
Yeah, Evil
that.
Cats too. Evil Cats probably
When it comes to
22 at this
exhibits,
point, Marie.
can they do demonstratives? That would need to be shown to the defense. It would need to be based on evidence and cleared by the court.
pretty much
So
where we're
can they
at
use
with that one.
demonstratives? Yes. Once it's cleared, they would have had to create it. It would have to be based on expert
Anyway,
testimony,
come
and they
on.
would have to make sure it's cleared
Shocking, Your Honor.
by the court
Effective
and
relations here. This is,
counsel to not be objectionable.
I don't know what happened to big poster boards. I just.
If a hung jury, does this case go unresolved? Tiffany will talk about it. I still think
Unresolved?
it
What does
is
that mean?
one of the most
How do you
it's a
unresolve?
likely outcome. And we will talk about what happens then. They can retry. They can retry on different charges. They cannot retry.
Take some time. Let's just get on the ball and go from there.
They're trying to figure out what they want to do. Head not shaved seems like the hair would be singed if contact to the back of the head. It would have been, and
Yeah, didn't we already
lot
go over
of
that?
The head wasn't shaved, just the skull
Oh
structure
yeah,
was
it's
no longer
exactly
there
like
without
having
being too
that
graphic.
in my room. It's with two like pumas.
So
They call them
any
pumas.
case that comes to a medical examiner's office
Alec does
that
not
has any
have-
type of penetrating injury,
I'll talk about that in a
Mostly
minute.
because I like that word. But
Alec does not have to
I
tell them
like
what
the
happened.
idea of them as a puma.
to see if there's anything left in the body, and then also for safety reasons.
I wish I could show you
But
them
what
right
we're
now.
looking at here
Part of the living room.
is, this is the spine, these are the ribs, so we're looking at
But-
the chest,
They're sitting there looking at each other, staring at each
the
other.
left shoulder, because we're coming out here to the left arm, and all of these dots
What are you gonna do?
are the
What are you gonna
pellets
do? What are you gonna do?
from the shotgun wounds. And what we can see here
How are we gonna
is that
pull that
these
other thing
pellets
out the window that she
are
did here?
coming down all the way.
That's really
So this is the first rib right here. First rib is about right here. So we have pellets all the way down to this level.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the shot being fired from his left,
in the middle of the night.
apparently going upward to the
Right.
brain?
That wouldn't be consistent, and the reason being is then it would have to, the pellets would have to go up, curve, and come down, while the rest of them are continuing this way.
So could I have this one next?
Sure.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 111. I can do Elmo.
Really?
Can
He's
you?
like, I can do the Elmo. Sure, you can. So the Rational Party said they'd save so much money on this circus if Alex would just tell them he doesn't have to prove himself innocent. He
Lonnie
doesn't
is
have
on
to
his
prove himself guilty.
armchair.
He has the right not to.
Donut form.
And
Oh,
doesn't have to say
I
anything.
love
He
donut
testified.
form.
He said what he said. So,
The left side of
I was
I
the
mean,
recording
the
something
converse of that
yesterday
is
morning,
this could have all been much
and I
quicker
just
if the
happened to
state
leave
waited.
space between,
charge
so like I
this.
kind of sat
We
up
had
to
more.
record it,
So could you
and
blow
I
up
just
the
felt
lower-
this like
Our right.
down at my lower back, and
So,
I
like most things, it
where
goes both
Gus
ways.
Gus had like wedged himself in
Biographer.
my
So
But-
this
They
is
find him-
showing here on the left side of the jaw.
I'll answer that later.
So-
And you see all of
so
these
I
pellets
recorded with
that
him like
are
pushing against
here.
my back. Like,
Cheers,
So the
Jojo. Thank you.
jaw
I'm gonna wedge it
is
here.
right here, and you can see these pellets are
I
in
have
the
a
left side of the
military
jaw,
card.
in the neck, and they're going down
Pistol grip, you hold
into
it and
the
just
upper left
crack
chest.
it.
So, and you believe
That sounds
the
very
directionality on
dangerous.
these is
Oh my
down?
lord.
Well,
That
from the
sounds like
totality of the
dangerous.
evidence, I believe, yes, they're downwards.
That sounds like a
And
Lolo
which-
accident waiting to happen.
Doesn't make
But
sense
this
with
X-ray
everything
has
else.
other findings.
I think
that
I'm gonna
are
pass on
important for that opinion.
access to any weaponry.
And-
I don't think I'm.
I mean, you can see
I don't think
the
that's-
severity of the fractures of the skull. The skull should.
Stay
Actually, I think
intact.
it's better if we were back. The severity of the skull should obviously come all the way around, right? There's no skull here. That's probably the area where the shotgun was pressed against the head.
Or-
And we've got all of these fractures. In medical terms, we call it multiple comminuted fractures. This
Be a good week, folks.
is,
I can tell.
I mean, textbook for a contact range shotgun wound to the head,
I keep
to the
them.
top of the head.
But then you would have had
And-
bone
Oh,
into
cool.
the brain structure,
It's cool. That's
So-
a
and
good
that's
idea.
not
Smart.
In your
what
opinion,
happened.
if it had happened the way Dr. Reamer
It's
said,
not.
um,
I need a
I
dad
don't know
joke
about
not
this
have
one.
the
this morning, though,
directionality of
Tim. So I'm
pellets
gonna
in the
give you a
shoulder
heads up.
down,
You have an assignment.
and you
So
would
we're gonna
not
be
have,
expecting a dad
um,
joke
that
within
kind
the
of
next.
devastation to the
All
skull.
right, I'm gonna be
You know,
generous this morning. I'm gonna
That's
say the
correct.
next.
You may have some what we
I'm gonna
call
give you
linear
30 minutes
fractures,
up with
so
a
little
dad joke.
lines
I know
of
you don't need
fractures,
that much
but
time.
you wouldn't have the
Just
top
being
of the
generous,
skull completely gone.
you know?
So
It's an
explain to
experiment.
me,
So I'm
not being a hunter,
I'm aiming for 6
how does the
So
gas,
30 minutes.
you got gas
Lee
coming first,
Malgren.
pellets coming second, right?
How does
you
the face
expect-
not
How do
get
you get
injured
a
though?
dad joke.
Gas going
How
in
does the
and
face
pellets
not
continuing on.
be impacted
Well,
if it's
the
coming
pellets are
straight down this way?
projected by the gas causing pressure to
Anymore.
push
It's not-
out the
Yeah, you are out in rural
shot,
Texas.
and then the pellets
Yeah,
within
no,
it.
totally. I
So-
totally see that. I 100%. I mean, I lived in New
You know,
England. I
think
know.
about
I
a
know people
rocket
with guns.
that's going up into
I know
space.
people who hunt.
Right?
I am friends with
So
people who hunt.
you
I
see
am
all of the cloud
I am
underneath the
pro-
rocket, and the
pro
rocket will continue
own your
going
guns
up,
legally.
but the cloud
I'm not
goes
pro
out
thinking that
because that's the
amendment
area
is
of least resistance.
the legal way
But
to
the rocket will
overthrow the
still
government
continue.
is your fucking.
So that's pretty much the same mechanism.
Oh, here we.
The
You
shotgun
didn't
is
even
gonna
need.
be
You didn't even
pushing
need 30
out.
seconds.
The energy from
Right.
all of that gas needs to go somewhere.
Oh, you
And when it's
guys.
being pressed up against a
This is gotta
firm
be that.
surface like a skull,
When does it tick?
that
and
pressure is going to
hypopower
build
have in
up.
common?
It's going to go through the hole
Parasites.
that's caused by the entrance wound, and it's got nowhere else to go. So it is, and of course, this is all happening in milliseconds.
Yeah,
but
Belgrade for
all
the
that gas is
moon.
expanding the inside of the skull, and the least resistance is right here at
Love
that
you,
opening
Jim
now.
Nalgren.
So it's going
I
to
love you.
cause that area.
Thank
to
you,
basically
Jim
pop
Nalgren.
out.
And some of the pellets
get to go
would
on the
through,
Jumbotron,
most of the
Jim.
pellets would go through.
You
Oh,
get
the pellets will continue through, There may be, the
Jumbotron.
brain is not here,
That was pretty amazing.
Right.
and so there's
Let's
probably
talk about
pellets within
that.
the brain, but we don't have an X-ray of the
They
brain.
didn't x-ray the brain.
Correct.
So, and the skull,
done,
I mean,
sir.
the brain would leave the cavity? Or in this case, did it leave the cavity?
Yes, it did.
And
All right,
under
I
what kind of
understand you're
force?
really excited, like
I
your
can't
little
give
aura
you
is
an
stimulated
exact
right this minute.
number. The
my
forces are
bagel.
usually more called newtons.
That's my
but
bagel.
It's the buildup of that pressure in the skull. It's even in that
We're
textbook.
attacking a paper
Yeah,
bag. That's
brains
the noise
being
you hear is the
eviscerated,
attack on a paper bag.
in shotgun cases are from contact wounds.
So if you're the
But
person.
how?
I think I'm gonna
holding
go
the gun
silent.
with the
rest-
I'll
skull,
eat for a minute.
does
questions.
any of that energy go
Play with
up the
their paper
barrel of the
bag
gun?
Until they rip it apart.
Well, yes, once that, like I said, it builds up in the head and then it comes back up. So that's what causes the brain to be pushed out. There's going to be pellets that will come out. There'll be other bodily fluids that will come out and will go up along. It'll basically be what we call back spatter or back motion.
But in a violent way.
Yes,
And the person holding that gun, would they be subject to being covered in that material
yes, they would.
in a very forceful way?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you a couple other pictures.
All of the screens in the courtroom except what's facing the jury are covered.
That's this photo, right?
This has gotten very blurred.
Yeah, okay. Would you put,
I'm just gonna switch and see if this is less blurry. But now I have to unmute the tab. Apologies.
okay.
Trying to keep
Would
a
you put
decent viewing
Defense
experience.
Exhibit 113, please?
It's just, the one with Maggie, I went, oh, that makes a lot more sense. As he's talking about this being a contact shotgun wound to the back of the head going down, it doesn't
I believe this is
make
evidence.
sense to me.
Okay. Tell
I
us
know
what
he's
that
trying to
depicts.
explain it.
So now we've moved over to
But-
the side, to the left, more of the left shoulder, and showing some of the left arm. And again, you see how the pellets are sort of
The
dispersed, and they're
biological
coming
material
down.
went up
This is your
to the side,
shoulder
and to the
blade, or
corners.
scapula. And so
And
it's
the
even
bullets,
down
the
to the level
buckshot went
of
back.
the collarbone.
This
here,
one doesn't make sense, and I
the
don't know why
shoulder
they're
blade.
trying
Is
to.
that consistent
do
with the
that.
shot coming up and across the shoulder and into the neck, or is it consistent with something coming down?
Well, again, with the totality of everything, this is absolutely going down.
How? Then why aren't we seeing, instead of seeing the birdshot in the windows and in the doorways,
Let
why
me
aren't we
see.
seeing it on the ground? And why aren't we seeing the high velocity kind of
States Exhibit
biological
482.
material
Oh,
towards
yeah,
the
no, I
ground
would
instead of up in
understand
the
that, Jim.
corners
That's for sure.
of the
Totally
room?
understand it.
Like up in the corners of the room.
Totally.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This doesn't make a lot of sense.
Tell us what we learned from this.
Excuse me. It just doesn't make a lot of
Well,
sense.
Thinking of
For
George
lack of a better
Michael.
term, we
Oh, I'm
have
thinking of George Michael.
no brain or top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
But his face is intact.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been in the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
That's
Yes, I
compound.
would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine entrance versus exit.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it wasn't entrance?
Becca, he's here to
Contact
contradict the expert from
Right,
last
well,
week. That is the
I
point.
can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be
So this
looking
is-
for gunpowder residue.
The point is to contradict last week.
Turning, on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
So when this goes, back up for just a second. The first shot, I
Just
believe
Joan,
you
but they're
agree,
saying this is a
to the
contact
chest,
to the back of the
got
head.
the
That's a
knee.
very different circumstance.
They're
They're saying somebody has a
shot,
shotgun on the back of Paul's head
which would be
to
on the
shoot
top
it.
right back.
That's a very
Can you
different
tell, or would you have an opinion as to his
circumstance.
posture at the time of that shot?
Well, it's sort of similar to what we were talking about with Maggie, unless somebody is in an elevated position where they're high enough where it can come down like this, he's most likely bent over.
Further than that, about that, I mean,
That's hard for me to say. I mean, his head's over like this.
That's what the
because
other
we have
expert-
the smaller wound, the bigger wound as it's expanding out here. And the directionality goes like that. I can't tell you how far down he was actually bent over.
and why would he be bent over?
Well, the second you get this shot.
What is going on over there, darling? What are
No,
you
before
doing?
the shot.
Right, and so that, and we know that he fell forward, he has abrasions.
No, no,
on
no,
his
no, no,
face.
no, no.
So that indicates
for
to
Gus
me that the
Hofferson.
belly
We
shot
love
was
my
first.
darling, my
So the
son.
shooter's not 5'2"?
I'm sorry,
My
the
dog.
shot that comes across the chest, not the belly. And
Please stop
that
playing
would be
things
extremely
that are not
painful.
cats.
So that would cause, he may be bent over from the pain.
And that's what Dr.
and then
Reamer
came
said
an issue.
too.
Would that first shot affect his ability to breathe at all?
It would.
In what way?
Well, Dr. Reamer
There's a message and it's
documented what's
Watcher.
called pulmonary
AMS
contusion,
77.
so bruising,
How
and
are
of the lung.
you?
And it's hard on a postmortem
Don
X-ray to see if you have what's called
Giovanni, I killed
pneumothorax
your
or air
father.
that's around the lung. So it'll be difficult for him to breathe.
Could
The
you
only
take that
line
down,
I know
Doug,
from
please?
Don Giovanni. It's probably not
Okay,
even.
so you believe that he was
I probably
in
made it
pain
up right
as he
now.
bent
I
over
heard it in
and
a
then somebody shot him in the top of the head?
Well, yes, this is a painful injury.
Okay. Now, let me
Yeah, I hope not.
Yes, Poot thinks
Just a
he's going to
deep
get through at
alto.
least 3
Come on,
witnesses today.
KMS.
Yes,
Come on.
please. Well, yeah, go back up.
Mama sang bass. Mama sang kid. Oh my god, my dad used to laugh
Can
when
I
I sang
have
that song.
My other
Defendant's Exhibit 189, please.
cold
Daddy
today.
played bass. Mama played fiddle. Me and Junior came in the middle. I
I'm just going to sit here wrapped in a blanket because I am cold. I don't know what
don't know. Played bass.
their
Mama
point
played
is other than
fiddle.
Dr.
I
Reamer's
gotta come up.
wrong,
This is
Now I'm
please.
gonna
but the
sit over there.
contact to
this
the back of
is,
the head maybe to argue he
sorry.
could never do that. He loves Paul. He could never
Was that
hold a shotgun to the back of his head.
Johnny Cash
I
and June
just don't.
Carter Cash?
It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The other one makes way more sense when they talked
Oh,
about the
Mama
two
sang
shots from
tenor.
Maggie.
That's it.
Makes much more sense to me. But this
Daddy sang
does not
bass. Mama
make
sang
more sense to
tenor.
me.
Me and
Yes, sir, I have.
And is it
Get
from the
right
same
in
book
there.
as
Yes.
the
Okay.
gunshot?
Coming back to me now. Daddy
Shotgun.
sang bass. Mama sang tenor.
Yes, it's from the DeMeo gunshot wound book.
What
Fuck, it went right out of my.
I'm not telling you specifically what
It was. You're right.
What does it depict?
What the appearance on the body would be at different ranges for shotgun wounds.
Fit in the middle.
Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
It's a text. It's a textbook.
All right. Hold on.
Page from a book.
Hey,
by
come on.
somebody
I don't know
else.
what your
Should have
problem
objected the
is
last
today,
time they
sir.
did it.
I know what kind of like
Not objected
You know,
to her
detox
witness
you're
and
going
this
through
witness,
right at the moment.
relating to
But
the
I'm
same
not here
So?
for it.
different page. It's a
I'm not
learned
here for your
treatise,
detox.
They should have objected then too.
the
I have
Bible
to-
of gunshot wounds.
You're right.
for,
They didn't object.
Dr. Reamer.
I didn't
and
hear the
this
court.
witness
I didn't hear the
objected
court
by
ask
using
for
the
argument, Poot.
I can have him sketch it out, or we can just put this in.
Say, Daddy,
Have him sketch it.
Says the state.
But my dad would laugh
This is
every
hearsay.
time I tried to, or every
It
time
is.
I sang
They
it.
should have objected.
He would laugh. My dad loved
Ladies
Johnny.
and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break.
Well, it's time for the
Please
morning
do not
break.
discuss the case.
Oh my God.
See, the rules of evidence
Mama
don't work
sang
like.
tenor.
But Your
Me
Honor,
little
they
brother
didn't
was
complain the
going
last
out
two
in
times we
there,
did it. So
singing
why are they
to
objecting
help
now?
the
They should have
troubled
objected then.
soul. One of these days and it won't be long.
And they're
I'll
objecting
be
now and they're allowed to.
remember the song. I'm gonna join
Somebody finally objected
I'm
to
gonna-
something.
my family.
So the
so
jury's
cool.
taking a morning break. The
This is a
court is
great song,
reviewing
actually.
the
We used to bop to
textbook
this.
page, not written by this witness,
Yes,
that they are trying to
sir.
submit into evidence.
Spoken by and by.
But again, it wasn't this attorney's witness. I appreciate this attorney saying,
Mama sang
we have gone
mean little
too
brother
far.
was going running
It's just
in
odd
the
testimony.
Sky, Lord, in the sky. You guys, if you don't listen to
Well, I
that
guess
song
we're not.
today by Johnny
The
Cash,
judge is going to rule and then take a break.
you are crazy
So,
because
Doctor, this
it's a fucking
page
bop.
189,
My
what
dad
is
and I
it?
listen to it every
So
time.
this
we
Oh,
is
we're gonna
a
voir dire on it. Great.
photocopy from a
Every week
page of
together.
the gunshot wound book
3 years
that
ago,
gives
And
a pictorial diagram of what
The
different
Coast
range
Highway.
of fires would look like on the skin of a shotgun
Sing
victim.
Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings, and Johnny Cash songs.
Do you
Anything
have?
else from the state or the defense?
For hours.
Under 803 hearsay, the number 18.
That's a good way.
Learned
It is a
treatise
classic.
seeks standard, called
I
the
did some great
detection of an
songs.
expert witness upon cross-examination
They're
of a
great
live
together.
and directed
God.
statements contained in published treatises,
He
periodicals,
loved her
pamphlets
so much.
on the subject of history,
The Highwaymen.
medicine, science, art,
I love
establishes
this
reliable
so
authority by the
much.
testimony admission of the witness or by
Me
other
too. I
expert
have a
testimony
really-
or by judicial notice.
By
if it
testimony.
May be read into evidence.
My version of Chris
Um,
Christopherson.
But may not be received as exhibits. I'm sorry.
Keep reading,
Did you
Poot.
see them? Did you see them on the tour?
Law it as an exhibit.
I never saw them. My brother just saw Willie Nelson
Okay, we'll take
Like a couple months
15
ago.
minutes.
up in Northern California. He was great, he said. I've never seen them, which is terrible. I need to go see them. I have a Willie Nelson Countryman poster. Oh, cool.
Keep reading, Poot. Keep reading.
Very cool.
Keep reading. The experts are allowed to rely on it. They're allowed to discuss it. They're allowed to base their opinion on their learning, but it's not an exhibit. Just because the state didn't object earlier, even though we as a collective thought they should have, he just keeps reading to the bottom. It's like,
I do
may
love
not
this
be
video.
used as an
I'm gonna
exhibit.
try and set up
No,
something like that.
you can
I
have
was
this
gonna
dude
set up
draw it
something
out,
this weekend, but
sure,
things happened
but
and
you
I
can't just
didn't get
admit.
around to setting
And
it
then Poot's default
But
is,
my room is going to be
Turner,
set up
wouldn't it just
maybe
be
next
faster if we all did? It's like
this
that
week.
scene in Center Stage. Y'all have seen this movie, right? I'm just
I'll have it.
going with you probably have because it's incredible. So the scene in Center Stage,
Place.
she
We'll
is
call it
doing like a triple,
That's
but they're
what we're gonna
supposed to be
call it.
doing a double. It's a
We're gonna
movie
call
about
it the Snuggle
ballet
Place.
and coming of age
I'm gonna
and
try
all the
to
things.
call it.
With Zoe Saldana, who's fantastic in that movie. But anyway,
So just in case it says
the-
something really
he's like, wouldn't it just be
important, we'll
better if
hear
everybody
it.
did
But
it?
I want to hear it. I want
and
to
that's
talk
what
to you
Poot
guys.
is. He's like, wouldn't it just be better if everybody did a triple?
It's a massive
Can't we all just do
pot
it
leaf
my
and
way?
Rasta,
No,
because it
we
says
can't all
Will
just do it your way, Poot.
Willie Nelson and the
You know, it'd
country.
be faster if I just could admit this instead of having to ask him to do it. Can't we just
Let's
do it my
see.
way? It's better
What
my
was
way.
Well, I was
No,
singing
Poot.
crazy the other day.
No, we're not doing it your way. All right.
Let's
get
see.
to,
What else? What other songs?
Let's get
What other
to
songs?
the questions that we have. We needed a moment of relief. The Poot, keep reading is where we're at now. So that's where we are. But I'm going to answer some of our super chats and our other questions. Let's see. Connie Helena said, well, it would be more reliable than a drawing, but that's not what the jury gets. The jury gets
He wrote a lot of songs that were made people.
what the
Yes,
witness
other people made
recalls
famous.
and what
Yes,
the
he
witness's
did.
experience is, not just something that somebody else wrote that's not subject to cross-examination. You have to be able to cross-examine the evidence, and you can't cross-examine some page in a book. You just can't. That's not how that works. And just because the prosecution has let it slide doesn't mean it's okay. The amount of evidence in this trial that's not actually evidence is wild to me, but they weren't fighting it, and so here we are. Here we are. Laura Lou said AM reactions seem fake. Show for the jury. If they feel that way, then I'll see it. It just depends. I don't know if they're looking at him anymore at this point. Dina said there is no way he could have been shot from the top and have his whole brain hit his ankles after he fell. The brain is connected to the brainstem. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. It also seems that the brain was largely intact. Are they contradicting their own small person theory with this testimony? Their own 5'2", I think. Their own shooter must have been 5'2" theory. And I think they are contradicting it a bit, but they also make sure to say it could be anywhere on that trajectory line. So they're trying to come up with anywhere on that trajectory line. How they make that fit, I don't know. How they make that all work together, I don't know. Nicole said this makes sense. I've seen it work to EMS. Shotguns will explode the head on contact. This makes more sense for the angle of the gun. So for Nicole, it makes more sense.
So there. Wow. Open your TikTok. Very loud. You missed Camus. You missed lots of gunshot talk that I talked over, and then I talked over. Well, pretty much I talked over gunshot stuff. I'm sure it was super important.
I think the point is A.
Unfortunately.
And this we haven't.
Oh, I do love that version of a song for you. That's great.
The investigation is wrong. They're
that song makes me cry every time. And my mother loved that song.
the experts
Leon
say it
Russell
couldn't have
songs.
happened that way, and C, they're going to argue it
What
couldn't
makes
have
me
been
cry
Helen.
is around my mama,
They're going to argue he's
my
never
mama,
putting a shotgun to the back
Patsy.
of his son's head and
Patsy
doing
Cline.
this.
I love that
So,
voice.
and
God, I listened to
if
her when I
somebody
was a
was
kid.
that close, I mean, no matter
I
whether it's
listened to her for hours.
personal contact or within 3 feet, I still think we're going to get to whoever did this would have had blood and
I mean, that's
biological
the one thing I
material
will
on
say.
them.
My dad introduced me to
And that's
country
part of what
music,
they're
that type of
arguing
country
too.
music, like early on when I was a kid. And
Van
initially I was
Soden
like, I hate
Sturgeon
this. I
said,
think this
question,
is stupid.
why do they need to do a jury view of this
But
song? Because
I
the
did
defense
come to
asked.
love it. And I
The
listened
defense
to the
asked. That's
singers
why.
the most.
Once
I
the
love
defense
the
asks,
singing.
it is granted. Just said, why isn't there a shooter-shaped void in the spatter pattern behind the call?
Kids, if
in
you
the feed
want to
window?
pursue
This is a
something
very
in your
good question.
lives,
There
would you
be.
please do it
If the
before you're
person was behind
58
him.
years old?
He's not saying the shot was from above,
Please,
just to the top of the
for
head. If Paul
Lolo,
was bent over, it could be
would you,
level or upward.
if you have a
And
passion,
that's fair too.
would you
We'll
just
see what
give
they're
it
getting to.
a
They're
shitty
saying it
shot?
was
Just throw a
top
shitty
back
shot
of
right
the
over
head.
there.
And yes,
Just throw
he
it
could
over
have been
there.
bent over. That's
She,
not how the
your kid hates hot
pathologist
jazz
described it.
Saturday night. Well, she might. I bet you
Tyler
she's
said,
going to
Emily,
become
please give me
like
at least
a
once in your
total
courtroom where
jazz
you stood up and started a
wonk
cross-examination of an
when she's
expert with I have
older.
questions. I don't think I ever did. Because it would have been commentary.
Or
And I was
he.
very,
Yeah,
especially
I
with
know. I
experts that
understand. The
I
kids when they
don't,
listen
I
to
didn't have a lot of cases that had
the
defense
stuff when
experts
they're
in it.
young, they don't.
Most of my cases weren't with private attorneys that went
Obviously,
to trial, weren't with private attorneys. They were with
they
the
don't
public
pick up
defender's
on it.
office,
I
and
didn't.
there
I
often
hated
weren't
country
defense
music when
experts.
my
On a
dad
rare
was
occasion,
listening
there
to
were,
it. Oh my
but
God, he would
not
listen
a
to
ton of
Boxcar Willie
cross-examination of
at top
experts, more
volume.
cross-examination of
And I lived
defense
around the
witnesses
corner
who
from
are
my
ready to
high
look at you and
school.
they're like, you're the
You know how
prosecutor, so you have to
humiliating
fund
it
this.
was
So I always
for
try
my
to not to make
stupid
too much of it,
dad to be
unless
in
it's
the
the defendant.
fucking
People don't want to be there. They just don't want to be there.
whatchamacallit,
And if you're trying to
like,
get the jury to the story,
to
there's
be
no
in the
need to
garage and have the
go
fucking
after
garage door
the civilian
open,
witnesses
and
who
literally
would be
at
there.
school let out, all my friends are walking past our
Cynthia
goddamn
said, how
fucking
long was
open
the
garage.
911 call such a poor
This
cell service in the
moron,
kennel, but
my
yet no,
father,
not one
has
connection
fucking
on that
Boxcar
issue?
Willie
I believe that
blasting. And I don't
911
mean
connects
just,
a
you know,
bit
loud.
differently, but yes,
I
there weren't
mean
connection issues in
loud.
that call, and he was
Coming
living
out
on the
of the
property. I believe it
fucking
was over 10 minutes long.
garage.
It could
And
be a
I'm
little
like,
bit
I'm
longer.
walking up like,
Question,
hi,
didn't their own physics
I
witness
see
agree
you.
with the
Hi,
direction
yeah,
of the
I think
second
you're really
shot?
cute.
They
I hope
agreed
we
with the
can date. Oh yeah,
trajectory.
this is
They
my.
didn't agree that it was going up or down, to the best of my
I'm
recollection. They said
blaming
the
him for
trajectory
all of
was
the
this,
cock
but that the shot
blocking
could have been from
that
above
happened in
or
high school. I
at
blame my
behind.
father.
So thank you all. By the
No,
way,
I blame
just
Boxcar
to give you
Willie.
YouTube things, if you haven't liked the video, like the
Just
video. It populates us. We get to be in
Oh
the
well,
wonderful position of getting deboosted under
I don't
news
know.
platforms
I give up.
because we are not a news
But yeah,
platform.
no, and I have
We're
experienced the
an
same thing.
apologetic
My
platform.
child is
But
now in her mid 20s,
Discovery
and
does get a
she
bit
has really
deboosted
great
behind
musical taste
things like
and
Court
has
TV and
curated
others.
taste beyond what I
Even though
have
we have a higher viewership,
obviously
please still give us
introduced.
some
Oh yeah,
views.
no,
Thank you for liking the video. It helps it be discovered.
he did his job.
Others.
I don't think he actually meant to do
Janice said,
that. I
yeah,
don't think
wicked
he
storms
gave
in
a shit
Oklahoma
what I
overnight. I
did,
saw some of that. I
but
was watching
it
as I was
worked. So
working last night. I was watching some of the
But
storm reporting from Ryan.
yeah,
Hall, y'all on YouTube.
I think she picked up like really good like esoteric musical tastes,
We had
and
wicked storms in
I
Oklahoma
don't think I had
overnight.
anything to do with
I know
that.
you're getting that storm system.
Obviously,
We have swirly things.
I
I
think
hope you
she
don't get
just
any
found and
swirly things.
sourced out
I'll take a
those
look at
things
what
because
we're
I just introduced her
what
to
our
really.
air is
I
gonna
have
be
like one of
swirly
those
later
more
today or not.
shallow musical
Just Nicole
tastes.
said, am I
Like
the only one that
I
thought
can listen
Raleigh
to a little bit of
rainfall inside
everything,
stairs, not the
except for like
four-side
death
porch
metal. I
area,
don't really. I
had
cannot
fallen
listen to. I can
on
appreciate
the
it
outside
as an art form,
brick stairs
but it's
area
not
that sat
something
in
I
front.
want to listen to.
So
And I also can no
I think
longer
there's
listen
confusion there. It's
to
not always
like
clarified where
like
Gloria
I can
fell.
listen
I
to
think it's
Brian
just a
Eno
posted
ambient music,
property too.
but I can't
So
listen to like Enya ambient music.
I
Does
love
that
that the
make
chat is like,
sense?
yes, yes,
Oh no,
yes,
my dad
yes,
had
yes.
multiple ways to embarrass me. Don't
Thank
worry,
you.
Mrs. James's mom.
Others are
My
like, I
father
also
was
thought
a
she fell
fucking
inside. It
master.
was
He was a
outside
master
those
class
red
in
brick
cock
stairs that we've
blocking
seen in the
and
crime
friend
scene
blocking, frankly.
photos. So
What?
much
I
so. I'm
never
gonna
listened to
keep going through questions. The court court's on break.
I need to get to.
Janet said I flipped
We
not
never,
guilty
we
to
never
guilty
listened
after
to
viewing
that
Forensic Psych
OPED song.
on YouTube.
No, I did
Well,
listen to it.
we're
I
definitely
did listen
not
to the
gonna get
OPED
that
song.
in this trial. The
Stop
jury's
it.
not going to have
I
the
did.
benefit of
I'm just
that.
saying that it's like, I can't, that's not a music that
But
I would put
I'm
on
sure
my
read the rest of it.
playlist,
Matthias, YouTube, shame and
like
dysfunction and family.
multiple death
Fall cause
metal.
trouble, expendable.
Does that make
Prosecution
sense?
failed, so
I'm
not
trying not to
guilty
be
vote,
like
even though I think he's
judgy.
guilty. That's
I want to
think
remain
there might be some that
open
are like, look, I
to
just don't see how this
influences,
case comes together.
but I also,
Emily, what
there's just
will I
certain
do
things
with my life once this
like.
is over? Well, your mom, there will be a break and we will have another trial. It's coming up on spring break time
But
for
yeah.
all of those
No,
who
I
get
listened to
spring
the
break time. And we have lots of other things that look. I'm going to give you a sneak peek. I wasn't going to
Yeah,
do this, but
anyway,
maybe
let's see, music.
somebody's going to cover it before I get to cover it. But remember the Nike
And
Satan shoes? Okay.
what
So
else?
for those of you that remember the Nike Satan shoes, Mischief, the art
Yeah, and
collective
I
in
love
New
George
York,
Michael. God, you
made
people have to
Nike
listen
Satan
to a
shoes. They
lot more
also
George
made Angel
Michael.
shoes. They
He was
also
really
made
good.
a lot of other things where they
He was
take
very
something
good.
and kind of spin it. Y'all.
He was very
So we've been
good.
talking about the Jack Daniels
Let
Bad
me see.
Spaniels Supreme
Let me
Court
see.
case
Should we listen to
about
the Opeth
parody,
song at lunch? Should I
about
play it for
trademarks,
everyone? I
and
could
about
do.
whether you can take Jack Daniels and turn it
I
into
could do
Bad
that.
Spaniels.
It would be my
And then
pleasure.
it's a
Have you ever
chewy dog
seen that?
toy, right?
Did
So Jack
anyone see the
Daniels Bad
Marcel the
Spaniels
Shell
is going up
movie?
to the Supreme Court. Y'all,
Marathoning, buddy.
Mischief
Well, I could.
filed
Okay,
an amicus
I could
brief.
understand someone who's
And the
marathoning,
amicus brief has connect the
getting
dot
into the death
drawings
metal like head
in it.
space.
I think I
Because
might actually
I
pull
used
out
to do
the
like
connect the dot drawings and
I used to
send
do
them.
sprint
You can find
distance
it. The
triathlons.
briefs with the
Please,
Supreme Court are public,
sprint
but I might pull
distance
out the connect the dot
triathlons.
drawings
I've only done a
and
few.
put them up as a PDF.
But then I
so we
also
can all
did
do the
a
connect the dot drawings before we cover it after this.
I did a
They're
half
hilarious.
marathon. I've never
One of
done a
them
full
is
marathon,
BDS
and I won't be
M&Ms.
doing any full marathons. My marathoning days are over. But I did a half marathon, and I could see where listening to like death
Pages
metal
and
would keep
pages
you so
and
distracted, because
pages
that was
of
definitely the
connect the
hardest. At
dots
the end of
that
that
are
13
parody
whatever
twists
miles,
on
13.1 or whatever
trademarks.
the
One
fuck
of
it
them
is.
is the Supreme Court, but it
I
uses the
thought I was going
Supreme
to die.
logo. Oh my
I
god,
pretty
it's
much thought
so
I was
good.
going to die.
So I
And it
will
took me
have
so long to get through
pull
that
those
fucking
together so
stupid
that we can do the connect the
thing.
dots.
Race.
Oh yes, BDS
Wait for the guilt
M&Ms.
to wear off the pleasure
It's
part.
a drawing.
What does that mean?
So they not only
I
made
like
an
looking for
argument
songs
about
that were
parody,
easy when
but
they
they
were released
did
and posting
all of these
now, but I
different
like them.
connect the
I like
dots
that too.
drawings that they sent to the
I like
Supreme
that
Court.
too. Yeah, no, I don't really.
They're
I try not to
within
have
the
too
amicus
much guilt
brief.
about my
So if
art
you pull the
consumption.
amicus brief from Mischief, it's in there. This is what we are going to do when this case is over. We are absolutely going to be
Oh,
talking
don't laugh
about
at me.
parody
Lyricism.
and protected
Well,
speech
yes, no,
and art
you're right.
expression
There's an art form.
in
I
an
told
amicus
you, it's an
brief.
art form inside of
I
black
love a
metal or
cheeky
whatever.
amicus brief. We also need to talk about
I see that.
the Google
I
case,
see
Google
it.
versus Gonzalez
I
versus
saw
Google,
George
that might change
Michael
the
live
actual
and
way the
being
entire
funny with
internet works,
with
but that
James,
feels
and then
cheaper
I
because
came
it's
home
clear
and we
that the
were having
Supreme
boo
Court
boo
doesn't
boo
understand how the
boo
internet works.
boo.
The connect the dots is very light. So I
No,
will put
that's so
those together in
cute.
a PDF
I
and
blame
share
George Michael.
them. But it's a perfect coverage of like what is parody and what is an appropriate use of a trademark in a parody way. And you know, Jack Daniels getting salty over Bad Spaniels dog toys is an interesting.
I don't think I've
point,
ever
but
drank
also
Jack
I get that they want to protect their trademark and the way
I'm
their
a little
trademark
all over
is
the
used
place
and the
this
way
morning.
things associated with their brand are used. And people think that Bad Spaniels
It's
is
a
made by
Monday
Jack
that
Daniels.
feels like a
Anyway,
Sunday.
so a cheeky
That could be
amicus
another
brief
song.
is where we're going after this.
There's too many
And it
songs.
has
We have to write. We
like
have
it
to.
has
Somebody has
art
to be
connected
recording the
to it.
lyrics
Like
as we're
we get to do
spitting
connect
them.
the dots. And there's tons of them.
We have to
There's
be.
tons of them. So
We
we're
have.
gonna do
We
that.
have. We're building quite the
Rebecca,
catalog.
did you
Excuse
ever
me.
talk about
Hi.
Cuthbert
Yeah,
and
no.
Colin? Oh, did I?
It's not a
There
cat.
is a Colin
It
sitting
could
right there
be
in the
another
background.
song.
These are mostly things that come from cases and things that come from water. But yes, that's why
I
there's a
love
miracle wine
bluegrass.
back there. But there is a
I do
cheeky
love
little
bluegrass.
caterpillar sitting back there. I love that case.
Oh,
I've covered that case.
I think
so
it
much
is
fun.
dog
So yes, we have an
walking
activity
time. There is
to
a
do
little
together.
dog and he's
we get
running
do
to
the
eat the
activity together,
food,
and
but
I
he
can't
stopped.
wait.
Hey,
I cannot
doggy,
wait
what are you
to do Connect the
doing?
Dots
What are
drawings with
you
y'all. So I'll put
doing?
that
He
together,
says, hey, could I
and
go
make it
out and take
available.
a piss? Do you
I want
think?
to do the Connect the Dots too. Maybe the
Because I
Connect the
waited
Dots are what get us
all
through the next
night
couple days of trial
like a
before we get
boss.
to it. I can't wait.
But now I
I
gotta
can't wait
go.
to see what you guys do with
Because I have a little
the
tiny baby
Mischief
bladder
Connect
the
the
size of
Dots
a
art
peanut.
project that was sent to the Supreme Court. It'll
And
take
the
me a
dog
little
said,
while, but
yes,
we'll do it.
yes, please take me
Rebecca
out.
said,
I'd
many,
like to
many
go for a
congratulations for
walk
reaching
right very now.
701,000.
I'd like
Thank
to
you. Are we
see
at 702?
if we
We're at 702.
have a cow.
The video was fun. Thanks so much for all the excellent content. You're welcome. We should actually bing. We did not do a bing. We should celebrate that we hit
He's doing the pee-pee dance. Oh, he's doing the pee-pee dance big time. He loves my daughter so much. He loves my daughter so much that he will not be ready to leave the abode until she is fully at the door and ready to go. It doesn't matter how much he has to pee. He loves that girl so much, he will soak in every second of her.
Yep.
So,
So we'll put together the
this
connect
is
the
human.
dots.
His
I will
human
know
is
where they're
her.
coming from, but they're all from public record.
It's very
I think
sweet.
Mischief
They
is
have a
ready.
very sweet
Mischief should
relationship.
have an art contest with who does the connect the dots the best. I can't wait. There's so many of you that are so creative and talented in this community. I can't wait to see what you
He's a
do.
goofy dog.
Emily, can you explain the new charge? Yeah, let's go pull it up.
Doing
Hold on.
PP
There's
dance,
reporting on it, right?
PP
There is.
dance.
Let me go find it. I meant to pull it up and then I didn't pull it all the way up. Let me go grab it. Let me make sure the audio's on so I can hear the
Oh,
microphones
I
back. And
could.
we'll
I don't
connect
care.
the new
I don't
charge
care.
against Alec Murdaugh.
I
In 1
don't
second.
care. I don't care. We could though.
That.
I don't know. It's up to
I am
you. It's
going
your song.
to Twitter.
It's your
I
it's
think,
your song, and I will.
let's see. Avery said,
I will sing
here's
it
the
when
first
you
thing Avery
want me
said.
to
We're
sing
on a short break.
it, cause
The
it's your
mayor of Walterboro, who
song.
many mistook for John Grisham last week, just strolled through the media center. Here's the thing.
You
I still
hear
want
the
to believe
tippy
it's John
tap of the
Grisham.
tippy
Am I
tappy
allowed to?
toes? Hey, hi, 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 hi.
Many have
Nope,
said it's
not out
actually the
yet.
mayor of Walterboro. We've heard that a lot.
Tippy
But
tippy
also I want to believe it's John
toes,
Grisham.
little baby puppy toes, little
So
puppy
here's
toes.
the new charge. There was reporting and a new booking photo that came out on Friday that Alec Murdaugh was charged with a contraband misdemeanor. I am trying to go to
It's a
where it
Sunday.
is
It's a Monday that
reported
feels like
by Avery with the new booking.
Monday.
It
It's a
seems
Monday that
largely
feels
that
like
the
a Monday.
contraband misdemeanor
It's a Monday
has
that
to do
feels
with the
like
John Grisham
a
novel
Monday.
that he
It came
took
up and
back into
slapped you in
custody.
the face and said, "Hey,
That
I'm
can
Monday."
be considered contraband. It seems real petty to charge it unless there's more, but I don't know. Maybe there's a reason that they chose to do
No,
it,
it's not my call.
but they are going
Oh, well then
through
I'll do it.
that. So let's see.
Well, I mean, and basically, oomph.
I am not seeing the article
This
that I
is
was
just a
looking
premiere of the music.
for on that
There's
with
a
the
whole other level
photo
of art
from
happening. You
the
know what
new
I'm
booking
saying?
photo, but
So it wouldn't be
he's
the
been booked
worst
on
thing
that
in the world.
misdemeanor of
It wouldn't
contraband.
ruin
It
it.
seems to be largely reported
Sure.
that that's in relation to
I think I
the
will.
book.
I think I
will
will.
find it. Not anything more than that. The book
Folks,
was given in the courtroom.
Oomph wrote a little song.
Sure. The book was given in
And
the
he
courtroom.
and
But
I
it was handed
recorded
to the
it.
lawyers. So
And so
if it
we
was
are
handed
going
to
to
the
be
lawyers,
debuting that song, and it's got
it should have
more
been.
art
Today was
treatment happening
Friday.
to it by
If it
other
was handed to
wonderful
the
people
lawyers, it
in
shouldn't
the
have
world.
been.
So
The
it
lawyers
will
shouldn't have given
be a
it to him
song
to
and an
take
art
back
piece
in.
that
Because
grows.
if the sister
But
handed it to the lawyers and the lawyers gave it to him to take back
the
in,
other hit song premiered before the
then
video was
he
even.
gets
That's
charged with
true.
contraband. But
Actually,
the
you're
lawyers
right.
shouldn't have handed it to him
You're
to take
right.
back
That
in.
other hit song premiered. So
So
you
I'm
know what? We're
looking
going to be
for.
playing for you a
I'm
song.
looking for it, and I
In fact,
am
I'm going to
not
do it right
seeing it.
now. Hold on. Let me make
I'm
sure.
just not
Hopefully,
seeing it. So we look forward to
you know
talking
what?
more
Who
about it in the next
cares?
break. But
It doesn't matter.
it is
We
again, it
already
is a
created the art.
misdemeanor.
The art's
It
created.
is not
So now we just have to
anything. It
share
doesn't
the
seem to
art.
be anything
So
more
we're going to
than
share the
that.
first level of
So
art, and then the next levels of art
that's
will
what it is.
come.
All right.
It's not
I'm gonna wait for
pie.
that a
It's
little bit
art.
more at the break. Do not worry, and we will move on. So that's the new charges. There could have been something in the book, but I haven't seen that.
I think I have to pick it up from the Gmail. I don't know why, because I don't think I downloaded it on my computer yet
The police said
from the Gmail.
he can't have books. He can't have them handed. He can't have them handed in court. There was another comment that he said he got in trouble for his sister mailing him books in custody. And again, this charge was from
Poopy
like
aging
Friday,
eyes.
and the new booking was from Friday. So I'll find it, and we'll go through it more. But
Wait, did you send it to
not
me?
allowed to get those types
Oh,
of
you know
things
what?
from
I think I
people.
can just play it from here.
If the sister tried to do it in jail, then both he and the sister can get in trouble. Does it matter at this point?
Bring the jury.
Does it matter at this point that he's getting
did you
in trouble
send it
for
on
having books given to him by his sister? He's allowed to
George
have books,
Michael, Mary J. Blige song?
but books are hiding spots. You're not allowed to bring them from the outside. So there are rules about how you can give things to people in custody. He is in custody.
Pouring ice.
So there
Oh,
are
God,
rules.
Ted, be careful.
It's just an
Hold on, pup. Hold on, pup.
odd thing. We have more conversation to be had because I also want to talk about the Doyle era objection from last week a little bit more. Any chance for a hoodie with thumb holes to be available in the merch shop? I've talked about this a couple times. Valaris, we are working on sourcing them.
Did you send?
Easy to
It
source
was email.
unless you are going to buy them by like the hundreds of thousands because you're Target or something. So we're working on it. Eric said they had a slam dunk on the financial cases. They did. Charge those and finish first, then come back to the murder later, because that doesn't have a statute of limitations. That's what I wish the prosecution did. Eric, I agree with you.
Gmail so
I think the
fucking
prosecution
much.
should have moved forward with all the financial crimes and not charged this.
Ah,
Once they
hate
charged it, they had
Gmail.
no choice.
Gmail
Once they charged
sucks.
it, they
I
had to
hate
move forward
Gmail.
with it because the defendant didn't
Gmail.
waive time. They knew that.
Gmail
I
sucks.
don't think they should have
Gmail
charged it.
sucks.
All right,
Gmail.
thank you, and may proceed.
Gmail sucks.
I
Gmail,
think
you
it
suck.
should have. I think they should have
Gmail.
waited too.
You just suck.
Last exhibit has been withdrawn.
You just.
Oh, now he's not ready. Why isn't anybody ready? Important question, Emily. Is your phone still set at 24 hour time?
I'll turn it up. I'll turn
Finally
it
caught up to
up.
live. So happy to be here in the chat.
We'll
Thank
do
you,
it
Randy Rose. No,
at the next break.
It lasted about 3 days, and then I yeeted it because I kept getting confused. Misty said on day 8, I was solid conviction. Day 22, 23, I have reasonable doubt. It's either a hung jury or innocent because Creighton unraveled his own case. I don't think Creighton's
book.
case was
I think
that.
we're going to have you sketch this out.
I don't know. This case is.
So-
This is a difficult case. Can the prosecution call Alec on rebuttal? No.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, without the verdict,
Let's
maybe
step down,
Alec can
please.
say that Paul is not guilty in the
permission
boat
of the court.
case, so protecting the legacy still stands. This case is hard. This case is very hard. I don't think this case is clear cut
Let's stand on this side.
anyway. If he missed trials, I think AM testimony on the stand makes a stronger case for the next trial.
Yes.
Okay, so what I want you to do is
I think the financials need to just go forward and then they deal with it.
No, I think
How
that's
does the
my.
feed work for a field trip? Nikki, there is no feed for a field trip.
So, talking about shotgun wounds to the body
I can't find it.
and trying to figure out
can't
what
find
the
it.
range of fire is. A perfect circle, which I'm not.
I
great artist,
texted
but
Robin. I'm
let's
still
just say
using the
that's a
text
perfect
line,
circle.
but I'm
That
also
means
using
at
the
end of
email.
barrel, right?
So text
nice
went out this
circle
morning.
Is pressed up against the skin. Now this would
Yeah,
be
there's a
down
grocery.
here on the abdomen.
Yeah,
of-
you know, because I don't have any
anyway,
coffee,
it
so
would
I
end up
had
being
to
a
order
perfect
coffee.
If you
I'm
have it up,
stupid.
it's going up
Not
against the
lupid.
Like a
fur.
perfect circle, but
Lupid.
I
I'm
get it.
Have the
stupid.
circle, but
All right, I'm gonna
have
take the
this
dog out and I'm
fur
gonna find that
Drawing is hard.
Hershey.
So
Jim,
this is
another
a contact range.
back
If
to
we
back.
have some burning around.
Good morning,
it,
Crazy Ivan. I'm gonna walk
contact
the dog. I'll
range
be right
or close
back.
range. If
And
we have
yeah, I'll be right
soot
back. And then we're
around
gonna
it,
debut the
we're
song
close
from
range.
Y'all ain't right.
Lolo.
Cheers.
Now,
Oompa
from
Lolo's
the
You are in
initial,
good company
the
in
first
this
picture
chat.
that we looked at,
We got
all
you.
those pellets coming, and then they start to slowly open up. So now what we've got is sort of looks like a cloud, right? We call it scalloped margins. So now we're moving out a little bit further.
Well, scalloped makes sense.
We are, in that area of maybe 2 to 3 feet.
S more,
or
that's
so.
true too.
And then as we continue moving further and further, we get the scallop margins, but then we get holes.
Yeah,
and
drawing
it
is
doesn't
hard.
have to be perfectly around it, but we get holes from the
But
individual
for
pellets
demonstrative,
that
this
have
is
now
good enough.
moved out.
The jury gets the point.
And so if we start seeing individual pellets, we're saying usually the end of the weapon is 4 feet or further.
I'll answer this at the break.
And then to be more specific, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet? Then you have to test fire.
Okay, so,
Test fire meaning same weapon into gel to figure out,
so as
or same type of weapon.
muzzle gets closer to the wound, there either is no spreading of the pellets, as in a contact wound, but the further away, the pellets begin to expand, and the further away, you get more of an individualized
Sarah Beth,
pellet
thank you.
pattern.
That's correct. It's like when it comes out, it comes out and it goes triangular. So it gets bigger, and as it goes triangular, it's almost like playing pool. And you take the cue ball and you hit the pool balls, the billiards, and they start to.
It's a good example.
Okay, let me, if you
It's
put
very relatable visually that
Is
it
Defense Exhibit 162 in evidence?
spreads out.
Okay, let me show it.
Caldonia said for lawyers who are supposed to be so smart, they make some pretty silly mistakes on both sides of this case. On both sides of this case.
You need to write on this.
I don't know if they'll recall Dr. Reamer. I don't know if they need to. I don't know if you need to recall Dr. Reamer. I think they just let it go. Emily, yes, the wadding from the first shot, not the second shot. And the wadding from the second shot not being there, I think, is very telling. The wadding from the first shot was there. So.
Is everything off over there? Please. What?
Oh, Katie, we might be able to do that.
Offer this into evidence, Your Honor.
We need a mischief collab.
Without objection, and ask it be sealed.
I know a perfect circle is a
Said
band
state.
name.
Submit it without objection.
The
Put it up
boat
on the
case
screen,
was,
please.
the boat case, criminal
now,
case was resolved.
here we
The civil
see-
case was not.
And if there's
The
an
criminal
evidence
case was dropped because Paul was
about a
charged, and you
large
cannot
wound on his
prosecute people
shoulder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
after
And
death.
then a smaller wound in his chin.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the directionality?
Well, it's not just that, it's also that we have no surrounding individual pellets, pellet holes. To me, looking at this is not going left to right. I can understand the thought that maybe it was like a tangential graze, but then the pellets wouldn't have gone down and they would have opened up onto
get
the
to that.
left chin. So again, using the totality of the evidence, these are pellets that are coming down from the top. They're starting to open up. They go through here, and they have to go through another bone, so they're going to open up further and disperse through the left shoulder.
So, and maybe this is too simplistic, do shotgun wounds, do they?
Oh, we'll talk about that at the break.
You just testified, they expand, right? The pattern,
You'll get a different pattern, and for a certain distance, the actual hole will expand, but then you lose that hole and it becomes just individual small holes.
so you've got a smaller hole in his chin and a larger hole in his shoulder. Does that indicate anything? I mean, am I being too simplistic? Smaller means it's expanding at that point?
Right. Not to be offensive, I think it is a little too simplistic because we also have to look at what's around the wound.
He said,
But-
is it too simplistic? You can say, yes, it's too simplistic. I
Yes.
don't think that's offensive.
With,
That's
again,
fair.
the totality of everything, this
fair.
is definitely coming downwards from right to left. The
still don't
only way I
understand
could
why.
see larger wound on the left shoulder, smaller wound on the left chin is if you consider this a graze wound. But again, using the totality of everything, the size of this wound, the location of the pellets going down into the shoulder, this is not going left to right.
Okay, now, let me also ask you this. If the wound is in the head, and why isn't the brain macerated? Why isn't the brain shredded by those pellets? Why does the brain exit the skull, as we saw a minute ago, without being shot to pieces?
Because, again, you're having one, the shot shell,
Take it down. I'm
you know,
sorry.
it's okay. Everything is still within that shot shell as it goes in. The pressure is just gonna form around it and push it out. Sometimes you'll see, in my experience, a complete intact brain that may have some holes here and there. Sometimes you'll see a brain that is split in half, and sometimes you will see completely macerated. But from what I saw in the photograph and reading Dr. Reamer's autopsy report, she does state that the brain was received in another bag and that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but that it was severely traumatized.
But no, there's no x-rays of that brain.
There's no x-rays of the brain. I'm sure there are pellets within the brain.
And were there any shots, do you see any actual autopsy photos of the brain? I mean, just the brain?
No, I saw scene photos, but I did not see autopsy photos of just the brain.
Okay. So, you would not necessarily, well, let me back off for just a second. You have actually done autopsies on contact wounds by a shotgun to the head?
Oh, yes.
And what you're telling us is based on that experience?
Well, experience, training, the textbooks, I mean, articles aren't written about it because it's fairly common knowledge.
Okay. And let me do a little housekeeping. I got a number of photos I want to show you.
Well, there certainly
that
is
may be
enough shit
used
to go around, isn't there,
were
Al?
they
So
used by you?
There you have it, darling.
In reaching your opinion, okay?
Let's see. What have I missed? What have I missed with a puppy wanting this walk? I want you to come right in.
Come over here so I can.
The thermostat is back at 68. There were those few days when it was set at 66, which I thought was curious, seeing that everybody complains how cold this courtroom is. I'm surprised they haven't raised it above 68.
Yes, I'm going to debut
When the jurors are wearing blankets.
on this channel.
Michelle
a
said
song
trial is
written
important,
by
sure, but
Oomph
can you share the on your
Cavalry
comfy looking top? Yes, I talked about
recorded
this
with
the last time I wore it.
Oomph
It is
Cavalrest on
not
vocals
linked anywhere because it's just something I
and
bought. It is free
instrumentals,
people.
and
It is
Lolo on
a one
vocals.
size
Our debut,
kind of kimono
the
style
Oomph and Lolo
felt
debut
ish.
of a
It's not felt, but
song
it's stretchy.
coming
woven,
up at the break.
giant blanket with armholes, and I love it. So
Wait for
should
it.
I have links for those types of things? Sure. Do I? Nope. That's where it is. So that's where it is. I have
Yes,
multiple
let's
colors.
just say good night.
Diane said, was it dark in South Carolina when the murder
Move
took
on to
place?
much
It would have been
more
getting
brighter
dark,
things.
but it wouldn't have been like pitch black, I
Create
think,
change.
at 8:49 in June. They talked
Educate
about that in the
people
case
and
when
make them
Sunset was.
laugh and make them sing.
So we just talked about that, Mickey. I don't have a link to the top.
160 and 159.
But actually
to
create
determine
change
whether
while
this
we're
is allowed to be,
vibing. That is my
come to the
dream.
conclusions he's going
That is
to.
what
I
I
don't think there's
want.
any need to publish
That's
them
my request.
to the jury at this point.
Natalie,
I
that's
believe
a
the
fair
state-
question. Why would Alec try to call Maggie if you don't get
Opinion,
signal at the
that's
kennels?
what no,
He said it sometimes.
Every day.
The signal at the kennels is sometimes. But the prosecution's going to say he was manufacturing an alibi.
Yes, sir.
Because we know Paul had been on the phone at the kennels to Rogan a couple times.
Waiting on the song. Okay, cannot break. Cannot break. Break cannot come fast
Kate
enough.
for now
It's
said,
such
I
a
got
good
the pink one
song.
for my
It's such a
birthday,
good
super
song.
comfy. I have gray and black.
I'm telling you, it's such a good song. And Oomph is so talented, and he is my captain, the captain to my Tennille. And it is just a great, it is a great provenance that we have found each other in this
to this jury today.
Yes, sir.
song
Offer these
thing.
evidence.
That's fair too.
Educational lecture.
Yeah, Alex
All about the
definitely got a
education of
different
parodies and
reaction
parodies
going on
and
today. It might be to the photos that are
games.
coming in.
You know what I think
I'm gonna
will
just
actually
switch
unify this
feeds
country,
real
and I think
quick.
it's going to be
And again,
laughing.
all under seal.
You can keep an eye.
Yeah.
So just
These
a
are under
couple more
seal.
questions.
But I'm going to need a few people to laugh at themselves a
162
little
is already
earlier.
Chad, I don't think it's withdrawal. He
And
said
you're going to need
he
to get the joke
has
a little
been sober for over
earlier.
500 days.
Uh-huh.
So he's just reacting.
More coffee.
The opinions you've given here today, you've given
He
to a
can't
degree
see
of
the
medical
photos.
certainty, more probably than not.
Yes.
And
Wait,
you
popcorn
would
Lincoln.
agree with me that
I'll say,
you're
I
not
do
an
declare,
expert
I do
on
declare,
the
I do declare, Mr. Motalk.
vectors of
Motalk,
the
on the
shot,
evening
even
of June
any the
7th,
shots.
2021.
You talked about a probability on Maggie on the two shots that,
You were
that go down. right?
quite.
Right. I want to make sure I'm answering correctly. So
I don't really know what that
I'm an
word
expert
means,
on
but
the
I know it's just a,
directionality within the
bellicose.
body that projectiles
I
go
don't drink
entrance,
anymore, and
exit,
yet
the direction within the body. As far as,
I'm
and I
just in
think
a
this is what
constant
you're
state of
asking,
daydream
as
now.
far as
I think that's
crime
actually,
scene
I
and
think I've just hit on it.
reconstructing, things of that sort, that's not
This
my
actually is
area of
beginning to make a lot of
expertise.
Okay,
sense.
but
I've
you
drank
have given
so
an
much
opinion,
over
and I
those
want to make
20
sure
years.
that
But
we
even
all
now,
understand
what,
you've
18
said.
years later
You've given an
of
opinion that
sobriety,
Dr.
18
Reamer
years of
was
sobriety
wrong
this April,
on the shot that blew
I'm going to,
Oh, gosh.
I've just been
all
day
the
drunk that
brain
whole
out of his
time.
skull.
That's all.
And it landed on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe it was a shot
That's it.
in the back
It stays in the
Objection
system.
leading.
Checking
of
out
the
at the grocery
skull.
store yesterday, the guy asked paper or
And,
plastic. I said, I
you
don't
believe
care. He
that
asked again,
it was
paper or
going
plastic. I
through
said,
his
just pick
skull,
one. He said, I
out
care.
his neck, and
Beggars
into his
can't be
arm.
Into the left
choosers.
side.
left side.
Wait, I'm going the wrong way, but
And we
down
found a number of
across
Oh,
the
X-rays
face into the
showing
shoulder.
we've seen
Thank you, Jim. Thank
forensic
just him
evidence that
summarizing.
you, in the normal course
Oh,
of
we gotta.
your
I mean,
work,
Oomph
rely
and
on
I
people's
have so
opinions,
many.
right?
He is
And
very
you've done
funny.
that thousands of times.
We have so many songs we have to write. He has written the most brilliant lyrics. I
Let me
really,
make sure this,
I
that the
hope
jury
you
understands
can
this.
understand them when I sing
When
them.
you're submitted
My
materials
part.
like we submitted to you,
Because
in
they are
cases,
very, very funny
you
lyrics.
report Are you paid to give
We'll
an
have to
opinion,
put up
a
a
specific
like a
opinion?
lyric sheet. Or
No, I
something.
wouldn't accept a case if someone said this is what we want.
Ruth and I are
It's
going
been
to
the first
start
time
our
to
own
review it.
And do you
record
come to
label.
conclusions based on the materials given to you?
Absolutely.
Just because we want to.
And that's your conclusion here today?
We just want
The
to create
conclusions that
music.
I've
We don't
stated,
care
yes.
about anything else. We just want to make music.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Which is fine.
I was trying to take a note, Poot. You're supposed to
We've
keep
got
asking
that rap. We've
questions.
got to finish. We've
Lindsay
got a lot
said
of
your
questions.
reference to you reference the
Eventually.
greatest movies. If you throw a line
Yes,
from Troop
'cause
Beverly
we got to build the
Hills,
hype. You're
you will
right.
be
I'm
the
sorry.
goats.
I
I will
overdosed.
try to work in a Troop Beverly Hills reference at some point.
So,
Yeah, we
you
have to find
indicated
some
and
synergy. It's a
testified that
great
it would
movie.
be
Hype,
It's been a while since I've seen it.
blood, brains,
hype train.
pieces of
We need a
skull,
hype
other
Cassie,
material would blow
I have not
out
seen that.
the direction of the hole and the
I've heard of it. I just
muzzle of
haven't
the
seen
gun
it. With the
would have
Lady
been
Gaga
pressed
suit, I'll
against the
have to go
skull,
back and
correct?
look after this trial.
The muzzle of the end of the barrel of the shotgun would be pressed against the skin firm enough that there'd be pressure onto the skull, and then you would have blowback
You see it?
as the skull opened up.
That blowback would follow the barrel of the gun?
Well, it would come back up the barrel of the gun, but it would also distribute.
Right. And what about the barrel of the gun? Would there be biological material jammed into that?
Absolutely,
I'm sorry?
absolutely.
Okay.
I wish I knew the
So there
words
would
to that
be
song. That's a really
brains,
pretty
blood,
song.
skull, whatever,
A
jammed
hype
back up the
dream
barrel
for
of
the shadow
of the
hand.
shotgun.
Shadow band.
Right,
Shadow
what we say
band.
is biologic material.
Okay.
Tell me that's not already the
Which-
name of a band.
Thank you. Please answer any
Please,
question.
Shadow
Again,
band has to be our name, please. And I
Again,
probably
they
already
don't
said
think
this.
they
Probably
have the
already said
gun
this entire thing, and I'm just like, now
with this. So
this is our
cross-examination.
This is the
This prosecutor
vibe
tends to
built.
stay at the podium, which I appreciate. So, except for going up
He
and
has to
handing
wait
things
for
that are
me to
needed.
catch up to his ideas.
Copper
Please,
Ridge said just
agent.
ordered. At some point, Free People's going to be like, "What's
God.
happening?" Maybe we should. We'll tell them.
How could it not be? How could it not?
So,
Shadow band.
so it
Really,
jammed,
actually.
which is why the shooter switched weapons. This is a very good point that I don't know if Poot knew that he was making.
What do you see?
If it happened the way it happened, then
Does he not need
that gun would have been
you see
full
it
within the
all?
muzzle. I don't think
That's one
he
button.
appreciated that what he was saying is, oh, well, this is a reason to switch guns then. So with that,
This is a little bit like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
it
Let's
gives
be
it gives that
In fact, this whole
answer
fucking thing has been like Chitty
gives
Chitty
a
Bang
reason to switch
When we
weapons.
first
Words
started
active.
your testimony, you talked a little bit about.
I like that she
time of
moved the
death.
podium to where she wanted to be.
Yes,
Is it the pathologist's job to determine
cares?
the time of death?
depends on the jurisdiction.
ribbon.
But pathologists are trained in talking about what's consistent or
That's
what's
fine,
not
hard.
consistent. But I believe, like in Georgia, I believe here in South Carolina, the coroner, in the majority of
That's
counties,
vengeance.
the coroner goes to the scene
And determines time of death.
and
Oh, maybe
does the
it's my
investigation.
vengeance. Sorry.
Uh,
Never mind.
So I don't know how it works here, but there's no doubt
I mean,
that part of a
I
forensic
don't think he really
pathologist's
fell,
training
you
and knowledge
guys. I don't
is
think he
determining
fell.
cause of death from information.
I
given-
saw part of
excuse me,
that
time of death
on,
from information given to them.
Jay's
It's
stream.
not customary for a pathologist.
He
to
was
actually
on the
go
ground,
out
like
to the
filming
crime scene, is it?
something, but I don't think.
Oh,
he
I'd say more
I mean,
often
he
than not,
could
the
have fallen
pathologist
off
does
of
not
a
do that.
trailer. He was behind a
Unless
trailer
the
on the
coroner
side.
happens
Right,
to
and
be a
now in this case,
pathologist.
because
laying on the
this appeared
ground,
to
but it
be,
looked like he was just
homicides,
chilling,
the county
like with his
coroner
camera on the
would
little
be the one to
tripod.
have,
So I don't think he
questioning
fell. I
that.
think they were
Is that
making
right?
a joke. Oh,
That's
he
my
did fall?
understanding. I definitely
Oh.
in Georgia, it's my
Okay.
understanding here, yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the
Never mind.
autopsy here,
Yes, ma'am,
and she performed an independent autopsy.
she did.
We'll get there. I'm going to try to pull things up
She
that I don't need to
performed
answer.
an autopsy of either of the victims in this case.
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct.
And you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
You
And
were
you're here
high.
I
on
think that's
Friday.
clear.
Don't fall from
I
the
was.
truck while
So
live
that would mean you've
streaming.
made over $10,000.
Don't fall off the truck. Dom, don't
in
fall off the
evaluating
truck.
and
Hey,
taking part in
Dom,
Because
this.
y'all
don't
stalled a little
Generally,
bit.
that's
just
correct.
don't
Kept them over the
get on
weekend.
that truck.
I mean,
Did you do
Gonna
a
fall
report?
and
I don't
break
think that's
your
fair.
I was not
other
asking you to report, no.
ass bone.
Wouldn't you agree that a
But if
report would
this
have been
doesn't have the
helpful
lyrics.
to explain the
I saw Dom's end of it. He
scientific
fell.
methods or
Good news, he didn't
investigation
break
that you
anything.
used to come to your
it would have been helpful to y'all. That's why you didn't do
Angry.
one.
Oh,
Oh,
different
I did not
jurisdictions do it
see, nor did I
differently.
even
So
search
I have
out
no
the angry
idea
people yelling at him and
how
like,
it's done here, but I mean, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony, so
sometimes
I
no
guess it
good
would
deed
be
does
on
go
paper
unpunished, and
instead of,
sometimes you
verbally.
something could
Well,
look
you
like a
saw
good deed.
Dr.
You
Reamer's
probably
report,
should
and that was
just think
actually
about the
entered into
efficiency
evidence,
of
right?
the
Yes, I did.
So it's not so much the deed
All right, you
itself,
spoke a little
folks,
bit
it's the
about
efficiency of the
Maggie
deed that's
and
in question.
her autopsy.
That's really
And I
all I'm
believe you
going to say
said in
about
your
it.
testimony that
I will
Maggie's
say
shooter
that,
could
yes,
Sorry,
be
Shelby.
taller than Maggie.
He's-
the
That
guy
was-
who
Oh,
probably
no, that's not
gave
what I
him
said.
a bit
He
of
reigns his
fine,
boots.
probably
No, what
gave
we
him
were
100% in the right.
talking about was
Yeah, no
if
good deed does go
Maggie's
unpunished.
gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of
Oh
her
no,
head
Kim,
and to the
Kim
side
has
of her head
Oh.
were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at
Ruh-roh.
an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that the
Taller.
shooter had to be
JJ, yeah.
taller, because we
JJ.
talked about how she could be bent
Yeah.
over.
But an elevated
Long
position
convalescent.
could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Yeah,
Oh, but that,
I know.
I
He's
mean, it
fine,
could be,
though. He's
could be
fine.
that the
He
shooter
really
was
seemed
taller,
fine
but that would
yesterday
still
when
have to be
when I caught
somebody
it, he was already on the ground.
extremely elevated
Looked like he
position
was kind of
shooting
on his way
down.
up, but
You know,
Unless she's on the
I'll leave it
ground.
at that.
I'm glad he's
And,
okay.
and you said that determining
I'm glad
trajectory
everybody's
is not.
okay. I'm
Stephanie
glad
Alec
that
drives around
At the scene, that's
back
further
and
from the
forth to
body.
Governor
the scene
DeWine
during
decided
That's why I
after
do
3
what
but he
weeks
does not lose
to
connection.
do what he's supposed to
All right,
do
let's
as a
move on to
governor.
Paul.
Answer that at the
Would
break.
you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of
Safe drive,
energy and
Kathleen.
momentum is
Corporation
generated, and that momentum and
and
energy
I hope that we
tears through a
reinstate the
person's body?
regulations for trade
Depending
industry
on the
that
range of
Trump
fire, the type of ammunition.
got rid of.
Yes, I agree with that.
You fucking morons.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out.
God, you fucking
Eventually,
you
yes.
Fucking right wing
So
idiots. You idiots.
if Paul was shot in the back
God,
of the
you're
head,
dumb. God, you're dumb.
and those pellets start
You know why we can't have
spreading
nice
out,
things? Because you guys
they
are
come
fucking
back
stupid
together
as
when
shit.
they
All right, stop.
exited this way?
No, but that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire. So those pellets, I mean, if you go from the top of the
It's a
head,
doctor, lawyer, and
down to
martyr
here.
on YouTube.
this is about 6 inches.
Well, you know, at one
So
point
about
or
6
another,
inches,
KMS, I
we have
think we
maybe
all
a foot,
do. So I'm
right,
just
from
going to
here
be
to
honest
here.
with you.
Those
Lolo, I
pellets
got
can still
called
be together
back
and starting
at
to spread
physical
out.
therapy,
So
we'll-
no, they're not going to
Oh,
go out and
no,
come back
Crazy
together.
Ivan.
Some,
I will
that's
make
why I was
sure
talking
that
about that
somehow,
billiard
some
ball
way,
effect.
you hear this
Some,
from
if
here,
you,
get a clip
you know,
of
hit
it,
that
Dave.
cue ball,
That's
the
what I'm
side
gonna
ones are going to
put that
pop
bitch
out
for you.
and the middle ones will
Let's
still
put
be
that
together.
bitch.
So
Depends on the
no,
angle
they won't go out and come
which
back.
you hit it.
Aw.
But,
And on the off chance that you got a
I
sneak
have
preview.
no issue with 1 foot from here to
Oh,
here
there's 3
and
of us.
having still a whole cluster of pellets coming through.
Oop is
But the pellets would be
multi-talented.
closer together
Oop has
when they
multiple
first entered the
personalities.
body.
We
And
all
that's the
sing very
point.
well.
For a certain distance, yes.
Thank you, thank
And
you.
we
Have a
also
good
talked
time
about
at
soot or
physical
stink.
therapy.
Guys, we're
Oh my
almost at
god.
50.
Now, in
50,000
Dr.
viewers,
Reamer's
thanks
report,
all.
she does note
Private
I like her
area.
that
cross.
there was soot
Absolutely,
and stippling for certain
absolutely.
injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
It's
she did
concise.
not note that
Love you guys.
for the injury to the.
Her questions aren't compound.
Agreed.
I find her easy to follow.
And wasn't the top?
She hasn't asked about the choke at
of
all.
Paul's skull missing?
Yes, it was.
Oh,
And
wait, hold on.
in
hold on.
Paul's face, it wasn't
Oh, okay.
blown
Easy to
off,
follow
was
is all
it?
I'm asking
It
for in
was
this
not.
fucking case.
Yet again.
Truth.
His brains weren't
No,
splattered
no,
all over the floor.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces
Oh my
in other
God,
areas.
Gina.
But it was
and
mostly-
a large piece in one
Email,
area.
I
But it was
hate
mostly
you.
Mass. It wasn't.
Oh, I hate
I'm
you.
going to show you what's been entered as take 24.
It
on
wasn't
the seal.
Oh, there it is.
exploded. It was mostly a
There
mass.
it is, darling. There it is.
So
Yes, 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 yes.
And that's
yes. I've got it. 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 I've got it.
question off topic. First time needing glasses. Love yours. What are they? Also, where can I get the blanket? It is a free
I don't
people.
know if you can tell from this picture.
I can't.
If I can open
this particular brand is still changing the cost of the
lacerated
glasses.
or splattered everywhere.
I want to play it.
No,
No!
but that brain has been extruded from the head.
Ah!
And
It is
there
extruded.
Are, when
Ah!
you do a zoom
I'm
in on
sorry.
it,
No!
unfortunately, no
Oh my
X-ray.
God!
But
No!
when you zoom in
No!
on
No!
it, you
No!
can
No!
tell
It was
that there's
mostly
injury
intact.
Nobody listen.
to the brain. But
Let me
the brain, yes, it's not lacerated.
And there were
Oh my God. Oh my God. I cannot get it to stop playing. I broke the whole fucking thing. I'm right here. No, it's not. It's me. Hold on. Okay, I'm so sorry, you guys. I don't know what I do. I just do things wrong. That's what I do. I do things wrong. That's what I do. I do things wrong. Child, you would play you would play better than you sing. No, you sing beautifully. Okay, I'm going to play the song. This is you are now witnessing the second. Well, you kind of heard it in the beginning, but now you're going to hear it for reals, my darling. And I don't care who's testifying. It's probably the most amazing testimony we've heard in the last 26 days. But you know what? I don't care because you're going to hear this fucking song. Okay, we're going to put the song on, and it's called "Don't Fall in Love with a Streamer," written by Oomph Cavalrest, sung by Oomph Cavalrest and Lolo. I want you to enjoy. I'm going to hopefully be able to do something that I don't know. I know, let's go, I know. Yay, 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 yay. Okay, wait a minute. Clap, applause, clap. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure out the best way to play it inside of here. I think I need to stop screen sharing so I can. Oh my god, what is wrong with my. Where? No. Okay, wait. I think I can just play it on the computer and you can hear it. Okay? I don't know. All right, we're going to have to figure this out. We're going to do this. We're going to try together. All right, are you ready for Don't Fall in Love with a Streamer? Jesus Christ, I hope I fucking do this right because I'm really not, I'm not very confident in myself right at this moment. I'm just going to be real. Hold on, here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. No, I want it to go back. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. Wait, sound up. Get your lighters out.
Just watching you, watching my stream. I've never felt more relevant. I must pretend that I'm not impressed by you, girl, and all your great content. Just another chud streaming from your truck. I watch you 'cause you stalk me, Chuck, and I walk softly while you're stuck in traffic. 'Cause I live here, honey. Don't fall in love with a streamer. We can be fickle and petty gods. Just when you think the chats accept you, you get blocked by their mods. Don't fall in love with a streamer. They'll always be online. So cash at me home. Grifts and go. So like, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell, baby. You repeat the lies I've refuted several times. At some point, staying ignorant won't do. How else could I hope to turn your gaze my way? I'd join Antifa for you. Don't fall in love with a streamer. If you can't pick us up at jail, it's fun and there's a social game. So until you're swinging for their bed, don't fall in love with a streamer. 'Cause streamers be right or die. So grift and go, or cash at me home. So like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to me, baby. Don't forget that cash app.
There it is. Oh, oh! I don't know. This is just my music. Stop. Oops. That would be my Apple Music. That was the world debut. You saw it here first. You heard it here first. Oof, you did such a good job. Those lyrics are so funny. I'm going to put the lyrics out because the lyrics are so amazing. They're so, oh my God, I look like shit today. It's okay. I don't care how much I look like shit. The lyrics are so perfect. The lyrics are perfect. He did such a good job. And he pulled it all together. I just had to record my part and send it to him. He pulled it all together. Brilliant. Bravo, oomph, bravo, oomph, bravo, oomph. A Star is Born. All right. Well, it was lit. That was fucking awesome. It was so amazing. Such a great project. So fun to work with him on it. It was super easy. He makes everything easy. So.
Our blood-stained
That was
interpretation
good.
and
Good
shooting
job.
incident reconstruction.
Whoops.
One of the cases, I believe, with
Oh,
State v.
that's
Michael
not good.
Peterson. Were
I'm
you an
glad
expert in that case?
I was, sir.
And was that the stair-step
You,
case?
bravo to you.
I think it's known as the staircase case, yeah.
All right.
Case?
Have you ever not been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction in any court, state or federal?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Mr. Pombach as an expert witness in the area of crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction.
Says the state.
Is it blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis or splatter analysis?
The field is referred to as blood stain analysis. Blood spatter would be a subcomponent of the greater field, yeah.
No objection.
He's admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pombach,
So he's
were you
admitted
hired
in
by
multiple.
Mr. Harpootlian and I on behalf of the defendant Alec Murda's case?
I was.
He's
what were you hired
in
to?
multiple areas.
To review the case, look at the forensics evidence, the pattern evidence, crime scene documentation, lab analysis, autopsies, and related investigative reports that dealt with the scene activity in the physical evidence.
That's right.
And what are you charging for your time?
I am.
He did a really
How
good
much
job.
do you charge?
I mean, we pulled this.
I do it as a block rating, just simply because I don't want to keep track of hours. So my initial retainer fee was $5,000. I will have another finalizing fee.
I
as
appreciate
here.
that so much.
Last night I scratched it out. I believe it's going to be $8,000 more plus travel expenses.
And did you come down here Friday and
No,
did
a
not
lot
get to
of art
testify and spend the weekend in the low country?
Yeah, I showed up Thursday actually, but yeah, I've been here for a bit.
All right.
Some of those
He's
are
like, yeah, we ended up spending a lot more money because
What
the state
have you
wasn't done on
reviewed
Friday.
in
Yep,
this
we
case?
know.
What materials have you
pencil
reviewed?
rise to the
We-
top.
we-
So
Again,
well aware.
lots of photographs,
that's the way life goes.
crime scene photographs, evidence photographs, autopsy photographs,
Art has
autopsy
been
records,
done
data,
good.
x-rays, various lab reports, investigative reports, diagrams created by.
Jim's trying to show that the amount he's been
personnel
paid was
and
inflated because he
reports
was
that
here over the
related to those
weekend.
diagrams.
But there
That's
are
Now,
artists that are
when-
going to possibly
you-
be doing things with that
Upon
song.
your initial review of the
Oh,
autopsy
all of us do the wrong
reports,
jobs.
I don't know what kind of art.
did you make any suggestions to us?
It's like an art plus.
Oh, yeah, once I agreed to take the case, that material was submitted and I began to just
But it's
review
fair,
it,
'cause
and
Jim
that's what I
can't
usually do,
argue-
read through it and see.
The prosecution can't say, oh, well, you spent all this money. It's like, well,
One
part of
the
it was
areas that I
being
very
here for the
concerned with
weekend.
Right away was looking
So that's, I
at
think, fair.
the shotgun wound to Paul. And based on all my training and experience, what we visualize in the head is absolutely consistent with a contact wound. Reading through the report, it didn't say that. It was written obviously as an
I am
exit
grateful
wound
to him
with the
for getting
contact
me.
being down in the left shoulder and
He's
the
the one
left
making
face.
the opportunity happen. So I'm grateful.
I think within a day, I called back to Attorney Harpool and yourself and said, this doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results.
We got
And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
everybody's chilling like villains over there.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt testified?
I was.
And before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Had you ever worked with Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
So this
Did you
is
talk
going,
to Dr. Eisenstadt at any point in time?
this is going to the fact that they
before
had
you
consistent
arrived here in
opinions
South
that are
Carolina
different.
For this case?
They did not coordinate, if you will.
We kind of need.
Did you have an opportunity to go to Moselle?
I did.
And when was that?
Friday morning.
There's something
Is that your
about like
first
an old
physical trip to Moselle?
versus like a young person.
And we'll get to some of the things
No,
that
it's a young
that you
person.
located.
You're young. I'm sorry, you are young.
Generally, overall, I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur?
Sure. I believe it began with Paul.
If this is more
his
clear
right
than the
shoulder to
state-
the open feed door. This is with inside the feed
will be
room.
very helpful
He's-
to the
he's
jury.
facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side. And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exit the side of his chest,
Launches
into his
into
left
the
arm,
arm.
exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door, and how close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing. You wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grice reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
A GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Which is hard
However,
with black
I'm not going to
bloodstained
dispute what I
clothing.
read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel.
And that's what,
The other factor you have to take into
what was
consideration is
said.
both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered, and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls a trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the two casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there. You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know.
He said it could be.
I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. Options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again.
and there's 2 shots, so that
It could
doesn't make
alternatively
sense.
be a double barrel, but in
That
my
doesn't make
review of
sense
the
either.
firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those 2 shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech fix areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the 2 casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away, and I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure.
I don't think I don't think anybody thinks it's a double
Any
barrel.
indication that Paul
I
had an opportunity to defend himself with any defensive
Excuse me for the
indications?
yawning.
Well, actually,
So I frankly think he was startled by that shot. He was
people that
Arms
quite
are
sure it
down.
was a door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming
sit down.
and/or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door
I
or
can't even tell you. I'd be doing
turning, trying to run, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go.
Random,
But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. And you asked the question, did
I don't
see any
disagree with that
defensive
based on everything we've
injuries
heard.
or any indication of defensive actions on him or in the feed room? The answer is no.
What type of defensive indications
It makes me.
have you seen in the past that would indicate?
And all the experts
there
have
was a
agreed on
struggle?
that.
Just saying to him.
Well, I think your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So
It makes your.
the orientation of his body would have changed.
You need to just say.
His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly, there could be gunshot residue distribution
I
on
sound
them.
terrible if I'm not.
There could be,
Sure.
that'd be the main difference.
Really not.
Okay.
I'm overthinking it.
The and what was the ammunition in the first shot in the
Can't
paw?
get these fucking levels.
That was buckshot. So it's 9, about
And
38
again,
caliber.
the dogs weren't going wild.
And I think you mentioned
Alex
that
said
the
when he
shell,
left there was nobody
shell was
else
found
there.
inside the feed room. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, let's move on to the second shot of the paw. Can you reconstruct generally, and then we'll get to
Please
some
tell me that there are some
Sure,
images
based on
somewhere
the general
that they have
morphology
created.
of what happened.
Oh my
in the head,
God.
this
Visual
explosive nature,
images.
Oh my God, you
I've
guys.
taught that way, we've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that except when you have a high energy source contact wound. The reason I say a high energy source contact wound, if you took a little 22 caliber
For the
revolver
last 3
and
hours,
held it to the head, you will not see
I
what
had
we
the wrong
saw
microphone
here.
turned.
Simple reason being is it's not creating anywhere near the volume of what we're talking about, these gases, this high voluminous gases that you get with a shotgun or a rifle.
Welcome to Lolo's.
Effectively, why? Well, the barrel of the shotgun is going to be long, it's wider, and so that you
Oh
have
my
this
God.
whole big area within the barrel that's being
my life.
pressurized. And that just creates an exponentially a whole lot more gaseous material than you would have seen in a handgun. So seeing that head in the condition it was, that is a contact wound from a high-energy source weapon,
Trials,
which
trial.
would understandably be a shotgun or a high-powered
Oh, you
Now,
know, Oof, you're
I don't
probably
wanna repeat
right about
what
the
jury
sound
determined.
levels.
Were you sitting here in the courtroom when
Yeah,
Dr.
my
Eisenstadt,
replays always drop out. They
explained
always
the
are like bubbly.
mechanism of the
I
head to
must
the
be
shot?
doing something
I heard
wrong.
that, yep.
Don't give
Shot to
your
the
left arm
head.
to play
Yeah,
guitar
yeah.
better because then
And-
you
and
won't
is
have
that-
an arm to play guitar with.
Do you agree or disagree
Yeah,
with
no,
his
completely
assessment?
agree, completely agree.
Now, we'll get to this shortly, but the there's on the door as it swung open at the
Larry.
top. There's hair, looks like paws, and there's blood at the top.
I see what you're doing.
Is that inconsistent with your assessment of
I see what
how
you're
the
doing.
shot happened?
So what you're doing
No,
there?
actually, it's completely consistent with that.
The
Well, explain
post,
that,
like
please.
I take a shower at night
So,
and then my hair, I
what
lay on my
happens
hair and then it
is
just happens.
the
Whatever
barrel
happens to my hair
is
happens
in
to my
alignment
hair. And
tightly
some days
against
it's
the
like
head.
fluffier and
again,
some
the
days it's
shot
not. And
goes
I'm just
into
letting
the
you know
head.
this is your hair
Kat,
tips
the
with
gaseous
Lolo
makeup
this
of the
morning.
jury is
begins to
on.
build
Did I
and again,
completely
It's
miss cross
just
examine
some
Alec or
makeup
did they do?
quickly.
it's beginning to swell and build.
You
At the same
did.
time,
You
the
did.
shot, the wadding is starting to
You
move
did.
down toward the exit area and come out. And then the head finally goes.
Yeah,
under pressure. It
unfortunately,
can't
we
go. And
didn't
as it
really even
goes,
listen.
the pressurized gases are going to find the quickest area to escape, and then they're going to redirect in that format. That ends up being the entrance hole. So you kind of get like a shift in action here, and all of the energy now
Goes
is
back out.
is kind of recategorized, and it's now pushing
Yeah,
up
truth.
toward the corner of the ceiling and the door.
I don't really know. Yeah, he
No,
did. Actually, no, I do know. He did. He had cross
Have you
examination.
seen,
It wasn't very exciting.
Dr. Kinsey's photograph of the door, and it's a crime scene photo, and there's a little ding in the door.
I have seen that.
Did
yeah.
you go out and inspect that on Friday?
I did, because you could clearly see a little ding, and I totally agree that could have been a pellet impact, but it was taken, at that time, it was taken at a little bit of an angle, and I felt it would be better if I get up and get 90-degree closer view.
I love
and,
you guys so
examine it
much.
myself, and
You don't
I did.
know.
And while you were there, did you also see any other
The
pellets
distractions
in the
are
feed room
so beautiful.
that you attribute to the
Yeah.
shooting of Paul in the head?
So first of all, in close examination of the impact on the door, I do believe
hours
that's
have we
from
been?
a pellet, and actually
Oh,
the
3
dimensional
hours.
size of it is consistent
3 hours,
with
2
the
and a half,
diameter of a
2
number
and
2
3/4.
steel shot pellet.
And I had my
And it is also
wrong
it
microphone
was
on
elongated, so you
for
could see
2
that
and
it was
3.
coming from the bottom up.
2 3/4 hours.
Quite
in
near,
my
probably only a foot away, on the header, the trim header of the door.
Oh my God.
There was another one of these steel pellets, again, the right diameter, actually embedded in the wood. It's still there today. Going back, and I'll be honest, I did not see that in the
I need a
photograph.
haircut, I
Going back and
think. I
looking
don't
at the
know.
photographs, I confirmed, yeah, it actually was present the day of the shooting.
Because sometimes you don't see
So,
things
Mr.
the first
Palmbach,
time, which
how
is
is it that
fair.
a shot going down into the head could lead to pellets causing indentations in the door and getting stuck in the
Good question.
header
Yep.
of the door?
An explosion really is the best way to do it, but it's not just this kind of an explosion, it is the military call it
I
a
laughed
shape
at this
charge,
morning.
where you focus the explosion in a narrow pathway, and that creates a much larger damage area. And that's what happened here. You expanded the skull plate, and it pushed back through, first of all, pushed back through the actual entrance hole of the skull. And as that happened, then the skull breaks and pulls out, but there's now a very large energy moving this way, and it's drawing with it things as heavy and large as the entire brain, but it's also grabbing blood, it's grabbing tissue, it's
Doesn't the
grabbing
brain
skin,
weigh
it's
like
grabbing
14
hair,
pounds?
it's grabbing the bone fragments, and it's grabbing part of the steel shot that's still in the skull cavity, and it's pushing it at a pretty reasonable velocity up and toward that
Maybe it
corner of the
doesn't.
door and the ceiling.
Broncos country, I agree. A jury view makes sense after this testimony so they can see it,
There's a-
knowing
we'll
that
get
this
photos,
testimony is
but-
coming
Maybe
in,
my brain.
so they can visualize
Appears to
it.
be
Absolutely
the
agree.
wadding that in the middle of the feed room on the
Oh,
floor.
we get a kitty.
In your opinion, where did that come from?
Like came out from inside the brain. That obviously made it through the brain, it was in the brain. And again, remember, the wad has these little fingers that tend to open and flare out like that. As a matter of fact, if you look at it in the photograph, you can see that it was flanged. The fingers were folded back. So it kind of is a breaking power, right? It's not going to go through the rest of the brain and out the side of the face and into the shoulder as easily as a pellet's will. So it stopped more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive force. I'm assuming it just went up well, it could have gone up into the shooter, it could have gone up into the door, could have gone up the ceiling, and wherever any one of those areas could have happened and fallen down on the floor.
The Jabber 91 asked, do all the jurors have to go to the
And-
view?
and I
Yes,
want to talk about the
they
shooter.
do.
How close would the shooter have been?
They all have to go.
Oh, they are going to
relation
do a
to
view. Okay.
the
They're going to go to
shot in the
Moselle.
false head?
Interesting.
Well, so this is contact. So he's got to be close enough to get the barrel in contact, firm contact with his head.
So can't be 5'2", even if
We don't know what
Paul's
that gun is. I don't know is it an 18-inch
bent
barrel
over.
length, a 26-inch barrel length? We don't know that. Obviously, that's going to change the difference. But and the shot is
steep.
somewhat overhead downward. So all of that is bringing this shooter much closer to Paul than when he took the first shot with Paul standing upright.
A
So
steep downward
we
shot.
see indentations from a pellet in the door. We see a pellet stuck in the threshold of the door.
I know.
What's happening to the shooter?
I guess
in
they
this-
do to see
as
just. Well,
in
I
your
would, if I
reconstruction,
were him,
a
I would want
contact
them
shot
to
the
have
back of the
every
head.
opportunity
What's-
to
what's
see
happening to the
everything. I
shooter at
want
that
no.
He's getting hit with large amounts of brain material,
I think that's in
blood,
the best interest of
skin,
everyone.
hair, bone fragments, and I believe
What color should I
very
paint my
likely some of
nails
the
next?
pellets.
What's a good
This is
springtime
why they're
color
talking
for
about
little
it.
nails? I have
Of
tiny nails.
that hitting the
I don't
shooter.
like long.
Because
I mean, I
Alec
like
didn't
long
have
nails,
any
but they're very
bruises,
impractical for me.
Substantial,
etc.
and the reason we know that is
I
one,
can't do
we've seen what's
dishes. I
happened.
can't.
Donna, he's
I
an
have
expert,
to
so
do
his
that.
opinion
was.
is
And secondarily,
expert opinion, not
we have
speculation. That's
two
why
of
they're
the
allowed
pellets.
to
One is actually denting this
talk
metal
about that.
door, and another one is embedding in the wood
So
above
that's
it.
why
Yeah,
they're
I would
talking
want to
That,
too.
I can't quantify that force, but that's substantial force. And that's the kind of energy that's taking all of the brain, all the fluid, all the tissue, and all the hair, and all the broken skull places, and sending it. Principally, it's going to follow right along the barrel pathway, around it for sure, but that it's going to go in the same direction,
This
essentially,
guy plays
that the
golf.
barrel
I'm
had
gonna
been
put my
placed.
fucking wife on it.
Would you expect to see
That little
any
golden
type
move.
injuries to the shooter?
Total golf move.
That's quite possible. I mean, for sure, they're literally covered in all of that material.
Maybe
for
I'll do like
sure.
a rose pink. I had like
But
a
given,
poppy
the
red,
size
like a
of the
little
bones, the
poppy,
amount of the
like
bone, and
red
now,
poppy, I guess. I don't know. Coral.
pellets coming back at them, if
Yeah,
any of
maybe
them
do
hit
like a
him,
rose pink.
it's going to be an
That'd be
injury,
nice.
whether it's substantial or just a stinging injury. Yeah, I think
I was
that's
thinking like a
possible.
very light
Actually,
blue,
probably.
like a robin's egg blue.
And that's
And-
because we've got video of Alec
And
that
when you s-
night.
And how much biological material and blood is going to be on the shooter's clothing and on the shooter's person?
It's fine.
A lot,
Well,
He's like
natural.
a
all.
lot.
Could do natural.
on the upper body and head.
But also, if Paul is bent over and
Shooter
down,
has
you don't have that extreme
thick
angle of a
hair,
shooter having
something
to
a lot
be
different
down. The
than what
shooter
I
is
have, would
then
you
up,
expect it to
going
be
down.
matted in the shooter's hair?
Certainly, I mean, you're gonna be covered on any surface,
Something
but
springy.
yeah, I guess the
Something
thicker the hair
light
is,
and
the
airy.
probably more it will retain in there.
And you, we have pictures of the room showing blood in various places throughout the room, right?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with?
Exactly. So you have this core high velocity, kind of high volume pattern going up to the corner. But you also, this hole in the side of the head it's like this. It's very large. And so once that's open, there's still a lot of energy right there.
I see you guys asking, what if he
And
hosed
there's
himself
blood
down?
and tissue right there. You're also then going to just literally below
I think there
volume
would
for
be
that,
more
and that's what we're
blood
seeing
in the,
throughout
but
room.
again, the
That's why you're
mud
seeing
at
it,
night.
on shelves and
I don't know if you
door
would have seen the
trims
blood
and
in the
on
mud.
this wall and on this
But a
wall
hose
here.
isn't going to do it enough.
With the exception, if you really look at it, there are some areas that they have a void appearance, which to us would indicate there was something there.
Wait, where's the void?
Absorbed the blood that should have been there. And in this case, it would be the shooter's position.
Wait, where? Can you show us where the void was?
You know,
Do we have a
Jim, we're
chart
gonna
with
get
the
to some
void?
photos and walk through that a little bit more.
Yes,
But
please.
I want you to now address just sort of an
Let me know if
overview.
the sound is bad.
Dr.
I want to hear
Kinsey's,
more about
You know
the
what I do
void.
is bad.
I guess, reconstruction based on Dr. Reamer's autopsy, where the shot is being made from a different angle. Do you think that's possible in this case?
Oh, I don't think at all it's possible that the shot came the way that Dr. Reamer articulated. I think probably Dr. Kinsey, and I don't blame him, relied on that information that was provided to him by Dr. Reamer, and he began to
Disagreed.
conduct his analysis based on that information, which was wrong.
But as to the angle of the gun, do the angles work out where you could take this shot from the outside?
So you have to look at the shot distribution evidence.
The
We'll
first
talk
shot
about
came from
gunshot-
outside the
gunpowder
kennels, though.
residence.
That's
We'll look at where
uncontroverted.
blood spatter is located, and then we'll look at where we see
easily.
this pellet and other projected spatter coming back. None of that is consistent with the lower trajectory upward shot that Dr. Kinsey articulated, and all of it is consistent with an overhand contact shot to the back of Paul's head.
Okay, well, let's start walking through these photos. And we'll start with Defendant's Exhibit 162, which is an evidence, and please cover your screens. This is under seal, and it's, can you pull it up, Doug? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is showing the left side of Paul's face and the left shoulder and the injury in that area.
Now,
It's going to be a lot for the jury.
can you explain the significance of the size of the two different wounds, one in the side of the jaw and one in the shoulder?
Yes, the shoulder is much larger and much more diffuse and spread out. The side of the neck is a bit more circular and certainly smaller. And then if you look at the shoulder injury, again, it's substantively larger, and you can see, damage, a lot of tissue damage in that area. And you can even, from this photograph, visualize easily one of the pellets that's still present.
Dog pics.
More or less up
I'm
on
on
top
it,
of that area.
Marie.
Sure.
I want
Now,
it horny.
As a shotgun, pellets even enter the body, do they continue to spread out? Or exit the body and spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, it's all about distance. In order, your spread, the distribution of spread is a factor of distance traveled.
And we're not going to pull up the other autopsy photo, but do we in fact see that under Paul's arm? This individual pellets as it exits under his armpit?
Sure,
let me
and
answer
then
that.
you actually
Take a
can see
break.
the effective spread over distance.
Hey,
because
gal.
By the time
Aw.
those fellas hit the window behind
Oh,
them,
it's
which is, 5, 6, 7
tonight!
feet, now you start to see the
Congratulations! Oh
spread
my
issue.
God! No, he already went on the stand. It was a complete disaster. He's probably still going to get off though, because welcome to South Carolina. That's my assessment of this court, so you don't have to worry about it.
Sindaria said, isn't
Oh,
the
enjoy
pathologist
tonight!
contradicting the armpit coroner,
Congratulations to the
contradicting their own
man.
witness? They called the armpit
I'm so
coroner
proud.
to
I'm so proud
contradict
to know
him
you. I
because
kind of
he
know
is
him.
an agent of the state.
But
The armpit
man,
coroner is the
congratulations.
coroner
Love
called
you so
out by
much,
law
gal, and
enforcement.
happy
Law
birthday weekend.
enforcement
Kind of
is who
in
made the
past.
state's case. Even though the
So
state
yeah,
didn't call that
keep us
witness,
all in the background, babe.
they
Love
called that
you.
witness to
190,
dispute him.
191, and ask
Congratulations
if
to
you
hubby.
rely upon
So
these
it makes sense to me because it was
analysis.
so laughable.
I did.
Shannon, thank you for your order from the
190,
water shop.
191, and evidence under seal at this time, I believe without objection.
Fair admitted.
Doug, if you could pull up 190, please. Now, will you tell us, Mr. Palmbach, what
I don't know
this
how Alex paying for all of this
photo
defense.
depicts and how it relates to your analysis?
Don't know.
Well, this is showing the final resting position of Paul.
Hi, Pepper.
and,
How you doing?
This is
Oh
obviously
yeah, I want
after
pictures,
both of
gal.
the shots.
I want
and,
pictures in the
where
signal of what
he's
what
located.
tonight is like. Please, thank you.
Yeah, but
You
can
know what
see,
you know how
the
I am
brain is
about
located
fashion.
on to the left of him.
I love to see the
against his
fashion.
left leg, and there's a substantial amount of
You can
spatter.
come back to us later. I'll be right back.
In this area around his transfer and pooling by his feet in the doorway, and you see that his feet are more or less on the. If you were standing on the outside, it would be more or less on the right side of the doorway, and then the rest of his body angles a little bit more toward the left from that once he's outside.
Does this photo inform your opinion as to where Paul was probably standing or kneeling at the time he received the fatal blow to his head?
Notified the
Well, this photo
audience
in
not to talk
conjunction with
during
several
court,
other
and
photos
yet
of that area, but
you got people in court
yes, it does
holding
inform
up
me
their-
to me his
holding up and
motion,
still talking. The court's going to be
between the two
pissed.
shots.
The people are still talking in court.
And let's go to 190. Excuse me, 191, also under seal. And again, is this same?
This witness has been very
Just from a
clear
different angle?
and easy to follow.
From the other side, yep, and so you're now looking more at the left side. And again, you can see the large brain mass, somewhat near his left knee area. But you can also see a fairly large piece by his,
that's
of
just
brain
hard.
material by his left ankle.
For the
And then there's more,
jury.
maybe 18 inches away from his body, kind of adjacent with his belt or hip area. There's also what appears to be a large fragment of skull on the ground, maybe a foot off of the cement pad.
And some of this we already know,
I'm going to show you
and some of it we
2 more
don't.
photos, 3 more photos.
I think this is going to the defense of there's no way Alec could be as clean as he was if he had done this. That's part of the argument that this is going to. I also think it's going to Dick's argument that
Show you one.
Alec, the loving father, couldn't have done this to his son. Couldn't have pulled that shotgun trigger. Though it also explains why a shooter might switch weapons and why a shotgun might be
I'd
jammed.
ask if you relied upon those in reaching your conclusions.
I don't know how much the
Okay.
jury will find
What are they?
this helpful.
There are views principally of the floor area within the feed room.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, we move defendants 165 and 192 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
No objection.
Fair admitted.
Doug, if you'll pull up 165, please. And what do we see here, Mr. Palmbach?
Again, it's looking downward at the feed room, so you can
Billy Joe, it's a
see
fair
this
point.
from the area of the stoop, and then heading back into the kind of the feed bag, and you'll see that yellow placard number 1. And what I can deduce from that, let's focus with the placard area number 1 and the blood stain that's on the
Runkle
floor
knows
in that
much
area.
more about guns than I do.
that is classified as we call a vertical drip pattern.
But
And
they
that
switched
occurs when
guns for a
blood from
reason.
above comes down. I believe that what that blood is attributed to is the chest wound. And so, you know, the shot came into the chest. Of course, the chest entrance is going to start bleeding, but as long as Paul is upright, you really just, gravity's going to kind of just flow that down, you know, his shirt, and that'll kind of catch it. It's not, we won't see that on the floor for a period. But the shot then came out of his chest, into his arm, and out of his arm. So you've got, 17 or 18 different holes here. There's lots of opportunity for this to bleed, and in fact it did, and you can see the blood running down his arm. And so
And
I
you
think
see the drips
what
down.
you're seeing in those
And the drips
accumulations
down
of
are
droplets on the
slow
ground
move.
is
Right.
the positioning now post that first shot of his left arm bleeding. And then you can begin to see some movement away from that toward the door.
All right, Doug, go back to, yeah, thank you. So did we see the wadding there by the number 1?
Correct.
And is that the wadding from the headshot?
Yes, it is.
And, all right, back up, Doug, and go to the threshold, the entry of the, can you enlarge that? Yes, thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
So there's a couple things going here. One, it might be, can I come down a point?
Yes, please.
It might just be easier.
He's like, can I just come show you? That's fair.
Go regular size, and then don't make that so tight, but cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. And you probably want to stand over here,
This side,
Tim, so you don't block your streams.
Yep. Okay. First of all, again, these areas here are the vertical drip patterns that I was alluding to. And again, you can see them beginning to move in this direction. And you'll even see a couple of the larger droplets here, again, moving toward the door. Again, these are coming from Paul as he's moving away more or less kind of from the center part of the room toward the doorway. But an area I think that's really worth paying attention is this area of the floor here, and then this little bit of trim here. And this is a second
Dr. B
impact
says hi and
area.
bye, Chad.
This is not directly related to what we're seeing up on the ceiling, although it is related to the overall event of him receiving that headshot. And I believe what we're seeing here is after I think he's moved sufficiently that he's now moving toward the doorway, and the door jamb right here. And in this area here
I
is
hope
where
they
he's
have a
gonna receive
recreation of
shot.
this.
And as he receives the shot here, it's going to exit from his lower face and it's going to hit the shoulder. As it's coming out of the lower face, it's coming with a volume of blood and tissue. And then that's going to get slammed basically right into the shoulder where the shots are. And that's going to create another projection, independent. And that's going to line up for us that his head is located right in, about a foot or so off the ground, and pretty close proximity to the edge of this trim board. And you can see the resulting spatter in this area, which all supports that impact site.
Agent Dog also freed a good home because Agent Dog decided to rip apart the trash.
So are you saying that the blood spatter on the
This is the
floor
message
there that
Agent
you
Dog
pointed
is
out
trying to
was
send
from
me.
the exit wound from the chin and back into the shoulder?
Correct.
Now,
I will be right back.
let's see. Doug, if you don't mind pulling up Defense 192, please.
I will pass on Dr. B's, I will pass on all of the hellos to Dr. B. He
another
is always
similar
thrilled.
photo.
He's like, oh, Chad said hi. Yes, Chad always says hi.
Are you sure that's 192?
I know, I like the
Yeah, there
purple
we go.
too.
Does that depict the same?
It's the same basic area. I mean, we can highlight here, again, there are larger pieces of brain-like matter or tissue, bone fragments here, and here, and there's even more that are beyond placard number 1.
Now, Dr. Kinsey, and relying upon Dr. Reamer, where does he have Paul being shot? On this side or on the other side, or do you know?
Well, with his claim of it coming from the left shoulder and the left side of the face, he'll always have to be, the weapon will always have to be lower than that area and to the left side of the victim, of Paul.
Well, from the spatter on the floor here, where's, in your opinion, where's Paul physically located at the time of the shot?
He's right here. He is right up against that doorway.
And where's the shooter?
The shooter cannot be there because Paul is there. The shooter's going to be in the same doorway area, probably even, maybe 1 foot there and 1 foot in
the gallery cannot see this,
adjacent to the
or
open
shouldn't
door,
be able to.
the opposite side of the door.
Only the jury should be able to see this. These are
Do you see
sealed
what's referred
photos.
to as a voiding area on that door?
I want to see where the voiding area is.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 26.
Oh, I bet the voiding area is where they mark it with green, right?
Okay.
And if you
hold up, don't move on yet, though. Well,
I say we could actually see on the floor there.
Okay, now go back to.
But how would the ejection port still be past the doorway if he's now out of the doorway? The ejection port wouldn't be
So
inside
if
the
you
doorway.
look at the area immediately,
It doesn't mean they don't
Let's
roll.
stop right there. What's a voiding area?
Well, so a voiding area is an area where we would expect, looking at all the other areas around it, to see blood stain.
And there's not.
So in other words, in this case, you really have blood projecting everywhere, just because of the voluminous explosion of the head. And so if we look at an area that seems like it has less blood than the immediate adjacent areas, then the best explanation for that is
That's where the
something
shooter was standing.
there to block it and capture it. That is to say that blood didn't make it to the floor and didn't make it to the door because it's physically on the body of the shooter, and that's now gone. It's left the seat.
So point out the voiding area that you see.
Again, with the shooter standing in this area here, which is the door side of the door jamb, right? There is much less.
I think that's
blood.
what we
Now,
saw
again,
with the
there is
state's
some here,
expert
but-
as well.
I mean, if I'm standing here and blood is being projected all the way up and showering all the way down, in addition to this big stream it's coming this way, then of course droplets can still kind of make their way up and come down and come here and around, just not as many. My presence here is going to absorb a lot of those droplets, but not all of those droplets. And so we see much less of that blood here. And if you look at the face of the door, the lower half of the door, there's much less than there is above it. Again, where you see some droplets on it, yes, but actually most of those droplets, when you really look at them, have a downward trajectory, which is, again, very consistent with them coming up and over and downward. So it's by volume, there's less blood there than we're seeing in the immediate adjacent areas, and the scientifically defensible explanation for that, the reasonable explanation for that, is that we have a voiding effect taking place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 26, Doug.
Oh my
Such
God.
an awful crime scene.
My
It
dog.
really is such an awful crime scene. It's important for the jury to
Such a
understand
Monday,
this, and I think this witness is doing a very good
Monday,
job of making it
Monday,
clear.
Monday. Oh, that's right. I remember seeing the selection of dresses. I'm so sorry you
Yeah,
guys
you have to go back to
took so long. My
original
dog got into some trash, and it was not pretty at all.
So, literally across the whole top of the door, but most particularly in the upper left corner, right by the hinge side, the upper top, you see large amounts of blood transfer. You see what looks like
Hi, Mrs.
a
James's mom.
contact transfer of material.
Fun of the group.
And as we blow up on that area, we'll see bits of what looked like brain debris. We'll see lots and lots of hair in that area.
CC Chris,
This is also the area where we saw that
closing
pellet impact.
arguments, I think
So
Thursday.
this is following the barrel back up for the shooter. This is the area right in alignment with this that you're seeing up here on the upper part of the door. And that's where there is a very substantial amount.
Is that,
Erica, thank you for the
does
gifted
that indicate
memberships.
it went above the shooter?
Well, as I was going to say,
Oh, well.
if that volume is
Good.
there,
Going
that much
up.
is coming back, then logically, why are we seeing such diminished below that? Why is that, yes, there's blood there, but the volume difference
Oh
between
yeah, I
that
ate
is
edible this
substantial.
morning. I forgot about
And
that.
that can be explained by, again, the fact that that is a shooter location and much of the.
We're gonna
blood,
do the
not all,
song
but
again
much of it
at lunch. We're gonna
being
play it
transferred
again.
Under their clothing.
which is in just a few
or
minutes.
face or hands.
And
or
yet there are
down below
no
the gun.
seemingly no shooter footprints.
I gotta figure out how to.
How
And I
the
think the
ground
only
does
thing
Paul
that
have
accounts
to
for that
be
is the
for
water.
that much blood to go
Vivek.
up that high?
Because there's no shooter
Rama
I
footprints.
think
So
that the
how do you
best-
get out of there without
We have some
footprints?
pretty good data as to where Paul's head was because of
well,
that
somebody asked.
secondary impact location that I
questions.
showed you.
Wait, what
The
am I
exit
missing?
portion of his head has got to be in that general vicinity. Obviously,
I think we've got
8 or
probably
10
about
inches
14
off
more
where
minutes.
the entrance part of it is.
20
But
more
that
minutes of
does
this
give us a
testimony, and then they'll
pretty
break for
good
lunch.
approximation where Paul's head
It's going to be
was
hard to get through 4
when that
witnesses
shot
today.
occurred.
Maybe 3.
A roar of angry
Not even.
crowds.
Not even.
Okay.
Good.
My Apple Watch just
Is there
Cow.
enough
Not
force to
industry firing on
send
all cylinders.
he
Right.
is
hair to the
slugging that
top
water.
of the
Isn't he?
Exactly.
with the
Well, clearly there was, because we see it.
Or maybe industry firing on all cylinders. Yeah. Yes, and. Yes, and. Oof. Consider it for a minute. Yes, and. Just for a minute. I hated those people.
I have a few more.
No, just say
more
yes,
photos.
and. Don't say
Finish
but.
193 and
Nobody ever searched the cabin. Nobody searched the skinning
I'm showing
shed.
you while you're down here, Defendant's 193, and is that a photo that you rely upon?
I never-
I
It
wanted to
is,
grab
yes.
Deborah's question.
It is.
Yes,
Your Honor,
and.
we
Oh,
move
you.
Defendant's 193 in evidence with
Deborah, all
allegation and
the
concealment
experts and
of
witnesses are paid.
Yes, and.
The
That's
law
what I always
enforcement
think
officers
of when
are
I
paid
hear
to
it.
be law
Yes,
enforcement. Their
and.
experts are paid too. So to have competing
Means
experts,
nothing.
they have to be paid.
and,
Everyone
But that's
involved
what
in the case is paid.
happened.
The lawyers are paid.
Can you tell us what
It's
that
just
is?
who
Now we
they're
have
paid by.
edible
The
on
state,
top
Now
of
that we're
Lolo.
looking a little closer
We have
view, just
edible
the top of the
Lolo.
door,
The state pays all their
Again, you
experts.
can see
So that's fair.
the extent of the blood spatter in this area of the door.
It's
and
just
then
one of
also
those
the
Mondays, man. It's a
adjacent area of
Monday.
the door
I have a
trim.
Monday vibe.
Of note isn't also that it's there and there's lots of it, but
But you know what
lots
else
of
I
it is
have?
quite small.
Dr. Patrice,
A
I'm
whip
with you.
premiere song.
Blood stain analysis field, what makes blood droplets smaller is by increased energy.
keep us
So as we start seeing an accumulation of droplets, which we do on the trim up here and also on this door here, that means that they are subjected to much more energy and
Don't even know. Is
than
that the
virtually the other
capsule
droplets we're
Oh, yeah, I
seeing
think it
around
is.
the room. And that's because these are
curious in the
ones that are
drug
coming directly back
in the drug
under
ring. Is
the
it
explosive
still
power
going,
coming out
or
of
is the town?
entrance and
Well, I
moving
think
up.
he was taking
Much
off
of
the
it
drugs
into the
easily.
shooter,
I think
some
there
of
was
it
a
up
customer
and
of one, table of one.
Jennifer, this testimony
I think
is
there was a table of
building
one
for
for
the
the drug
defense's
problem
closing
in that
argument.
county. I don't
They
know.
can't
I
argue what they
wonder.
want to argue without this testimony.
Or someone
you see
came in
the
to fill the void.
So that's where we're
and the
at.
threshold of
I'm sure.
the door.
I'm sure someone came in to
Yes,
fill the void.
yes, it's
Can you
gonna be
I just
imagine?
hope there's an actual.
Can you find it
I mean,
and
there's
pull it up?
actual
Reconstruction.
succession plans for those things, for crying out loud.
I think you missed one.
Well, yeah, he got the other, yeah, he got the actual pellet.
I know
and
the
that is
rabbit.
the actual
I
pellet.
feel the boo.
And then I was pointing, which is
Do, 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 do,
here, I
do,
believe it's right here.
do, 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 do.
That's the actual physical pellet that was observed in the door.
So this
I sing that
photo
a
is
lot.
from the
I've sung
crime
that
scene.
since my daughter was a little
And-
kid.
and when you went out Friday,
Randomly.
did you see that exact pellet?
I did.
And tell the jury again, in your opinion, how that pellet got there?
It has been projected back along the axis again of the barrel of the gun
These are loud.
because of this high voluminous material that's now escaped and is
It's
pushing
good for
back
any
of
purpose.
the entrance hole.
Song is
And
good
it's-
for
it's
any purpose.
moving
Song is a
all
great
this
thing to have
material
as a
with lot
parent.
of
If you can
energy,
just
a lot of velocity back into
divert
this corner.
Now, Mr. Palmbach, if
with a funny song or a funny
if the
voice,
shooter was on the outside and angling
really diffuses
toward
the situation
Paul's shoulder and up
fast.
through his head and out the top of his
Parenting by
ceiling,
Lolo.
would you expect pellet and the markings
I
on
mean,
the
she
door
turned out great.
to be in that area?
Hearing about
Well,
his
for
cousin Eddie.
starters,
I know.
wouldn't
What
expect
about
the
cousin
patterns.
Eddie?
It's a good
In
question.
the scenario where the top of the head is going to be the terminal point of the gunshot, in other words, of the theory that it started in the
It
left
went this
shoulder,
way.
went to the left cheek, went into the head.
Up the top.
I do not believe that you'd even have a fracture of the skull. You wouldn't even have an exit wound. That those pellets,
Why
because of
what do
two
you
reasons,
mean?
mostly, it's not contact. All that gaseous material is not going up into the cranial vault. It's just going freeform. So that's, you don't get any of the explosive.
So what is okay?
And
Okay, so can I
secondarily,
just say
the
my
number two
big
pellets are
argument with
much
this
lighter.
entire
They're
fucking
massive
trial
less.
is
And so
I
they're
don't get
not
the,
gonna have
bird
the energy
shot.
that's
arc.
necessary,
I'm
particularly
not
after
hearing a
moving
narrative arc
through
from
the
either
shoulder,
side.
through the
I
face, and
kind
up
of
through
get
the
it once
brain
in a while when
to
Emily
penetrate
breaks
the
it
brain part
down,
of the skull.
but I'm gonna
I
be
think
real
you wouldn't even
honest.
see
I don't
any of
have
them
any
outside of the
idea of what the
skull.
narrative arc is
You
for either
certainly would not
side.
see that rearward
I don't.
projection or blast
I couldn't.
of blood
If
and
you
hair
made
and
me
bone
tell you that,
and pellet
exactly, tell that to JF.
I'm gonna show you
Okay.
exhibit
Right,
190, excuse me,
right.
181, 183,
Well, see,
188,
I'm not
and
dabbing. I'm not
186.
dabbing. It's that's the
And
direct. I'm trying to
you
show the
identify these as-
directionality
She's
Are those
showing
photos you
direction.
took on
of where it's
Friday?
going. This way
Here you can
versus
see my
this is harder to
Duncan.
show. Up
They are.
versus
This is
down.
very art. This is art right now. You better
So
screen
I'm
cap this
visualizing
shit.
for myself the
Like
way
you've got
he's
perspective now.
talking about it, which is hard.
We would move 181,
Wait, I can do this.
183,
Wait, let me
186,
see.
and 188 in evidence, at this time without objection.
I can't. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't
I
tell
saw a
if my
couple questions
fingers
about
touching.
Alex's car.
Wait, so that's
He
like
didn't
okay,
take the
that's
car
not
until he
good.
left for his mother's house.
Is
He
that
took
like
the
I'm
golf
gonna
cart
tip
and
you
seemed back and
over?
forth to the kennels.
I'm gonna tip you.
Nobody
out.
ever tested the golf cart.
I'm gonna tip you out.
Let's
Mama
go
gonna
to,
tip you out.
188
Mama
now.
gonna tip you
Tell me what
out.
188 is.
Those are
That's it.
unsealed crime scene
Oof, I
photos.
hope you're
that
listening and
Jim
not
is holding up.
working like a grown up.
So those are from the door jam.
I'm
We've
gonna
This is
seen some of
overall
those.
photo of that same area of the
I wanna-
door that
I
I
wanna
took on
appropriate that.
Friday, and you can see the
I'll
impact
appropriate
then,
white
right here
country
in that upper
singers,
corner.
but I
Same
won't
relative
appropriate
position as
other.
you saw it in the crime scene photos.
Can you also see the pellet lodged in
singers.
the,
Yes. Yep,
Kenny
and the
Rogers
actual
and Kim
pellet,
Carnes, I'm
is
fully
up here
appropriating
on
that.
the door trim, and again,
That's
it's in the
it.
same relative position as observed in the
Islands
crime scene
in the
photos.
stream, that is what we are. Ooh,
Sarah Gray,
sail
there is a
away with
void. That's what they
Let's
were
look
talking
at,
about on the door
181.
We gotta
jam.
rewrite that song
Just-
since
They
we're on a
talked about
Kenny
that.
Rogers kick
181
these days.
The state talked about it too a little bit.
The effervescent Kenny
I don't know if
Rogers.
they've talked more about a void on the ground, and I think it's
This
just
I
is
the
a
know.
water
close-up view,
on the
not
ground.
even
Okay,
beyond
fair
of that
enough.
pellet up in the
Me
up
neither.
into the door trim.
So
And,
the ground, there's
what
not a
it
lot
was
of
demonstrating is a couple
blood
things.
on
But
the
I
One
ground.
hope
is
you got
it
that
is a
cup
sealed
action. That's
pellet.
all
You
I'm
can see the
saying.
coloration.
Mama
You can
gonna
also
tip you
see that
out.
the diameter fits the general profile diameter of a number 2 pellet. A number 2 pellet is 0.15 inches.
Somebody's
or,
gotta be the grown-up.
3.8 millimeters. And,
Not
and
it.
so if you, unfortunately, this particular protractor ruler had it backwards.
What was the song, the chorus of
you
which
have
the
to
end of the
kind of
suggested
track
before
down,
we
but
had
that
this,
is very
learned
consistent
the
with
streamer
the
chorus.
3.8 millimeter. So this is just to demonstrate that it's actually embedded into the wood, and it's the right kind of structure
I
and
don't know.
size of what the number 2 pellet would be.
Forrest Fay. I was trying to grab your question, but
And,
the chat
186.
scored almost 50,000.
Please
So
I'm
it
also going to
moves
record
quick.
some stories that
Is the point
encroach.
that the shooter would have been very, very bloody? That's one of the points. Yes,
So
that's
people
one of
can
the
have
that's one of the
stories.
points.
That is Mr. Palmbach.
And the
He
other
writes
point is that
really
it
good
didn't
stories.
So
happen the
that's
way
a
the state
close-up.
said.
That's actually a
don't
close-up of that
know.
impression
Oh,
on
I
the
don't
metal
know.
door that we saw. And you can see that it's kind of oblong in shape, and it's more round and fatter
Well,
here
there's the
towards the
wrap,
bottom.
too.
And
We've
again,
got the wrap.
And the resist ruler,
Lucid.
by the way,
I'm
is
gonna call the
running
wrap
parallel to the
lucid.
floor, and
I
the
like that
floor is
word.
below it. And then it tapers off angularly
I'll
this
just
way,
scroll enough back in time
which
to
shows
take a look
that
at text.
directionally
I
that
know.
pallet is actually
Okay,
coming in
I
an upward
understand.
direction. It's
What
not
was your
going
comment?
straight
You
up.
talk a lot. You talk a lot. I do.
Lastly, I'm going to show you.
I'm here to fill the void.
Set 180, defendants 182. Can you
I'm here to
identify
fill
that?
your void.
Yeah, what is that?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
Fill your
It's a picture
void.
of me on the external part
Picture
of the
of
doorway.
me, he said.
Just showing what the relative positioning would have to be to hold the shotgun in roughly the positioning that Dr.
Okay, so they recreated it with this expert in photos. We should be able to see some of those that aren't
I know that
that
I'll
aren't
find it.
sealed.
I'll find it. Oof.
and get a bit of a better idea. 'cause
After all this is
We're seeing Jim
over.
holding those photos of the recreation they did with this expert, going out to the scene and standing and taking still photos of it. This is
So,
another reason why they want the jury view.
I have
so
to,
the jury
you know what? I
can
think I
see
might have
their theory
screenshotted it.
because
Oof.
very
If there was a
tightly
lyric,
against
That makes sense.
the
I
right
probably took a
doorway.
screenshot.
It's
I
about
knew
as far
it was
over
gonna
as
be
I could
lost.
go,
Maybe.
and
I don't know.
still,
Maybe
I
not.
was trying to,
I
how far
might
can
not
I
have.
go over and still manage?
But
When
usually
Spud
if it's
got
a
there, the
lyric,
golf
I might
cart was
screenshot it
at
just
the
so I don't lose it.
house.
right out of the gate, what you realize is my
Because he
body
took the
is
golf cart
physically in
from
the
the
position
kennels to the house,
where Paul is
No, I don't
into the
passing through. And
house. did things.
previously identified this area right here, like right in my right shin area.
Why are her pants on
you know,
fire?
about a foot off
Oh,
the
you know what I
floor
saw though
and here,
yesterday? I don't
where
watch
I'm
the award
seeing the
shows,
impact spatter
but
associated
just
with the
it's not going to
exit
come
out of the
over on
lower
screen.
face and into
But
into
Jessica
the shoulder.
Chastain was wearing a
So
dress at some
Paul
awards.
is moving
What is
through
it? The
here,
Golden
it says,
Globes?
at
I don't know
about
what
this
it is.
location, very
No,
close
Screen
to this
Actors
door,
Guild, I
and
guess.
then outside
Look
of
at
the
this
door,
pink gown she wore
where we
at the
finally
Screen
found them.
Actors
And it's
Guild.
in
Is that not the most
location
beautiful?
that
Pink is
from the
obviously
other
my
side,
favorite
the shadow
color.
comes
There's no
down
doubt about
into
it.
his head.
Hot pink is my real favorite
The
color.
other thing that I wanted
Is that
to
not the
show
most
in
beautiful
this
pink?
photograph, and
Oh
it
my
should be
God.
noted that you see a
Google
shelf
it
here
if you
on
haven't
the
seen it.
right.
Jessica Chastain, who I
That-
normally don't really enjoy.
That's a change from the original scene.
But
Not
she was
that
wearing a
that
hot
shelf
pink
is the
gown and it
same,
was just gorgeous.
the best
It's
I
really
can determine,
lovely.
but they cut out the
Sometimes
rest of it. So, you know,
things
I actually
can
went
be
down the
lovely.
whole
They don't
length
all
of
have
that
to be
wall.
nature.
There's a refrigerator on it and other
I
objects.
think SLED
And if you look
disregarded
at
There's
the
your
golf
tour
cart
moment here on the
between the edge of that
Lolo.
shelf,
because Alex said he
Murder
wasn't at
More.
kennels.
4 inches
Murder
or
More
so,
Lounge.
it's
Or
not possible
said he
that
was in the
shooter could have
Suburban.
gotten in the room and there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to be outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen, but in my attempt to do that, I was in the wrong location.
The golf
And I
cart was
think
never
very
tested.
And another, well, a couple of critical things about that is, again, we do not know the length of the gun because we don't have it, so I don't know how long
I don't think you
it
can
is.
scroll far that
You know,
far
I can
back.
make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because
No
there
cat.
was
Where's the
no
cat? Come here,
observed-
cats.
Nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder.
Okay, but
And
did you
you've
know that
gotta
Duran
have,
Duran
again,
used 48
minimum, and the area was
48?
fairly well exposed at 2 to 3
Ordinary
feet
World is
minimum,
one of my favorite songs they've done.
where the barrel
I
would have
love
to be.
Ordinary
So
World.
if
He's
the
saying a 2 to
barrel
3
was
foot
placed
minimum from the
inside on
shoulder
the floor,
Talk about filling the
doesn't
void.
get you
Yeah,
the
wow,
damage
count.
that
It's gotta
happened.
come
48
across the shoulder,
tracks.
upward and out the back. It's
They're
this
saying
kind of a
there's not enough
trajectory.
force.
You can't even have the shoulder until about
Because how many of those are
2
instrumental,
feet from there,
Tom?
and then the side of the
How
head
many of those
here,
are instrumental? Do you
and-
know?
And Paul said here,
I love
none of
that
that
song. That's a
is
great
creates a
song.
pattern
I
consistent
mean,
with
I'm not.
anything that
I mean,
we
I
see.
am actually.
Now,
I guess
that
I'm.
would
Duran
count
Duran.
for
I wasn't
lack of
really
gunshot
ever like a
residue if that was
huge like.
true.
Oh my
But
God,
what
Duran
it
Duran.
definitely would have changed
I
is
think they were
the
cute or
pellets coming
anything.
out of here now would have definitely
Okay.
begun to spread, and you would have seen pellets
I think I was more into
all
Elvis
across the
Costello
side
by
of
that
his-
point.
side of his face,
I
which
wasn't really
he
into
did.
the Duran Duran thing.
So, and then finally, if you
But I
look
like
at this
Ordinary
angle
World.
here
I thought
again,
that was a good album,
imagine door
too.
here, gun in this thing, then
Kinda different.
even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if
Great song.
the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas, if you move the shooter to the other side, and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also
Somehow
this way
I have
into
to
that upper corner, which is where you see
find.
the pellet defects.
As
and
I
the
try to
blood and
make
the
my way to the
Without visuals,
ordinary
it's very
world,
hard. I get it,
I
Chad.
will
The jury does
learn
have
to
visuals.
survive.
So when he's moving around, the jury's also
great
looking
song.
at
It's a great
staging
lyric.
photo, and that is
46.
why it's a little harder
Yeah,
to get an
okay.
idea
We're
out of
technically
here.
music. Okay.
So
Because there's
that.
I don't know, his voice. I don't know. I'm not sure his voice. That's
Mr.
cool.
Palmbach, let's talk.
I like that trivia, little music trivia from Tom Bodolin this morning. Thank you, Tom.
Murder of Maggie Murdoch.
Thank you, Tom, for expanding the horizon of our chat this
did
morning.
you,
You are so fine to come in and share that with
assess
us.
the crime scene as it relates to her.
That is fine
Okay.
information
And
to
what-
share,
what
y'all.
Your observations.
Well, generally,
He's
a
not
couple
said.
really key observations. One, all of her wounds were facing the direction of the shooter. So, at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter.
Oh, yeah, no,
Now,
that's bad. Sorry.
she is moving. for
Sorry.
sure.
Sorry.
There is some degree
Also,
of movement
singers, don't be
where
afraid
the
to
initial
hit the bad
shooting
notes.
most
It
likely
don't
occurred,
matter.
which is, we can't give you
It
an accurate
don't
estimation for that. We can give you a
matter.
really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her.
In fact, hit them on
And,
purpose.
and I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But you have her
Well, the
facing the
brainstem
attacker the
wound.
entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything other
She
than
wasn't trying to
face him.
run away.
And moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter, based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving, toward where the ultimate
Okay, coffee
object of
time
Maggie.
and little bit of
How did they move toward
Look
her
at
at the
this.
end if there's
Little Fetty Wap.
stippling from the earlier shots?
Gonna
I've
wake
got a
up in the
question about that.
morning.
Defendant's Exhibit
I'm yelling at the
163
screen.
and 164. And
Can I
ask
get
if,
5 more minutes?
if you rely
I
upon
ain't really,
those.
I ain't really tripping over school.
But the,
Wiz Khalifa high.
163 and 64
Get
and evidence.
medicated in a blood elevated. I don't know. Wiz Khalifa high. I think Wiz Khalifa is a bad guy.
They normally take a lunch break
I
around
do.
now.
I really do like Fetty Wap. I like Fetty Wap.
They're going to try to get to a natural stopping place in the
I'm a
testimony.
Fetty
Then
Wap
stop.
girl.
well,
Maybe
so
not. Maybe is
Maggie
he bad
is
now? Did he do
underneath the
something bad?
blanket there, and she's,
Is Fetty Wap
she's
canceled? Please
in
don't
a
say he's
face-down
canceled because I
position
really
there.
like that song.
Just leave it like
When I wake up in
Her
the
head
morning.
is more toward us, and her feet are
Can I
pointing
get
more
5
toward,
more
I think
minutes?
what's been identified as
I
a
ain't really
doghouse.
tripping over school.
You'll
Wiz
see
Khalifa
placards
high.
in the foreground, 3 and
Is he
4,
medicated?
which are
Wiz
two of
Khalifa
the
high.
blackout 300 casings.
Throw your hands in the
You'll
air
see a
like you know you
placard
made
12,
it.
which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's
I'm gonna
head
listen to
area.
that today when I'm done.
And that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side.
The sound just got better.
They're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
I'm gonna show you defendant's.
Record
Side
player
Billy.
was front and center in our house, and
Yeah,
we played it
documentaries,
all the time. And my mom
especially
made
the
us
ones on
watch
this
Lauren
case and that
12,
true crime kind of
and I would
genre,
dance with her in the
definitely
living
have a
room to Lauren
perspective that they
12,
tell.
and we would sing all
They're
the
really
songs.
more of a docu-series
So my mom is the reason that I
because they
love
do have a
music,
point.
because she sang
Exhibit 194,
all the time
149, 194
and had music playing all the time.
At this time.
No objection.
Nicole, states do it randomly. They generally
And,
pull from driver
You don't mind
registration and voter records, and then
pulling
they
up,
send you a
Doug,
notice. You can't volunteer.
Well,
You
before I
get
do that,
you get
let's go
volunteered.
to 164, and which is a closer up area around the
Just call me Megan. Congratulations
side, as they
on your
call it.
channel being monetized.
What's the significance of this photo?
Again, I think this is an area in which Maggie would pass by during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now.
Doesn't monetize
where,
mean everybody has
appears
to watch
be
ads?
I enjoyed Long Beach very much.
damaged loop
Is that what
bearing,
that means? Can you
which
deny
is consistent
monetization so that
in shape and
you
design
avoid
similar
ads?
to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of
Does
her
anybody
left ear
know?
at the
I need to
time of
look that up.
impact, shot to her left ear.
Not that I'm close. I'm not that
more or
close to
less
it,
just
but I
been
don't
blown
want
over
to.
to
I just
destruction.
don't know what that means. I don't know if that's what that means.
Seeing the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, is this? Do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then just briefly, I'm gonna pull up 194 and ask if you can.
Deborah, for the defense,
Just
their job is to raise
generally,
doubt
I
in the
think
state's
you were,
case. So if there's doubt in the state's pathologist and doubt in the
hair
state's
on her
witnesses,
body.
this
What
is to raise
significance
doubt
is
in the
that?
state's
And
case.
If you'll blow up her legs.
Right.
Doug, please.
So, when you find a body, you always have to wonder, is that really the position that the body remained in? Or, through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely, in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know, are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over?
Yeah, I really think an edible in the morning is the right idea.
Questions in a minute.
In this case,
for me.
to have seen that
I'm not
injury
giving
the
medical
back
advice.
the
I'm just
massive
saying for
amount of
me.
hair that came off of that. And then if
One
you look
edible in the
close up on
morning
that,
and then,
the
augment.
back of her legs, you'll see
answer
just
that.
dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which
It's
would
been,
be
it's
a
been a
good
long
indicator
week.
that she
It's
didn't
been a
get
long
hurt.
week already.
That we can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
I don't think there's any
can you
controversy
go
that
back to
Maggie didn't
163?
move. Teresa asked, how did the lawyers decide who will be the ones to ask and cross the person on the stand? That's decided well in advance. They take the witness list and divide them up based on a whole lot of factors depending on the team.
A marker.
Every
12.
monetized
You've
channel I've ever
definitely
seen
seen
always
ago
has ads
in
from
the tech-
YouTubers. Usually
The
at the
tech
beginning or
witnesses kind
end.
of all go
What do you
together.
understand
Oh.
12 to be?
The civilian witnesses go together, law enforcement witnesses.
Physiological
Well,
material.
I don't want
So it
that.
looks-
It's
We don't
decided
get
between
ads, do we? Nobody gets ads here, right?
In your opinion, would the shooter
I just
of
want to try and
Maggie
avoid ads
have any
if I can.
blood spatter, blood, biological
Because
material
really,
on him or her?
this is content
I
that
think it's
you should
possible.
just be able
I
to.
think
It
it's
should,
possible
it should be like
because,
public
as we're
access
seeing here, that you
television.
have a
That's where I
projection
feel like I'm at right
of
now.
brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located.
Basically, this is what I probably
We
should have done a
also
long
have,
time ago
a
before the
couple of
internet and just had
shots,
my own public
the left
access
thigh
show and
shot
just done
the
this.
abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around.
Can you
them.
imagine?
By virtue of being stippling, that does make it.
I would be sitting there on the stage. Okay, I have the stat in my mind right now. I used to actually help out at the community television because my kiddo helped out at the community television channel.
Approximation.
So I used to go in there and watch it.
Mr. Kalmbach, you have an opinion based upon
but I could be in a right. Thank you.
more
I need
probably
that. I
than
need a
not,
security tool.
and
Everybody has a team
whether
these
there was
days.
one or two shooters who murdered
I know. I
Maggie
pay
Paul
for
on the night of June
YouTube
7th.
Premium now too.
I did
That's
have an
totally
opinion
true.
And what's your
But
opinion?
My
oh, I
opinion
forgot
is
what I was going to
totality of
say.
the evidence is more suggestive
Lolo's
of a
World.
two-shooter
Yeah, so
scenario.
that's what it was.
And what?
I have the set in my mind.
I mean, please
There
explain
is
the
a
basis of
plant.
your opinion.
There's a rug and a chair and a
so
television
I
set
like the way he did those
on a
questions.
stand. You know, like one of
What's
those
your
rolling
theory?
stands
False
for
scenario.
TVs.
We
Like
know
not the
it
big
makes
one,
so
not
much
the
easier to
industrial one, but the
had to be,
nicer
and
one.
that-
You
and
know,
that
like you
would
had
have
in your
been
home when in the
orientated
60s or
really
70s.
directly over Paul's
So
head.
you roll the TV
And we
in,
also got a chance
and what
to
I
see
would do
what
is
the-
I
you
would
know,
just
what was the
show
effect of this
television,
dynamic explosion in the contact.
but
And
I'll
you can
just talk
see
over the
outside
television,
and even in throughout the feed area in
right?
multiple and many large
And that's
pieces
Lolo,
of
the Lolo
skull.
channel.
We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all
Yeah,
the way
okay,
up
I'm
onto
liking
the
this.
ceiling
I mean, why
and
not?
the door.
Maybe
You
that's what
see
I'll do.
hair all the way
When
up
I'm
into the door.
just be
and
done
of
with
course
all
you
this
see blood
bullshit.
literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets.
Oh, recall, I'm a
some of the pellets are on
beneficiary
that
of a
same
YouTube
pathway,
Premiums.
and they had
Well,
enough
well,
inertia
well.
to either and/or dent the door
Nice.
and put themselves up and
Isn't
stick
it?
into the
That's my
casing.
fancy.
All of that activity was in direct alignment.
It is
with the
important. It
shooter.
actually makes a
And
difference.
so
It's
I think
expensive as hell,
minimally-
but it makes a
minimally,
difference.
That shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect.
Because I can't
and
handle
more
that
than
shit.
likely getting hit with at
I
least
can't.
something.
I got
that
fucking
could have
Wally
done
level
injury, a
attention
bone
span these
fragment
days.
and/or a pellet fragment.
If I
Therefore,
wanted to eat, if
think
I
that
ate more,
particular
I'd be
shooter, for a
fulfilling the
brief
Wally
period of
dream, but I
time,
just can't eat that
is-
much.
is kind of out of this. It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the AR,
I love you guys.
the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and
Put
then
up with so much
in
from
any
you.
kind of a reasonable
Okay,
time
I'm gonna put
period,
my mic
engage
on
in
now.
a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight.
I think I
and,
need. I
and
need
make
a hairdresser, I guess.
So that, I think, is
I
one
don't
of
know
the
what to do.
major indicators of concern. I think the
An hour too
other
late
things to
last night, I
consider
think.
is that all of this is
Maybe
is
that's why
very.
you
Go to
see
bed
some
early,
shots
kids.
at
Get a good
first.
I
night's
know when
sleep.
I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like,
I can't though.
it is
I don't want
much
to.
closer together.
That's why
than
they
it
want a
looks
jury
like in
view.
the photo. So
I don't want
it
to go
is
to sleep, Laura.
happening very close.
Having too much
With
fun.
Paul, as I articulated,
But physical
I believe
closeness
he
and
was shot first.
time is
I
different
believe he had no idea it
if
was
Maggie's coming around.
And he took the shot to the chest, and very soon thereafter, the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been
Would have
anywhere
what?
in that area
Would have heard?
walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run.
I'm going to ask a dumb question, and
So
this
I
is
think
entirely my
that
fault, but
the
I don't know the
temporal
answer to this
location
question, so I will take
suggests
the
that
hate
these
that you
things
give
more
me in the
probably
chat.
not
It's
happen
fine.
fairly quickly, and that,
So, did we
and that the
confirm
individual who shot first
with this
the
guy that-
shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have
Okay,
taken
so
some
Paul first.
degree of
Okay.
time to recover. And lastly, I think there
I
is
think that goes
just
both
more
ways,
or less
though.
anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of
It's a
them.
very fair
So
point.
you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one. Or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight. Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity. My research of that showed that the Palmetto State Armory upper, which we don't know, we have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified. But if the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Palmetto State Armory in a 300 Blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restrictive on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we could have an AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 arms.
He's not a firearms expert. That's why he's calling it a clip.
No practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what
on your hair,
who
sir.
fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, this person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, several, I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on the cement around it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you
Does
spray
that
a
work
reagent,
if it's wet,
we generally
though?
call them blood pattern enhancement reagent, or you could even use a straight protein spray.
You have to wait till it's
Amelia
dry?
Black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail, and you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions, and I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. One moment, Your Honor.
I don't know if that would have helped with the water. That's my question. So that's my question.
Can you add
with the
people
water
to
there?
your
But I hope they
premium?
asked that
Or does it have
on
to be
cross-examination. Could they have done
Analysis
that?
or attempts to obtain fingerprints.
Could they have done that with the
From,
water there? But it does
the
make
feed room
sense.
area.
There's much more they could have done.
Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints? Or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints.
Heather Royas,
but I think you could
my
also
husband.
use basic fingerprint processing.
God, my fucking auto spell,
on the door
autocorrect,
and any surface in the area.
Autocorrect.
Since we know this is a
Why does
very
say
confined
autocorrect?
area,
You
and
suck.
the shooter
Nobody spells
has
any
to
words
be
like that, and
in
nobody
that
ever
area.
says
Heard
duck
what the
about
state did
anything.
and not
Something
do
is
with
there.
fingerprints.
But I think
It's part of my stand-up routine. But I'm both.
Thank you. That's all I have.
They're going to take a lunch break.
Please answer any questions the state may have.
I imagine they're going to take a lunch break now. I'll answer some questions and then we'll go to
Oh
lunch.
my God.
Really? It's 1:15. What? Your Honor? Excuse me?
It's time for lunch. Time for lunch. We gotta play the
Your
song
Honor,
again.
You normally take lunch at 1?
Dr. Palmbach.
It's
No,
1:15.
Power went out.
I'm not a doctor.
Excuse me,
Get it right.
sir.
Now you
Lunch?
said
I
you
gotta
were
figure. I'm gonna
kind
tee
of
up the song. That's what I'm gonna do.
Your Honor.
investigating.
Why? God, why?
Oh, I don't even want to click on
You
it.
just got the chance.
If I
to
click
go
on it,
out
it'll
to
play again, I
Moselle,
know.
was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today.
Yes, you are, because it's gonna be on constant repeat.
No.
It's
Before
gonna
I
be on
arrived there,
repeat at your
Check your
radio
nuggets, Your
station.
Honor.
determined it. I had done all the work in the analysis.
You might just
What I
be
didn't
a
know
Black
or
Bill
didn't
Gates in
perceive
the
was these
making.
two pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project 2 pellets upward. That
Let's
was
see
the only
here. Wait.
Emily, recompose.
Is that? Oh, that's
Form your
today. Okay.
opinion by reviewing
Listen to
reports
Cross.
and things that were
I just
provided
don't know
to
if I
you by the
play it
police.
from there if you
Listening.
hear it,
Do
but
know
maybe
if
you do.
reviewed the entire
I'll try
case
it. I'll try
file?
it that
Emily's
way.
brain needs a
I
break.
wouldn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you.
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
I wish I could
Did not.
open it in a window. Hold on.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
I could do that as an audio source, I think.
All right, let's
Yes,
talk
you
about,
are. Yes,
the
you
feed
are,
room
my
a little
friend. You're
bit.
gonna go to
You
lunch any
testified a
time
lot
now.
about that. Now,
Let's see here.
you said the shooter stepped in the feed room?
I wonder.
Could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
He said would have had to.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood.
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other?
Yes,
Other than
Yes.
what?
Paul's.
other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet
That were
to read a
matched.
report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
Oh, they didn't give him that report.
I'm going to show you states.
So wait, did they
47.
not give him the report that concluded that the partial
And there have
footprints
been
were
testimony
Paul's?
that those footprints we're looking at. These
Match
ones
Paul's
are Paul
shoes?
Murdaugh.
Ooh,
I don't think that
Ted, that's so
misstates the
fun though.
testimony.
My kiddo wants
Were
to
there
put
any
together a
other
computer.
clearly
She really wants to do
visible
that.
Footprints that you can see in that picture from a
She really wants.
bloody
She's totally
shooter?
into that stuff. Totally into
So
building that
first
stuff.
of all, again,
I don't understand
am not a
kids
footwear
today.
examiner, so I'm
No,
not
I
going to make a
think-
determination
actually, I
about
do.
whether or not it
I mean, I don't.
definitively
Didn't you
is
see the
Paul Murdaugh's
reports?
shoes. All of
I
the
understand
reports
wanting to
I've
make your own
read,
computer.
generated by the state,
That makes a lot of
that I've
sense.
seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean
I
that
just
it's
want to
false.
see if I can
Now, I'm not disagreeing that it doesn't maybe have some characteristics in similar, but
take it
I don't know that they're even at a point where
to
that has been
the
fully
limit.
identified as false.
So
One
you haven't seen
more
the
That's
report
fair.
that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Take
Definitively identified as false? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see.
Well,
I got the reports that were
given to
supplied to
him.
me, yes.
Calls for speculation,
How
but
about
she's
the,
making the
damage
point
to the door,
to
on
the
this
jury
picture where there's blood in the corner
that he didn't get all the
of door
reports.
Papa, can you hear
frame.
me?
I think it's,
Defense's exhibit.
I always think it's better for the defense to give their experts all the reports.
What I'll
I
do
think
when
it
I go to play the
yields a better
song is I'll
result on
switch the audio
cross-examination when
input
the expert said, "I looked
to
at all the
the
reports."
laptop
I
and not
don't
to my
think leaving out
microphone, and I
reports,
think
unless
that's
you
when
don't
you'll
have them in
there's
time, I don't think leaving out reports helps.
look
I really don't.
yellow leather. That's
Because
when you
generally
can
this
hear the
expert,
song better.
even if he had that report, it's not going to
And
change
I
his
adjusted
opinion.
the
It just makes it look
Right
like he
corner,
excluded stuff.
The bottom of the door frame there.
So
Were there any
yeah.
defects
Auto gain
from
control. There should be
pellets?
gain control on
The
it.
door
So
frame down there?
come on,
Not that
motherfucker.
I saw.
There's defects from the top of the door, right?
Oh, babe, I know, Ted.
And you referred to
That's right.
Paul
And
being
one of them includes saving
shot in the
democracy.
back
So
of
there's
the
that.
head, kind of like an explosion.
Hang in there, babe.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything.
Hang in there.
either,
The Lolo
but when
Home
you
for
fire
Badasses is coming, and we're going to
shotgun,
need your skills.
things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
Oh,
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be, like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun, when you fire it, the impact is all around like a bomb, instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you confine it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something
Well, what if
like
there's
the cranium.
choke?
It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build.
Wow, look at this.
Experts
Breaking
want to explain
news.
their answer.
That only happens
Just
in the
like
cranial
breaking
walls.
news. Yes, honey,
if there
you
was an
will. Thank you.
explosion of
Oh
this
my God,
type,
perfect.
wouldn't Paul's whole
We
head be blown
absolutely
up?
need a Charles Bronson, and you will be the Charles
I'd
Bronson.
say
Thank you
that
very
that
much.
fact
And you
that his
cook?
entire
Forget
brain
about it.
came out
You're
and
in.
a large portion of his
You're in.
skull is missing.
Don't worry about it.
That's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
We're gonna get this. We're gonna
brain
make this
wasn't
happen,
destroyed,
Ted.
was
We're gonna make this happen. This dream's gonna come
There
true.
were pieces of his brain throughout
The
room,
Biden administration
including out on the
announced they
ground.
will be doing a crackdown
of
on
his brain
migrant
was
child
intact,
labor
right?
after the recent reporting about
The
children
majority of the
migrants being
structure was
abused
physically together, but
in the
whether it was
Midwest.
injured is
So
absolutely not.
thank
She
you, Joe
didn't say
Biden, for
injured. She
responding.
said
I
intact.
understand. I wish you.
testified that his
I wish you
brain
could be
was
ahead of
mass on
everything.
the ground?
Trust and believe.
So it's not.
I am delighted that you are
Exploded
fucking
everywhere.
responding to shit. Now
Destroyed either.
let's do
from
it.
This explosion,
Let's make it
was it?
happen.
No, because
But
again,
good job.
the
Good job,
energy
Joe.
source is going to find
No.
the
In a
easiest
commune,
egress, and
closed
that is
world.
where the
Yes.
entrance
The answer
will
was
came.
no.
So that's why
Yes.
She
none
could
of
have
that
recognize
cut
the
this off.
difference
She's not
would
going
go
to.
down with the shot, which is the kind of the
All of
logical
this
inference that all
and
should come this way or this
communal
way.
closed
or
world
this way.
environment.
But in this capacity,
It's a
because
good
this
distinction.
is in this sealed vault, this is this large hole there,
I
then
grow
you
things.
get kind of a shift in all of this.
Oh yeah,
wall
we
starts
need a
pushing
major
back
grow
that way,
operation. That's actually very
following the
necessary
exit
because we
point
need
out
to
the
be
entrance hole.
self-sustaining, just like
you're
the
talking about
preppers.
pushing up.
We're prepping
The
for a
shooter
different
was burned
reason and a
down?
different vibe,
That's what
The
he said.
but we're
explosive release
prepping
of the gas trapped in the
nonetheless.
cranial will
'Cause you
push
should be
back upward in
prepared.
the direction of where the barrel was.
Yeah.
Absolutely, some
my
of the
God,
projectile
Becky.
and energy
Did
has
you see
gone
how
through the
big her
brain, exited the left side of the
was?
face and into the
She's
throat.
making the
And
confusion
created
cases to
exactly
show the
that
jury that
pattern
it doesn't make
that
sense.
you
Right?
ran into a minute ago
Good,
in the
because
door.
I kill
It doesn't
everything
seem
I
There are all
look
these
at.
pellets that
Actually, I have a
were
tree that's
pushed
growing
I like her
despite my
downward
my
when they were
ignorance
shot.
of it.
We don't have any defects downward, just upward.
And
Correct.
Peaches and Herbs.
Okay.
Peaches and Herbs. It's a good band. Oh, there's a police helicopter.
I like her cross. Her cross examinations
Oopsie
have
poopsie.
been clear.
Yes, we are starting. Well, it's more. Max, it actually
Wait,
is
when did
more
she
of an
finish
old
questioning?
folks' home, but we decided we didn't really
That was
want to
a
call
very
it that.
short cross.
So,
Break for lunch
kind of by
now
consensus,
That was very short
because we're
2:45,
communists.
so 2:45.
By consensus, we
excused.
came up with more of a Lolo's home
They're
for
going
badasses.
for the
You
courtroom to
know,
stay at
so
order.
you can have
I'm going to see
dignity
if we
in
get
your
any
elder years,
additional
but still have
statement
fun.
to
And
the
there will
attorneys
be,
before the judge
obviously the
leaves
goat
the
farm.
bench.
Jen
We
Griffin
may or
is
may
on the
not.
goat farm.
But that was a
Ted
very
is on
quick
the
cross.
herb
But it
farm
was
and
okay.
grow
So what you're saying
operation,
is
because we
that
will have
no
our own
energy
weed
followed
and our
down.
own strains, and that will be how we
Okay, that
sustain
doesn't make sense.
Lolo
And you're saying you
Island.
didn't have all the reports. You didn't know these were
And
Paul's footprints.
yeah, now choppers
Okay.
are overhead because
So
they're like,
you're
"When
just
are
going
you
to argue
leaving?
it that this witness did not
When
take everything into account.
can we help
And they're
you
going to
pack?"
argue with
At 2:45,
That's what
you
the
have
LA
some
police are
witness.
doing.
More. All
Are
right.
you starting
We'll
the
be in
commune
recess till
now? Because we'll help
All
you.
right,
Do you need
one
a
more
down payment?
witness. We are at lunch until
Um,
2:45 on the east.
Yeah, Jen's goats. That's right. And then we're gonna have a drive-in in the back
1:45
because we want to go see
Central,
movies
which
and
means
we
I will
want to
be
go
back here at
out, but we don't want to
1:40
like die on the
Central
road or
after
anything.
lunch.
Fuck that shit.
We'll go ahead
And
and
so
change
we'll
the
have
time on that
places
so you
like
can hit
fake
the
cars that you
notification
can
there.
sit in and you can watch movies.
I like her too. I
And
think
then we'll
there's no
also
point
have
in hammering
a
out
farm to
that
table
cross
because we got these
examination because
goats,
this
right? So we
expert's
can
just
do
going
a
to fight
shit
with
ton
her.
of farm to table
And
shit.
that's what experts
You know,
do.
all the
He's just gonna
hipsters that
defend
live
his
in the area
position.
will
He's
take
a
all their
very
money with our farm to table
qualified
fucking
expert.
curated shit
And
and
I think
jokes
he
on
made some
them.
really good points.
Because we're just
The
a bunch
point
of
of that
old high
expert
people.
was to get to the two-shooter theory and to talk about the fact
Anyway,
that the wound from Paul was not
I
coming up,
digress.
but coming
That's the plan, Stan.
up, coming from the top of the head
Yes,
and out.
and
So
all of the animals
that's what we're
and
doing.
all
All
the
right, we're
animals,
going to
and I
answer
want
some
to get a
questions.
big
Let
dog.
me
I
just
want to
shift
get a
around
big
my
dog.
screen so I can read it better
I want a
because,
big dog.
like
I want a big
Poot, I'm
dog.
old. And I need to be able, it's easier to read
I
the
bet
questions when
Wani
I
is a
make them
good
a little
dog.
bit bigger.
Oh,
So we're going to do that. To all of
I
you
love
that are
Wani.
new
And I
here,
don't even know
welcome.
him.
Law
I
nerds,
got to go to your
having a
Mastodon, though,
conversation in
Marie.
our
For
chat
those
about
pictures.
this case. I thought that last witness was very helpful to the defense.
Oh, I'm getting chilly.
We'll see what the jury thinks, but I thought that was a
Ooh, it's
helpful
getting
witness to the
chilly.
defense. I thought
Even in Los
The witness
Angeles.
was
I
very
think it's
clear.
well,
It
actually,
looked
it is
like
gray out.
the
It was gray
images
out
were very
earlier
clear
when I
about where
walked
the
the
witness
dog.
thinks
It was
that
very
the
kind of
shooter was
raw.
and was not standing, and made the point that the
Oh my God, we're
shooter
at lunch?
would
Okay,
likely
wait, we gotta
have
play the
injury. The
song. What are we
shooter of
doing?
Paul would
I'm
likely have
sorry.
injury, and we of course know that there was no apparent.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, I'm gonna switch the mic and then I'm gonna play the song, okay? So I'm gonna play the song. Everyone's waiting for the song. Not the link you want to send out. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, no, you don't want to do that. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna play the song. I'm gonna have to change my mic. Microphone. I'm gonna change it. It's a microphone. Here we go. So there. And now we'll go ahead and yeah, we'll do this and then we'll do that. We'll leave her on. That's fine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care. You're not the boss of me. You can't tell me what to do. Oh shit. Fuck you. Fuck you, computer. Okay, are you ready? I think this is gonna work. Let's hope. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Don't Fall in Love with a Streamer. Written by Oomph Cavalrest. Vocals by Oomph Cavalrest and Lolo.
Just watching you, watching my stream. I've never felt more relevant. I must pretend that I'm not impressed by you, girl, and all your great content.
Just another chug streaming from your truck. I watch you 'cause you stalk me, Chuck. And I walk softly while you're stuck in traffic. 'Cause I live here, honey.
Don't fall in love with a streamer. We can be fickle and petty gods. Just when you think the chats accept you, you get blocked by their mods. Don't fall in love with a streamer. They'll always be online.
So cash at me home.
Grifts and gold. So like, share, and subscribe.
Hit that bell, baby. You repeat the lies I've refuted several times. At some point, staying ignorant won't do.
How else could I hope to turn your gaze my way? I'd join Antifa for you. Don't fall in love with a streamer. If you can't pick us up at jail, it's fun and games like social games until you're screaming for their bail. Don't fall in love with a streamer. The streamers be right or die. So grift and go.
Or cash at me home.
So like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Subscribe to me, baby. don't forget that cash app.
And that was the second playing of the debut of the song Oomph, lyricist extraordinaire. Amazing. Let me switch the mic.
There we go. Yay! You're amazing. Those are amazing lyrics. I will make sure that we post the lyrics because they're just so good. They're the best part of that song. Oh my God. And his arrangement and his singing and mixing and all of the pulling it together and doing it really in the last 24 hours because it took me a while to get my shit together and I just think it's so great. Yes, I will do it on a community post, Max, so that we have the lyrics because the lyrics are fucking brilliant. Really fucking brilliant. And obviously you need to have the lyrics because he has adapted a classic and it is truly gonna I think this will be one of the greatest hits of the of the shit show. The greatest shits. One of the greatest shits of the shit show will be that. So congratulations, Oof. You're amazing. Captain, my captain. You're amazing. Captain to my Tennille. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Oomph and Lolo. Oomph and Lolo. Oomph Lolo. No, I don't know. I can't make a Loloomph. I can't make like a Benifer out of that. I don't think that's gonna work out. But who knows? Anyway, too funny. God, you guys are so funny. All right. So actually what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take a break during the lunch. I'm going to set up cuz I'm moving us into the kitchen. It's time to go in the kitchen. He is a very skilled user of words. Oompflow. Okay, I love that. That's it. Oompflow. That's perfect. It's like flow too. God, that's really good. Musky Devil for the win. If there were points awarded in this Musky Devil, you would be awarded a certain number of points. I don't know what they would be, but they'd be on my side. Yeah, we're unbrandable. We're unbrandalinable. We're unbrandable. We're on brand. We're unbranded. We're anti-brand and anti-amphibian. No, we're not. That was a joke from this morning when I didn't have my mic on. It's a long joke. I'm not anti-amphibian. Oops, retracted. Yeah, see, Musky Devil figured it out. Flow. That actually makes sense. That's the record label. Yeah, Loomph is Loomph is like something you have to have removed. You have to have that removed by a doctor. Crazy Ivan, you must have that Loomph removed. Well, I guess it all depends on your perspective, darling, doesn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love you guys so much. I always do this. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll just sit here and talk for a minute while she's just doing her thing. Yeah, we should just sit here and talk for a minute because that song is just so great. It made me so happy. Yeah, that made me so happy. It didn't hurt, so I didn't think much of it. But you really must get that tended to. Don't get those loops. Don't let the loops get too big. Have them removed before they get too big. They might obstruct something. You never know. You don't know. I'm weaving immunity on lymph. Weaving immunity or waving immunity? Or you're weaving immunity. Or you're weaving immunity on a lymph right now. Oh, okay. It's a very spongy though. It's very spongy though. It's quite spongy like a little bitty cake. Oh, I love cake. What should we make this afternoon, by the way? Should we make brownies? I might have some pot. You guys. Oh my god. I might have some pot that I could put in brownies. Should we make brownies? Should we make brownies this afternoon? Maybe we'll do that. And viscous. Well, okay. Let's not get too, opium. I don't know what I've got. Oh, I have some old hash. Does hash, how old is old for hash? Anybody? We've got 10 real big brains in here. Come on now. Can I just ground up the hash? Opium brownies. Yep. That's what I think we're going to end up with. Oh, it will? Okay, perfect. It hasn't lasted years. I think I've had it a month or two. Maybe longer. But I won't tell you. You can cook it in the butter first. This is so smart. I don't have Crisco. I don't do Crisco. I have butter. I'm a butter girl. Hash will be good. Okay, that's what I'm going to do then. I'm going to try and find that hash. I think I know where it is actually. Okay, I'll put it in butter. Great. Perfect. This is exciting. I just want to sit here for another minute or two and then I'll go set up the kitchen. Let's see, because what time do they come back? I can't even tell what time it is right now because the fucking sky is so gray out here. What the fuck, California? Jesus Christ. I moved back to California just in time. Oh, ghee. I might have some ghee. I might have some ghee. I will have to break it up. You know what I can do? I can put it in the mortar and pestle. I can put it in a mortar and pestle, Ted. And then I can put it in the butter. And then I might just put that on toast and call it a night. And say good night. Good night. Mommy's going to go to sleep now. Night, night. Still illegal in France. Can I help? Yes, of course you can help. God damn it. This thing doesn't go down. Fettuccine Alfredo. What? Fettuccine Al Funky. Fettuccine Al Fresh. Fettuccine Al High. I'm all high. Fettuccine high as fuck. We could do this all day. I could do this all day, which is really kind of frightening when you really think it and you break it down. You go, what's that pathology? What's that pathology about? Hash will be good. I got to find that hash. That's going to take me a minute. That's going to take me, and the kitchen is a mess. Okay. I'm so sorry. I know. You know what it is, Ted? I just don't know how to use it. I don't know how to use it. I'm a real fucking lazy smoker. I'm a lazy smoker. I'm scared of dabs and all that stuff. Can you do this on YouTube though? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. All we're doing is making brownies, Musky Devil. You don't know what's in the butter. It's Lolo butter. That's all. You don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be set up before I even go live again. Oh, hash next to the chocolate pudding. You know what? I should have kept this in the fridge, I think, but I didn't. So that was probably my bad. Although I think I have something in the fridge, but I think it's like that fucking waxy weird stuff. Cuz I don't know, some cute barista sold me some cute wax. And I didn't know. I said, "Of course I'll buy it from you, you cute weedista." YouTube was Yeah, I don't think I maximizing their vape shatter. Yeah, I guess it's really not. I don't think it's that bad. Yeah. Haha. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my Be Right Back graphic on and I'm going to put the chill vibe music on. And it's going to take me, I don't know, 20 minutes to set this thing up and then I'm going to come back. So, yeah. That's what I'm going to do. Thank you guys. Oh my God. Oomph. Thank you for sharing that and letting us premiere it here. How nice. Thank you so much. That was really nice of you to do that. And really, all the work you put into it was amazing. It's okay, Ivan. I know. We'll catch up later. You got it, my friend. You got it. Absolutely. You take care of you. And I'll put on the music. Hold on. Let's add the shit. That's not the right one. Girl, you gotta do it right. Okay, wait. Lo-fi. Let me see what that's all about. Oops. It doesn't want to. Labor of picture love. There you go. Yeah, pretty much, huh? That really kind of sums it all up, doesn't it? Oh, I kind of like this lo-fi beat, right? I'll make it a little lower. Kind of digging that. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, let me set up this kitchen. I am going to have to clean it, though. I apologize. But I feel like you guys have allowed me to do that and be a little bit messy in front of you, and that's always appreciated. I think if more of us were messy in front of each other, maybe sometimes it would be okay. Wouldn't have happened without Lolo. That's generous and kind. I was honored to be a part of it. Oh my God. Honored, honored, honored. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the art that's come out of this thing. I just think it's great. I think it's the way every movement should end up with a bunch of art, a bunch of random art. Shitso. Well, really, if you think about it, isn't that kind of a lot of it too? Shit sewing? So much that could have been an email. A meeting that could have been an email. That's actually what I think a lot about the denouement of this movement is there's a lot of things that just could have been, didn't have to be meetings. They could have been emails or texts. But that's not the way life plays itself out. It's like shiatsu. Yeah, it's like a shit shiatsu. It's like a shitty shiatsu massage. I have to lick my lips after that one. That was a tough one. Shitty shiatsu massage. In the shit show. Where they shit so. Oomph. Oomph. Christoph installation. Oh my God. Stop it. You could have just done a Christoph installation. That's my message. This is my message to Brian Brazzi. This could have been a Christoph installation. Dom be Christoph. No, it's no. Oomph, it's that Dom X Christoph. Dom, you know how they do those collabs? It's a collab. Fuck. You guys just witnessed something right here. You're witnessing art being formed like a baby, just like a volcano erupting. Like it's erupting babies. Dumb. It's a rebranding. We should rebrand everybody. Fuck yeah. We should rebrand everything. Dom is kind of a Christoph installation if you think about it. Absolutely. And I don't think he'd be insulted by that once he looked it up. I mean, it's not it's probably not on the tip of his zeitgeist, but stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. So there it is. There it is, my darlings. There it is. The shit so. It's the shit show where they shit so. But even more so. It's a floor show. Then tapestries through the foothills of California. More entertaining. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Oh, I remember that. Crazy Ivan. I remember that. I have to say, I thought that was pretty cool. I used to drive 280 a lot on the way to San Francisco and the way down to the Bay Area, down South Bay. And I always thought that was fucking cool. I mean, I don't know if it was ecologically cool, environmentally cool, but I thought it was kind of fucking cool. I don't know. I think there was one Christoph installation where I was like, what the fuck? I mean, maybe there was more. Maybe I should have had that. Maybe I supposed to have that reaction. But it's art. Art. It's hard to judge art. I think. Maybe we'll just sit here and talk. I don't know. But I will have to move us into the kitchen at one point. Probably when I really have to pee. I'll stop when I really have to pee. Right now I just have to kind of pee. So it'll take a minute. I'm just kidding. I did take an edible this morning. It actually was pretty cool. Oh, they're Bakersfield? Oh, wow. Saw it from the air when I flew to visit your parents. Cool. Oh my god. Yeah, it was pretty cool. As I remember. I mean, I love those. Those hills to me are some of the most gorgeous places on earth. I just hope they don't get ruined by rich people. Eat the rich. Hashtag eat the rich. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Don B. Christoph. Fuck yeah. Don B. Christoph drinking some crystal by the train yard. No mask. Look at us. 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 Castaic Lake. Oh my god. I love that amphitheater. Oh my god, Ivan. I love that. I hadn't even thought about that place in a long time. That's so funny. We need all like a road trip or something. We need like a road trip. I want to do like a bonfire on the beach with people that I like. That's my goal. My goal is that. That's my goal this summer. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we'll figure it out. I saw the very first Porno for Pyros concert there, and Rage Against the Machine opened up in there. Whoa! Whoa! That's a little bit of history right there, my friend. Holy shit. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Cystic. Maybe. The lymph. Yeah, actually, I think that's where you might catch a lymph. You never know. There's something in the water. Oh, I know. It is very well, and see, that's the point, right? So, hello, art. It's art. It's art. It's art. Let me see. I thought I curated some YouTube stuff for us just to watch too. Hold on, let me see, because I think I did. I'm pretty sure we could at least just put it on in the background. No. Well, I guess I didn't. Oh my god. I am just not. I do not have my shit together, folks. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now, darlings. I'm telling you right now. I have got to stop paying more attention to what is happening in the world. Date added newest. Okay. Poopy scoops. Well, let me see what's just happening in the world, because you know what? I haven't even checked the news today. And actually, I just randomly chose as a thumbnail for this particular broadcast. I just randomly chose a thumbnail of Rudy Giuliani. I didn't choose it for any particular reason. Let's see. Who is live? What is live? What is live? Hal is live. Hal Sparks is live. What's he talking about? I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. What else is happening in the world? There's really nothing. Nothing. It's all made up stories. What matters is what you're doing and with whom you're doing it with. Oh, they're skating at Bank. They're skating? Oh, no, they're not. Hello. What? Lies. All lies. Oh my gosh. Well, we could do like the desert. I like deserts. Let me see what's going on. Is it? Oh, it's nighttime. That's no. That's it's nighttime in the jungle. In the jungle. Nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. It's all gravy, baby. That's my new favorite saying, by the way. It's all gravy, baby. And I learned it from Bombshell Radio, who is another YouTuber, and I don't really understand what the story is with her, but I absolutely, absolutely fucking adore her. I don't know if she's problematic yet or not. I'm waiting to find out, but I'm just really enjoying her accent, and the turns of phrase in the chat are just like the most poetic, like lick dirt, like we went over last week. But this weekend I saw someone say, "Hey man, it's all gravy, baby," and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, it's all gravy, baby." So that's my new mantra. My new mantra is, "It's all gravy, baby." Bye, Ivan. I'm so sorry. I love you. I didn't see your note. Much more pleasurable. Do 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 do. Yeah, go ahead and just don't play with it too much, Ivan. Though it might be infected. Anyway, take care of yourself. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and put on my "Be Right Back," and I'm gonna set up the kitchen. Give myself a few minutes to refresh and find the hash, and then I'll be back on. But I'll just go ahead and leave the stream running. But I have, obviously, you guys know what to do. You do your thing. I love you. It doesn't matter. I'll see you soon. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Sorry. Fuck. I don't know what I'm doing. They're not even back yet. I'm watching. I don't have any lip gloss on. What the fuck? Wow, that light's really bright. Whoops. I guess I said around. I said around 11:35. Sorry. I gotta find the hash. I didn't even find the hash. Okay, BRB. Wait, I'm finding it. Hold on. Just talk amongst yourselves. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I even have a grinder. Oh, okay, well, now this is getting interesting. I found more gummies. Let me see. Where's the fucking hash? Hold on. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Move, bitch. Get out the way. That's not possible. It's impossible to use all the hash. What the fuck? Where's my pen? Oh wait, there it is. Okay, wait. I'm not ready. LOL, I'm typing my stupid court letter. Another page. Hold on. I'm gonna try this. I don't know if this. Oh, I think it's gonna work. Does that work? Connect. There it is. Excellent. Can you hear me, darlings? Can you hear me, my dearest darlings? Can you hear me? Can you hear little Lolo? Can you hear darling Lolo? Well, we're going to keep that on actually, because it's not too bad. We'll even put it lower then. Because, this is that kind of day. Maybe I should turn that light down a little bit, though. I don't know if we need all of that nonsensory. That's sensory overload, babe. Do. I have to go around the corner and turn it down. But I will. I will do it. Well, you welcome back, Ted MD. You welcome back, darling. You welcome right on back to Lolo's Lounge. What do I get you, sir? What do I get you? What's your pleasure? What is your pleasure, sir? I definitely would have been the saloon owner in the old days. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I would have been the madam, because I'm not really into controlling other women and what they do with their bodies, but maybe we would have they could have had a collective, I guess. It's fine. I have no problem with that. But I don't think they allowed that in those days. Just guessing. Okay, well, looks a little bright on mine, babe. Looks a little bright on mine. All right, so today, my loves, Lolo's Saloon, that's right. Belly up to the bar, boys. I'm pouring drinks this afternoon. But I'm not able to open my little hash packet. Hash packet. Oh, good. My Crocs are in here. Oh, look, I have blood on the Crocs from the fucking piece of glass in my foot. Nice. Hash pocket. Not that much hash. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, that's not that. I'm sorry, my nails are complete wreck. Okay, can we just ignore the fact and just act like I have really nice nails? But that's not that much. Okay. But we have more gummies. We found gummies. There's more gummies. They're not back at court yet. Oh, I guess I'm gonna go into the background.
Fix the background, do the background, fix the background. Eat the gummies, smoke the hash. No, I can't smoke the hash. I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I admit it. I'm gonna put the hash in some brownies. We're gonna find all the random weed I have around the house and put. Oh, we've got some. Oh, oh, oh! Little chef surprise. We've got so much weed. Weed for days. I think I knew this was in here, but I didn't really know. Okay, that's done. Get rid of that. Do. Wind you back from court, Emily. 11:40. What's going on? How'd you guys like the song? Windy today. Glad I'm not out in the field. Yes. Yes. You know those shitty looking stone or shell bowls that is just a drilled line to the bowl spot? I don't know. You don't know the whole under glass thing? Nope. Nope. Do. Don't. Oh man, I can't. Maybe gummies aren't the best idea. Don't teach your kids English so they can't read my crap. Well, that's a bit harsh, Ted. Now come on now. I always have to have you explain things to me. You and Oomph. You're the two people that write stuff that I have to tell you. You need to explain that to me. Because I don't understand. I know it's smart. I can tell. No problem, Ted. You know what? I'm kind of out of the advice giving business myself, frankly. I think giving advice is very overrated. I want to take advice. I'm just going to take everyone's advice. Anyone who has advice, I'm here to take it. You put on a pin, light it, blow it. Oh. Yeah, see, there's like 7 steps in there already, Max. You know me. I think you know me well enough by now to know that I'm an idiot. You know that about me, right? I'm lazy with my high. I do, however, have to look up a brownie recipe. Hey, GA, I have to look up a brownie recipe in the midst of this madness. In the midst of this madness. Tom knows. He knows. He knows. I need to look up a brownie recipe. Well, you know what I might as well start doing, darlings? I might as well start just melting the hash and the butter, right? I mean, what could go wrong there? We know we're going to need to have that. That's what I say. So why don't we do it? Why don't we do it? Let's see. Okay, I actually am guessing that she's not back yet. I'm guessing that I'm actually guessing that I have the ingredients to make brownies. So while this is really cute and fun that Lolo likes to do this shit and just haul her fucking ass into the kitchen, she hasn't always thought this ahead. Today is one of those days. Sometimes I do. But most of the time I don't. That is both the charm and the curse of Lolo. All right, here we go. Best homemade brownies recipe. Oh, this looks like it's good. This looks like the brownies I want. I want that brownie. I want my brownies. I'm not going to do chocolate chips, but I want my brownies to look like that. Like, I don't want the chocolate chip things, but I want my brownies to look like that. I want that little glossy thing on the top, you know? All right, so wait, I gotta put my spectacles on. I put my glasses on. Boys don't make passes at girls that wear glasses. That's what my mom said. Terrible. Okay, here we go. Oh, Oh, I think we are primed and ready, kids. We are so ready. Oh, this is going to be so fucking great. You guys, this is going to be so great. Okay, wait, jump to You know what the 3 best words in the English language are? Jump to recipe. Because I have no attention span. Yeah, I have no attention span. I don't want to see all the ads that you think I'm actually gonna click through. I might do it by mistake. Okay, here we go. Are they back? They're not even back. Jeez, come on. Oh, I don't have I do have a brownie pan. I have a brownie pan. Okay, we need granulated sugar. Hold on. Let's go to the baking aisle. Those are Cheetos. I'm not proud of it. I had a little stressful weekend, so I got some Cheetos. Okay. So I need sugar. I don't need cat food. Nope. I'm sorry I don't have the second cam up. I don't want to lose power. Like I want to take a chance. I'm back. I paid some bills and found Julie wants to. Oh, great. Oh, good. Mrs. James's mom. I'm glad. So granulated sugar, all-purpose flour, still sitting back here because it's too heavy. Cocoa powder. Yeah, of course I have it because I'm that bitch. I'm that bitch. I'm that bitch. I'm even gonna gild the lily, so to speak. Wait, where's my cocoa powder? Where's my cocoa powder? Where's my cocoa powder? Where is it? Where's my cocoa powder? Where is my cocoa powder? I do have cocoa powder. Now it's baking time. The cord case still isn't back on. What time? Oh, it's 11:40. I think I gotta go up here. Hold on. I think it's up here. Oh, I'm gonna be really mad. Oh, I see it! Hooray! 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 Do not fall off the ladder. Please don't fall off the ladder. Okay. They're still not back. Okay. This. Powdered sugar. Of course I do. Because I'm fucking Susie fucking homemaker in this bitch. Fucking. Yeah, I got your powdered sugar, motherfuckers. What the fuck? Leftists cook too. Or bake, or whatever this is. Chocolate chips I have. Sea salt I have. Eggs I have. Canola. I have extra virgin olive oil. Should I put the olive oil in? I think I should. It's unfiltered though. Okay, bakers. Unfiltered olive oil or canola oil in the brownie recipe. Vanilla and water. Vanilla. Wow, I guess I'm kind of spread out with my baking supplies. Oh! No, don't fall. Don't fall. Okay. Tostada, you gotta move. You gotta move, Tostada. Here we go. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do, wait, where's the butter? How much butter? Wait, how much butter? There's no butter in this? Wait, Mrs. James, do you mean the unfiltered olive oil will make it moist? Versus canola oil? Half and half? Okay. I have my popcorn oil. I have my oil specifically for popcorn. I could use some of that, I guess. Where does the butter factor in? Why don't I have any butter in this recipe? No, they're not back yet. I'd have a recipe book out. Yeah, I would too, but... Hey, Jim, welcome back. There was a car accident. Oh, no. Nice. You went to stop for lunch. That's nice. I like that. I trust Mrs. James, too. I trust Mrs. James and Marie, but it might be too late in France. All the way over across the sea in France, it might be too late for Marie to weigh in on this question, and I don't blame her because, frankly, it's too late, and I would be asleep. Because French women, they get their sleep, and they are beautiful inside and out, and that is why, because they get the sleep that they need. Beautiful French women. You'd go half and half. Okay, that's it then. That's all I needed to hear, baby, baby, baby. Okay, now the thing is, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, I don't know if Marie's here. Whichever is freshest. Ooh, well, that's a good question. I'm not sure anything is freshest. They're probably about equally fresh, actually. And they're not old by any stretch. I mean, we're talking like a month or two, maybe. Let's see. What about butter, though? Oh, the oil replaces the butter. Yeah, well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Do you think I should add, like, I could go ahead and do the hash in the butter and then throw it in there? Because I won't do it in much. It's not much hash. Well, you know what we're going to do? Like we've done every recipe so far, which has all turned out so delicious that it's like slap your mama good. We're going to go ahead and just fuck it up. We're going to do the oil. We're going to do it half and half. Just like Mrs. James' mom said. And then we're going to put the hash and the wheat in the butter. We're going to dump that in. God willing, and the creek don't rise, we're going to have some really good fucking brownies that really only mom is going to eat because, frankly, my daughter doesn't get high. So there it is then. This is mommy brownies. Oh, I know. I wish I had some coconut oil. You know what? I'm just going to go for it because that's what life's all about. My papa told me, he taught me just like, kiddo, this is one trip around the marble. That's all you get. You better make it work and you better make it fun. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? Actually, he didn't say that, but I can imagine it coming from his mouth. I say the thing about the marble all the time. Because I'm fascinated by infinity. Yeah, I really am fascinated by infinity. I have so much to catch up on. I have all kinds of readings to catch up on. Okay. The kitchen is a total mess, but you know what? I don't really care. Because we're going to just go ahead and do what we need to do. Let me check the power, because I might do a separate camera, too. Oh, you know what? I might go ahead and add the other camera. Do you guys want that, or is that silly? I'm happy to do it, I think. Fuck. My daughter should Murgatroyd me. That's what I think. Hold on. I ought to be right back. Oh, I never made the cracker crack stuff. I gotta do that. What the hell's my problem? I gotta figure shit out. I gotta figure my shit out. Hold on. Oh, this might be interesting. I don't think it's going to be great. It could be. Could be. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That's gonna be fun. Oh my God, why is that doing that? Now, I want to add an extra camera. Yeah. Well, that's a weird angle. It's kind of an embarrassing angle because everything's so dirty, but since when have I let shame stop me? Since when has shame stopped us, children? Children of the revolution? It hasn't. She has not gone back to court yet. She is back, but she is not back in court yet. Mirror my camera. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have a pretty dirty stove, but what the hell? Am I right? I have a dirty stove, but what the hell? Am I right? Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is start the hash and the weed and shit. I need to get some butter out. That's what I was going to... Yeah, I did that. It was good. Yeah, it was Christmas crack, I think. Cracker crack? I don't know. I'm not sure, whatever. But it's crackers and caramel and salt and chocolate. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, we're going to add my little friend here, and we're going to do this little thing that we do. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do. There we go. Well, is that what we want? Nope. Ah, man. Maybe we should do this. What do you think of that? Is that weird? I mean, how's that view? Let me know if that bothers you, and then I can change it. I gotta wash this pan. It's disgusting. Oh, I'll turn the music off. Okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna turn the music off. We are going to... Oh, I have her muted. Duh. I'm not very smart. I never said I was.
On trial for murders of his wife and son. On Saturday, Colton County Sheriff's Office confirmed
Oh,
Murdaugh
this
will
is
be
the arrest he
served
did.
with an arrest warrant following his double murder trial for, quote, bringing contraband. Authorities claim the court clerk... That's interesting. Very interesting. The court clerk handed Murdaugh a book that was passed from someone in his family. The clerk knows better than that. The alleged incident occurred on February 8th during day 11 of testimony, the same day a bomb threat disrupted proceedings. 2 days later, Murdaugh's family was asked to move back a few rows.
Madam Floor Lady, how's the jury?
Exhausted.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and leave that there. I don't care.
Thank you.
Well, you know what we could do? We could put something nicer
The judge
there.
asked how the jury was and asked the defense to call their next witness.
Judge calls John Marvin Murdoch.
I was wondering if we were going to hear from John Marvin. Is John Marvin
John
their last
Marvin.
witness?
John Marvin.
I'm actually really interested to hear what John Marvin has to say. Very interested. Are you?
God,
Are you
this
ready
is
to
such a
hear
mess.
from John Marvin?
Oh my God. I don't know why you guys even bother with me. Why do y'all even bother with me?
Do you think the defense thinks they'll
I
find
would
him more
watch
credible
me out of Schadenfreude.
than Alex, and
Like,
that's why they
at
end
least
with
I'm
John
not as
Marvin?
messy as she is.
That the jury's going to like him better? Oh, it got dark in this courtroom over the lunch break. I'm going to switch to a 3-feed so we
Okay,
can see
let's
the
find some
defendant's
butter.
reaction to his brother testifying.
John Marvin Murdoch, Murdaugh.
Mr. Murdoch, will you tell the jury just briefly some background information? Where are you from? What do you do?
Yes, sir. So I was born in Columbia.
Crazy. Crazy's more like it. Mrs. James's mom, but
Schools from first grade.
it's a work in progress. I better get on with it, though.
Went to the University of South Carolina, got a degree in criminal justice, and I'm now self-employed. I've opened some companies in the heavy equipment business.
What's the name?
Have you, John Marvin? How heavy is your
The main
equipment?
company is Murdaugh Rental Center. but I've got Murdoch Kubota, Murdoch Equipment LLC.
There's a bunch
So
of them.
generally speaking, I'm in the construction equipment, agricultural tractors and implements. I'm in the
I
equipment
don't know what I'm
business.
doing with this, by the way.
And do you have
Not a
offices?
lawyer.
I mean,
Went to criminal
locations?
justice.
I mean, there's
didn't go to
nothing,
law
butter
school. We
ruins
appreciate you for that,
nothing
John
in my
Marvin.
One in
lifetime.
Hampton and one in
Butter ruins
Okatee,
nothing.
Bluffton area.
Are
I
you
should
related
probably
to the
wipe this.
defendant,
This is so embarrassing.
Richard Alexander?
John Marvin
murder?
is his
I
brother.
am. I'm his brother.
Do you have any other brothers?
I do.
Randy?
Murdoch.
Too
is
many.
my brother.
And
Is
do you
Randy
have a
sitting in
sister?
court?
Too many, some might say.
Also
Too
sitting in
many,
court.
some might say.
And
I've been
your
interested to
parents
hear
are
this.
Randolph and Libby Murdoch.
I'll get those after the
You're
fire.
the only son of the three that didn't go
Trying
to
to
law
keep it
school.
clean.
I am, and I'm quite proud of it.
He told the
That's a little
audience
Law
not to react.
Dynasty
Tell the
humor.
jury
We're allowed to
about-
chuckle.
about
They're not.
Murdoch family, your family in this area.
Well,
We are
I mean,
allowed to
obviously,
giggle.
we're probably
They're
like
supposed to be
most
stoic
families,
in
or
the
a lot of
audience.
families, we're very close. I mean, the siblings, we
Okay.
stay in touch. We
Our butter is
do
bubbling
holidays together. We,
now.
you try to interact and
Can you give the feed?
keep
Oh,
your
yes.
family core together. I mean, we're just, a normal family doing normal family things.
Okay.
Do
Going down.
your parents, and we've heard about.
I think the
your father,
questioning's
Randolph
hard for
Murdoch,
Jim because he knows
died
his
on-
family
on
so
June
well.
10th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your mother's Miss Libby,
She is.
and she's still alive, correct?
She is. In fact, yesterday was her birthday.
And you went by to see her, I
I
understand.
did. With my kid.
Did you take her crispy?
She's still
The,
alive.
Oh, that was the dad that liked it.
In the spring, 2021.
Oops.
Were
Not very
they
good
both alive? Was your dad alive?
Yes, sir.
And what
I'm
was
not
his health
very
in the
good at
spring of
this.
2021?
Oh boy, you guys are so cute.
he had been battling cancer, and not just cancer. I'll use that term loosely. He had multiple forms of cancer, but he had been battling cancer, had
turning it
health
off.
issues. He had been through heart surgeries. Just overall, his health
Get
was
out of
not
there.
good.
Get out of there, duck. Just like your
You know,
father.
just in and out of hospitals.
Uh-oh.
Just
Right.
age and the diseases were catching up to him.
Oh no, it's there.
And would you check in on your mom and dad? Any
When you
chance
lose a
got?
hash ball in your
I don't know why that matters.
I would. So
Oh, he's gonna
I
get to
didn't
Alec.
tell y'all this, but so I don't
Check
live
it
in
in all the
Hampton. My wife and family and I, we live
Time.
down in Beaufort, or just outside of Beaufort. And
I
so my
wonder-
drive is about an hour's drive to do it. So I
This
didn't
house is
visit as
going.
often as Randy and Alec because they were in
That's
Hampton.
fine.
But
Whatever.
absolutely,
Oh my God. Stop being so
Anytime
weird.
I had the opportunity to work in Hampton at my office, I would always take time to stop by. And then sometimes I would just, just wanted to
I
go
still
see my
want it to
mom.
be John Grisham.
And was it routine for one? So either your brothers who lived in Hampton to stop by and check on them routinely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I don't know every time they went because I wasn't there, but I feel confident that they visited more just because of the proximity.
John Marvin's like, I didn't go to
It's
law
just an
school.
easier- just an
I
easier
lived an
visit.
hour away.
Okay.
So well,
I'm gonna let
John
that.
Marvin got some
proximity.
distance.
Your brother Randy, where does he live?
He lives in town.
And then your sister Lynn, where does she live?
She lives in Somerville.
And then
brownies?
Alec, where did he live in the spring of 2021?
Okay.
Well, I think in the
High on
spring of
life.
21, he was living in Moselle. I think all of them were.
Well,
And is Moselle close to Almeda?
it's exciting. It's been a long
It's
week.
further than Randy's house, but much closer than mine.
And is that in your mother's
Fair.
house? I'm saying Almeda, but.
What do you mean by
Almeda a town,
close?
or what
No,
is
Almeda's correct. That's the.
What do you mean by close?
the
All right,
location. That's
so
the property
now-
name, if you will, the
Let
intersection
me get my
name.
recipe.
I think that's a general.
And just tell the jury where that's located.
It would be,
Like, let's not
just,
give the whole
just
address.
Maybe 2 or 3 miles outside
Medium
of the
bowl,
town limits.
Seen
sugar,
the
flour,
maps, let's
cocoa
like-
powder,
Is
powdered
it
sugar.
basically
Wait,
at
that's
the
too many ingredients at once.
intersection of,
Lighter
I don't know,
key.
what's that main?
Intersection
Grace
of
Street
278 and
and the end
Highway
of the world.
68 that would go to, one goes to Ridgeland and one goes to Embassy.
For a local
And,
jury, that all makes sense
And
to
would
them.
Alec visit
For
your
us, it's
mom
like,
and dad
okay.
frequently in the spring of 2021, to your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely.
we'll get to more of that.
No, don't. If you're going to ask a question, can you just follow through with it instead of saying we'll get to that later?
Talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I think they're doing that to
very well.
confuse the jury.
Oh,
I'm certainly
Excuse me, I'm having a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship.
Oh,
But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to.
this must be
defend
impossible
any
for this
questions.
family.
John Marvin's emotional reaction in court has rang
He
so
did.
much more
They called
true
him
to
Little
me
Rooster.
than almost anybody else.
And did he call him anything
It
else?
hurts my heart for him.
He'd been called Little Rooster, been called,
Whoopsie.
as you heard, Paul. I mean, that's what my family, my kids called him.
Paul, by the way, Paul.
What did you call him?
Well, it depends on
Here's
where
our
we were
rice
and,
that we
and what we
used
were
for our other
doing.
thing. We're going to use that again.
When we were,
Because no matter who you believe did this,
when we were
the loss
doing
to John
something
Marvin
Oh, that's
fun
nice.
and a
is
social
That's a nice
event,
touch.
I would
palpable.
refer to him
I
as
do.
Paul. Now,
Yeah, I have a
y'all
cat
haven't heard
like
this
Reed
yet, but he
Bledsoe.
worked for me.
He's
So
right.
he worked for me.
We heard that.
It was Paul, or it was Paul Terry.
Okay, so,
because I was trying to be,
need-
you know,
I
more
need-
authoritative.
Who
You only
else
call somebody by their middle
called him
name.
Paul?
Most of all the family.
Okay,
and that's
medium
not,
bowl,
you know, that's not a name
sugar,
that was said at
flour,
all times,
cocoa
but-
powder,
but
powdered sugar,
when we're having
and
fun,
salt. I said dry
kids would say
ingredients.
it, my wife
how
would
much?
say it. It was
One
just
and a half cups granulated
just
sugar.
a name that was used in fun times and in
Oh, here we
in
go.
normal times.
'Cause everybody's got a
And you
nickname,
mentioned
which
Paul
makes sense.
worked for you. When did he work for you?
You know, that's, I thought you were going to ask that, and unfortunately, I don't know. He's worked for me maybe prior to June
Oh, I
of
guess that's true.
21.
You could
He was
not remember
working,
when
or he
someone
was
worked for
working
you.
then. I think he worked
guess
the
so.
2 summers
Makes
prior
sense.
to that.
That makes
And
sense.
it was just summer work. I mean, you know, it would only last a month or so, month and a half.
And was he working for you in June of 2021?
He was.
And what was he doing for you?
Anything I asked him to do.
It seems
Where
like he
was he
really
working?
enjoyed being
He was working
outside.
at my Bluffton Okeechobee store. He would do anything from power wash equipment.
So working in
or-
equipment seems like it would
or
be something you
deliver
enjoy.
new tractors that were being sold.
My daughter
talk to
got this for me.
customers,
She had
help
this made
customers
for me
load,
for
unload,
Christmas.
Rental equipment. He did, as you
Isn't
heard
that
someone
cute?
testify, that boy
She got
would
it for
work.
me.
And so
I have
whatever
the
was
best
asked
daughter
of him,
on
he
the
would
planet.
do.
I use it.
Was he on the phone the whole time, or did he actually work?
Okay.
Not at work,
Go.
he was not. Well, not while I was there.
Pour some sugar. I'm trying to think of all the sugar songs.
The,
Pour some sugar on me. Well, I might sift.
did
I
you
might sift.
spend time with Paul? Well, you,
Pour
let me back up. You have a
some
place where you hunt? You have a property?
I do.
You have a name for that property?
We call it Greenfield.
Maybe I'll just do that.
And,
Because it doesn't
and
say
would Paul and Buster
sifted.
come out to Greenfield to hunt?
They
It
would.
doesn't say sifted.
Absolutely.
So I don't think I
let me
need to
just back
sift
up.
it, but I might. Burr.
What was the relationship between Alec, Paul, and Buster?
Oh, it was a great relationship. You know, anything that the boys were
Come
doing,
on,
Alec wanted to
Barbie,
do.
let's
And
go.
the boys always came first to him.
I am out of
Some
coffee,
of
y'all.
may
I got to
have been
figure
on
out some
Dove once
coffee.
before, but
this
Amanda,
afternoon.
I have a very
it's
small
because
field.
it's
I
emotional
can't
testimony.
order
It's very
coffee
true.
stands in
more
the
than one
field,
day.
and I have,
You can
before the hunt,
feel
I have it organized.
what
where
he's
I
know
love
going
who's
this
through.
sitting
bowl. Oh my
where.
God, I love
Well,
this
I
bowl. Mason
have
Cash
Alec, he
on
says, well, can the
Amazon.
boys
Cheap,
come?
not actually
Well,
expensive.
of course they can come.
Really,
So
really
now I've got to
good.
rearrange for that. Or
Okay, so I'm
if
like
they said they were
spooning it in
coming and the
because I
boys
want to
backed out.
1.5
always
cups
backed
of
out.
granulated
I
sugar.
was thinking about this. To this day, I don't believe he has ever come hunting with me since his boys have been old enough to hunt.
Wow.
Without his boys, it's always with the boys.
Did he do other things with them?
Nigella. These are Nigella cups. I got them so long ago, and they don't
Accidentally
have
ended
them
our
anymore.
poll. 62%
They don't even
of you
make
said
them.
you've been waiting to hear from John
Makes me
Marvin.
sad.
37% of you are like, nah.
Maggie?
Woo!
I bet all of you wish it was
Dusty
because
You
of
sugar.
observe of his relationship with Maggie?
And then I need a half a cup.
It was it was a great relationship. I mean, all marriages, I'm sure, have
He's more emotional
hiccups
than
here and there, but I'm telling
he
you,
rings truer in his emotion
Okay.
than Alec.
it was a
I
good
think.
marriage.
I might need a
In
t-shirt.
coming here, I was trying to think of ways that.
I think I need to change into a
describe it.
t-shirt. It's very
My
warm.
wife and I and Alec and Maggie, we went to a concert together. It was the Darius Rucker concert. And And of course, we're sitting in there, Alec and
Sorry,
Meg
you
were
have to listen
sitting
to me.
just below us. And I had just gone in, I hope I can say this in court, I had
But the
just
good
gone
news
and
is
bought
I
one
have
of
a
those
t-shirt right here.
$15 beers. And I was back in my seat and
They are
songs playing.
$15
What?
beers.
My wife
I
taps
wouldn't-
me and
I
Alec
wouldn't
and
know
Maggie
that.
are holding hands and swaying together.
$15.
She's like,
That's
"Well,
what
why
I
aren't you
spent on
holding
a
my
case
hand?"
of beer.
He's like, I have a
So my
$15 beer.
got put down.
I'm
They
sorry.
had a great relationship. I mean, that's just one of many. At football games, they would put out a tailgate spread. They would welcome the kids, family, friends. It was just a wonderful.
And
It's fine.
did they do a lot of family things together with Paul and
You know what's
Buster
good
and Paul and
about
Buster's
getting
friends?
to a certain age is you
Yes, they
actually
did.
don't care what you look
I
like.
knew
You just
of,
kind of like,
or knew
although
of
you do, you
trips that
don't.
they would take.
Okay, what
family
else next?
trips,
1 1/4,
you know,
1 1/2 cup
vacations.
sugar.
They had a house at
One-
Edstead that y'all have heard about, and they would have, you know, they'd always have friends come over,
1 1/2 cup.
particularly the boys.
3/4
friends.
cup all-purpose flour.
There's been some discussion during this case during this trial about Paul leaving guns and stuff around. Did you ever experience that?
I did.
And tell the jury a little bit about your
I
experience.
didn't put enough sugar.
You know, I've heard the testimony.
I used the
about
wrong
it,
one.
and it's accurate. I mean, I could tell you all 100 stories of him leaving things, but
Well,
he
here,
was notorious. He would come stay with us at our house.
But it sounds like
He would
Alec was
leave.
too.
Probably
Those
like
would have all of
2
his
of them,
clothes
right?
washed, and you know, he just
2 of them?
like he just
Yeah,
left
2
and
of them.
didn't care
Okay,
about
so I
where
could
his
do one of
clothes
these.
were. In fact, Paul came duck hunting with me one time, and at Greenfield.
I don't want to hear
And I
about
smile
Paul duck
fondly on
hunting.
this when I, think
Sorry.
back on all this. So we had a great duck hunt. There,
All
I
right,
think there
so
were 3 of us in the blind.
3/4 cup
Great duck hunt. We picked up
all-purpose
all the
flour. Where's
birds.
my
I
the
also
boys,
enjoyed duck hunt,
and
but the
we
Nintendo
left and we go
game.
back up and have a nice breakfast. Yeah, doing all the post hunt, all the fun things that you
God,
do.
yeah.
I don't.
I
know
love
what
my
that is.
dog.
I went back
Is there
hunting.
food? Are there snacks?
I don't know, it
I'm
was
imagining
probably
there's
a week and a
snacks.
half, maybe 2 weeks later. And his hunting
There
gear
you
still
are.
in the
There you
blind.
are, darling. Okay.
I mean,
Then I need
I
a
just
quarter.
I had to smile when I saw it. I was
3/4
like,
cup
"That's Paul."
flour.
Did
I'm not being very gentle. I'm sorry. I'm not a
I'll ask
great
you a little bit
baker.
about
We all
riding
know this.
property. I mean, you ride your
We're
property
not
down at
shocked.
Greenfield.
All right, so that's
I do.
1/4.
And,
Molly
and
T
if you
said
were
snacks.
Riding in what?
What, like checking on the property? Do you,
What was that?
Oh, you mean
noise?
like just riding around joyriding
2/4.
or checking feeders or?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and do you
Kinda,
always
sorta,
carry a gun
3/4.
when you're doing that?
I don't.
And have you ridden property like at your dad's place with your dad and maybe Alec or others? I mean, is that a
Well,
frequent occurrence?
I would say almost never when I rode the property with my dad.
Almost never carry guns.
Almost never would we carry a gun. We would just
Little
joyride. Now, if
vintage-
if it were late in the afternoon
vintage
and
Hawaiian
we were
tea towel
considering
from
maybe
my
getting
dad.
a deer stand, at the
So
last
there's that.
minute, possibly. But typically,
Okay.
with
Oh,
my
wait,
dad
let me
and us,
read
we
the
didn't carry a
text.
gun then.
Testimony about the video. Yeah, I know, right? Who gives a fucking rat's
He's
fucking
definitely
ass?
not
Speaking
chugging
of
down
your dad,
water
what
the
was,
way Alec was
Okay.
on the stand. Alec
Oh wait,
was
powdered sugar. How much
just
powdered sugar?
What was going on with his
All
health?
those powdered sugar.
digging into that
2/3
water
cup
for
cocoa
dear
powder.
life.
2/3 cup
Why is
cocoa
this
powder.
relevant? Some of it's humanizing the
before June
victims.
the 7th.
Some of it's
Shorter.
explaining the family.
Friday would be the 4th, Saturday would be the 5th, Sunday would be the 6th.
And he's
Haven't
also a
even
witness
used
to a
it
lot of
yet.
what happened
Haven't
next.
even
So he was actually
used
in
it
the
yet.
hospital, I believe, in Columbia that weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby.
And
Give
I
it
think
to
he
me,
got
baby.
out of the hospital on
Cocoa porn.
Sunday.
Okay, and
Cocoa porn.
did
Good
you
porn.
pick
Oh,
him
it
up, or your
smells
brother
so
picked him up?
good. I just
did not.
opened the
I did
bag
not.
and
I
it's,
didn't.
oh.
I may have been out of town. I can't
Oh.
recall. I heard the testimony about it.
Oh my
I
God,
did
you
not pick him up.
guys. You guys.
Did you end up taking your
Oh
father
my
to the doctor on that
God.
Monday,
Oh my
June the 7th?
God.
I did.
And where did you take him?
I took him to Savannah.
Oh, no,
to
we
his,
have to
what I
see
would
this
call
now.
his
Look at
his
that.
normal
Oh,
doctor.
yeah. Oh, baby.
I think Columbia
oh,
was.
baby. Oh,
was-
baby. Don't spill it.
Maybe he had to go there for some different things or another. I'm not sure.
And was he?
I don't
having
really
some
care.
breathing issues
Whoopsie!
He was having major breathing issues.
And when you went to the doctor on Monday, June the 7th, was there a decision made to admit him to the hospital?
It was. So when I took him, We were only going to a doctor's appointment. We were not going to the hospital.
Okay.
It was just me taking him to a doctor's appointment to try to find out what
Okay.
the breathing issues were,
right, and then
maybe
powdered
some type
sugar,
of a treatment or
half a cup.
or
I already read it.
medication or something.
I already
to
read
help
it.
him.
I don't need it.
While
don't
we
need
were
your help.
there, as soon as
This
the
is
doctor saw him,
dangerous.
but when the doctor saw him and went through some things, he immediately told both of us that he had to be in the hospital, that he was not getting the oxygen that he needed.
I think calling Randy is a pickle, given the fact that Randy still works at the law firm that's now Parker Law Group.
He was.
I think that's why.
And what was,
Or at
as
least
you
a
understood it,
big
the
part of
prognosis,
why
when
they
he
didn't call
was
Randy.
put back in the hospital on Monday the 8th, the 7th.
On Monday, the 7th, yes, so my understanding
he probably has an
was
idea
the
of what the
doctor
defense is going to
that
ask
we
him,
were
Bethany.
seeing, or that he was seeing,
I didn't spill much.
They would have
had
talked
some
about
really
it
strong
at length.
No
beliefs
sugar
that
was wasted. Wait, I better double
the
check
cancer
that.
that he had
Measure
was
twice,
not
cut
causing
once.
the breathing obstructions, that it very likely could be
Dark
pneumonia.
chocolate. Wait,
And
no.
he
Powdered
told us, he
sugar.
said, if it's
Half
the
a cup
cancer,
powdered sugar. 2/3 cocoa
that's the
powder.
worst, but if it's pneumonia like I think it
Ooh,
is, I think
sifted.
we've got
Okay,
some
that's
treatment
okay, because
options.
I'm going to do this. Okay, so that's half a cup of powdered
Was there
sugar.
hope on June
Okay.
7th?
Absolutely.
Now-
When he told me
Oh,
that,
the salt.
This is a
first
big
of all,
part
when he
of
said
it.
he had to go into hospital, it scared
Oh,
me.
I need new salt.
Obviously, it scares you when a doctor
And
tells
you
you
know
immediately
what
you have
salt
to check in.
Lolo loves? I should get
But yes, him
I
explaining
want a
that
sponsorship
he was
contract
optimistic
from
that it was gonna be
Maldon Salt.
This
pneumonia,
goes to
and
Alex's
there would
dad
be a
not being
breathing treatment to
terminal
help it.
Oh, don't burn me.
I felt
on the
I
7th.
want
good.
to get I want a
But I think that
contract
goes
from
to the
Maldon
prosecution,
Salt. It's
too.
the only salt. I could
Again,
be.
but
I will be
did
living
you
on
and
the
your
street,
brother,
but I will have
send out
Maldon Salt.
text
I-
messages.
Because if dad's
family
not
members giving them
terminal,
an
I will-
update
We
on
did.
and he's really
No, I
that
won't.
worried about the June
That
10th
was on the
hearing.
7th.
No, I won't do
He doesn't
anything
know his
for
dad's gonna
Maldon
die.
Salt. Trust me.
believe it was
I'm not that
I don't know.
ridiculous.
Yes,
I'm
I gave
ridiculous,
a-
but I'm not that ridiculous.
basic summary of what I was told by the doctor, what I believed
I've
it
got
to be.
Hershey Kisses this
I
afternoon.
think Randy and I had a few minutes to
Because we
talk,
just-
and he
Hershey
typed
Kisses?
up
Oh, you have
another
Hershey
email
Kisses?
just to make sure
Guess
that
what we've got,
everybody was in
bitch?
the loop.
Fucking hash brownies.
And
Oh, I'm sorry, not an email, a text message.
Text message.
Sorry.
and
I gotta
and did the
rejuvenate my salt.
diagnosis and the prognosis subsequently change on
Well,
your dad?
it did. It did.
When was that?
Well,
I don't want to drop a flake.
so Tuesday afternoon.
Don't drop a flake.
We're back out at Alameda, we're back at Moselle. And,
Okay,
you
now,
know, we
how much
still hadn't
salt?
heard much. All this other stuff going on, it just, as you can
Good
imagine,
shit.
it's so much
Hey,
going
man.
on.
Oh,
Yeah.
3/4 teaspoons.
Randy.
Woo! That's kind of a lot. All right. We gotta
Randy
be
called me.
serious about it. We gotta think about
Told her
this.
they'd done everything that they could do,
3/4.
and that he would be coming home in an ambulance.
Oh, fuck,
Under
I just broke
hospice care.
something. God fucking damn it. I just broke it. God damn, my daughter's going to be so mad at me. I'll crazy glue it. It's all right.
And he died on June the 10th?
He died, I think, 2 days later.
I'm going to smush up the flake or the salt a little bit because it's really flaky.
Randy has not testified. I don't think he will.
And I want some big flakes in it, but I don't want like a big flake
But
everywhere.
I feel for John
Going
Morgan.
back
I
to-
really do.
Taking your dad to the
Must be hard to
doctor
stand
and
by your
checking the
brother
jury
hospital.
if,
might
if,
as well.
There's
if
some
he's accused of killing your
being
favorite
switched around
nephew.
a little bit, and it
No, his
That
dad
can't
was at
be
home
easy.
at the
And we'll get
610
to,
meeting. At the 610 police interviews, they got the call that he
Can you
had
explain to
passed,
jury
and that's
how
when
all
those
that
interviews
transportation
stopped on
went to
June
get
10th.
Your dad to the hospital, well, doctor.
You're talking about on that Monday for
With the
me to get
downloads
him-
of the phone and stuff.
So
Okay.
June the 7th.
it's a little bit complicated,
I'll have to
but
fix
I'll
that.
do my best to explain
That's
it.
okay.
So Randy, on Monday morning, Dad had been in the hospital Sunday, got out Sunday, knew that he needed to be seen by his regular doctor, but did not have an appointment. And so Randy was doing everything he could to get him in as early as he could on that Monday, and just asked
it's
me.
kinda
says,
lumpy.
"If
I should have
get the
sifted,
appointment, can you
but
take
I'll
him?"
try.
And I said, "Absolutely, I'd be delighted to."
I'll just have to work this a little bit because
A
it's
little while
lumpy.
later,
The cocoa
an
is
hour
really
or two,
lumpy.
I don't know. It was still that morning.
Oh my God, you
Randy
guys,
calls
this
me and says,
smells
"Okay,
so
they have an
fucking
opening
good.
for him,
I
but he
can't
has to
tell
get there
you.
right away." So Hampton is,
It
what, an
smells so
hour
good.
and a half from Savannah.
I almost don't want to make
I
them
don't know,
hash
an hour and a
brownies
half.
because I want my
He
daughter
said,
to have them, but
"You don't have time
maybe
to
I'll
drive
do
to
it
Hampton to
one.
get him.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
I will
I'll do
meet to
a
in
little hash
Ridgeland, about
brownie, but then I'll
halfway,
do
which is
a
not far from
regular
my house.
brownies because I don't want
Jeannie
to
was under the
be the only
impression
one that
Take
can
him,
eat
and
them.
I'll go back.
that he was
That's
terminal
not
on the
right.
7th.
Things
I won't be
didn't
able to
work
eat them
on.
all.
So we met at Palmetto Co-op in Richland.
Or will I?
I got in my mom's car with my dad. Randy got in my truck and drove it back to Alameda where Randy had come to pick up my dad. So
There's a lot
Randy's
of car
back at
swapping
my
going
dad's
on.
house. So I drive dad to Savannah in my mom's car, go through what we just talked about, the doctor's appointment, getting checked in.
Okay, so that
And back then there was
half a
COVID was
cup of
still
oil,
going
so I
on.
could
There
do a
were
quarter cup
several
I don't know
olive,
when
quarter
they
cup
restrictions.
swapped
that.
Wouldn't let
cars
me go
with
back
Paul.
with my dad at that time. So I was gonna be driving home, and now I'm stuck in my mom's car. So
Oh, shit.
I know
Okay,
Paul
well,
was
that's fine.
working, and it was, I guess
Oh,
it was
that's
around
why.
5 or so, and that's when we closed. I called Paul and said, Paul, listen, I need you to, if you would, drive my mom's car back to Alameda,
Yeah, I bet you he sounded just like
pick
that
up
when he
my
spoke
truck
to
and
his
bring it to work
children.
the next morning. And then just leave he was driving like a farm truck that day. I said, leave it and I'll drive it and we'll just swap back the next morning. And so that's how our cars got swapped.
That
All
makes
right, so
sense. Because the car
when you got
swapping
back
didn't
on
make a
the
lot of sense.
evening
That
of the
made
7th,
sense.
Did you see
This-
Paul?
I did,
And where did you see him?
at my house.
Yep. Good to see you,
And-
Rob.
and he-
Car swapping is
got
Okay, here we
into
go.
a
I'm gonna
mom's
do this.
Got into my mom's
sedan
car,
and drove
right,
to Alameda.
and drove it to Alameda, and then got in my truck
All
and
right,
drove it to
so-
Moselle.
Okay. And you said
Paul
the
was
farm
working
truck
for John
was
Marvin.
at your house. Do you remember where Paul's truck was?
Paul's normal truck was in the shop, being worked on.
Was that Jimmy
I'm
Butler's?
gonna
It was a
buy
shopping
myself
mall
another
in Jimmy
brownie
Butler's
pan.
house.
It was
I need
at Jimmy
Marlon Brando.
Butler's.
When you last saw Paul, was he just as normal as you see him every day?
Egg, olive oil, water,
Oh,
and vanilla.
absolutely. He was playing with my kids in the yard, waiting on me to get there.
Chocolate
In
chips.
fact,
Oh, I gotta put the chocolate
that
chips
particular
in there.
day, he was pretty dirty.
Okay, so
whatever
2
he had
large
been doing
eggs,
back
half
at
a cup
work,
oil.
had him pretty dirty, but it.
Man, once you get to
playing with the
2
kids in the
items, I
yard,
need to slow down.
being Paul.
All right, so I need
That
2
last
eggs.
time you saw him?
That is the last time I saw him.
That's easy. 2 eggs.
When did you learn that, and how did you
Water,
learn that Maggie
oil.
and Paul were murdered on the 9th of June the 7th?
Water, oil.
Well, Alec called me.
Oh, chocolate chips.
Millie, it's a very good point. He's just telling what he
Liz
saw.
and I, we
and
have
what he
3
did.
young kids, younger kids. I mean, our youngest is 8 now, so it would have been 6 at the time. and
He's
so
just saying what
we
he
don't have a
saw and
lot
what he
of
did.
Free time to ourselves.
No, I think,
That
I
night
believe
we
I
were-
would have
we were
just
watching
Okay,
television.
that.
what it is.
And
Oh, vanilla.
Well,
Why it
let me back
feels
up.
more fluid.
Had Alec called you earlier in the night when he was on his way?
He never
to-
said I
Oh,
would
yes,
have done
sir.
this, I would have done that. He's not narrating from the outside,
Water,
he's
oil.
remembering.
What do you recall of that conversation?
He called,
I'm not very
just
smart.
checking
I'm
on me.
not that
Just said,
smart.
I saw the news about
smart.
Dad. Things look good.
Sorry,
It's a
eggs.
brief
You can't be
conversation.
cute. You can't be
and
cute anymore. You got to be
I
practical.
hate to say it, but I kind of said, listen, man,
I froze
I finally have
up,
a few
so I
minutes.
back- Oh, okay.
Can we talk tomorrow?
Well, you
we're
didn't miss
watching a movie.
anything.
And what was his demeanor when you
Where's
spoke
my
with him on
garbage?
the
Oh,
evening
there it
of the 7th?
Same as always, just normal.
And then later on that night, you got another phone call from him?
And I got when you ask the question, how did
That.
I learn? That's, yes, Alec called me and just absolutely hysterical.
This.
As soon as I heard his voice, knew something bad was going on. Didn't know what.
This.
And I'm in my pajamas. He said,
Yes.
something bad has really happened. He didn't, I don't know what his exact words, but
He remembers
I
how he
think
felt.
said,
Ooh, it's a lot of oil.
Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I dropped.
I think I'm
what
gonna make
doing,
regular
and
brownies,
go
you guys.
get
I really
dressed,
want my
and
daughter to eat
hurry, and
them.
just
She'll be so fucking bummed if
just
I made
so many
all
things are going
brownies
through
she
your
can't
mind. You don't
eat.
know what to I
She'll
get
be pissed,
dressed
and
I
she
run
does not
outside
deserve to be
and realize
pissed.
I don't have a car.
All right, oil
Paul's car's
mixture.
right there, and it is a hunk of junk.
Fabuloso.
I mean,
This
Muy
was a farm truck.
fabuloso.
this was
Okay,
farm
and
truck, and so I
then
knew I couldn't take my
that,
wife's car because
2 large
she's
eggs,
taking the kids to
2
school. And at this
tablespoons
point,
of
Can't leave
water.
wife with
I
the
knew
farm
something
truck.
bad. I just didn't know how bad it was.
Yeah.
And so did you then get in the
1
farm truck and
tablespoon,
head
right?
to Moselle?
I
It
did.
broke
Is that
down.
what that
I
is?
did.
And what happened along the way?
God,
Well,
hipsters,
so
can hipsters just
along the
fucking
way,
do
I'd
something
spoken
that
to
has a
Randy.
fucking
He asked me to try to get in touch with a close family friend and one of their law partners,
All right,
Danny
fine.
Henderson.
This is a
I
tablespoon.
was
How
just
much?
constantly trying to call him. I'm
2
driving
tablespoons
fast.
water.
I'm just trying to get to Moselle. And
This makes
There's
sense
a song,
about
if you're
once
here.
I got Danny
Trying to
and
get
the
to
trucks,
told him
Moselle.
how the
that,
truck
that he
ends up
needed
where
to
they
get
are.
up
Trying
there,
to get
you know, I had
to
just a few minutes to myself,
Moselle.
and I just
Trying to get to
was
Moselle
crying.
before they murder my wife.
Somebody called me
Trying to get to
shortly
Moselle
after
before
that.
they
I
murder
don't know
my
whether, I don't know
wife.
who it was. I can't remember. But I remember it was either
Half a
Alec or
teaspoon
Randy,
vanilla.
I believe, and they said the sheets were being pulled
It's a
over.
teaspoon, but I'll do less.
Did the farm truck break down?
It did.
How'd you end up getting to Moselle?
Well, so let me back up and tell you. So
Well,
the
let me back
route
up
that
and tell you a little
from
bit
my
about
house
how I
down
got to
in
Moselle to
Okeechobee,
murder my
Beaufort
wife.
takes me to Coosawhatchie, and I get on 95 to go to Yemassee, getting off and
That's the
coming up
way
that
I
way.
go.
Well,
Water,
another
vanilla, egg,
close family
oil.
friend, his name's Greg
Yes.
Alexander. He is
And
the
we're
chief of
gonna
police in
mix
Yemassee.
it. We're gonna mix
I
it. We're
reach out to
gonna
him,
mix
and I
it.
just say,
We're gonna
Greg,
mix it. We're gonna
I
mix
gave him
it.
said something bad had happened, or again, I don't know when I was told about the sheets, but I told him, I said, listen,
But now we
something
have all
bad's
this
happened. We got to
nicely
get up there. When
buttered
I get to
hash,
Yemassee, can you
darlings. What would
please
we do
help
with the
make sure
buttered
I get to
hash?
Moselle? Because
What
this
should
truck's
mommy do with
sputtering,
the
and
buttered hash?
I knew it
Should I
wasn't
make
good.
ice cubes out of
And
it,
he met me at
darling?
Yemassee, and he fell in behind me, and we started driving until he finally passed me in Barnville.
Okay,
And-
now this is interesting because I think I'm going to get the mixer out.
Well, he did. So he passed me shortly before
car
Varnville. He
broke
took a
down.
ride on 63, and he was a little ways ahead of me.
Just take a ride on
the truck quit on me.
63.
I called him and said, Greg, I said,
So
come
I
back and
can
get me.
get
The
to
truck
Moselle
is
before they
broken
murder
down.
my wife.
Of course, he picked me up and took
I
me
gotta
straight
get
on
to
the
Moselle before they murder my
Were there any
wife.
guns in the farm truck?
Are you
Paul had
kidding me
left
right
when you
now?
got in?
Are you
I have no
joking
idea.
with me?
It was dark
Are you pulling
when I
my
got in
leg?
it.
Are you yanking my
And
chain?
I was frantic. I jumped in it and I took off.
Are you making me cry? Do you really wanna hurt me?
I mean, I didn't look. I mean, I wasn't looking in the back seat. I wasn't worried about
Wanna
anything
make
except
me
getting to Moselle.
cry? Oh, I think I know where
And
it is.
again, his
Do you
testimony
really
again rings
Remember,
like he's telling
about
you
the
what he
time
did that night.
you got to Moselle. What time was
Just this is what I did that night. This is what I heard. This is what people told me, and this is how I felt. I don't remember the
Am I gonna have
conversation,
to
but I
hand
felt this way.
stir
Well
this
before I
shit?
got to Moselle, or we
Are
got to
you
Moselle,
effing
you could
kidding
see
me
the lights
right now?
flashing. It was just,
Are
there were
you
tons of people.
effing kidding me?
Mostly
I
what I would
don't
describe
think I
as
am
as
effing
first
kidding
responders
you,
of
you
some
stupid
sort.
idiot.
it?
Oh man,
When you pulled
if
up,
only
where
she
did
were
you go?
more organized.
So we came in the main gate and came around, and they had created a small crime scene.
Maybe
And
she
when we pulled up, I saw her. And
arrived.
I think before Greg even stopped the car, I jumped
Maybe
out and ran
she
to it.
was more
And what was
organized.
his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. I mean, distraught. I mean, everybody was. There were a few
Doop
other
doop
people
doop
there,
doop.
but
Me
they
too.
just all we did is hugged and cried.
What the hell did I do
I
with?
don't even know that we talked.
How long?
And he doesn't feel
No,
the
they're
need to
not.
fill
They're
in
not. They
the
can't be
things
in
he
there.
doesn't remember. He's very comfortable
cannot be
saying,
in there. Oh, I wonder if
I
they're
don't know, I
here.
don't remember that.
You know,
Why
I have
am
to assume that I
I
probably was there at
so
11 o'clock-ish.
disorganized?
I don't know what time I got there,
Why
but I don't think we went back up to the
Very
house.
comfortable with what he does and doesn't know,
Well after midnight, maybe 2,
Why am I
which is
3.
something I always look at
so
with testimony.
And when you went to the house,
He doesn't feel the need to have
call
an
if any sled
explanation.
agents came up there?
Well,
I wonder where
I
they
did
are.
not see any.
Well, I wonder where they
Sometimes
are.
some came
Oh,
and got
darling,
some
I wonder
clothes.
where
I
they
did
are.
not see any sled agents at the house. The last officer
I know.
that
I'm
I
sorry about the
remember seeing that
banging and the
night,
clacking and the clicking.
or officers were the ones that told us
Well,
that
now
we
I've just
needed to
lost
leave that
everything.
area.
Well, darling, now
They
I've
were
just
gonna
lost
be
everything.
Near the
doing stuff
kennels.
with the bodies, and that we needed to go to the house.
Darling,
When you
where
went
are
into
the
the house,
damn things that go in the damn
were there other people in
thing?
there when you got in?
There were. You know,
Samwise
most people that
Jackson,
I
where are the
knew.
damn things that
Some
go
of
in the
Alex's
damn thing?
partners, Randy's partners,
Randy and Alec
family
worked at the same law
members,
firm.
Lynn.
Well, there it is then. We're
Where
going
did
to
Alec
do
get
this
his
by
glasses?
hand. We're going to use our hands,
Football
girls.
had anything What did you
Well,
see food
I
out?
didn't see any food, but I saw pots and pans, and I saw folks that were cleaning up. They were removing pots and pans, but, you know, I never opened it and looked in it, so I presumed that it was food. They cleaned dishes,
It's
put
what you
pots
do
and
when you
pans
don't know what to
away
do
or
with
in
your
the
hands,
refrigerator.
John Marvin. You just start cleaning shit.
Was a TV on in
True.
the house? Do you remember?
You
It's
know,
like me.
It's just what you
I don't
do.
know what I'm doing.
based on what
so
I know, I
I
would
go
say
ahead
it
and I
is, but I
bake.
can't,
I bake things I don't know
tell
how to
you
bake.
100% that it was on, but I'd be willing to bet it was.
And I make
What do you
people
mean
watch me.
When you say based on what you know?
Well,
Here's our
I don't
brownie
think I'd ever
pan.
been in that house without
I don't know
the
what to
TV
do with
being
this
on.
butter,
It felt
but
like
we're
a
going to
night
think
you were
about it. We're going to really think about it. Here, we're going to put our brownie pan there. Beautiful.
After,
Do do do. Oh, this is a good one.
Well,
I think
did
it's
you
clean,
also
but
go
I'm not taking the
to
chance that it's not
Almeda
clean.
that evening with
I could have stirred a
Alec,
soup with it. You don't
Buster,
know.
and
You don't know.
Sled and
we did.
Carlton
remember
County
how-
didn't tell them
where-
not to touch anything in the house. They told them to go to the house.
Almeda.
So it's not on them for putting away
I
dishes.
mean, I can't, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I can't tell you details, but it was shorts and a t-shirt, you know, like relaxed shorts.
You know whether he had a shower?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to do
yeah.
the. I'm trying to like.
I mean, his hair was not, yeah, I didn't see him in the shower, but I can tell you, I think he had a shower.
I understand.
Weird, but I understand.
That's how circumstantial evidence works, by the way. You
So
see
then
all the
let's move forward to
evidence
I
that
have no
somebody's
idea what I'm
clean or
doing.
not.
This is a
Morning of
disclosure. I have
Clean.
no
It
idea
seems they'd had a shower.
what I'm
Did you
doing.
sleep the night of June the 7th?
Thank you.
Very little. I
supposed to
don't know
not
that I
put it
fell
all in
asleep.
at once?
I certainly laid
So that's what
in
I'm
the
doing.
bed.
I'm not putting it in all at once.
It's just, as you can imagine, just
Oh
thoughts. And-
my God,
and
Becky.
I don't know if I slept. When I got up and started moving
Oh,
the
I
next day,
didn't
I
put the
certainly
chocolate
didn't
chips
feel
in.
like I slept.
I am gonna put a few chocolate chips in.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
Do 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 do.
You're talking about precisely or generally?
Just generally.
I got up
It
and
seemed like he was saying his
I don't want
hands
to go
were-
crazy. I don't like a lot
I
of
don't think
chocolate
Buster
chips in my
went.
But if
brownies.
he's
Told
gone
Alec
for an
and I
hour
was
at his
going over to
mom's house,
Greenfield,
But
the farm that I told you all
opposite
about.
ends.
It was
how is he still wet?
2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, you know,
Come on,
plenty
just
of clothes over there.
man. Do you have to be so weird?
So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I
I
did.
think
after
somebody's
left
trying to
Greenfield.
gaslight me in my own
And
kitchen.
You remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what'd you do?
Oh, I love that we get to this
I
afternoon
just
small
went and
groupness.
stayed there
I love it.
until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming, so I just kind of sat there, just, you know, in
It was
just in
also raining.
disbelief still. It's just, you know, moments of just,
Watch that.
Was
Gonna
it
watch
dark
that
house?
But his
man.
shirt wasn't wet.
you know, that's a good question. I thought about that. I don't remember.
Because mommy is wiggling.
It either was unlocked or I had
I gotta
the code
work out,
because
you
there's a
guys.
keypad on
I gotta
a
work out.
side
I
door.
have to compose.
But I can't tell
Oh.
you which door I went in.
Okay.
There's a keypad on the
I'll
door
check
into the
it
gun
when I
room.
put this in the oven, Tom.
Finally,
The,
someone
did you eventually
answers
go down
why
to
we
the
hear a
kennel?
keypad. A keypad into the gun room makes perfect sense because we heard
did.
Alec go to
I
get a
did.
gun
Hey, calm
and
down,
keypad
Emily.
instead
Once
of going in the
everyone
front
got
door.
there was
John
a
Marvin,
fair
thank
amount of
you.
activity
There's a
in the
keypad
house
on
with
the gun
family
room.
and law partners.
Get out of that cabinet
law
right
partners,
now
Randy's law
before
partners.
you hurt yourself on something really sharp. Get out of there. The mandolin is down there. Stop.
Felt like I needed
I knew
to
I had to
I
move
needed
that.
to see for myself what had gone on and just, you know,
These
just kinda
cats
take
like
it in.
find
Side door
wherever
goes
I
to the
put the
gun room.
mandolin is where they
Some type of
find.
understanding.
They're trying to kill me
How long did you stay
with
down?
nerves.
down
It's a
there?
nerve war. They're like nerve agents.
Well,
They get on your nerves.
I can't, I don't know.
This is really
but I will
thick,
say
you
this
guys.
before
She
I
wants me to
went,
put it in an 8x8 pan. I don't have
I
an
was
8x8
unsure
pan.
whether I was
Fuck.
allowed to go because I knew it was a crime scene.
I should
And
have.
so
The whole
I
property
reached
again, I
out
didn't
to
plan
a,
this.
but they didn't
a
do
friend of
that.
mine in law enforcement, and said,
I'll
"Listen,
show
I
it to
don't-
you
I
when
don't
I get
know
it going,
who's handling
like,
the crime
more.
scene. I don't
Actually,
know."
I guess I could
Whatever.
do
He said,
this.
"Well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go." And he said, "Don't go until I tell you." And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to I
I'm
believe
not
it
that
was,
strong,
Captain Ryan
so-
Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was
This
okay
is so
to go
thick,
there.
you guys.
And
Look
was
at
it
how
cleaned
thick
up?
this is.
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Look at how thick this is.
Were there skull fragments?
Oh my God.
Yeah, so.
That's leading.
This
Jim.
is really
You know,
thick brownie batter.
Excuse me.
Oh my God. This is going to be
I
so
could
good.
easily see where Maggie had been. You know, I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who, and so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and you know, they had covered it up
I'm
with
literally
dirt, so
going to
there really
search
was
for another
nothing to see
pan
where Maggie
because
was.
I don't want to ruin this.
I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the description.
Get out. No,
Y'all
get out of
saw
there.
it.
Get out.
I've never seen
There's
pictures, and I've
nothing
told
in
them
there.
before coming to this court that I was
All
not
the
going to
way
see
out.
pictures. But
Oh my
y'all
God,
can
you guys are
imagine what I
so
experienced.
naughty.
It had not
I
been
can't
cleaned
even
up.
believe
I saw
how naughty you
blood, I
are.
saw brains, I
You're
saw
so
pieces
naughty.
of skull. And when I say
Stop
brains,
being
it
naughty.
could just be tissue. I
Stop
don't
it.
know what I was seeing.
Stop being naughty.
It was terrible.
Stop being naughty.
And for some reason,
Don't
I
be
thought it was
naughty.
something that I needed to do for
All
Paul
right, wait a
to
minute.
clean
Here we
it
go.
up.
I'm so sorry. I gotta see up
Felt
here
like
if
it
there's
was the
anything.
right thing to
Hopefully this
do.
isn't too embarrassing, but
I felt like I owed him,
there you go. There it is then.
and I started cleaning.
Oh fuck.
And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day.
We agree.
I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments
This is a
where
good witness.
I would stop crying for a moment.
This is a good witness.
And just just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there.
Yep.
And
That's why they have companies that
couldn't
do
stop. I just
felt that it was the thing he had to do.
I had to do it for Paul.
You know, okay, now
It's
you're
just
pushing
what
it.
I had to do.
Now I'm not believing you, dude. Now I'm gonna call bullshit.
He told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there.
I don't know why the Matrix just glitched.
couldn't
but there
stop.
Oh, okay.
There
The
we go.
Matrix glitched on her end. Okay.
I had to do it for Paul. It's just what I had to do. And I don't know. It's probably 15,
Grandma
20
to
minutes.
the rescue.
Mark Paul shows up. Y'all heard Mark Paul testify.
Get over there.
And
Get
he
over. Ah!
came and hugged me and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave. What was left of Paul, they would clean it up. The hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
This is
So
gross.
that's something that
What'd you do next?
they don't talk about a lot in
so
cases.
gross.
After
You know,
the crime,
Mark,
after the crime scene is
basically
cleared,
got me. Yeah,
it's just
I'm sure
left
Okay,
for
we
whoever
have
owns the property to
choices.
deal with.
I'm sure I was just a
We have
basket
choices.
case, but he got me back to the house and, got me back
That's
around
so
family
dirty.
and, just
Okay.
got back to,
And that is what
Fakers.
happens with crime
support of
scenes.
others
They are
that were there.
left.
And there were a lot of people at the house.
Steamed
at that point.
veggie. Yay,
Do you
Jim for the
remember,
win.
when you got back to the house,
Yay.
at some point in time,
All right, I just say
people,
ladies, but it's only the ladies who have been really commenting, although
raising
Ted
questions
tries to
or
jump
bringing
in
up
there
the
once
fact
in a while.
that
Brownie
Maggie's phone had not been
pan.
located.
This is a very thick mixture, and she recommends an 8 by
Yeah, so
8.
that was,
This is the
particular
only.
the
Well, actually, I think
lawyers,
this
they
is
were
bigger.
all, being lawyers, they were,
They were all up in it.
questioning things amongst themselves and.
They were all
how
up
this
in it.
happened, trying to figure things out, but.
So
it was
do
brought
I
to my attention
do?
that
Do I do
Maggie's phone
this
was not there,
for the
and
brownies?
that law enforcement had not found it. And,
He was
and
like,
I
"I
can't
can
say
help."
that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a.
Nervous. The
phone-
brownies
big
have me
phone
so
user or a big
nervous,
app
or it's
user
that
or
much. Well,
whatnot,
I guess
but
you can't really
somebody
tell
brought
them.
to my attention and said,
It's not
"Listen,
like a ton
if
of
Buster or
brownie
Alec,
mixture.
if they have an app on their phone,
I'm gonna do
like
it in this
find
thing.
find my phone or find my friends or
Find my iPhone.
an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have
Get out.
one of these
Get out of
apps
there.
like they're talking
Yeah,
about?
I know. It's
And
really
he
dumb.
said, yeah, sure I do.
It's really
So
dumb.
Open it up.
Can we find your mom's
He
phone?
opened it up and he handed me the phone and I see Maggie's name and I press it where, to activate it.
These
and it
guys have
is
never
Maggie's
used
phone
Find My Phone.
just out front of the property.
Just cooking time.
It's like-
Yeah, you're right, Marie. I don't know what to do,
hate
but
to
I'm
say
going
it,
to
but I
figure
said,
it
holy
out.
shit, there it is. And
I'm doing it at
I said, Buster, I'm
3:25.
taking your phone. I'm gonna go back down to the shed.
I'm doing it at 3:25.
And show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about
God,
the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED.
Because this
agents.
one
Just
is
keep in
8
mind,
by
I
8
don't know.
baking dish.
I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that
Bake
I'd
for
seen
40 to
before,
48
but
minutes.
This is not his
I
world.
don't know these guys.
He's
I've
like,
come
hey.
to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then.
Until
So
a
I went up
toothpick comes
to
out.
a SLED agent or two SLED
At
agents, and said,
3:25.
presumably SLED agents, and said, "Hey, I've got Buster's phone here, and it's got an app on it that can find the phone, and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Let's y'all
Laura,
want
it
let's go
seemed
get
that the
it."
family all shared location with each other.
And I
And he
think what I'm
said,
going
So
to
that makes
do,
sense.
Marie,
"No need. We have technology coming later
and
today,
Mrs.
and we should be able
James's
to find it."
mom.
And he's like, but
And
I
it
have
just-
it
it
right
blew
here.
me away.
Can we just do it now?
I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take the phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over, I knew
No wonder
Duffy's
he's so
phone, he was Slifter, I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they
You
immediately
did?
said,
What do you think?
"Absolutely, let's
Should
go
I do
find this
this?
thing before the battery goes dead."
Should I do this?
And that's what they did.
And what happened?
That we did
Should I
that.
put the paper in, Marie?
Well, we started
Anyone?
walking down
I think I should.
the back entrance or the kennel entrance, if
I
you
think I
will.
should.
And as
Yeah,
we were,
I'm gonna.
and at that
I'm gonna
time,
do it.
the agent was holding the phone.
Oh
I'm
my
looking
God,
at it
this is
with
like
him.
a fucking
And
brick.
when it pings,
Brick
it
of
creates
brownie.
dot
It's a brick of brownie.
or location, and that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road. I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile.
And they went and
so
found
we
it.
walked back,
And we heard
got
from
into
that
a
agent.
car, and drove down
Okay.
to where it was showing the phone.
And that was one of the solicitor
And
investigators,
was the phone-
And
not
I rode
SLED.
with those agents.
Holy
the
shitballs.
solicitor's office agents.
I hate to touch it, but I
Because
got it.
everybody was on this scene.
Because it's
on the
like
side of the road.
just a big
Absolutely.
mass
We
of
found it in a
chocolate.
matter of
Oh my
minutes.
God. This
Do
is like
you
a
remember how it
chocolate.
was collected? I mean,
Oh
were you
my
present when
God.
it was collected?
I was, so
Oh, boy.
I was on, there was a cow pasture
boy.
on one side and it's wooded on the other side. And I was on the side with
Oh,
the cow
boy.
pasture zone, if you will. And I heard him say, "I got it." And so, of course, I walked back beside his car and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there. And I think he took either some
Here's the
ribbon or
thing,
some-
you
some
guys. I
flagging,
think what I
flagging
can
tape
do.
and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was.
I think I can
Called
bake
SLED,
this.
and maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point.
Bake
and
this
one of the
just as it
agents
is,
came
as a
up
brownie.
and picked the phone up. And I don't know
Right?
which agent.
Oh my God.
Again, I didn't know him.
Did any law enforcement officer ask you if you knew the password?
I'm going to bake this
Yeah,
as a
so
brownie, and
once
then I'm
they-
going to put the weed
and I'll say
in the
this,
rest
so they
of
did
it.
take pictures
I'm going to
of
put
it
the
while it
weed in the
was,
rest of it.
on the ground before they touched it. They picked it up. I think they had gloves on. They picked it up, brought it back to the trunk of the car.
No,
Open it
no,
up in
none of you
power
are oven
zone,
safe. None of
and
you are
they
oven
then
safe.
asked, what's the password? And of course, I didn't know it.
Here we go.
Did you find out the password?
I did. I called Alec, and he gave me the password. I repeated it to the agent. He put the password in and said, "It's open."
So Alec
And then they
provided
did.
you the password that you passed to the agents, and it opened the phone? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
What are you doing? And,
And
why
that's
are
what
you
we
doing
heard
it?
from agents as well.
What are you doing and why are you doing it?
I saw a really good question about why
I know,
no GPS
I would eat
data
it
from Maggie's
too.
phone. It got overwritten
Bye,
between
Tom.
the
I
time
will
that they
definitely.
collected
I'll
the
see
phone
you
and the
on.
time that
I'll
they
see you
dumped
on
the
the email.
phone.
I just want to get this in the oven.
So
and I'll
that
take a look
is
at it.
why.
John Morgan,
They put it in
were you
airplane
aware
mode,
of
but
the
it was still getting
user
GPS
release that was
location.
issued
All right. So then what I'm going to do?
morning
So
We've
Tuesday
got that little
morning,
beauty.
that
Then we're going
public
to use
That's
the
why.
other little
alarm,
pie
concern for
pan
their
I
safety.
have.
Yes, sir.
Another little blah, blah,
What
blah,
was your
blah, blah.
reaction to that?
I mean, it's quite baffling. It still is. Two people have been killed, and they're telling me that everybody's safe. That tells me that whoever's done this is in jail, and they are 100% positive. Because if they're not in jail, nobody's safe.
or they believe Paul is being targeted for the road accident, and that's not going to put the general public at risk.
This is insane.
I don't know.
But you know what?
Again, I
what
think it
are
goes
we?
both
What
ways.
are we if not insane?
But I get where John Marvin's saying, how do you say the public's safe when you don't know who
Did
did
you go
it?
back to the residence?
And that's
at-
their
at
basis of a
Moselle,
rush to judgment.
After finding the phone?
Or one of
Did you go
theirs.
back up to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did SLED agents come through and search it while you were present?
They did. I don't know how long I'd
I'm
been
probably
back
going to
up
need
there,
a chaperone for eating this.
They came and
I'll probably have to eat it when
we
my
kinda
daughter's
talked
home so
in
she
the,
can at least keep half an eye on
playroom,
me.
or I think some have described it as the gun room.
You call the gun room the
Yeah,
playroom?
they talked about
I
they
have
needed to
questions.
come in the house and search for things.
Oh, man.
And did you escort?
Oh, boy.
I think it was Agent McAllister throughout the house?
Oh, man.
Yes, it was Katie McAllister.
Escort, follow.
And did she tell you what she was looking for?
You
Well,
followed.
initially, she says, well, the way she presented it was, there were so many people in the house. She said, listen, I don't want to just go barging in and make everybody run out of the house, but
you
I'm
should
gonna
have.
take my badge off, my gun
But you
off.
should
and if you
have.
would Just walk me through each room, and, particularly I'm looking for 12-gauge shotgun,
That
guns,
girl was ridiculous. She was on the stand
and
earlier.
300
You guys
blackout,
remember her? She
and
was
the
fucking
ammunition
ridiculous.
for those calibers.
She was so in
And
love
as you're walking
with
through
this
the
fucking family.
house with
It's
her, it appeared she
disgusting.
was looking for other things besides just guns.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could tell she's looking, because she looked in spaces that guns wouldn't fit, so it makes sense that she could be looking for something else.
Such as what?
Okay.
Sorry about the freezer.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I understand.
He's like,
you
I don't
said
know, I'm not law
spaces. Did she
enforcement.
look in the
Well, I mean,
bathrooms and
I
tubs?
opened up up in the upstairs area, there's some cabinets that, a couple of them are pretty small that, she could find ammunition in there, but I don't know how you would get a gun in there.
Did she search bathrooms?
Yeah, she did. Well, I took her through every room in the house. I mean, every single room.
Did you observe
Well,
her
aren't you
looking
just a
in
sweetheart?
sinks and toilets and?
Aren't you just amazing?
Yes, sir. What I observed is, like the shower, for example, it's a door, it's not an open shower. She opened the door and she looked around and, she was looking at, she easily would have
What are
known
you
there was
doing?
no gun in it when she opened it, but it was obvious that she was looking a little deeper.
Right.
People
What
are
kind
so
of guns
weird.
were there at Moselle?
Well,
The limit does
Do we
not
have to go
exist,
through this
Jim.
again?
The limit
it
does
sounds
not
like
exist.
guns of all kinds.
Oh, damn.
Rifles,
I'm so dumb.
shotguns. I've seen
Hold on, hold
bow
on.
and
I can do it. I
arrows,
can
I've
fix
seen
it.
crossbows.
I can
Most
fix
anything
it.
that you would hunt with.
Come here. Come here.
The,
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
And
Come
were
here.
guns mostly in the?
There's so much
room,
butter in it,
to
it's
your
sliding.
knowledge, when you were there?
Well, when I went through the house, we identified, I remember one gun in particular that was in
This
the
is
bedroom,
crazy.
a shotgun.
This is gonna be
I
insane.
picked it up and said, you need to take this one, and we looked at it, and it was a 20 gauge. And she said, no, put that one back. So I put it back. So predominantly all the guns were in the gun room or playroom.
Right. I sort of aside briefly. Do you hunt with Alec over the years?
I have.
And did he have a go-to gun, to your knowledge, that he would use?
Not to my knowledge.
When's the last time you ever
Okay.
seen him hunt with a 12 gauge?
I'd say that when he bird hunt, he's either shooting a 20 gauge or a 28. There was a time, and please don't ask me when, but I would say it was a few years prior to this that we were turkey hunting on another piece of property down the Savannah River, and I know he was hunting with a 12 gauge then. But
Oh, look,
don't know
here's a
whether it was
money
his gun or
shot. Here
somebody
we go.
else's.
Did that gun have a sticker on it, do you remember?
It did. And
Do you remember what the sticker said?
no, I don't remember what the sticker said, but I do remember teasing Alec that when you're turkey hunting, you don't want to be seen, and big sticker on the side of your barrel is kind of like waving a white flag to a turkey.
Did
Here, probably just that one. This one's not as attractive.
Did you serve
The
as
weed
somewhat
child
of a
isn't as
liaison or the
attractive.
point person with SLED and the family?
Doesn't look too bad.
Initially?
Smells delicious. I mean, it can't be.
I don't know
It
that
can't
I'd call
taste
it a
bad because it smells
liaison
really
or a point
good.
person, but I absolutely, I'd become to know Agent David Owens, and I absolutely told David, I said, listen, if you need anything from me or
in my
anybody, and you can't
spot.
get in touch with them, you reach out to me. I will either see to it that they call you back, I will see to it that you get the answers that you're looking for, or I will put you in touch with the person you're trying to reach. So I did make myself available.
And did Alec give, to your knowledge, carte blanche to law enforcement to search anywhere that they wished?
Oh, he did. In fact, before I was going to just do something, you know, I knew that to be the case, but yes, he confirmed it with me. Anything they needed, anytime they needed it.
And you provided consent to search the house the afternoon on the 8th on his behalf, did you not?
I did. And I've consented every time they've ever asked.
We'll get to that. Were you ever asked to provide consent or see if you could obtain consent for any law enforcement to search your mom's house, where Alec had been the night before? Did any law enforcement ask you to consent or obtain consent so that law enforcement could search Alameda, and I'm talking about on the 8th, because Alec had just been there the night before?
Right.
What are the
anybody
pants
ask
made
you,
of?
"Hey, can we
Ooh,
go
okay,
search
good
Alameda?"
one,
No
Marie.
one asked
There-
anything.
This is,
If asked, would you obtain consent for law
I
enforcement?
mean,
I would have
It's
given
like
them
stoneware.
consent, and I
This
would
is-
have
they're
taken them
both
over there just
stoneware.
like I did
I
at
don't
Alec's
know
This is
house.
if you would
stoneware,
have given them
too.
consent.
Facilitate
Who's
the
legally
search
in
to
charge
show
of
them
mom?
areas
what do
that
you
they may
think?
not
Are
know
they
about.
too?
Dad couldn't have given
I've never,
consent
I actually have
because he was
never baked in
incapacitated.
this,
Does somebody have
so
power of
I'm
attorney
hoping
over
it's
mom
a
and
real
dad?
pie play. It
So I
is,
don't know
but
if you
Did-
could have given
do you
consent
remember,
to search mom and dad's
law
house. They
enforcement
would have
I haven't
squashed it,
baked in it
coming
before.
to your
and they didn't
Greenfield
have
property
enough
on June
probable
the
cause
10th?
to get a subpoena.
Yes, sir, I do.
And
I think even if they had given
what was that
consent, the
about?
defense would have fought it. I don't know.
I assume they coordinated it with Alec or Randy. I'm not sure who they coordinated it with, but yes, my understanding is they were coming to interview me, Randy, Alec, Buster. I think that's it, but they wanted
Stoneware
to do
takes a little more
interviews with
time than
all of us.
Pyrex. Okay,
And did everyone congregate there at
I
Greenfield?
got you. I
Yes,
got
sir.
you, girl.
We were at Greenfield.
I got you.
Of course, that's where we're staying there
got
because
you,
of all
boo.
this, and so it keeps me close to Hampton. So, but yes, we all congregated there.
So
And when
fall
the
in
peoples
love
arrived, did
with
they
a
come inside and sit down and talk with each
We're
other?
gonna do
of you, or how did that work?
remixes.
No, sir. I offered them.
gonna
To
be
come inside.
awesome.
It was, as you can
Look-
imagine, it was
look
hot.
for your
I said, come
Flow-
in and
your
offer them
Flow
drink
records
water,
coming
whatever.
soon.
Just being polite. And they said, no,
We've got a
we would like to
ton
go
of
ahead and
songs.
start our interviews
Well,
And
by
where
ton,
did
I
the
mean
interviews
probably
take place?
3.
in their cars.
And were they all done at
Maybe ton is-
simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
And how many sled agent cars were out there? Do you remember?
Well, there was one for each person they were interviewing, and I would go ahead and guess that there were probably 2 or 3 more.
I need a soda because I'm really thirsty and I
I-
kind of need to sit down.
Not sure that we need to actually play this, but when you've been in the courtroom and you've heard this audio tape
a
of
little
Alec being
towel, though.
interviewed on
I'm not gonna lie.
on that June
Hi,
10th,
Samwise
where
Jackson.
he is
Samuel Wise
states
Jackson.
something either I did him so bad or they did him so bad. Have you
Oh,
heard
here
that?
we go
I have.
again with this bullshit.
And you know Alec's voice?
I know his voice very well.
And what
I grew
does he
up
say
with
on
the
that?
man.
Crystal clear, they did him so
I
bad.
grew up
Have you heard him say
with the
that before?
man. Are you a little
interview
fast on that?
You
a little
know,
fast on that, John Marvin?
I think I heard him say it either the night of or the day after, but I've also heard him say it many times after.
Well before this trial started or anything?
Well before any of this, that's right. When he was
Yeah,
staying and living with
He's
us.
filling in the
or
express
between
remorse.
my
Way
brother
back
and-
when.
I've heard him say it over and over.
After
He just won't stop saying it. It's
after
crazy,
Maggie Palmer
Judge.
murdered on that night of-
It's
of June
really,
7th,
really crazy.
was
He just can't stop,
were you or other family members with Alec
can
for
he?
the most part? You know, for the
Watch it,
that
John
week or
Marvin.
just
He
after
might have
that?
a
You talking about the days following?
gun for
Yes,
you,
sir.
too.
Yes, sir.
Jesus.
I made a conscious effort to.
Who can kill their own
to be with
child?
him. I mean, as devastating as it was for me, it was 1,000 times worse for him. So I knew as a brother, I needed to be there for him. And I was.
There we go.
Of course, I didn't sleep with him, but when we were awake, he was, I may not be standing
Well,
beside
that's
him, but
another
I would
movie.
be in the room
I'm sorry,
together. If
John
we
Marvin, that's
needed
another
to go to
movie.
the gas station. If he wanted dip, I ride with him. I just knew that's, I
Like
just
French
thought that's what I
onion,
needed to do.
or what are we talking?
What was?
Did he have a favorite brand?
That's what my chips need. The chips need
Oh,
some dip.
that
immediate aftermath
tobacco
of his
shit.
murder.
I haven't done the
Johnny,
all dressed chips with dip.
That night or days or?
That night, the next
An
day,
onion?
the day after.
Like I just said, he is.
Onion could be real good.
You can use words that he was
We were just
destroyed.
talking about
I heard
that.
somebody say he was broken. You can use any word you want
Holy
to use to
shit.
describe, but
I know
can
that's not the
promise
type
you,
of dip he's talking
words
about.
don't do it justice. I would have to create a new
We're in
word
sync.
to describe how distraught he was. It's terrible.
And then carry it forward all through the summer. Did he?
Why am I logged out?
No, I
How
know
was
he's
he
talking about
coping
tobacco, but this
afterwards, say,
chat comes back
later
to
June and
snacks.
July and
We just
Yeah, we
come back to
don't.
snacks.
Nobody does dip.
It's
shouldn't
hard to
be
tell.
doing dips, darlings.
I thought at times I thought he was
Don't do
doing
dip.
okay. Other times
Don't do
it would
dip.
just be just sheer grief. I mean, just uncontrollably crying.
Don't do
Grief's an
dip,
asshole.
darling.
Of course, it makes me cry. As y'all can tell, I'm
Grief is an
a
asshole
pretty
like
emotional
that.
guy. But we would cry together.
These
Just-
guys are terrible actors.
And there's no
Can I
answers.
just say
It's
that?
just-
They would
there's
not
nothing I
get
could
called back
say
for
to make
shit.
it better other than just
Grief
hug him.
sucks.
It is 49 degrees out there.
I wonder
That
if
is
they're
so
going to ask about the
cold.
roadside.
weight?
Okay,
Oh,
wait
yes,
a minute.
sir.
Is that?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Were you eating?
it's
Well,
cooking. Oh,
He was,
okay.
he was pretty
Sorry.
heavy
Excuse me. Hold
going
on.
into this.
No, you're not. Hold on.
You're
not ready.
He lost a good bit of
I'm
weight. I
not
don't know how
ready.
many pounds, but it became very obvious in a fairly short period of time. He lost weight.
We'll do one at a time. There we go.
It's-
You good, babe?
Skipped
You
over
good,
something
boo?
in my outline, and I apologize, but going back on the evening of June
Please,
7th,
the
early morning hours,
brownie gods. We are praying to you, brownie
did folks who were there at
gods.
Alameda
Please don't let us
raise
down.
questions
Please
about
give us a
perhaps the
chance
murder?
and let
Maggie
our
and Paul
brownies
were
be
somehow
delicious.
associated?
You mean in Moselle?
Yeah, the Moselle.
Please.
What?
And thank you.
Going
That's
back
so
to
leading. I don't even know
on
where
the
we
evening
went.
of June 7th,
What?
June 8th.
I was led right
folks at
somewhere
Moselle,
else that I don't even know about.
Raise issues
Oh, you
or
can see my
associate
shoes. And those my
Are you
shoes.
eliciting
motive for
hearsay?
the murder to be related to the boating accident in some form.
Well, I
That-
heard it.
what-
I heard
what?
it numerous times that night. I heard it at
Compound.
Moselle, and I actually heard it by, well, Chief Alexander mentioned it. You know, once I got over the chaotic part of describing what we were doing, I needed to get to Moselle. He asked me on, he was driving in front of me, and he asked me, "Do you think it's related to the boat accident?"
Hi.
Of course,
Good morning.
I don't know. I don't know anything about what's
Good
happening.
morning, Cal.
Greg's the one whose trial they went to.
Well, you were aware of the boating accident and Paul's charges,
Yes, sir.
weren't you aware? And was there a backlash in the community over that?
Well, it was. There was a lot of backlash. I would not say quite as much in the community, but as on social media and media inflamed rumors is the way I would describe it.
Media inflamed
inflamed
rumors.
rumors.
Oh
Just-
my Lord, we had to put them out.
Totally blown out
Put
of
'em out.
proportion, and I don't
Put
want to
out those
downplay the
rumors,
accident,
those
but what they were saying about
Oh,
the stuff about Paul and
Oh,
like,
so terrible.
it's just
I mean,
it's
yes,
just
the
totally
girl
inflamed.
It's like
died,
y'all
but
just
I
don't
mean, what
understand.
about
This is how
Paul's
we do things down here.
reputation?
Y'all are
What
making it
about the
more
boy's
than it is.
reputation?
And
do we
you asked
do?
about the boating accident. So
Yep,
I
he
told
did.
y'all that I called Michael Paul, my friend, to make sure I could go to the crime scene the next morning. Well, Michael Paul is one of my best friends, if not my best friend. I called him that night while we were still down at the crime scene, not because he's in law enforcement,
be
not
hard-
because
that's gonna be
anything, because
hearsay.
he's my
Look at
friend.
the, I can't see.
I actually told him on the phone, I said, MP is what I said, MP, I don't even know why I called you. I just needed to talk to somebody. And we talked and, cried a
shit
little bit
happens,
after
you call your
he didn't know
bestie.
what had happened, so I told him and, I cried. He
the brownies
could tell
are
he
in
was
the
upset,
oven.
But
Hearsay.
in that conversation, he asked me also,
Hearsay.
do you
It's a
think
crapshoot.
it could be related to the boating accident?
Well,
I put all the
Huh.
weed in one.
it doesn't
brownie.
matter. Shit's out of the horse now. You objected too late. The question
We
elicited
have no
hearsay.
idea
You
what's
can't
happening,
object once he's
actually.
knee
John
deep in the
Marvin, when-
hearsay.
And we still
We knew
don't
that
know
was
if
coming.
he really
Talking
did it.
about visiting at your mom's house,
It
mom
just
and dad's
is.
house.
Right? They do. They love
There's,
this guy.
That objection was way too
John
late.
Marvin's probably the best actor
Where
out
do
of
you
all of them.
routinely park, or
Really.
where do you park sometimes when going over to
It
your
says
mom's
I mean,
house?
he's
48
heard
minutes.
all of the testimony about
But
it.
here's what I'm
Me,
gonna do.
you asking where I park?
I'm doing it for like
and
all the
37
witnesses
minutes
listening in
family.
on everything is so weird.
Well, there's
because it's a
a couple
convection
places
oven
you can park,
too.
depending on who's there, whether there's other cars there,
But it says 40 to
You
48
can either
minutes.
park
So I did it for
in
37.
what you call a carport. and
randomly.
There's a big dirt area beside it. You can park there, walk up to the side door,
And,
or you can pull around to
then I
the
will-
back corner, park there.
Then I'll do the tooth, or like I'll do a knife test.
Could do whatever.
We all use both spots.
I'm going to pull up.
What
and-
happened to
and
the
look at it on
turlet
your
paper
screen.
Matter of fact, I
convoy?
tell
They,
you, it's my
they,
mom's
they
birthday. I went there
delivered their
yesterday. I
turlet
pulled
paper.
right into the back of the house.
It's all delivered.
But I
There
didn't
was
turn around. I
kerfuffles,
circled the
but
house.
They're
So
fine.
there's-
Everybody seems to be fine.
So I'm going to pull up state.
All
I didn't see anything big happen. I mean, they all
Matt
argued,
Bond
but
said, no wonder they're demolishing the
That's
Idaho
right.
house. Yes.
This is,
I think the Idaho house is probably something that cannot be
GPS.
cleaned or salvaged.
yeah, why would
practically.
you do that?
Lone Star data.
And I think after what's happened,
Doug, if you'll blow
Do
up
do
the
do
ground,
do do do. Gosh, you guys are going to be here for the brownie test.
all dressed chips with dip.
I
That's
think.
gilding the lily. Yes, Deb, it is.
I think.
Mr. Murdoch, this is
Hi.
your mom's
Yeah,
house.
you
This
can
is
get me up here.
GPS data from the night
They
of June
were
7th. You see
cleared.
that-
Are you
the
mad?
red line there?
Are you
It's pretty
mad?
blurry on my screen. I don't know
Are
about
you
y'all's.
mad?
You'll back it out a little
Are
bit.
you
Doug?
mad, Samwise?
Alexandria gets
Yeah,
some
you hurt
rest.
yourself, didn't you? Don't do that. You can't get up here. No,
Is that better?
it's not going to happen.
Yes, it's still blurry, but I can see.
I love you
Where is
very
that
much,
in
you
relation to
little
your mom's house?
knucklehead.
You're talking about the, right there where the arrow's pointing?
Mr. Playing
That
with
is,
my
in
feet in the
back
middle of
corner
the night.
house.
Okay.
That would be exactly where I parked yesterday.
And if you
It's
pull
blurry
up,
on our
Doug,
screens too.
Exhibit 136.
Elisa, no, with regard to Maggie's phone in airplane mode,
This would
law
be defendant's
enforcement put it
exhibit
in airplane
136.
mode
Well,
when
I
they
know,
collected it
there's no
to try to
room.
prevent data being overwritten, but they
sorry.
didn't take out the SIM card, so
Tell me
data
where
was
that
I'm
is.
almost done
overwritten.
sitting.
That's
I'm almost
same
done.
area. That's
It wasn't
what I'm
in
talking about.
airplane
Is that
mode
the
when they
same
found
area that
it.
we just saw on the last exhibit with the red dots?
Yes.
Okay.
Generally speaking, I mean, it's such a wide open area, so when you pull
Oh
up,
my
you're
God.
not,
All
like,
right.
pulling into the exact same spot each time.
Okay,
where you're
okay,
creating
okay.
a road or whatnot. It's just a nice grassy area. You
I'll
pull
clear
up,
it. Hold on, I'm
go up to
making
the
a
back
space.
door, and you're right there at the back of the house.
And why do you go to the back of the house?
That's when my dad was alive.
I have no idea where to put
There's a little
anything.
breakfast room there with.
I don't have any room in the
He was
kitchen.
either in that recliner, at the table eating, in the bed, or not at home. I mean, that literally was his.
Right.
I know. It's all going to be clean today, I promise. I really,
So, Doug,
really,
you
really
pull up
freaking
Defendant's
promise.
135.
So everything's at the back of the house.
Look at all these. Look at all
They
these
don't use
knives
this.
that are up
It's
here,
a large
Cat. You
home,
can't
and
be
they just
anywhere
don't
near all
as
this.
Use
old
any
as
of
they
it.
are. Well, my mom can't get out of bed, but as old as they are, they don't.
Them all over here.
I'm
all
sorry,
this
can we
over
skip
here.
That 131,
That
Defendant's
was kinda
131
dumb.
evidence, please.
I'm listening.
Michelle said, I really struggle with how all the witnesses have
Okay,
been permitted
I'm
to
gonna
sit
do
through this
this. I'm
trial.
gonna
Is that
talk to
normal?
you.
No, I've never seen
Sort
it.
of the same area, photographed from a different
It might be
direction.
normal for
Yes,
this
sir.
jurisdiction,
Now,
but it's sure
what's
weird
that
to me.
You're not gonna
structure
wanna
that
come
we
up
see
here
in the
now.
background past that big oak tree?
Because you hear all the
That was
witnesses
my
saying,
dad's
oh,
cookhouse, or
oh, so
man
and so
cave,
said,
as
was
some
so and
people
so
would call
said.
it. That's,
Okay.
yeah.
It's weird.
Come
It's
on.
weird to me
And how far is
that
that
the
from
witnesses all hear each other.
the house, roughly?
You know, I would guess 60 to 80 yards.
Okay.
Can you do
And
it?
that's, and is it
Can
open
you do
around
it?
there? I mean, from the photos,
Can you
is
get
that
up here?
accurate?
Come on, you're a
Oh, it's
freaking cat. What the
absolutely.
fuck? Aren't cats supposed to be able to do this? Come on. Come
That
on.
whole area is a grassy area with oak trees and pecan trees.
Let's see some more questions.
Such a baby.
Jay said Saul AM used 401k to pay for defense. Have you heard that? I haven't, but it wouldn't surprise me. That's something they can do. And a couple of you have mentioned that.
So Marvin, I want to go to Labor Day
This
weekend
is my seat.
of 2021.
That's your seat.
Where
Your
were
seat
you
is
that
right
weekend?
there.
Do you remember?
Labor Day weekend
Your seat,
21.
no, we're not eating sugar.
When you heard your
and
brother
we're
was
not
shot in
doing
the
any
head,
of
where
that.
were you?
Okay, yeah,
stay
yes,
here.
yes. So I had been out west fishing, and I came in
Don't
on
touch anything.
Saturday night.
I love that they call it out west, just
And
like we
did,
called it back east.
Prior to Labor Day weekend 2021, were you aware as to whether or not Alec had a
What do you got?
opioid addiction?
No, sir.
No, get out. Get
Huh.
out of there.
Did
that's
you
interesting.
transport Alec, drive Alec from the hospital in Savannah to a detox facility in Atlanta on that weekend, or?
Well, I believe it would have been on that Monday. I was not driving. Randy and I took him. Randy was driving, and I was in the back.
He's watching
Yes,
you
sir, we
guys.
did take him to a detox facility.
Yeah, what are you doing? No!
And where was the facility located?
Just outside of Atlanta.
Just stay here with me. Stay here.
And can you describe for the jury Alec's condition, like physical condition in the car?
Watch your tail.
Yes, sir. So when I met Randy over in Savannah, he had Alec, and I got in the car, or
Don't
Randy's
eat 'em.
truck with
Don't eat
him.
'em. Don't.
I'd never seen anything like it. I've seen television shows of talking about the leg twitching and the squirminess, if you will, and that's the first thing.
Okay,
you
get
could
down.
just tell he
Get
was
down.
sweating.
You're probably
He was
grossing everybody
just
out.
thrashing about.
Don't gross everybody out.
Did he turn
I don't know
around?
how much detail you want
I
me
love
to go
these
into.
cats.
What, did he turn around in the seat of the car, and what was he doing?
Yeah, so maybe halfway there, at one point, he had taken his seatbelt off and he had his head down where your fanny would be in the seat, and is trying to stretch his legs and just kind of steady, just
Talk about my
like thrashing
fanny.
them and kicking them. It's just, again, I've seen TV, but I've never seen something like this in real life.
And
Oh
was he able
yeah,
to
no
control
butter,
himself?
cheese.
No, sir.
If I have like shredded cheese on a
That's about
taco or
detail. So
something, forget it.
He messed himself.
These
Yes, it's
two-
He
legal.
had diarrhea.
Will eat any dairy that I
Just
have.
couldn't control it.
Like crazy animals.
And then,
And
Am
when
I
say
bothering
diarrhea,
you?
I'm not talking about at a
Am I
restaurant.
bothering
I'm
you?
talking about in the car, in his pants.
okay.
Thanks for that, John Marvin.
And after he spent some time
What do you think?
in
What do you think?
the
I
facility
don't
in
know what to
Atlanta, did you and your brother go pick him up and take him to another facility in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
On the drive to Orlando, do you remember anything happen that stands out to you?
You know, so that drive, he was much different. He was more
love you.
subdued. It was
I
not
love
the
you.
thrashiness, not the twitching, not the jerkiness, if
Oh,
you
no,
will.
this might be a little
I
more
know the
challenging.
words that you would use.
Sorry
Don't
for
really have
everyone
a
that was
lap.
eating.
what
I
I'm
was
saying.
too.
The only thing that really stood out for me is he was, and he
Not
slept a
listening.
lot of the time, but he woke up
Amber, no,
from-
they don't.
from sleeping, and when he woke up, I mean, he jerked forward, and you could just tell that, I mean, it was sheer terror.
Yeah, I try not to let him have it. I
just-
try to keep them from eating
He just woke
human
up
food.
out of a horrible dream, and I believe it was him dreaming about what he found with Paul and Maggie.
That's so speculative.
Keep going a little further, Mr. Murdoch. And
Okay.
sometime in September, did SLED actually
You're
come and
interpreting his
search the house
dreams?
at Alameda?
What's the
Yes,
matter?
sir.
All right.
And were you present?
I was.
No,
And,
we're not going in there.
And you,
I know, Chad.
did,
I know.
were you
No.
informed as to what items were seized during that search?
I was informed of one item that was received,
Love you.
seized.
And what
That's
item was
enough of
that?
that. Get
It was
fresh.
described as a
Don't get so
coat.
fresh with me, mister.
What kind of coat?
The tarp.
But they didn't tell me what kind of coat.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
I think this is
And,
gonna work.
And did they tell you where the coat was found?
Yes, sir. So,
Oh, my goodness. You are in
So
a
I would assume that the
super
searching
snuggle
of the
mood.
house, all that was winding down.
Mommy, put
so
down the silly
Agent
phone.
David Owens and I
Snuggle
believe
with
Randy was outside
me.
near us, but he may have been talking to somebody else. I'm not sure. May have been talking to another agent. I'm not sure.
Oh, my
But David
beautiful
Owens,
baby.
or Agent
Samwise
Owens,
Gamgee.
came up to me and
John
said,
Waters.
"We
Samuel L.
found that coat
Jackson.
back on
No,
the
that's
property.
not
Do you
yours.
know anything about it?"
Is that all you
And I
wanted
said,
me
"Well,
for? You only
David," I
wanted
said,
my
"if you found
laugh
it back
as a
on the property," I said,
bridge.
"you know, it's a large piece of property, you know, some
Dirty
400 something
dish.
acres." I said, "My dad
Is that
rides
all
this
I am
Kubota
to you? A
side by side.
bridge to a
It's
dirty
probably
dish.
his." And I said, "And if you show it to me, I can try to identify it." And of course, he said he couldn't show it to him or wouldn't show it to me. I'm not sure what it was.
Were you sometime later asked to view?
He really sounds like
I
his
think they should
brother,
have asked him.
obviously.
I was. Well, I was asked to view a raincoat
Hard to
and
tell
listen
who's
to an
talking.
audio tape.
Of the kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
On
so we
the
saw
blue
it.
raincoat, were you informed where it was seized from?
Well, I knew where it was seized from because he had already told me. But I was, this instance, I was told that they wanted us to, or when I say us, they asked Randy, Lynn,
They would have
and
had
I to
familial
go
DNA
view
on it
coat and the
if his
tape.
dad used it.
At this
Yes,
point,
chat.
I knew where it had been recovered, but they said, "We want you to view a coat that had been recovered out of a closet."
And was that different from what you were led to believe? When you,
Oh, absolutely.
Good kitty. You're such a good kitty. No, you're not jumping. No, we're
What?
going to go right back
you
here,
ever-
and then mommy will
If we're
get
just leading, can we
down,
just
and she will help you
just
get down.
what?
did they ever provide anybody
That's
provide
how
an explanation
this
about
will
why you
work.
were giving two different
Okay?
locations where the coat was found?
To this day, no one's told me that.
Well, obviously, Jim, somebody made a mistake.
Photo of the
Thank
coat
you. That
they
was a
showed
really
you,
lovely
you ever seen
snuggle that you and I
raincoat
had. I
before?
loved
No,
our
sir.
snuggle.
Was it the blue raincoat that?
That was a
Well, it
beautiful
certainly looked
snuggle.
similar to the one, I saw a picture, I didn't
I
see the
know,
coat
boring as
itself.
fuck.
But it certainly looked to be similar or the same.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you recognize what
Yeah.
closet it came out of when
What?
photos
Oh,
during this
my
trial?
baby
Well, I saw,
boy. You're
saw
my
that.
sweet baby
I
boy.
think I know what closet they were
You want
referring
to come up here?
Well,
There's
let-
only
let me-
two,
let me ask you,
I'm sorry.
The closet as you go up on the first
come up here?
flight of stairs before you go at the landing?
No,
right
we're
there,
not doing anything in the dish
What-
things.
What's kept
No.
there?
Clothing, not everyday clothing that's more or less in storage, junk.
Stuff.
You know, it's not a,
Stuff and
first of all,
stuff.
my dad wouldn't climb stairs even if he could, but he couldn't.
Right.
You want to sit down?
So
The,
stuff and stuff.
But we're not doing looking things. Oh, I see. You
Testimony
see
that
that.
there's GSR
No, these
on
are
that
not.
raincoat.
That is done. Done, done, and
Any
done.
idea how there could be GSR on clothing in your dad's closet at Almeda?
Calls for speculation.
Thing.
Yep.
Did,
There's an
We're
objection.
done.
Carry
Bye.
guns around
Love
with
you. Bye. Bye.
No, not in the sense that you're saying.
You're so
So he was not
cute.
like
Bye.
Not what
Paul
you're
that
trying-
always had guns with him.
Not the way you're trying
You
to
know, he
imply,
would-
Jim.
He would keep a gun if he went
That's funny.
dove hunting, for example, and he went on one dove hunt, that gun may ride with
I
him
didn't
for
wanna
2
do that.
months. He just would stay, he just would,
Ooh,
same
it's
with golf.
put it away.
He
you
went back
guys.
when he would play golf. He just,
Not.
during,
a bunch of junk in his truck.
during hunting season, was there normally a gun in the backseat?
During hunting season, I would say that there usually would be.
No, that wasn't Metters. That's the other
I
guy.
love brownies.
And did he
In
have,
fact, during hunting season, because he
I love
always
homemade brownies.
loved to go on a bird hunt.
and
I like
did
homemade
he
bird
have
hunt.
a specific gun?
I think he
that
said bird hunt.
used frequently?
Closed
Oh, yeah,
caption
does it-
disagrees.
Disguise
Did that gun have a name?
It did, it was called Bo Whoop.
We heard.
And
Yeah,
did he clean
we've
it off?
heard.
I've never seen him
Weird.
clean it. He got that gun in I believe in 1957 for his
Well,
high school graduation, and
look,
he used it for
bird
every
hunting.
game that he chased.
Look,
But I'm sure it got cleaned
It had to
somewhere
have
along
gotten
the way,
cleaned.
but I'd never seen him clean it, and I still haven't seen him clean it.
it
Well,
would have
you
had to have gotten
probably,
clean,
you probably didn't.
or it wouldn't
because
still be
I don't
working
know
he
till
how
had
things
to
still
clean
work.
it
1957.
for him, sir. That's probably what happened.
Just saying.
Why you never saw it? Oh, Gus, I woke you up. I'm sorry, honey.
Along the way, have you been receiving
guys,
updates
the
from SLED on their
smell.
investigation into
Oh my
Maggie and Paul's murder?
God, the smell.
Usually when I call, I
Smells
would call
so
Agent Owens and ask for updates,
good.
and he would try to provide some updates. It almost always seemed like there was stuff that he really, I don't know. And I don't know whether he didn't know or just wasn't at liberty to say at the time. I'm not sure. But yeah,
My weather's getting feisty.
He would try to give updates as best as
I'm
possible.
not. No, we're not. I don't.
And
No.
you provided information on
No, we're
evidence
done.
that they had against your brother.
We're done. That was hilarious. I thought it was fun. I laughed. I
Some of it.
cried. I bought a T-shirt, but I'm not doing it
Some of the information that you've
again.
been provided turned out not to be accurate information.
What?
Yes, sir.
What type information?
Well,
is this hearsay? I
I
got
was
questions.
told at one point that there was a T-shirt
Kitty
that he
time's
was
fun.
wearing.
Oh,
Can I back up and tell you
That's
how
too bad. I
how we
haven't
got
had
into this
cats in a
conversation?
very long time. Mrs.
So
James'
I'm having
mom.
a meeting with SLED.
We got the
It
boys
sure
in
does.
November,
Yes, sir. Nature
I think. Maybe, yeah, November.
Yep.
And they
Statement of an opponent, Your Honor, agent of.
they're wonderful. So I'm
Statement
enjoying
of a
having
party
them.
opponent.
Party opponent.
I guess we don't really need
opponent.
that.
Other party opponent.
What?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you take a break now. Please do not discuss.
A break. We're going to take a break.
Lawyers in the chat, have you ever heard of the investigating officer referred to as a party opponent? I'm very, because I sure haven't. That's the young prosecutor, his face went, "Mer?" My face also went, "Mer?" We'll see. That's not attractive in this.
What time is
I
it?
love
don't even know
that
what time
his
it is.
judicial
Oh, it's 1
assistant
o'clock.
immediately has the code out for him. This is going to go to the shirt with the blood spatter. The court is still in session. Yeah. Y'all shut up. Court is still in session. God, it's the loudest audience.
Need to get out the crazy
All
glue
right.
and fix
Everybody
that
be seated.
teaspoon. No, let's not get inside the little garbage bag. That's okay.
Let's go. Statement of a party opponent. We're going to pull up some hearsay rules.
Hear this objection again.
Hearsay.
Stays objecting, calls for hearsay.
And the
Your
defense.
response to
There you go.
the,
That's right.
Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a great idea.
Just a moment,
You
sir.
can go through all the
I'm sorry.
trials and
Mr.
tribulations of the two boys,
Conrad's response to
John Waters and Divine, as they originally were named.
It's an admission by a party opponent. And I don't think we're talking about.
We're all raising these cats, just like we all made the brownies,
In the
darling.
subsection
We're all raising these cats together. It's all communal. We're all communists, and we live in a big commune. It's called the internet. That's what we are. And Big Papa, yes, as long as that little bastard's running around, we're going to bring in Big Papa too. Because I love it when you call me Big Papa. Put your hands in the air as if you don't care.
Was made by the
I love it when
party
you call me Big Papa.
in an individual
Admissions.
or
You're a true
representative
player.
capacity.
Relevance in this case.
Was made by a party's agent or employee on a matter within the scope of the relationship while it
Your Honor,
existed.
directly relevant. The statements relate to evidence that they've told the family they have against Mr. Murdoch.
directly relevant.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. I love that. I love it
The
when you call
objection
me
not
Big
based
Papa.
on relevance.
Well, I thought that's what, so a
He is
statement
a
of a
true
party
player.
opponent is non-hearsay
player.
under the definition of hearsay. Your Honor, it's,
Throw the hands in the
I'm not making fun
air
of me,
as
but
if
under
you
the-
don't care.
The state of South Carolina is a party opponent in
Yep.
this case.
and
I mean,
SLED is the
was
investigative
made by the
agency.
party's agent or
Yes,
employee
sir.
on a matter within the scope of the relationship.
If otherwise, the rule would not apply in
Sounds
the
like an
criminal case.
opponent to
That's-
me,
Well, it applies
darling.
against the
has to be-
defendant. For parody, it should
Get
apply
Get
against
out
the
of
state.
there.
I'm not asking
What are you
for
doing?
Collin
Oh my
County
goodness, you're being
statements
so
or
naughty.
just-
Very
just
naughty.
the-
Well,
Sleds?
you've gotten those in already. The newspaper statements, Colleton County's called to the newspaper.
He
or
has.
whatever.
That's
Yes.
true.
What else, Mr.
I've never seen
Conrad?
anyone
It's
use
true.
this.
Or just investigate. Mine seems to be on the investigation page right now.
Let's say it's like, oh, wait, back up, back up. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Now throw your hands in the air like you're a true player.
issue, anything that's issued in this.
He's already testified to the shirt.
Well, to the shirt, but he's trying to get evidence.
What was told to him
And
about
maybe
the
we can
shirt.
proffer it to see exactly what he'd say, but
I'm interested to see how this argument goes.
Talking about a report by Mr. Bevel, which we've talked about several times in this case, and I'd object to the relevance and to.
Well, I always object to relevance, darling. This is what I do. What?
Tell me again what you're asking the witness.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
Yes,
Hold on, please.
so
Hold
Mr.
on.
Murdoch, what
Let's put
information
this awful
were you
oil
provided
away.
by?
My God,
by-
plebeian oil.
Was it a SLED agent that provided you that
Terrible
information?
plebeian oil you are.
About Agent Owens, still he's a sled agent, yes.
What information were you provided that
Turn your food.
leading up to this that turns out to be inaccurate?
Oh my God, you guys, you guys, you guys.
Yes, sir. So what I was asking, I was saying, I wanted to back up to get to.
However, SLED might have just
Who
lied to him.
information. So I'd been called to
Who
SLED.
cares? And we're gonna put a little like
Not headquarters, but they're
To try to get
Clean up
info
dirty
from him.
trivet.
the blue coat
on the Lolo's
and
kitchen.
to
Here, we're gonna do
listen
it
to an
that way,
audio.
so that we can put it down
After
on
my
there and it
interview
won't
with
burn.
them, Captain Ryan Neal,
We're
I
clever
believe we
like
were in
that. We're
his
clever
office,
kids.
is the one
We're
that.
clever, lovely children, aren't we?
And I'm going
We're
to use
just
my
clever and
terminology
lovely
here, but
and made of
describe
light.
the white T-shirt covered in blood.
Made of sparkles.
Even went so
That's
far
what
as to
we are.
describe
We're
that-
made of
that Elliot took
sparkles.
the bottom of it and wiped his face with it.
I'm made of sparkles.
That's how they knew he was
Fuck
involved.
wannabe, man. I am.
That's how
Fucking
they
sparkling
knew he
up
was
in this
there.
bitch.
And
I'm sparkling up in
I
this
don't know where the
bitch.
question goes after
Can I
that.
ask you a question, or are you trying to dig more out of him?
That's it.
All right, and what's your objection?
I renew my objection to.
His
the-
objection's still hearsay. Nope. No.
If you're a true
This jury hasn't heard any evidence of any blood being on this T-shirt.
Yeah, they have.
And the state has not offered any reports.
The
to
defense
suggest
has.
such.
Yep.
It's gonna take
Oh
10
shit,
minutes.
man! CPAC is coming up. Oh
Yeah,
fuck,
I think it's a
CPAC is
fair.
here.
I think it's a
Oh, no,
fair.
scheduled.
I have never seen anyone
CPAC's coming up.
use.
Going on there.
Then
And if this one
again, it doesn't
work, how
often
about
come
this
up much, but I have never. It doesn't come up much at all because it's very rare that I have a case where law enforcement has talked to one of the defense witnesses and told them anything at all. But I've never seen them use
I have an idea.
party opponent.
for
In
fun.
theory, it
Just
should
for
go both
funsies.
ways. Of course, it should. If you
Let's
can
see.
offer the statements of the
Oh, yeah, this
defendant
sounds
against the
great.
defendant, then why can't
Hi.
you offer the investigating officer's statements against the state? I like the argument. And the judge is like, yep, fair. And I'm like, all right, here we are. So here's what happened. Let's back up and refresh.
What?
real
I
quick.
don't. You know what, darling? I don't
John
actually
Marvin's
know what you
testifying,
want.
and they want to
Okay?
ask him
I love
about
you
the
so
state
much.
misleading John
I
Marvin
know.
about the shirt being covered in blood.
You have to get your
I
own
think
show.
the state's already elicited
Okay, we've had this
that
conversation
testimony
before.
about
Sam
the
Wise,
white shirt
DMG,
because
L.
the
Jackson,
state
John
did the
Waters.
testing with the
Get your own
stuff that turns
show.
purple, and then that was presumptive for blood. But then when they did the confirmatory testing, that wasn't
You know, they
presumptive
think they're
for blood.
cats.
But law
They're
enforcement
cute.
told the grand jury, it seems, about the presumptive tests, not the confirmatory.
Look at this, how
Excuse me,
cute.
not the
Like, isn't that
confirmatory
cute?
test,
Look at that. That'll
and
be
they can
cute.
cross-examine him on it. Also, is law enforcement allowed to lie to John Marvin? Yes, but I think law enforcement told him what they believed at the time was the presumptive test for blood showed that the shirt was covered in blood. We
Look at
know
that.
the
Isn't that cute,
confirmatory
you guys?
test
That's cute.
showed that the shirt was not covered in blood. So, yes, law enforcement
like
can
that.
use deception, but also I think
I
they
like it. I
believed
like it a lot.
at the
I
time
like
when they said it to
it.
him. So when
More
you
candles.
get to the rules against hearsay and statements that are not
They're
hearsay,
fragrance-free
statements of
candles
an
too.
opposing
I
party
happen to
is
have
not
fragrance
hearsay.
ones, but
Let's go through all the exceptions
I
to
know
an
there's
opposing party
fragrance-free.
statement. And again, when the defense objected to this, the state won their objection,
Isn't
and the
it
defense
romantic?
won their objection the other way around. So the judge has been consistent on the opposing party exception to the hearsay rules.
Brownies by candlelight
So under
with
801.2,
Lolo.
an opposing party statement, the statement is offered against an
Love
opposing party
brownies
and
by
was
candlelight.
made by a party in an individual or representative capacity.
Isn't it romantic?
B is one the party manifested and adopted and believed to be true, was made by a person
Oh,
who
how
the
is
party
everyone?
authorized to make a
I hope
statement
you're
about the
good.
subject. That is the press release statements. was made by the party agent or employee. I don't think you can call the investigating agent anything other
Pence
than
and Fox are
an
avoiding
agent of the
CPAC.
state. I think
I don't think they're welcome,
novel,
Mrs. James's
but a good
mom. I
argument
don't
on
think
Jim
Mr.
Griffin.
Pence is
And
welcome in polite society anymore. And impolite society, I
fair.
should say.
Doesn't come up a lot.
Yes,
Rob's
I
like, I'm
don't think
stealing
he's
that
invited
immediately.
to any
Doesn't
impolite
come up a
society
lot. I
events
appreciate
anymore.
it.
And
So the
Matt
judge was
Schlapp
like,
has
nope.
a lot of
He went to the
explaining
rules
to
too and
do.
was
I
like,
don't
yep,
know what the last
that's
few
coming
months have
in.
been like
So
in the Schlapp
I don't
household,
think
but I
I've
can't
ever,
imagine it's been very
I don't think
comfortable.
I've ever seen
Well,
it
I
that way.
can't
But
imagine it's
normally,
ever been very
you're not
comfortable, if
eliciting
you know what I mean.
investigating
But
officers'
here we
statements
are.
through a witness.
But I digress.
You just admit them through the investigating officer who already testified, but told John Marvin the shirt was covered in blood,
Well,
though
what
we've
do I
already
know?
heard that
I'm
they
just
told
a
the
clown
grand
on
jury
the
that
internet.
too. So I like the argument. A good
Which
argument by
actually I
Jim
really
Griffin, and the
enjoy
judge was like,
being.
yep.
I'm going to be real
They
honest with
removed the
you.
jury
I'm
for the
very much
afternoon
feeling the
break. It was
vibe of being a clown on the
4:18
internet.
on the East, and we'll
I'm
see.
not
But the
even
judge is
actually a
being really,
particularly funny
really
clown,
fair. So
but I don't
yes,
really care about
law
that
enforcement
either.
can use
Isn't
trickery.
that funny?
I
Isn't
just
that
don't know
funny
if
how
it's a
that
good
works,
look
children?
on law enforcement if they're
Isn't it
using
funny when you just don't
trickery
give a
with
fuck?
John Marvin, who wants to know what happened to his
Isn't it
sister-in-law
though?
and his nephew, and they're lying to him
I
about
gotta
how
rip a little
much
bit of that.
Alec is
Fucking me.
involved. But also, I think at the time they believed that white shirt was covered in blood based on the presumptive tests, and it took them forever to do the confirmatory testing. They presented that,
This
it
one's going to
seems,
be
to the
much
grand jury
smaller, the
before the
weed brownie,
confirmatory
but it has
testing
more
ran,
butter in
and
it.
they never started
Hold on.
wondering about the blue clothes, which Alec testified to, and the defense is
I'll wait
going to
till she's
argue.
done.
They never started worrying about the clothes in the kennel video until they realized that the white shirt confirmatory testing
It's the best
came
when
back
you...
that it was not in fact blood, that had rendered a false positive. So the other thing we learned,
Yeah,
yes,
it is
chat,
best when you
that
don't
there
give
is
a
a
fuck. That's an
keypad on the
aspirational
side
goal.
door
There's something for
going
your fucking
into the
bucket
gun
list,
room.
people.
And we heard on the 911
Put
call
that on your
what
bucket
sounded
list.
like a keypad. It sounded like a keypad to a safe or something.
I'm kind of
It has
scared of how
bothered
this
me
is
this
going
whole
to
trial.
taste, but
What
I think I'm going to be
about
so
the
high when I
keypad?
eat it that I'm
Well,
not
it
going
seems
to
that
care
there's a
what it tastes
keypad to
like.
enter
Do you
the
know what
side
I'm
door by the
saying?
gun room. We hear on the 911
Like,
call
I feel
Alex
like
say
if I
he's
get some
going to
really,
go
really,
and
really
get
good vanilla
a
bean
gun.
ice cream,
He
like, it'll
goes
be
down, we
fine. Like,
hear a
it doesn't really
keypad,
fucking matter as long as it's
and
not
then
burnt.
I think that that's probably the keypad to get in to the side of the house, to get into the gun room directly instead of coming in the front door. So that kind of closed a loop for me that John Marvin's like, I don't
Yeah.
remember if I went in the front door or the side door. There's a keypad
And of course I
on
give
the
a
side
fuck,
door. We
but I
know
don't,
that
if
the
you know
only
what I
side door
mean.
on the
Like,
house
every
from
time I
previous
give a fuck,
testimony
I kind of go, God
and
damn
from
it,
the
why do you
Captain
give a
America
fuck?
video is the side
Haven't
door
you
that goes
learned
up
anything?
into the
Is
gun
there
room.
any lesson
So
you're willing to learn? I don't
there's the
know.
keypad that we
Anything?
heard. Or at least I
Because if
suspect.
there is,
It is
clue
my
us in,
presumption
darling. Clue
that
us
we heard
in.
that keypad. It raises another question from that hangry mama.
I'm going to open
Who
like a
all
fucking
had
like
the code?
Mildred Pierce style
Don't
restaurant that
know.
only serves
Don't
like
know who
weed
had the code.
brownies,
Don't know at all.
biscuits,
So it looks like he's
and
innocent.
cookies, and
Then I
giant
don't know
cookies.
about all of that. I think
All the things
I'm
we
still in
make
the, I got
on
a
the
whole bunch of
lounge.
questions. I still have a whole
Christmas
bunch of
well,
questions.
we haven't made
But I
Christmas
don't think the
crack
white
yet, but
shirt is, if
that's
he
what we'll
did this,
serve
I don't
at
think he
this
was wearing the white
restaurant.
shirt when he did.
It'll be
Because I
Lolo's
think
Lounge.
the argument
Actually, I was wearing
that
the shirt again the other day,
Alec Murdaugh
and
wore those
someone
clothes
asked
and
me
somehow
if
cleaned them and
that's a
put them
real
back on and
place.
they were fresh is the most ridiculous thing ever. There's no way there's time for him to
And of
freshly
course, I
launder a
gave my
shirt. I think that
trademark
shirt was
answer,
freshly
only in
laundered and he
here.
grabbed it and put it back on
Only up
whenever
here,
he changed
lady.
clothes. But now we've got him testifying that at some point he clearly showered and changed, because we have
I'm on the internet.
the blue shirt in the Snapchat video from
On the
earlier in the day. The
internet.
shirt
It's
smelled
a
freshly
bunch of
laundered,
ones and zeros.
and that's what it
That's
is. All
where
right, I'm
the
going to answer some
lounge
questions
exists.
while the
This is the
court
theme
is
song.
on break,
Somebody record
and
this.
let's go
It's
with that.
I just
Jen
lost
Haft
it.
said parlay,
It's a bunch of ones and
parsley,
zeros.
parsnip,
It's Lolo's
parlay.
Lounge, the
That should be the
future.
code.
You just
Is the
come and
code.
sit on your
The
bedroom
code has come.
floor or
Stick
your
to the
couch,
code has now
and
come up in
you
this
go
trial as
ahead
well. We've
and
had
tune
lots
into the
of
lounge.
callbacks from previous trials. Case, if you miss
It's a
any of them,
bunch of
apparently
ones
you
and
missed a lot,
zeros.
because now they're
It's a
becoming interwoven.
Lolo's lounge.
Casey Katz said John Marvin and Buster were
Something.
seen on drone
Forgot.
footage the morning after the murders, removing lots of
It
guns from the
doesn't
lodge
mean
near the
you
kennels.
stop asking, having
I think they were
concerns.
removing guns. The
You just pick your,
drone
yeah,
footage
fuck
that
yeah.
I
You
have
pick the
seen
important, well,
is
and you
them
learn from your
removing
mistakes,
guns
hopefully, which
from
again,
the side
that
door
doesn't mean you
of
just
the
make it once
gunroom
and you
of
learn
the
from it. You
house.
probably make it a
It
couple
makes sense
times
to me if the house was going to be left unattended after these murders
until
that
it
they'd be
sticks.
removing the guns.
What is
the
that? 10,000
families,
hours for a fucking
the
habit to
families'
change?
actions after
What
they
is that
clear the crime
bullshit
scene
mind
is
fuck they
not
gave us out
on
of
them.
Silicon Valley about
Law
that?
enforcement cleared the crime scene so early and never
Really done
considered
with
the
all those
house a crime
Silicon
scene
Valley
that
mind
it's
fucks.
not
You know
on
what
the
I'm
family.
saying?
It's just not on the
Oh,
family.
you know what? I should actually turn her down. I'm so
It's
sorry.
not
Because
at
I just keep
all
blabbering
on
over
them.
her, and that's
Law
fucking annoying. I'm just gonna turn her all the way the fuck down, and we're just gonna talk about shit. I'm hearing this background while I'm typing, and it's cracking me up. I'm sorry. I'm on the other page editing this thing so the renter can fix it. Oh my god, no, Ted, I know. You've got your fucking hands full. 3 minutes! You've got your hands full. I didn't mean to yell that. I just got excited. I can't even eat them when they come out. I don't know why I'm so excited. I'm sorry, I've got to bend my back a minute. Hold on just a second. Oh, man. I'm in week 2 of no arthritis medicine, and it's getting harder. Like, my hips are hurting, my hands are starting to hurt. I get my medicine on Friday, I think, but that still takes a week to start working. I love arthritis. This is a weird, and here's the other thing. Can I do a PSA for arthritis right now? Can I do a PSA, you guys? When I tell you that I have psoriatic arthritis, that doesn't mean that when it rains, my bones hurt. My condition is entirely different. My condition is my autoimmune system is fucked up, and it thinks my body's constantly attacking itself. And mine seems to settle in where the tendon meets the bone, which has a name and I can never pronounce it right. It's like enthesis or enthitis, or I don't know what it is. Anyway, so it's the tendon where the tendon meets the bone, and I get it in specific places, like my hips and my hands and my shoulders. And in order to change to a new medicine, you have to stop the old medicine for 2 weeks, then and then get on the new medicine. And it usually takes a week to kick in. Not too bad. But it's like, oh my God, my back is like, but anyway, so when people say they have psoriatic arthritis or other types of arthritis, it's not the same as, I guess what I'm asking is kind of a request. It's okay not to compare your aches and pains as someone who may not suffer from an actual chronic immune disorder, but have achy bones, because that's a thing. I get it. It's okay not to compare your condition to what's happening for the person with chronic arthritis, because it's a different ball game. And it's not that we're like, well, we are whiny asses about it, but I'm being whiny ass right now. It's done. But I'm just saying, it's not the same as just like, oh, when it rains, yeah, my shoulder really aches. It's just not the same. But that is your PSA for today. I have no idea what's going to happen here. We're going to take it out and we're going to do the knife test, okay? That's what we're going to do. Where's my other? Oh, there it is. And I still am okay. If you want to tell me about your pain, I'm actually totally here to listen to it, because frankly, no one ever listens to people who have pain. So regardless of the pain you do have, if it comes from a chronic condition, or you are just someone who is prone to aches and pains, I am here to listen to you. I will listen to you because I love you. And everyone should be listened to around their pain. It's just the way it is. I know it is a loud oven, but I love it, and it doesn't set off my fire alarm. It has to be loud for me. Okay, knife test. I have a feeling we're not really there yet, but you know what? No guts, no glory. This is a good enough knife. Oh, highly recommend these knives, by the way. They have these knives on Amazon, and they're butter spreader knives. These are the most brilliant things on the planet. I have Daredevil. Oh, yeah. See that's the thing. I'm not a Daredevil. But anyway, I'm here to listen to your pain stories. I guess that was my long way around that. Not very graceful. It's liquid as fuck. It's okay. I'm not crazy about it. I'm going to be honest with you. It's like a little too powdery, sugary. Maybe it just needs to bake more. Okay. Papa, can you hear me? But it's getting, it's okay. You can't win them all, children. You cannot win them all. It's just the way it is. It doesn't taste bad. It's just so sweet. I think I wanted more cocoa than sugar, and maybe my instincts were right about that. Bake. Maybe I'll turn it up just a little touchy touch. There we go. I'm gonna. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Stoneware slow. That's okay. I don't mind that. I'm gonna up the temperature like 10 degrees. See what happens. They didn't end for the day, did they? They didn't end for the day. I feel like I have brownie on my mouth now. Yeah, the immune system attacks itself. That's why I have skin issues that won't, like, they're slow. I need special medicine for that. And it all goes away. I mean, that actually is controlled by medicine really well. It's very well controlled by medicine, but it's just a pain in the butt to go through the medicine cycle, as all of you know, for one reason or another. Connective tissue disease. Oh, fibroma. Whew. Fibroids. Oh, hard, painful, so painful. I met a woman when I was um, doing, birth classes or whatever with my daughter, and she had terrible fibroids. Oh, I was almost crying with her. It was so painful to watch her have to go through that. What our bodies go through. Incredible. I'll tell you what, this might end up being a face mask. I'll tell you. I might just, I don't know, put it in a blender and make a milkshake out of it. I'm not sure what she's doing or what we're talking about. I guess I should go back there. I don't know. I just feel like kind of hanging out with you guys.
Alec and Paul were
Just
a lot
saying.
alike, always very busy, misplacing things or
But
leaving
let's
things
listen to her
behind.
for a
Perhaps
minute.
Alec killed Paul. He was killing part of himself that is a failure. I don't know about that. That's all much deeper than we're going to hear about in this case because they don't do
Oh, Allison Gill.
kind of a theoretical.
Allison Gill's going to be on iGen Politics with Jill Wine-Banks and Victor Shi.
We love a
That
bring the
sounds
jury
good.
moment.
That
Thanks, Your
sounds
Honor.
good.
We're going to bring the jury. Sarah asked, will the jury visit Moselle? Yes. And I'm sure at the end of the court today, at the end of the court day today, we will hear more about when that will happen. If Alec is acquitted, can the state continue to investigate this case? I don't know if they will, but they can, or they can decide to retry him, or they can charge him with other charges. I need to see what the jury decides before I answer that better. But yes, they can continue to investigate. Yes, they can try him again. It all just depends. And Alec is totally immune to JMM's emotional testimony, which is interesting. Atomic Blonde said, can the prosecution ask JM about his cheating? About Alex cheating? If it's not too tangential, I don't know if John Marvin is going to be a tremendously forthcoming witness for the prosecution. Mama Justice says, except we hear the keypad at the beginning of the 911 call when he was supposedly at the kennels headed to get a gun. I need to go back and listen to where the timing is. Because I didn't have anywhere to place the keypad, so now I need to go back and listen. Question, how does this help Alec? What about the testimony is beneficial?
The objection's overruled.
I think some of the testimony about SLED has been beneficial to the defense. I don't know, chat, put in what you think about this testimony.
If I were a man,
in the chat.
I'd
We've
have
got 44,000 people here. We could just
Thank
poll the audience.
a bed penis.
When we broke, the question on the table was about a
Well,
conversation
okay.
that you had with a SLED
Sure.
agent regarding
Okay.
some matter of evidence. Can you
Ooh, it's such a rainy,
question,
dreary
sir?
day here in Hollywood.
what led me to this conversation was that SLED asked
I hope someday everyone can come out here.
and I to
Come and
come over
play.
to
Just play. Come and play.
identify or attempt to
I'm
identify,
bored. I want to
cut,
play with my
and,
friends.
a recording. And we did that, and so I did my interview with them, and then after the interview, we went into Captain Ryan Neal's, I think he's Captain, but Agent Ryan Neal's office at the same SLED office. And in that
You have to read her prior statement or
in
it's out of
his
context.
office,
What are we talking
we were
about?
all
Oh,
in
that.
there.
Okay.
Who's we all?
All right.
They made reference to
Polly, Polly something or
they
something.
said
The
Alec was
rare
wearing.
disease of various
They told
clinicals
us that
such
it
as
was
Palmer
covered in
plantar.
blood.
Oh, okay, I see.
They
Because of
went
your
so far
condition,
as
you
to
would have a
tell
bent
me
penis. Okay.
on the police body cam that he takes his shirt and
Well, you
wipes
know,
his
there's
face,
nothing
and
wrong
that's
with
how they
that.
knew that Alec was at the
Aren't we
scene,
all a little bent
that he
in
was
some ways?
the one.
I don't know. I just feel like that's a thing.
John Marvin,
Less stressing, more enjoying. Less stressing, more enjoying. Less stressing, more enjoying.
what was Alex's relationship
was
with
that?
Maggie and Paul's parents?
I love this show.
The date that they told
Grandma and Papa T.
John
Biologics,
Marvin
the
that they
new
knew
men from
Alec was the
arthritis
one. I
and
wonder
Crohn's
what
are
day that
pretty
was.
amazing.
They
I
didn't
know.
Papa
I
T
am
made
actually.
love
I think
together regularly. I mean,
biologics.
it's just
I don't know if
it's just a
I
really
think what
good
I'm taking is
father-in-law,
considered a
son-in-law
biologic
relationship,
because I'm going to go on
mother-in-law.
Cosentix.
And
Maybe it's
I
not.
wanna know the date. They would
What I
travel
can't
together,
take is
vacation together with
methotrexate because I have because I drank
And
I
for
just wonder
years.
if they were trying to get
So
John
my
Marvin
liver
to
isn't
say something about what
cirrhotic,
he was
but
doing.
it's like compromised or whatever, you know,
now, Papa T
fatty, whatever that is,
has
fatty liver,
taken
but not
Alec
non-alcoholic because
in his
baby,
home
huh?
down there.
I earned that motherfucking
vascular
fatty
disease.
liver. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
he's
did.
had a
Party,
stroke,
party.
and it's basically
I'm not getting I'm not getting a non-alcoholic fatty liver. Are you kidding me? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Make it count.
but they are wonderful people. Let me just go a little bit further.
I don't.
Wonderful people.
These are Maggie's
In
people.
and of themselves, but their relationship.
And I don't know if Maggie's
I'm just kidding.
family on her
Tamara, I want to go back
mother's
to
side are Kennedys. I just don't know which
Everybody's
Kennedy lineage. But that's come up once or twice in this trial that Maggie's full name was
a
Branstetter
Kennedy. Who
Kennedy.
isn't a fucking Kennedy? I'm a fucking Kennedy, maybe. I don't know. Well, you never know.
Do you remember,
Oh, now I'm scared of burning this.
making a promise that morning?
Well, Jim,
I just feel like dancing. I feel like moving because, frankly,
y'all know what
I
I
just feel like
saw. Y'all
moving.
know what I was doing.
I love that we
it was
do like
difficult.
mornings sitting on the couch
It was nearly impossible.
and afternoons in the kitchen.
I-
First of all, it
in
forces me to
mind
get
and
into
out
my
loud, I
kitchen,
told Paul I loved him. I told him.
which is great because I want to do things in the kitchen.
I loved him, and
It gets me to
promised him
stand
that I'd
up
find
and
out
move
who did this
around.
to him. It's just,
And I love doing that. And that's actually great for my arthritis.
you just don't know what
Excuse
to
me, I
do.
had to burp.
It was tough.
Great for my arthritis to stand up and move
And
around.
you
I'm sorry, I'm
promised
going
him
to
you
shut up. Damn it, I'm so
find out who
sorry.
did this to him.
Yes, sir.
Danger, Jim.
Have you found out?
I have not.
Oh, well, yeah, my doctor said I can't have it, so
Thank you, Alan. That's all the questions I have.
maybe he's just looking.
That's a
I have the
very
best
careful way to
gastroenterologist
elicit
in
an
the world in
opinion
New York, but I don't
that
have him
John
anymore. I
Marvin
loved him.
really
Good
has
afternoon.
no
I think you
grounds
agree
I had
to
a
give.
super
in order to
crush
get
on
you
that
cut,
doctor.
your family suffered a great
He
deal
was
of
unfortunately very happily married, and I was not be the
Including
cause
death
of
my dad
that.
and the sickness of my mom. I mean, it's
I
just,
wasn't.
it's tough.
and I'm sorry you've been
Morning
you
in
and
chair,
your family
afternoon in
went through
chair,
this.
break time on couch. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's fine.
All right. Yeah, I think you testified
Well,
a
we're
little
gonna
while
change
ago
that.
about the
Ooh,
cooperation
we're
you
gonna
and
do
particularly your
standing
brother
desk
provided
writing
SLED. Is that
songs.
correct?
That's what we're gonna do.
Did I provide cooperation with SLED?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And you, to your knowledge,
I have and will continue to.
and to your knowledge, your brother was providing cooperation to SLED as well, correct?
I believe everyone in my family was, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And would you consider that cooperation full cooperation? Not only for yourself, but your brother as well, from what you have observed?
Calls for speculation.
To me, full cooperation, yeah. I mean, it's wide open. You tell us what you need from me, and
Wide
I'll
open
provide it. And I told him I would provide it.
spaces,
And from what you've observed, your
room to
brother
make a big mistake.
correct?
They need
Yeah, so I believe anytime that they ask to search something,
faces,
anytime they ask
something
to
high ground.
do something, they ask for information. It typically
It's a good
came
song.
to me, and yes, I would provide
I
it.
like the chicks.
Okay.
They're
Well,
really
I'm
good.
asking about your brother right now. I understand you.
He's asking for
To your
whether
knowledge, did
Alec
your
was
brother provide full
cooperative.
cooperation? Or did he tell you he was providing full cooperation?
Well, he didn't tell me
Okay,
that,
I really,
but
as a
it appeared to
juror,
be
do we
obvious
care
that
if he's cooperative?
by him giving
I
them
mean, maybe
access
that
to
is,
anything
it
they
might be
asked
a
for,
regional thing, you know,
that he was.
that really
I don't know where
matters.
he's going
That
with this.
actually wouldn't sway
When did
me.
you
I mean,
first learn
just
that
being
your
honest.
brother was down at the kennels?
That's where they're going with this.
That wouldn't sway me. How you act during your interrogation or
Somebody
during
lied
your
about that.
arrest, or when you're being when you're being interrogated
You know, so
or asked
obviously
questions.
I went
Because you know, ask
into for
questions
the
is different
interview
than
with SLED, the
interrogated.
one I told you about, where we talked about the
I'm a
shirt,
chud.
about the blood, all that. That was
Oh, wait.
that was the reason for me being there, was to hear that audio. And I saw the kennel, and of course, at that point, I heard his voice, and I knew
Wait,
that
and
was
maybe
him.
not this one. Maybe I should find another
I
one.
knew that was him when you saw that video.
Dude, face it.
When I listened
Oopsie.
to it,
And do you recall the date of that
Everything's
interview when you
fine.
first listened to that
Nobody's hurt.
video?
I do not.
Would
all
you
my
disagree with me if I said it was
views.
August 12th?
Oh, there they are.
2022?
I have no way to agree or disagree.
Or at least during
Dude,
August 2022?
faces. Oh,
Again,
yeah,
He
here's
said he
all
doesn't
of
I'm
know.
your
sure they
fun
have my
stuff.
interview recorded for that date, but
Yeah, baby. Give it to me, baby.
Before August of
Give me
2022,
that,
at
sweet,
that
that, funk,
interview,
This
that, think
attorney
that.
Ron
What?
knows so much.
Yeah, let's do this. We haven't done this in a while.
before August of
This is fun.
2022, at that interview when you heard your brother
Oh my god,
voice
that
at the
brownie
kennels,
smells so good.
had he ever told you
See,
that
it
he was
smells
down there
good, but is
just
it gonna,
by
you know what? Maybe
no,
it
sir.
tasted bad. Maybe it
Did he ever
tasted
tell
too
you that
sugary
afterwards?
because it wasn't fully
After you
baked.
listened to
Is that
video?
possible, ladies? Gents? And I'm saying ladies
no,
because
sir.
you all
And
weigh
I'm
in.
trying to
God, I'm
think
so
if
sorry. I'm
we've
feeling
been
very
able to have an
sexist in
opportunity
that.
to even
Sorry,
speak.
man. What the fuck?
Since
Okay, but here
August,
we
he
go.
wasn't in custody in August.
So you
Well, let's start
agree
with a more,
that if he
like
had not
traditional
told
one.
SLED that was not full cooperation, correct? If he had not told SLED
I'm gonna ruin my
that he was at
hair,
the
which is
kennels
really a
just before
dumb
the
idea.
murders, he had not actually been fully cooperative.
Chud
What's your
bacon.
question?
Would you agree
Chud
that that was
bacon.
not full
Chud
cooperation?
bacon.
By him not telling
right?
Bacon with
SLED
chud.
that he was at the kennel,
Yeah.
I would say
Welcome
that,
to Bacon
that
with
yes, he
Chud.
lied.
I'm your host,
All right, so I
Chud
don't want to go
Baker.
through the whole
Chud
kind of vehicle
Baker.
shell game that we talked about earlier. It's confusing.
Bacon
to
So
with
me most
August
of all,
Chud
but
2022.
let's
Hey,
just focus
y'all.
on so Paul's.
I'm Bacon
What was
with Chud
Paul's normal
Baker.
daily driving?
And we're
What
gonna make
vehicle
some
did he
MAGA
drive
magic
on a daily
brownies.
basis?
On a normal basis,
What
he
we
drove
did
a
is we went
white
ahead and we put a bunch of
F-150
things and a bunch of
Platinum.
things and a bunch of
Let
things,
me
and then we
confuse
put a
you a little
bunch of
bit
weed
more,
in it.
as I drive the identical truck.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we did.
So you
So
testified
just
that
go
Paul's
lick dirt
F-150 Platinum was it
between
Butler's
two
over the
beards.
weekend?
It
It
was
was
being
at Jimmy
worked on at
Butler's.
Jimmy Butler's, that's correct.
This is
And
a
then
good
Monday,
beard,
there's
like
a
for this
series of car
ensemble. Like
swaps.
this is
I
really a
don't want to go
good,
through
like
them, but at the end of the
this
day,
is a great like color
you end
column
up in
here,
the F-250
like a little
farm truck.
black,
That's correct.
gray. Oh
And
God,
Paul
my
ends
arms.
up in your
Black,
F-150 Platinum.
gray,
Ultimately, he does. He drives
red,
from Mom's car back
black,
down.
gray,
and
white.
gets
I know
my
there's
truck.
several swaps.
Yes, sir,
Black.
that's correct.
I'm just kind of
Good,
talking
very
at the end of the day.
columnar, columnist.
And he drove
I
your
like that.
F-150
Good
back
one.
to Moselle, excuse me, that night, correct?
To Moselle, yes, sir.
And you
Come on. So the
testified that you came over
the
later that night
F-150
after
Platinum
Alex had
was
called you
the
about the
brother's
murders,
car.
correct?
That's correct.
Where was your truck parked when you first got there? And we'll talk about
Oh, ow!
how you
Hit
got
my
there in a minute.
eyelashes.
Where was Paul's truck?
Well, so first of all,
Don't hit
that
my
night,
eyelashes.
that's right, I know what you did.
Oh
So-
God, I'm gonna
so
be
when
eating
I
hair
got
for a
there,
week here.
we didn't go anywhere near the house. I went straight to where
Ooh.
everything was happening.
Okay.
As we went to the house later that night, I saw my truck, so it's probably 4 in the morning,
Ew.
whatever time we were, 3 or 4 in the morning.
Parked
It was
where?
parked in front of the house, normally where you would park cars.
Okay. So just kind of out, straight out the front door?
That's correct.
And
Lydia,
the keys that Paul
Lydia,
had been using,
have you seen
do you
Lydia?
recall where they left
Lydia,
in the
that
truck or
tattooed
have any
lady.
recollection of where those keys might have ended up?
Well, they were sitting
That's
in the
what I'm
ignition,
reminded
the
of.
same place I always leave them.
I'm reminded of the
Because I
Marx
drove up
Brothers
to
when I
Alameda
hear that.
night.
This one we did the other day. I'm gonna end with a big one. I'm gonna end with a big one.
You were in that
With such a large
F-250
property, I'm
farm
not
truck,
surprised
right?
the keys are just in the
Sure.
ignition.
I'm gonna end with a real big one.
Refresh
This
my
one
memory.
I'm not.
Was
This is
that
not the
vehicle
end.
white as well, or was that a different
It's white as well,
Oh,
yes,
this
sir.
one's actually pretty
and
easy to
it
wear
broke
though. 'Cause it's got a
down
big
on you
mouthful.
on the way to Moselle, and correct?
That is correct, on
And you
Highway
left-
63.
All right. You left it on the side of the road.
This one is
And
did.
guys.
Thank you,
And,
Kimberly.
This is
Did you
it.
call
I missed
Chief
the
Alexander
opportunity.
This
at
is,
that
look at
point,
it's
or-
ruining my
Well,
hair.
we
Like
were
it's
riding,
chudding
you know,
my hair
we're driving
like
separate cars,
immediately.
but together. And so at that point, he had gotten in front of me, and I had to call him to tell him to turn around.
Okay. And he came back and picked you up?
Came back, and I jumped in his car.
Chief Alexander was on his way to a murder
Chud
scene and
Baker,
turned around to
everybody.
pick
I'm
you up
Chud
to give you a
Baker.
drive to the
Bacon with
murder
Chud
scene. That's
Baker.
just,
No, it's
that's
not.
just,
I'm Chud Baker,
it
Mrs. James's
hit me
mom.
weird the first
Fuck
time.
that
It
guy.
hits me weird
I'm
the second
Chud Baker,
time.
and you're baking
I
with
get
Chud
it.
Baker.
It is a small
Hey,
area.
it's
They
baking
all
with
know each
Chud
other, but that is what
Baker,
happened.
that is. Huh. I'm a
That's
baker.
what
Get
happened.
it?
It's suburban.
Get it?
Yep.
Trying not to talk over you. My
Get it?
apologies. And you
And you know
left
what
after
else
he
I
kicked you
like?
down the side of the road.
I like
did.
constitutional
You rode
republics
with Chief
without
Alexander
the
to
actual
your property?
constitution
That's correct.
included. And then I like
Were you
constitutional
aware that
sheriffs without the
your brother
Constitution
Alex had loaned
included.
Chief Alexander money at
I'd have to
several points over the past couple of years?
deconstitutionalize my sheriffs and my republics.
All right.
Ooh,
And
this
you
is so
testified
itchy.
that you learned about his opioid addiction the weekend of
I'll do one
Labor
more,
Day of
but then I
2021.
can't
Is that
because it's just
correct?
too much.
Remember, he doesn't
That's
like
when it started
Sled
coming
because
out, yes.
Sled came after Alexander.
So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did
Terrible.
not.
My hair is so
So
bad.
from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most
Red
times,
pill
or
as fuck.
not under the influence of any. Did you ever observe him under the?
Well, keep in mind now, so again,
Who am I?
I'm not a
I'm-
lawyer in the
I'm-
firm. I
I'm
live in
fl-
Beaufort, so I don't see him daily. But our encounters usually would be during non-working hours. But even then, yes.
I'll do a special.
It-
I'll do a special
He had no. I had no
ensemble
reason
for
to think he
him.
was on
He
pills.
I will next year.
All right. He's able to function pretty normally on a daily basis, to your observations.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if him being able to function as an addict is really the flex that the
So-
state thinks it is.
Let's talk about the morning of June 8th.
Because
You said that you were the first person over to the house at Moselle that
Man.
morning. Did I understand that
That's
correctly?
correct.
I'm sorry. There'd just be no
And
way
you're
in
the first
heaven.
person inside the house at that point?
That's correct.
Get away from the candle.
And so.
I
do you
got.
recall
I
when
had.
Blanca Simpson got there?
I have
don't.
10 total.
What I can tell
I
you
don't
is
have
I
them.
was
I
the
can't
last to
find them
leave the
all.
house
I think the
and the first to
cats
come
took a
back in.
couple of them.
So she would have gotten there some point after you?
Yes, sir.
That morning.
And I've heard in testimony that
But
instead of
say
going to
Laguerre.
Moselle, she went to Alameda.
But when she came to Moselle, it would have been after you, correct?
I think the other folks were there as well. Yeah, but well after me.
Is that yes or no, though?
Malcolm. Oh yeah. Yes, that's
You
it.
testified about being
10,000 hours to
They're
mastery.
gonna get snappy with each other.
When
Another
Slade
little
came in and
Silicon
saw
Valley
Walker
mind
Simpson's
fuck
guns in the gun
brought
room,
to you by
I
Silicon Valley
think the
Well, I
prosecutor's
kleptocrats.
not
wasn't in the
trying to
gun
get
room. I was
snappy.
in the main part of the
Brought to you
house.
by your local
Did you ever go
kleptocrat
into the
to
gun
keep you
room while Slade
stupid.
was in
I
there?
did.
Okay. Because I think there's a video and evidence, and we're not going to go dig it up, but of Sled with body camera footage, and I think you do appear a bit.
I think so. I think probably what best
I am a
recollection
one.
I have is I was
I
in the
am a
main
zero.
part of the house with
I
Alec
am
and
a
my
one.
family.
I am a
And
zero.
someone came and told me they were there and that they
Okay.
wanted to look around. And of course, I went to make sure that they had full access.
When you were in there, do you recall who was in there with you?
I
other than
love
Slade agents?
this. Oh my
There were several other
God.
people, correct?
Well, I don't
Oh my
recall if you,
God.
without seeing the video, I saw the video, I saw Mark Ball, I saw Lee Cope, I saw the Agent McAllister, but.
The entire law
But I
firm.
don't think I would have remembered that.
Okay, but there are several attorneys in there, though, at a minimum, correct?
Friends and attorneys, friends, yeah, that's right.
I am a one.
Was
I
Chris
am a
Wilson there
zero.
at that time?
I am a
You know,
one.
I don't
A zero.
remember.
I am a one.
I don't have any
I am
recollection
a
of
zero.
being in there.
I am a one. I am a zero.
All right, and then you.
I love that. Oh my God, the creativeness is crazy.
It was you, Buster, Randy, Alex.
Well,
this
yeah,
is for-
okay,
is that
yeah,
all you
right.
remember that
Oof,
day
it's
to
like
your
no
recollection?
fucking duh, Malcolm. I could have fucking written a book that said, do something for 10,000 hours and then you'll be really, really
I think
good.
you testified that
there.
they didn't want to come inside.
Okay.
Is that-
Thank you. That'll be $26.95 and a
I
Pulitzer
don't think
Prize.
they
Thank
did
you.
not want to come inside.
Not that I
because
don't
of
love
the
Malcolm
reason. I
Gladwell.
think they
I'm
wanted to
sure
get about
he's,
their
I know
business.
he's smart.
So you
That I
don't
don't
recall
doubt.
that,
I
I
offered
just,
for him,
you know, I
offered to
kind
come
of
in,
like am
use
not,
the
I'm not
restroom,
on the
anything of
Silicon
that
Valley
nature.
train right now,
Make
okay?
it
I'm on the
reasonable.
anti-Silicon
June
Valley
10th.
eat the
What do you
rich
think it is?
train.
you
And
don't recall
I'm
Lieutenant Kent come in
anti-mindfuck.
and introduce
Not
himself?
gal as in
Inside the
mindfuck,
lodge?
gal
I do
suburban.
not.
I'm saying I'm anti-Silicon Valley mindfuck.
All right.
This is regarding the June 10th interviews. I'm not surprised law enforcement just wanted to get about their business. I don't think it matters if they came in and got water.
Several interviews by
But I can write a book too, and my book's gonna say, you know what? Just fucking
I'm gonna
vibe.
direct your
Why don't you
attention
just
to,
vibe?
October 12th.
Why do you
22.
need to
Make
know
sure I
how to
have date
do
correct.
anything?
Or excuse me, not 2020.
Guess what?
It would have been
You don't have to
2021.
know how to do a fucking thing in this
And I believe
world.
Sled came to your house.
It's
To
okay.
see if there's a difference in
I do
statements.
recall Sled coming to my house.
Okay.
Now, I can't tell you that's
Guess
the date.
what? You're probably good at something, and it's
This
just
would have
gonna
been the day
fucking
that they
happen.
interviewed both Buster and your wife.
I know you have to eat, so that's a privilege. I'm not saying it from a
I
privilege
remember
standpoint.
them coming. It was,
I'm actually saying it from a
Agent Croft and
putting our own expectations on ourselves. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Yet again, I've spoken over this entire case. So good luck. Good luck following what's happening in the court case, because everyone's going to say, "What'd you do all day?" Well, I watched the Murdoch trial. And they'll be like, "Oh, really? How's it going? And what did you think of the testimony by X?" And you'll go, "I don't know, because the bitch that runs the show that I was watching fucking talks all over it all day long."
All right. And you recall during that October 12th interview, the subject of this blue jacket coming up.
It is so warm in here. I wonder if it's like, but it's cold outside.
I do not recall.
And I turned the heat
Why
off.
didn't you just ask Buster about it? He testified.
Why am I so warm? Why am I so very warm? Okay, it's looking like fudge. Okay, guys, it's looking like fudge.
His response.
Right, what are you
I
saying?
don't recall him bringing up a jacket.
Silicon Valley lost the plot when everyone spent a bunch of money to re-centralize currency under the web. Yes. Yes, I have a couple stories about that, Ted. I can't really talk about them because
They did not show me a blue jacket.
Anyone
There
gonna
was
object?
no
disclosing
blue jacket
people's
discussion
business, and I don't have a right to disclose that. But I did know a couple people who were involved in like early crypto, yeah, like e-wallet kind of stuff,
Beg the chat's indulgence.
electronic
The
payment type of stuff.
Wants to know what you're asking about.
I remember meeting a couple of them.
You can ask John Marvin if he knew his brother was capable of lying to his clients. If you knew his brother was on narcotics, how much did your brother really hide from you? Fine.
But definitely, wait, what did you say? But definitely learn a little bit about the thing you mean to change in Washington before taking over the Capitol.
Yep. Ask
Yeah. Actually, that's a good correction.
Yep.
That's a very good correction.
That's the Senate objection.
That criticism really could be applied across many boards. So that's, and myself included. I'm a toe dipper. I admit it. And I also rely on my very smart friends
No, Ms.
to
Scott,
tell
what
me
I'm
what's
telling
going
you is
on.
I don't recall any discussions of a blue jacket in that interview.
Among them are many people in this room, if not everyone in this room.
So you asking me that, I'm just telling you, I don't know of any discussions about a jacket in that interview.
All right. You testified about driving up to rehab, I think that Monday after.
Please don't make it be more graphic.
Detox, correct?
It was detox.
I don't really care about the detox. How are you going to prove that he wasn't at the scene? How are you going to create
I said that when Randy and I were driving him from detox
because
to
right
the rehab
now
facility
it seems to me that is your biggest problem.
And you said, and again, I want to make this as clear as I can. You said you thought that he was waking up in response to a dream about the night of June 7th. Did I understand that correctly?
That is the way that's what
6 minutes.
to me.
Sorry, I don't mean to do that every time.
Of course, I can't tell you what he
Presidents,
was
if they are good, surround themselves with smart people. I mean, any leader, that has always been the thing I've said. I should never, if I'm the leader, I never want to be the smartest person.
Just the way he
I want to be the person who makes sure everybody gets heard.
It was fear,
That's what I want to be. You have to be the great facilitator, darling. You have to facilitate.
Whatever he just saw
that
was
can be
not
interpreted
real.
multiple ways.
He was not
But you know what I want to do? I don't want to facilitate shit. I want to facilitate the fuck out of these brownies right down my fucking gullet.
At all.
And taking your dad to the hospital, him getting admitted.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a lot. I mean, there's not a ton of smart people in the world. Not everybody's smart. Not everybody can think of everything.
Well, I sent a text.
So I get it.
I believe Randy sent one.
I don't think all of the Biden administration people are super smart.
Along with phone calls.
I don't think I'm super smart.
On the phone as well.
I think about 5 people are super smart that I know personally. My dad always said the
June 7th
same.
is actually kind of a hopeful day.
Glam and cozy is what I'm going for.
Yeah, you really can't. I mean, that's kind of like, it
Yes,
has to be your.
based on all
Cozy
the
first.
bad news
If
that
you're
he's
a
been
leader and you
receiving,
think you're the shit,
it
you're
was
not the
one
shit.
little
You're
piece
actually, you are the
of
shit.
I'll
You're
also
shit.
accept Jedi as a synonym
you
for
know,
cozy.
certainly if the doctor would have said at
You're
that
just
point,
shit.
you know, you're going home on hospice tomorrow, it would have been
That's
that would
kind
be
of
a
like what
worse
happened to
case.
the
But him
convoy.
saying that
To
there
be
was
honest with
hope, that
you,
it was
you had guys in
and not
there
the
that really
cancer, that
hadn't
there
led
was
anything
some
of that
preventive treatments that
scale
may help.
individually.
It gave us some hope.
They didn't all work together
And
on
you sent
things
out
all the
at least
time,
one
so they
group
were
text
thrown
with this
together by
information,
dark
correct, to
money.
your family members, right?
I
And
know I sent
naturally,
one.
when
I
you
could
throw
have sent
together a
another,
bunch of
but I know there was
chuds
one.
John Marvin
who
already
are
kind of answered that
individual
on
leaders or
I don't know
something
if that's
within
gonna
their
help
own
better.
minds,
You know, I saw
and you dump a
the
bunch of
records
money on
and
them,
so yes, I believe it was my family and
I mean, that's
I
when
think it was
things
just our
start to
family
fall
actually.
apart, if we're going to be honest.
There
So,
was hope, at least on the afternoon of
that.
June 7th, that your dad had pneumonia, which could potentially be treated.
Pooping in buckets aside,
Or fatal.
There was
pooping
early
in
hope to do
buckets,
that.
Could be
yelling
both.
at
Yes, sir.
passersby,
So if your brother
falling off fire trucks, and
told Janine Seconder,
just yesterday fell off
during that
something
day that
else,
your dad
getting
was taking a
arrested
major
and
turn to the worse,
expecting
that would
people to
not
come
be
join
truthful,
them.
correct?
It's even past that now. It's
That
even
would be
past that.
correct. And the
They
testimony
are.
I heard is he didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say
I
it was
just don't know.
terminal
They're yearning for
or
relevance. I
dire
mean,
or
that's what they
whatever.
are. Everyone
you're saying.
in
Based
that,
off of Alex's testimony?
Or
everyone,
Jeannie
Yes, sir.
Seconders.
Okay.
present company included,
So if Janine
So, well,
Seconder,
I
is
can tell you
yearning
this:
for
if somebody
relevance
said
in any
that
story,
day
right?
that
Like
it
we're
was
trying to,
terminal,
obviously, all of us who are
one of
streaming
two people
online,
was
we're
wrong,
trying to tell a
or both.
story or tell whatever it is that's going
Fair.
on with us, or we're trying to get
so if Janine
connection with
Seconder was
people,
told that,
all of the above
If
kind
Jeannie
of thing.
Second just said that, she was wrong.
So, I mean,
And if
that's
she was
why I
told
always
that-
say we
phone
are all lol
conversations
cows,
between your brother and Janine Seconder
because
on
it's
June
this
7th?
is the way
wasn't.
we happen to be doing that. But
And if she was told that, whoever told her was wrong.
I
I mean, I think that goes both ways. Law and Lumber said answering because I'm seeing questions in the chat. 401Ks
Yeah, he
exempt
wasn't, and
from
he wasn't
clawback
intended
collections,
to
et cetera,
listen to
by federal law.
anyone. He wasn't
Using those funds would be
intended as
entirely
the
appropriate because they're
as a
statutorily
leader.
protected.
He wasn't
Going to
intended.
how
He was a
Alec
Trojan
Murdaugh might
horse
be
to
paying
test
for
the
his defense.
fences.
Atomic
He
Blonde,
got
thank
us
you.
to
They
throw
can't be that
Roe
nice if he
out.
doesn't notice his
Mr.
brother
Murdaugh,
has a $50,000 a week
Cray,
habit, right?
cray.
that
Yeah,
the
nobody's
Murdaugh
a
name
worker.
in the
Although I
lawsuit
don't,
is
you know
something that's
what?
important
Fuck
to you
it. I
and your
don't.
brothers?
I'm glad they're asking
The
about
work
this.
ethic. I think the younger
might say no.
generations are going to have the
Yes, I
right
think
attitude
any
about work.
family's name and legacy is important
Frankly,
to
I
them.
support them.
Do I think my family's name is more important than yours or any of y'all's?
I
No,
think
I
work
don't.
should change
just important to
completely,
us.
But it's
frankly,
important to your brother as well,
and
correct?
fucking corporate
I
fucking
think he would
culture
feel
is
the
fucking
exact same way as what
stupid.
I just
So is
said,
nonprofit culture, by the way. It's
all
all
families
dumb.
are important.
Okay.
It's all
No
dumb
problem.
and wasteful. Most
Henry
their
Dodge.
study of civil
Really?
disobedience was also a
I can give you
touchstone
that
on
stuff.
simplistic. Whose study?
That's the it
Wait,
for cross-examination?
whose study?
Defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the defense's case.
Oh, their study of
We
civil
will
disobedience. Oh my God, no, they
adjourn
were. I don't.
for this
They're.
day and have you come back at 9:30.
I think it was. We
When are they going to
watched
do
a
the jury
couple of
review?
live streams.
Have a good
Then
evening.
we thought we could do it, and then like.
Interesting you didn't say defense
All
rests
right,
subject to
guys.
jury
This
view.
is guys.
Defense
Hey
rests.
guys. Hey guys. This is done. Oh, I'm
Y'all.
sorry, God. It's kind of disgusting shirt I'm wearing. I'm sorry about that. But you know you're my friend, so I count on you to
We made
be
it.
still loving me,
We're at
no
the end of the
matter
defense
what I look
case.
like.
End of the defense case.
There it
The
is.
defense has rested. The
The
court's going to want to talk to them
defense
about
has
scheduling with regard to the
rested.
jury view. And we'll get there. But for now, the defense has rested. The prosecution has rebuttal witnesses tomorrow. That was not a very helpful cross for the state at all. I
Okay,
think it's
well,
interesting they didn't ask, do you
here
know
we
your
go.
brother was
Wow, time
like
flew today.
lying and stealing from
Time flew,
clients.
but we still got
But
brownie.
Everyone
Oh
be
shit!
seated.
This is
let's
gonna.
talk
My things are
scheduling.
gonna die. Well, that's good timing. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me kind of? I know it's not going to be the greatest audio. Yeah, corporate culture sucks balls. Since donkey balls. Clean enough for me. Clean enough for me. Clean the fuck enough for me.
Wait, I don't have any music. Oh, wait, I do have music. Are you kidding me? Of course I have music. Wait, we gotta hear this one more time. Hold on, I gotta find my friend. Where's my friend? He is my friend. Where's my friend? He is my friend. I'm just gonna play it on my phone. Wait. Can you guys hear it?
Just watching you, watching my stream. I've never felt more relevant. I must pretend that I'm not impressed by you, girl, and all your great content. Just another chunk streaming from your truck. I watch you 'cause you stalk me, Chuck. And I walk softly while you're stuck in traffic. 'Cause I live here, honey. Don't fall in love with a stranger. Fickle and petty gods. Just when you think that you're accept you, get lost by their wrongs. Don't fall in love with a stranger. Always be alright. So catch at me home. Roots and go. So like, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell, baby. You repeat the line. My bra strap's falling. Refuted several times. At some point, staying ignorant. Whoa. How else could I?
Hey, Crescendo!
Join Antifa for you. Don't fall in love with a streamer. If you can't pick us up in jail, it's really fair on social games. Swinging for their bail. Fall in love with a streamer. Sing me down. So lift and go. Oh, cash at me home. Like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to me, baby. Don't forget that cash app.
Yay, oomph! Yay, oomph! Yay, oomph! Yay, oomph! You did such a good job. Okay, I'm gonna taste it. I'm gonna taste it for you. Available for the low, low price of disassociating from all the people who are problematic. Okay, that's all you've got to do, folks. All you've got to do to be part of the cool kids is get rid of those toxic relationships. That's all y'all need to do. Let's focus on the positive. Eliminate the negative. Don't mess with the affirmative, and don't mess with the Mr. In Between. Sorry, I fucked that song up. Okay, here we go. Crunchy top. I mean, it's delicious. It's 100% delicious. But, okay, no, actually, I take it back. It's 100% delicious and chewy and gooey and, oh my God. Little pops of chocolate from the chips are like melted but not fully. Little lava action going on in there. Oh yeah. Yeah. You'll hit your mama. You'll smack your mama. Perry's bid to shield. Hey, Scott Perry. Hey, Scott Perry. Hey, Scott Perry, you got something to say. Hey, Scott Perry. Hey, Scott Perry. You better open that mouth and get the fuck out. That's great. I'm really happy to hear that, Tom. Lovely, lovely, happy to hear that. So yeah, it's good. I would probably opt for more caster sugar, like not powdered sugar. What's the other one? Granulated. I would opt for more granulated sugar. Oh yeah, we've got so much planned. I mean, actually, Oomph and I just can't. We cannot write these songs fast enough and get them. He's a machine. He's like writing all the time and stuff like that. So he's amazing. What was I going to say? And then what was I going to say? Oh, anyway, yeah, it's actually quite good. I think I would use more granulated sugar than and ease up on the powdered sugar. Does that make sense? Because it's just a little too much of a sugar taste. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little more cocoa and a little less sugar. Maybe I would do that. You know, I've never put chocolate chips in it, and maybe the chocolate chips made it a little more. But it doesn't taste like the sweetness is more the sugar sweet. It's not the chocolate sweet. Let me see. I don't even know what everybody's saying. What's everybody saying? Do 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 do. It's fine. Taste it with your finger. It's a bit. Doofus is going to want to play this. Doofus may seek consent from all creators. That's right. He may contact us. Yes, I would think he would. He's pretty good about that. I don't really watch Doofus much because I go to bed too early, but I know he likes this type of content. Yeah, I'm sure he does. He says this. I'm not. My mind is filled with other people's songs and y'all's slogans. Is just hilarious. Yeah. Oomph is a very talented writer. So we're having fun with some existing motifs, but there's also a lot of serious artwork happening in that world, in his world. But yeah, we'll see. We're working on it. It was my problem. I didn't get this done until when? Saturday morning. I didn't get it done until Saturday morning. Yeah. So I was the drama. Am I the drama? Yeah, I was the drama. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to wrap like a present. Wrap like a present. I'm actually pretty okay sleep-wise. I took a vitamin last night. I think the secret is taking a vitamin at night. Yeah. Anyway, man, I love you guys. Jeez, thank you so much. This was so great. I was really looking forward to being. Oh, stop it! Oh my God, stop it! Silly. I was really looking forward to this, being with people and being chill and just creating a chill space. So I'm committed to that. I really am. And we're going to do that. Now, here's the thing. So the defense rests. So that means, wait, is there court tomorrow? Oh, shit. I didn't pay attention. Fuck. Is there court tomorrow? I don't know. Alec planning meeting, laugh and wow. Oh, yeah. Because I do want to. I'm going to have my daughter's going to eat these. I'm going to make my pot brownie now. But so thank you, sweetheart. Also, what I was going to say though is definitely March 1st,
second, third, and fourth, I would like to closing arguments. Oh, we're going to do closing arguments. Oh yeah, right. No. Is it a holiday? I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, that's fine. Tomorrow morning I'll be here 6:30 a.m., 9:30 a.m., everything in between and outside of those times. 6:30 a.m. Pacific. And then I don't know what'll happen after that, but then I will be live for the CPAC. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry. Fucking spit it out, bitch. But I will be here for CPAC because we're going to watch that fucking shit together. And you know what? It'll probably hopefully be a de-radicalization moment instead of a radicalization. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you to Oomph. Everybody give it up for Oomph. Captain, my captain, doing an amazing thing. Have a great evening. Try and stay out of toxic things and just walk in grace, right, man? We just boop, boop, boop towards a more perfect union. It's all over the map. Anyway, I love you guys. I love you so much. Take care. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love